You are watching a Ty's Hot Mess History compilation. Please enjoy. Number 1. Barbara Woolworth Hutton.
For so many years, it was always a point of marriage for an heiress to marry a rich man and increase the family's wealth. And Edna Woolworth did just that. Edna Woolworth was the daughter of Frank Winfield Woolworth, the founder of the F.W. Woolworth Company. His stores were simply called Woolworth, and they were America's first chain of 5 and dime stores, meaning that all of the items in his stores were priced at 5 cents and 10 cents when he first started. His stores made him one of the richest men during the Gilded Age. He amassed a fortune of over $75 million, enough to leave his descendants financially stable for generations. And he is the grandfather of today's subject, the poor little rich girl. She inherited a chunk of that fortune. So how did she, one of the richest women in the world, die with only $3,500 in her bank account? It seems almost impossible, considering that she started out with over $40 million, more than $730 million adjusted for inflation in today's money in 2024. But when you factor in her own crazy spending with a string of husbands who didn't care about anything except for her money, it all seems a little more possible. The thought of her dying broke. The poor little rich girl is Barbara Hutton. She was born into wealth from both sides of her family, but it was the wealth from her mother's side that she became more known for. Barbara was often called the Woolworth heiress. You might be like me and old enough to remember that there was once a chain of discount retail stores called Woolworth. They were all over the United States, then eventually expanded to many other countries, including Canada, Mexico, England, and Germany. As a child, Barbara had access to more money than most people can imagine, but it was what she was lacking that was likely the biggest contributor to some horrible decisions that she made that led to her ultimate demise. Barbara didn't have love at home. Edna Woolworth, the daughter of Frank Winfield Woolworth, was Barbara's mother. Now that we know how Barbara came to be an heiress, back to Edna, her mother. Edna did what her father wanted her to do, marry that wealthy New York City stockbroker. And while the marriage looked good on paper and satisfied her family, she was miserable in it, and it might have played a role in her early death. We'll get there. Edna died when Barbara was only 4 years old, and Barbara's father, instead of trying to make up for her mother's absence, did the total opposite and neglected the poor child. He would pawn her off on governesses, servants, and other relatives in boarding schools. He never showed her any affection. The truth was that he hadn't really been good at showing his wife much affection either. Barbara's father, the fancy New York stockbroker, who seemed like such a prize to Frank Woolworth, was known to quite openly cheat on Edna. And you know that they say that girls marry some version of their fathers. Barbara was no exception to this rule, and boy oh boy did she ever know how to pick some rotten apples. But her husbands were typically worse than her father. Her father was only a cheater. Many of her husbands were cheaters and gold diggers. From the moment that she hit the newspapers as the second wealthiest debutante of the season of 1930, she was a scandal. For a little context, 1930 was also the start of the Great Depression, the worst economic downturn in history. So, while most families were struggling to eat a meal once a day, Barbara was having her coming out ball, one day of festivities that cost $60,000, a little over $1 million for us today. I'm sure that you can imagine that this did not make her a favorite among the poverty-stricken public. That sets the stage for today's subject, Barbara Hutton, the poor little rich girl. She became poorer with each marriage, and there were 7 of them, by the way. Let's get into it. But first, if you like these videos about the most scandalous people from yesteryear who make Ty's Hot Mess History a time capsule for the culture, subscribe and hit the notification bell so that you can know every time that I upload content. And please hit that thumbs up to support this video for free. Thank you. Now, on to why you are here. Barbara Woolworth Hutton was born on November 14, 1912, to parents Edna Woolworth and Franklin Laws Hutton. Her mother, Edna, was the daughter of Frank Winfield Woolworth, and from her mother's bloodline alone, she was set for life as far as money was concerned. Franklin, Barbara's father, co-founded the brokerage firm E.F. Hutton, and it was one of the largest financial firms in the country. Most men would have looked at his life and said that he had it all, but Franklin wanted more, especially when it came to women. He didn't care about being married to Edna Woolworth. He wanted other women, and he had other women, quite publicly and quite often. And it was said that Franklin's cheating was just too much for Edna to bear, so she took her own life. Before we go all the way there, I have to say that there are 3 causes of death that have been accepted as accurate, depending on who you ask. I'm going to start off with the 2 that did not demand a lot of attention. One was that Edna died from suffocation due to mastoiditis. In this scenario, Edna would have had an infection that went into the air cells of her skull behind her ear, and this would have caused her to suffocate. Another was that she died of heart disease. Now, the story that was more juicy for her peers to spread was that she had taken her own life because she'd had enough of her husband's cheating. And let me be clear, I'm not claiming to know which cause of death is the actual one. I'm just revealing to you what 3 totally different sets of sources had to say on the matter. But whichever one is correct, what we do know is that on May 2nd, 1917, Barbara Hutton found her mother's lifeless body in their suite at the Plaza Hotel. Barbara was only 4 years old at the time, and I'm sure that you can imagine that her life was never the same from that point. Her mother was only 33. It was easy for the public to believe the suicide rumor because Franklin's affairs that he had on his wife were not a secret, and who wouldn't eventually get fed up with a cheating spouse? Just 2 months before Edna passed away, the South Pasadena Record reported that Franklin took a trip from New York to California without his wife. I can't confirm or deny that he was spending time with another woman on this trip, but perhaps it does support the claim that Edna ended her life because of his cheating. Edna's death left behind only Franklin and Barbara and their tiny family. They had no other children, and because it was just the 2 of them, one might think that Franklin would have drawn his daughter even tighter to him so that they could help each other grieve. But no, he moved to California and sent Barbara to live with her grandfather, Frank Woolworth, the retail magnate. One can only imagine how hard it must have been for Frank to have to rear his granddaughter because his daughter was dead. It is so sad when parents outlive their children. I don't have any children, but I've seen parents who have lost their children just never recover. That's not the natural order of things, and that will happen again in this story. While Barbara was being cared for by her mother's father, her own father had moved to California. It really can start to seem like he was already building a new life there before his wife passed away. Franklin Hutton's communications with his daughter were minimal for all the years of her childhood. Meanwhile, back in New York, Barbara struggled to find stability. After her grandfather died in 1919, just 2 years after her mother, she spent the rest of her youth moving from one family member's mansion to the next, and a few schools here and there. Outside of that, she lived the life that wealthy girls of her era lived. She attended a couple of finishing schools for young ladies. There weren't a lot of educational opportunities for girls unless their parents made a decision to give their daughters a traditional education. But at finishing school, Barbara would learn everything that she needed to get along well in high society, things like etiquette and social graces. Barbara didn't have a lot of friends, but she had a cousin who was her closest confidant. His name was Jimmy Donahue. He was also an heir to part of the Woolworth fortune, and there's no doubt that he understood Barbara in a way that very few people could have. He shared the same struggle of being a very rich kid who was expected to excel in life just because he came from a lot of money. They both had upbringings that were not so pleasant, and for the most part, out of the spotlight. But when it was time for Barbara's name to start getting media attention because of her upcoming debut to society, Franklin, her father, showed up to foot the bill for it. He would show up one more time in her adult life, and when you hear what he did, you'll probably wish that he had just left her alone. Having a debutante ball thrown in her honor was nothing more than a standard rite of passage for a girl like Barbara, a girl who was born into wealth in New York City. By the time it was her turn for her ball, these coming out parties had been going on for decades. For daughters whose last names were Astor, Vanderbilt, and Rockefeller, and now, in 1930, it was her turn. It was unfortunate timing for Barbara that she just so happened to be turning 18 at the beginning of the Great Depression. And for that reason, which was completely out of her control, her society debut became an instant scandal. How on God's green earth could her father brag about spending $60,000 on a party, $7,000 on the music alone, when people were lined up at soup kitchens trying to stave off hunger pains till the next day, while a nation full of able-bodied men who were willing to work couldn't find jobs? The talk about Barbara's coming out gala seemed obscene under the circumstances, and the public made it known that they did not like it at all. The situation got so hot for Barbara that she had to leave the country and go to Europe for a while, just to escape the media attention. But make no mistake, her coming out party was extravagant, even by rich people's standards. It was held at the Ritz-Carlton, and the music was so expensive because her father had hired Rudy Vallee to play. He was one of the most popular singers of his day. He led his own big band, and he was well known all over the nation, not just New York. The ball was to last all night long, starting with a dinner party for 200, followed by a dance, which was followed by a breakfast party that started at dawn the next day. It sounds like a fabulous party. The rest of the country probably would have been celebrating with her in spirit if they'd had a little food and money of their own. Once the drama of the press had died down, another drama spun off from Barbara's debutante ball. Now, all of her potential suitors would know that she was on the market for marriage, and a young girl with a big inheritance was always a coveted find in that set. For a rich young man, she would make a great match because their families could combine their fortunes, and the two could become a real-life power couple. But the problem was that there weren't only young rich men hanging around at these debutante balls. There were also poor men with good names and sometimes even aristocratic titles searching for some young, foolish rich girl to fork over her money in order to shore up his family. These men were called fortune hunters, and they had their eyes on Barbara Woolworth Hutton from the start. They may or may not have known about how her father earned his money, but everyone knew what Woolworth was. I can't express how big the Woolworth brand became. For those potential mates of hers, locking her down would be like a present-day man being able to marry the daughter of the founder of Apple or Amazon and then have access to her money. Barbara's grandfather had built the tallest building in the world at the time. The Woolworth Building in New York City was the tallest skyscraper in the world from 1913 until the same year as Barbara's ball, 1930, when 40 Wall Street was built. Then the very next year came the Chrysler Building, which was later dwarfed by the Empire State Building in 1931. But the point is that Barbara came from big money and everyone knew it. And while it might sound like a lot of fun to have as much money as Barbara had, the truth was that it was isolating. People with pockets that deep never know who to trust, or if someone only pretends to love them but has ulterior motives. And poor Barbara, she had a habit of picking the guys who meant her no good at all. They only wanted what she could give them. They wanted her money. First, there was Alexis Midvani. I'm sorry, that's actually Prince Alexis Midvani. He came from a broke-ass, bankrupt family who were each doing well for themselves until there was civil unrest in their native Georgia, the Eurasian country, not the state, in the USA. Alexis was the youngest of 5 siblings. He was said to have not been particularly handsome, nor did he have a great manly physique, but he did have a lot of charm. After landing in America, his 2 sisters married for love. His 2 brothers married for money, and he followed in their footsteps. His brother David moved to Hollywood, where he was able to make $25 a week as a movie extra, but he didn't need to work anymore after he met and married Mae Murray, a movie actress who was at the height of her career. His other brother, Sergei, was able to ditch his job after meeting and marrying film actress and singer Pola Negri. Oddly, neither one of these ladies ever married again after being married to the Midvani brothers. Then there was the baby brother Alexis. Barbara was his second wife. His first one was an Astor, Louise Astor Van Allen. The 2 women had been friends. You can imagine how tight those social circles get when people have that kind of money. But while Alexis was married to Barbara, Louise Astor was still in love with him. Some sources even say that he never divorced her. But while Louise was in love with Alexis, he was in love with Barbara's money. The pair got married in 1933, and their wedding night should have revealed to her everything that she needed to know about him. He refused to have sex with her that night because, in his words, she was too fat. They got divorced in 1935, but while they were married, she bought him some really expensive presents. There were polo ponies, expensive properties all over the country, and his prized possession, a Rolls Royce. And when they got divorced, Princess Barbara's main complaint was, "He doesn't appreciate me." Well, he appreciated her money, and he bragged about being able to walk away with all of those expensive presents she had given him throughout their very short marriage. He was able to walk away with it all: the houses, the horses, and the Rolls Royce. Plus, he demanded $1 million of Barbara's dollars in alimony, and he got it. After using her for material gain and to help him social climb, he was patting himself on the back for now being a millionaire in his own right. Well, karma came quickly for the prince. That Rolls Royce that he gloated about getting from Barbara, he was killed in it, just 3 months after the divorce was finalized. Here's what happened. He was visiting his sister in Spain. She and her husband were having a small party, and Alexis was attending with a woman he was dating. She needed to catch a train about 35 miles from his sister's house, so he left the party to take her. It was reported that he was speeding while driving in the foothills of the Pyrenees. He was going 85 miles per hour down these winding roads when his car struck a culvert, then plunged into a deep gully. Just as his sister's last guests were leaving, she got a phone call from authorities notifying her of the accident and asking her to come identify her brother's body. His companion suffered life-threatening injuries and was treated at a nearby hospital, but the reports said that it didn't appear that she would pull through. She was not named in the reports, and I don't know for certain if she survived her injuries or died from them. I couldn't look it up. Alexis's brothers were notified of his death. They were both in America and made plans to drop everything and get to Spain immediately. One of them was at a party at a country club when he got the news. No surprises there. It's not as if the brothers had a lot of pressing business to drop in order to leave the country. And Barbara was also contacted by the press for a comment. The reporter actually broke the news to her. Barbara responded with questions. "Are you sure?" And then, "When did it happen? Was he alone?" After it was confirmed that it was true, she said, quote, "I am terribly, terribly sorry. I am not surprised. I always felt something like this would happen. He drove like mad." End quote. By the way, by this time she was Countess Barbara. Yes, very shortly after her divorce, she had already gotten married again to another man with another title. Let's talk about him. He was Count Kurt von Haugwitz-Reventlow, a German-born Danish count, descended from aristocratic military on both sides of his family, and like Alexis, he married Barbara and an Astor. But Count Kurt married the Astor after he married Barbara, and Barbara married him only one day after her divorce from Prince Alexis. The Count had something else in common with Prince Alexis. He would repeat the same pattern of courting Barbara. Woo her with presents and charm, pretend he loved her, then demand money from her. Now, unlike the prince, the Count's family wasn't completely poor. They still had a castle in Denmark, and he convinced Barbara to come live with him there. Maybe it didn't take much convincing, though. She would get to be a countess and live in a castle. I mean, how romantic does that sound? That's practically every little girl's fantasy. But there was one more condition. He would need for her to give up her American citizenship. And she did it. I should throw in here that Barbara was anorexic by this time. The fat comments from Prince Alexis really took a toll on her self-esteem. But anyway, this relationship with the Count, like most relationships, started out great. They even conceived a son in their first year together. After their son, Lance, was born, things went downhill from there. This marriage was particularly stressful for Barbara because the Count wanted to control every aspect of their son's life, where he would attend school and what type of religious upbringing he would have were decisions that he wanted to make without Barbara's input. Adding to her stress was trouble back home. In New York City, Woolworth salesgirls were on strike. They wanted more money. Their picket signs remarked on how different Barbara's life was from theirs, and there was nothing that Barbara could do about it. Her response to their cries was, quote, "Do people realize I have no more to do with running the Woolworth stores than I have running the British Empire?" End quote. Eventually, Count Kurt asked for divorce, custody of Lance, and a $2.5 million alimony payment from Barbara. Her fear was that Kurt only wanted custody because her son was an heir to a $20 million fortune from her. She feared that her son's life would mirror the worst parts of hers, being wanted by people only because of the money attached to his name. Well, she took action, legal action, and she didn't hold back. In 1935, when the Count was ready to throw in the towel on the marriage, Barbara went to London and filed for a restraining order and to have her American citizenship restored. You see, his request to have her give up her American citizenship came with consequences that she could see, like American newspapers marring her name for being unpatriotic. But the repercussion that she didn't foresee was that giving up her citizenship gave Count Kurt complete control over what happened to her and their son. She couldn't have seen this coming when she submitted to his will. She was in love with this man, and she thought that he was in love with her too. But he was just laying a trap to get her money. She got the help that she needed in London. Her request for a restraining order got approved, and the renewing of her American citizenship standing was in the works. She had a mansion in Regent's Park in London, and that's where she and her son were. It was all a big scene. She had armed guards at the gates, ready to deal with Count Kurt if he arrived. Scotland Yard officers were even on the case, with men on standby at the Croydon airport. In case her husband arrived there, they would serve him with papers that let him know that he needed to stay away from his wife and his son. He would get no help from law enforcement. But guess who did offer him some help? Barbara's absentee father. Yes, this is where he rears his head again. Barbara had made it clear that her husband was cruel, controlling, and money-hungry. So she was taking every step that she could to get her son and herself away from him. Her father showed up to make sure that the couple worked out their issues and stayed together. The nerve of him. If he had been a decent husband and a loving father, maybe Barbara wouldn't have been so desperate for love from just anyone and falling for all these wrong men. But now, at this late stage in her life, he decided to show up and be her father. The Count was in Paris while all of the legal stuff was happening in London. Barbara's father flew to Paris to console his son-in-law and to speak to Barbara on the Count's behalf, asking her to consider making up with him. Barbara's father, Mr. Hutton, sat down for a meal with the Count when he was approached by a reporter. The reporter showed him cable communications showing that his son-in-law wanted $2.5 million from his daughter. His response was, quote, "All I can say is that these children have been in some sort of a misunderstanding. It's all mixed up and it's all too bad." End quote. Her father told the press that he planned on flying from Paris to London with his son-in-law to help facilitate a meeting between the couple so that they could get back on track. In other words, he was going to accompany his son-in-law on a mission to violate a restraining order, an action that could have put his own daughter and grandson's lives at risk. Long story short, this marriage ended in divorce, with Barbara having to shell out another big alimony payment. But there was a bright side. She got to return to America with her citizenship restored and her son safe and sound with her. No thanks to her father. She loved her son dearly, but she didn't want to have any more children. She would use anorexia as a method of birth control and unhealthy weight management for the rest of her life. Her divorce was finalized in 1938. Then she took a few years off from marriage. Barbara got married again in 1942, and this time it was to a famous man, Cary Grant. On July 8th, they eloped to Lake Arrowhead, California, and honestly, there is no scandal here. She loved him, and he loved her. But you know how they say that sometimes love just isn't enough? This seemed to be one of those situations, though she did divorce him on the ground of cruelty. But they never had a bad thing to say about each other publicly. She said that his career got in the way of their marriage, and she loved him the most because he was so sweet and gentle. They simply parted ways in 1945. He was reported to be her only husband, who never asked her for alimony. Want to know what she did next? Listen to this line from the Buffalo News, quote, "After her third divorce, Woolworth heiress Barbara Hutton told the world, 'I'll never marry again because you can't go on being a fool forever,' and then went on being a fool forever." End quote. Enter Prince Igor. Barbara became a princess again in 1947 when she married Lithuanian Prince Igor Trubetskoy. I'm sure that you already know how this romance went. He told her how beautiful she was, bought her some fancy trinkets, told her that he loved her, she believed it, they got married, then they got divorced. Prince Igor was different from Prince Alexis in the looks department. His dashing good looks were always remarked upon in the press. But Igor seemed to be like Alexis in every other way. When he was in Barbara's presence, he treated her cruelly. When he wasn't in her face being mean to her, he was neglecting her. When Barbara requested the divorce from him, her attorney told the Parisian court that Igor showed her, quote, "a lack of affection, lack of comprehension, and abandoned her to solitude," end quote. And to be clear, he had completely abandoned her. He wasn't just giving her the silent treatment at home. No, they had been living in a suite at the Hotel Ritz, and he just up and left and moved into his own apartment. But even after he left, Barbara didn't give up. She sent one of her attorneys to his apartment to ask him to come back to her. Well, that didn't go well at all. Here's how the Spokesman Review said Igor responded. Quote, "Igor pushed the attorney roughly out the door and said, 'You tell my wife I do not want to live with her.'" End quote. Well, that made things pretty clear, right? To you and I, maybe, but not to Barbara. She would have her attorneys to arrange one more shot at a reconciliation in the judge's chambers, but that didn't work out either. She was left with no choice but to move on from this man who had made it ever so clear that he did not want her. But like her husbands before him, except Cary Grant, he did want some of her money. Even though she called him the meanest man in the world, he felt entitled to $3 million of her dollars in the form of alimony. This is how that divorce wrapped up for Barbara. The decree was handed down on Halloween Day, October 31st, 1945, by a Judge John Ossie. It was shrouded in so much secrecy that Barbara herself didn't know that her divorce was final until she read about it in a newspaper 3 weeks later. Just having that out of the way was good enough, but the icing on the cake was that Barbara learned that she would not have to pay Prince Igor any money. His request for alimony was denied. Not only did the judge deny his request for her millions, he also made him pay his own court fees. Nice try, Igor. I can only imagine how disappointed he was to walk away empty-handed from what he thought would have been a slam dunk case for him, knowing how her previous husbands had been paid off. Barbara had a lot to be happy about. She got the divorce, she didn't have to pay, and now she could move on to her next romance. This time, she said that she would move cautiously. You see how much runtime is left in this video, so you know that she didn't do that. But here's what was printed in the spokesman review about her next move. Quote, "Now that she's free of Lithuanian Prince Igor Trubetskoy, Miss Hutton conceded that she has a new romantic interest, but only a romance of friendship. I'm not going to risk it by getting married," she said. End quote. Well, she kept those words for a little while, meaning she didn't marry the romantic friend right away. We'll come back to him. Her next husband was Porfirio Rubirosa. He didn't have an official title like Prince or Baron or Count, but he had an unofficial title, and it was Latin Lover. He was an international playboy. This man had sexual affairs with Marilyn Monroe, Eartha Kitt, Ava Gardner, Dorothy Dandridge, Judy Garland, and that doesn't even cover half of his long list of lovers. They might have also called him the Meat Man, because the word around town was that he was packing, and I don't mean suitcases. I mean he had a large penis, so worthy of discussion that, you know, the big pepper mills that they use at restaurants? Well, in fine dining establishments, they started calling them Rubirosas. Now, that was them being disgusting, not me. I'm just reporting to you. But the scandal where our Barbara is concerned has everything to do with who he was married to before her and who else he was having sex with while he was married to her. Porfirio was a Dominican diplomat and a race car driver who got married a total of 5 times in his life. His third wife was Doris Duke. She was an American heiress who came out had her debutante ball the same year as Barbara. They had actually been friends. They were always mentioned in the news together. The year of their society debuts, Barbara was the second richest debutante. The richest girl of the season was Doris. But all of the papers said that Barbara was the prettiest girl of the season. So you can see how early in their lives, the press started brewing a scenario that would have made competition for these two ladies almost inevitable. But it was up to them, Barbara and Doris, to play into it or not. And I have to say that it looks like Barbara decided to play their dirty game. This is where I think she went wrong. Now, I believe in girl code, and when we are friends with someone, we don't get involved with their exes. Do you play by this code? Let me know in the comments section, because Barbara did not play by this code. Doris was married to Porfirio for a little over a year, from 1947 till 1948. That would have been while Barbara was married to Prince Igor. But as soon as she was single at the same time as Porfirio, she made a move on him, and he went for it. And at this time in Barbara's life, I feel like her heart just went dark, and she wasn't really thinking about anyone except for herself. And maybe a string of horrible marriages will do that to someone, but I really don't like how she handled Doris. On their wedding day, after Barbara said "I do" to Porfirio, she broke her ankle, leaving her confined to their honeymoon suite. And Porfirio, so excited about his new marriage, went out on the town to celebrate by himself. Well, what Barbara didn't see coming, but frankly she should have seen it coming, was that Porfirio was going to cheat on her, and he did it very publicly with a very public figure. Have you ever heard of Zsa Zsa Gabor? She was a very famous actress who was Porfirio's girlfriend while Barbara was his wife. Which wasn't a long time, by the way. Their marriage only lasted for 53 days. Barbara did have to pay him alimony, and I can't feel sorry for her on this one. Because when he divorced her friend, Doris, she saw what Doris had to give him in their divorce settlement. And it was a lot. A fishing fleet, a B-25 bomber, which is strange to me, a chateau in Paris, a whole bunch of sports cars, and $25,000 per year until he remarried, which ended up being a total of $125,000 because Doris got to stop making those payments in 1953. That's when backstabbing Barbara made him her problem. So I'm sure that Doris thanked her for being a gal pal and putting an end to those payments for her. Barbara and Doris went on to feud publicly for years. That entire situation is a hot mess scandal for another day. Let me know if you want to hear that story. But where Porfirio was concerned, Barbara should have felt like a fool. After being cheated on in such a public manner, she would lose her man and some more of her fortune. Porfirio would receive from Barbara another B-25 bomber. Why anyone would need one of those, let alone two, I don't know. He also got some expensive jewelry, some polo ponies, a coffee plantation in the Dominican Republic, and $2.5 million. Barbara had the use of this man's phallus for less than 2 months, and she had to share it. Doris had it for a year, and paid a lot less to get rid of him. She definitely got more bang for her buck, pun intended. But even with this major loss, Barbara still wasn't done getting married. Remember that romantic friend who she was talking about while she was waiting on her divorce from Prince Igor? The one who she said she didn't want to risk losing her romantic friendship by getting married? Well, he became her husband number 6. Baron Gottfried von Kram was his name. Voila, she was a baroness again. He was a German-born baron and tennis star. She had known him for 18 years, and during that time when she was waiting for the divorce from Prince Igor, she went to visit Gottfried and his family on her birthday. Nothing came of their relationship at that time, but here they were, a few years later, and things had changed. After a very short courtship, the pair got married in 1955, and they were separated almost as soon as they said "I do." There are at least a couple of reasons why this marriage was doomed from the start. One, by this time, Barbara had a lot of issues she'd been dealing with. She'd been anorexic for most of her adult life, from the time that her first husband told her that she was too fat to sleep with on their wedding night. In addition to being anorexic, she also had substance abuse problems and she suffered from depression. And Gottfried married her to help her get through those challenges. The problem with that was that she didn't really want any help, or she just wasn't ready. Number 2, the other reason that this marriage would never last was that Baron Gottfried was gay. He had spent time in prison for one of his same-sex relationships in the 1930s. So it probably came as a surprise to no one that Barbara started stepping out with other men while she was separated but still married to Gottfried. Remember that I told you that Cary Grant was Barbara's only husband, who reportedly did not request alimony? Well, Baron Gottfried might have been the second one. He really just seemed to want to help a friend whose life was spinning out of control. And I never came across what he asked for in a divorce settlement. I'm not saying that he didn't ask for money. I'm just saying that I never came across evidence of that, and I'm only presenting to you what my research shows. I admit that I could have missed it, but I did not see it. Marriage to her seventh husband gave her the privilege of calling herself princess one last time. Her final husband was the Laotian Prince Pierre Raymond d'Onvin. He had been adopted into a royal family. His work wasn't particularly fascinating. He was a writer and a painter. The prince was also 5 years younger than Barbara. When they met, she was 52 and he was 47. But by this stage in her life, she looked older than her 52 years. And just by appearances, it looked like there was a bigger age gap than the 5 years between them. Barbara met the prince while she was living in Tangier, where she had bought a palatial home for herself. They got married in 1964 in a small Mexican village. And yes, he married her for her money. She spent a lot of money on expensive presents for Prince Pierre and showed up with him on her arm at social functions. That seemed to be all that there was to their relationship. Barbara threw a birthday party for herself in 1966, and Prince Pierre was her date. And right after that party, there was a lot of talk about how divorce was on the horizon for this couple. Now, this is something that is strange to me, because everywhere I looked in just doing a simple search said that this couple got divorced in 1966. Since her birthday is so near the end of the year, November 14th, I started searching 1967 records to find out details on the divorce and how much she had to pay him in alimony. Well, let me tell you, I searched the entire year of 1967 and nothing shows that they were divorced. The whole year they were showing up to parties, doctor's appointments, and her surgeries together. Her health was declining rather rapidly, and the prince was always there, in and out of those hospitals with her. He was still being called her husband, not her ex-husband. And the same could be said for the years 1968 and 1969. Honestly, I didn't see any sign that they got divorced until 1971, and even then it was just mentioned as a small part of a bigger story about the prince. So, I'm saying all of that to say that I don't know when they officially divorced, but I did see a quote from him that said, "She gave me more than $4 million. She gave me love." The prince was quite lucky to get that love gift of $4 million because by this time her fortune had dwindled down significantly, and it's not hard to figure out why. There was her own lavish spending on properties, jewels, cars, and vacations, plus all of the divorce settlements she had paid over the past 30 years. And I have to tell you this, because I'm confident in my research and I have an entire year's worth of news articles showing that Barbara and the prince were married for the whole year of 1967. I can also say that he was openly cheating on Barbara, which we know was nothing new to her. In March of 1967, he was publicly dating a German actress named Vera de Winter. He had met her on a golf course in Spain just before Barbara's birthday party in 1966. At some point, Barbara did divorce him, and years later, when she looked back on their relationship, she said that Prince Pierre was just the same as the others and was only there for her money. The romantic love was never in the cards for her. She did have one person who loved her, her son, Lance, and she loved him so much. Despite growing up, seeing his mother in so many crazy relationships and not having much of a relationship with his own father, Lance had turned out to be a really great man, just a good guy. Lance was the child Barbara had with her second husband, Count Kurt. He was her only child, and that was by her design because she became so obsessed with being thin that she never wanted to gain baby weight again. Lance was profiled in the Press and Sun Bulletin in 1958 when he was 22, and most of what was written about him made him out to be a really kind and level-headed person. Here's just some of what was detailed about him. He was tall and good-looking. He had access to millions of dollars. He owned an airplane and several luxury cars, including a Rolls-Royce and a Ferrari, and he had his own chef and butler, and of course he had a mansion in Beverly Hills. But his mansion only cost $200,000, which was a lot less than he could afford. But that kind of summed up who he was, someone who had it all, but didn't need to spend it all, or show off all of it. Very much the opposite of his mother. Lance seemed to approach everything in a sensible, level-headed manner. He knew the importance of work, and he liked working. He made his hobby his job. Lance loved racing cars, and he learned how to build them in order to sell them. That was his operation. Lance was also keenly aware of the fact that he was envied for his money. At the time of this interview, he was engaged to the up-and-coming Hollywood actress, Jill St. John. She noticed the envy regarding his money too, chiming in to tell the reporter that when Lance wins a race, the sentiment from most people was like, "Of course he won, I'd win too if I could afford a car like that." And when he lost, people would just call him a lazy bum, too rich to care about practicing and excelling at his sport. He said that he had a wary eye for young women who were willing to marry him. He didn't trust everyone's intentions. His own words, quote, "How do you know whether they're interested in you as a human being or your money? That's the trouble with being born rich. It's both a curse and a convenience," end quote. If only his mother had a better handle on that question. Lance deeply loved his mother, but he saw her as someone who completely lacked the ability to be a good judge of character. At this point, she thought that all of her ex-husbands might have still been good men, while Lance said that he could see through all of them, his own father included, who, at the time of this article, Lance hadn't spoken to in 10 years. He said that his mother never hurt anyone except for herself. We know that wasn't true because she certainly did hurt Doris Duke after she married the lady's ex-husband, but that was just Lance looking at his mother through the eyes of a child. Other than that, he was spot on about his assessments of his mother. But he could only concern himself with his own actions, and he was determined to be better, and he was. Not only did he like race car driving, he was really good at it and won a lot of races. He won the International Grand Prix and the Governor's Cup in 1958. He was well respected by his fellow drivers, who would remark on how good he was, but more importantly, how safe he was. They said that he never took stupid risks on the track and didn't mind pulling back from the lead if it meant that at the end of the race, everyone could go home alive. He was really just an all-around good kid who happened to be rich. For whatever she had messed up before, Barbara got one thing right for sure: her Lance. She reared a very rich boy who had all of the right qualities: compassion, intelligence, self-awareness, a good sense of humor, and a desire to be a genuinely good person. His money didn't corrupt him. He saw it as just another thing that he had, and he would have a lot more of it after his mother died, as was written in the Press and Sun Bulletin, quote, "Upon her death, Lance will inherit all her holdings," end quote. In the natural order of things, this is the way that it would go, but her precious Lance would never inherit his millions, for he would die 7 years before she did in an horrific plane crash on July 24th, 1972. And no one could have seen it coming. If anyone would have had to make a guess on such a morbid matter as his death, they would have guessed that a car crash would have taken him out. He did end up marrying Jill St. John, and they divorced because of his car racing. When the whole story was pieced together, it came out that for some reason, a young, unlicensed pilot was flying Lance and his friends around Aspen, Colorado. Their destination wasn't exactly clear. The emphasis that Lance had always put on safety in his sport made the news all the more ironic to his loved ones. They were all shocked and hurt, but probably no one more than his mother. At this stage, she was done with all of her husbands and would never marry again. Her physical and mental health were fading quickly. On the rare occasions that she was well enough to be in public, she was usually belligerently drunk. She was making headlines for being in and out of hospitals for various surgeries and treatments. Her fortune had dwindled down to practically nothing. In a kind of ticker tape style, her weight was reported as 98 pounds. She was so frail that she had to be carried around like luggage. She'd lived her entire adult life, spending excessively and looking for men to love her in an effort to cure her pain. But after Lance died, there was no point in even trying. His death was what finally broke her spirit. She became a recluse and moved into a hotel suite. Her finances were in such a shamble that she had to start selling many of her expensive items just so she could pay her bills. Woolworth was the name that made Barbara famous and one of the richest women in the world. By Woolworth's 100th anniversary in 1979, it had become the largest department store chain in the world. It was a great year for the company that was memorialized in the Guinness Book of World Records. That was also the year that Barbara died. On May 11th, 1979, she died, alone in her penthouse suite at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. The official cause? A heart attack brought on by anorexia nervosa. Just weeks before her death, at her final doctor's appointment, she weighed in at a frightening 82 pounds. And her funeral was as sad of an event as you can probably imagine. The Daily News described the day as dark and with rain-swollen clouds filling the sky. It took place at the Woodlawn Cemetery in the Bronx. Her remains were laid to rest in the Woolworth Mausoleum on top of her son's. And only 10 people showed up to her burial. 10. I hope that one of those attendees was Philip Van Rensselaer, because he certainly did not waste any time writing a tell-all memoir about her after she died. His book was called $1 Million Baby, and it was on the shelves just months after Barbara passed away. He had only been her friend up until her late 50s, but she died at the age of 66. I'm not saying that he didn't attend her funeral, but I didn't see his name listed among the attendees. And that being said, I wasn't able to find a full list, so I'll have to give him the benefit of the doubt. But it still looks tacky that someone who was not a friend till the end was so quick to capitalize on her death. The thought of being super rich seems like a lot of fun to a lot of people, and yeah, I get it, probably most of us want a little extra money. But there is a dark side to being very rich. Too many people only see you for the money you have. Here are a couple of newspaper quotes that might help us to understand Barbara a little better. This one is from Barbara herself. She said, "I won't say my husbands thought only of my money, but it had a certain fascination for them." End quote. And this one is a question from a reader and an answer from a columnist. LP from St. Louis asked, "What makes a woman like Barbara Hutton, who's always had everything, act the way she does? This is her 7th divorce, if rumors are true, for heaven's sake." And I thought that the response from the columnist was insightful. The reply was, "Has Miss Hutton had everything? At 4, she saw her mother die. At 7, her grandfather. And at 12, her grandmother. Her first parties consisted of a group composed of an insensitive grandfather, his nurse, her grandmother, who had by then lost her mind, and her grandmother's keeper. My father was young and very busy," she has said. "He loved me, of course, but I was only an ordinary, rather stupid little girl, and I couldn't be a real companion to a gay, brilliant man, could I?" Of her mother, she has spoken in even more revealing terms. "I hardly remember her," she says, "but I have missed her all my life." End quote. At the end of the day, Barbara was just a very rich woman who was looking for someone to love her. So while her extravagant spending was over the top and not so wise, if we look at it through her lens, those spending sprees were among the few occasions in which people were nice to her. When she was spending money and they were earning huge commissions, they would flash a smile her way that seemed genuine. You can be sure that she got more from shopping than just the items she was purchasing. This was a woman who paid for her friends to be around her, and she knew that they were there for her money because if she didn't pay up, they didn't show up. And her poorly attended funeral proves that. Barbara Woolworth Hutton inherited $42 million in 1930 and died with $3,500 in 1979. Now, maybe we see how it all happened.
Number 2. William E. and Lucille Carter.
The man's name was William E. Carter. He was from Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania, and he was rich. He didn't work hard for his money. He was born into it. And it seemed like a lot of good things came easily to him. One of those good things was his wife. Her name was Lucille. She was said to have been one of the most beautiful women in her native Baltimore, really among all of the society women of her day. And lucky old William snatched her up and was able to call Lucille his own. She was traveling on the Titanic with William, and so were their 2 children. Now, the entire family made it safely off of the Titanic. They were all rescued. And in the immediate days following the disaster, both William and his wife were heralded as heroes in the press for the brave actions that they took after the Titanic hit the iceberg. And if that was the entire truth about their story, I wouldn't be talking about it here, because that's boring as hell. That's just history. But this is hot mess history, where we dig into the dirty side of history, the stuff that they don't typically put in people's obituaries. You know, the whole, so-and-so was a great man. Yeah, not on our watch. Today, we're going to take a look at the story of a Titanic family who traveled first class. They had a lot of money, but were led by someone who didn't seem to have a lot of morals. This is the story of the wealthy and well-connected William E. Carter and the lovely Lucille, and the real truth about what happened to them on the Titanic and after the Titanic. This is a story that proves that having it all isn't always all that it's cracked up to be, and that even though we get the story straight from the horse's mouth, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the truth. You're about to hear a first-hand account of one couple's heroic actions, a story that was printed and read all over the world, that turned out to be only partially true, and boy oh boy were there some consequences to pay for the parts that were lies. When William E. Carter and Lucille Stewart Polk got married in Baltimore in 1896, as far as anyone would have guessed, they had a bright future ahead of themselves. It was a big, beautiful high society wedding at Franklin Street Presbyterian Church. Some of the most affluent people from Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., New York City, and of course Baltimore were in attendance. William had inherited a massive fortune from his father's coal and iron business, so the newlyweds didn't have to worry about money. And that's half of the battle with marriage, right? Financial problems are one of the leading causes of divorce. But money was not a problem for the Carters, because not only did William come into the union with his daddy's money, Lucille had a little bit of family money too, and by little, I mean a lot. Speaking of, let me tell you a little bit of background information on our characters in today's story. Ladies first. Lucille Stewart Polk was born on October 8, 1875. Her mother was Louisa Ellen. I wasn't able to find out a lot about her, except that she was from Kentucky, and she gave birth to 2 other children besides Lucille. Lucille was her middle child. Louisa Ellen had 3 children in 5-year intervals. A son named Anderson in 1870, then Lucille in 1875, then another son named David in 1880. it can be very difficult to find information on women from so long ago. Their significance in that period came from being married and their attachment to men. So I can't say that I'm surprised that I was quickly able to learn when she was married and how many children she had. Lucille's father, on the other hand, has a bigger historical footprint. His name was William Stewart Polk. He was born in Washington, D.C. in 1827. In his early teen years, his family moved to Baltimore, and he started working as a clerk for a shipping company as soon as he landed in the city. When he was 26, he joined the Navy and worked as a paymaster, basically performing payroll tasks for the Navy. From there, he received an appointment to the Virginia Military Institute. When the Civil War broke out in America, he served in the South. After the Confederacy lost the war, he returned to Baltimore. By 1866, he was working in the insurance field as an underwriter for John S. Selby and Company. In a very short time, he became a partner at the insurance brokerage firm. Then he married Lucille's mother in 1869. And one more thing about Lucille's father that helped to add some credibility to her standing in society. He was a descendant of the 11th President of the United States, President James K. Polk. So, through her father's bloodline, Lucille was a great-great-grandniece of President Polk. This piece of trivia was thrown into several articles about Lucille throughout her life. She was often noted as being from a wealthy Baltimore family and a descendant of President Polk. So there she was, a girl from a good, solid, rich, and well-connected family. What more could a girl need or want to get along in society? Well, Lucille had one more thing that worked out in her favor, and it's that she was said to have been strikingly beautiful. If there's one thing that was mentioned more than her blood relation to the former president, it was that she was really pretty. She was noted as being one of the most beautiful blondes of society and having a really great figure. Her beauty was written about so often that it seemed to be a statement of fact and not an opinion. Lucille's name was always in the society pages. One of her earliest newspaper mentions was in 1894, when she attended a society cotillion, an event that would have given her and her fellow participants a chance to display their etiquette and social dance skills. It seems like she would have been everything that a guy like William Carter could have ever hoped for. Speaking of William, let's get into a little bit of his family history. His mother was Cordelia Miranda Reddington, and, as is usually the case, there wasn't much available for me to learn about her beyond the facts that she was born in Vermont in 1846, she was the second wife of William's father, and she had 4 children, including William. He was the only boy. One of the 3 girls, whose name was Grace, died after only 2 short months of life. William's father was William Thornton Carter. He was born in England in 1827. When he was a young man, he married his first wife, Jane, in 1854. They had 2 children together, a girl named Annie in 1855, then a boy named Charles in 1858. 6 years after that, tragedy struck the family when his wife, Jane, died in 1864. Following his wife's death, later the same year, William Carter migrated to the United States. He made a name and a fortune for himself in the mining industry. Then, 4 years after arriving to the States, in 1868, William Thornton Carter married William Ernest Carter's mother. William Ernest is a topic of today's story. He's the one who traveled on the Titanic. He was born from this union on June 19, 1875, in Philadelphia. And just to be clear before we go forward, even though William, who is the main subject of today, is named after his father, I never saw that he was named or referred to as William II. That will matter a little later on. The father, William Thornton, went on to become an iron and coal baron, owning and operating mines in Carbon County, Pennsylvania. He amassed a fortune large enough to ensure that his next few generations could live quite comfortably. And that is exactly what happened. when William Thornton Carter died suddenly in 1893. Our subject, William Ernest Carter, inherited a huge sum from his father's estate and then was set for life. So I want to make it clear that from this point forward, I am on to the main characters of the story. When you hear me say William or William Carter, I'm not talking about the father who made a fortune and passed away in 1893. The William of our story attended the University of Pennsylvania, where he was a member of Delta Psi fraternity, and he would have graduated in 1896. But college was too boring for William, so he dropped out and pursued polo and hunting instead. While his family didn't get to celebrate his graduation in 1896 as they had planned, William gave them another milestone to celebrate: his marriage to the beautiful and highly sought-after Lucille Polk. The couple had met the year before, in the summer of 1895, and it was love at first sight. By the fall, their engagement announcement was public. Then they held an extravagant society wedding in January of 1896. William now had a wife, and he would soon have a family for which he'd have to provide. But he didn't have a career. But he didn't need one. The same year that he got married, he also turned 21 and was able to get his hands on the money that his father had left him. Now, it seems like there are two kinds of people who inherit massive family fortunes. One kind does everything that he or she can to increase the family wealth, whether it's working in the family business or forging his own path, but the point always being to keep the wealth flowing for the next generations. Well, William was the other kind, that kind who focused more on spending money than earning it. He didn't work in the family business or any other business for any long period of time, but he really didn't have to. He did a little work as a stockbroker, but William's adult life was dedicated to his sporting endeavors, his social clubs, and his family, seemingly in that order. You'll understand what I mean by that in just a moment. For now, I'll put it this way. William's loved ones and friends called him Willie. Before our story ends, his beautiful wife will be calling him William, as well as some other names under her breath, I'm sure. But like most romances, the Carters started off splendidly. Let me share with you a few details from their fairy tale wedding, as they were written in an 1896 edition of the Philadelphia Inquirer. Quote, "The floral decorations of the church were the finest seen here this season. Garlands of lilies and roses halfway up the aisle separated the members of the families and special guests from those only invited to the church ceremony. The bride, who for 3 seasons has been considered one of the most beautiful girls in Baltimore society circles, looked lovelier than ever in her gown of heavy white satin. A feature of the breakfast was a large silver loving cup, which was one of the groom's presents to his bride, and which went the rounds, the health of the bride and groom being drunk in bumpers of champagne. This afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Carter left for Rosemont, the groom's country seat near Philadelphia, where the first 2 weeks of the honeymoon will be spent, after which they will go to St. Augustine, Florida, to remain until next spring. Next summer, they propose enjoying a coaching tour through England." End quote. So you see that they had a honeymoon that lasted for half the year. When you don't have to work, you can do that. Life was pretty easy for the Carters. Getting back to real life after their honeymoon meant that William would make his rounds in his clubs, the Bryn Mawr Benedict's Polo Club, the Philadelphia Country Club, the St. Anthony Club, the Pennsylvania Society Sons of the Revolution, and the Radnor Hunt. That's why they called him a club man, because of all of his exclusive club memberships. And Lucille was pretty much doing the same thing as William, only, of course, her clubs were made up of society women. The couple moved from their first home on Rittenhouse Square to their country residence in Bryn Mawr. It was called Gwedna, and Lucille would host fabulous dinners and receptions there. She was good at putting on a party, and her hosting skills made the Carters a big part of the in crowd in their society set. The biggest names from the busiest cities would often come and sit at their dinner table. These parties kept William and Lucille Carter's names in the same rotation as the Vanderbilts and the Astors in the society pages of the newspapers of their day. Being a beautiful wife and an amazing hostess, dressing exquisitely, and being a mother was Lucille's entire life. She became a mother in 1897, the year after they got married. The Carters' first child was a girl who was named after her mother. She was also Lucille Polk Carter. Then 3 years later, in 1900, they had a boy. He was named after his father. He was William Carter II. And these are the four who sailed on the Titanic: Mother Lucille and Daughter Lucille, Father William and Son William. Now, very quickly, the year before the Carter family boarded the Titanic, Lucille was in a bit of a scandal. From the time that she was a debutante in Baltimore, her stunning fashion choices were written about in the newspapers. And in 1911, one of her outfits was causing quite a stir. It was written that she was at the Bellevue Stratford Hotel wearing silk green tights. Now, I admit that I am not a fashion historian. I don't know exactly what that means or why anyone would have cared, but it was a big deal to those people in 1911. I'm imagining pale tights like the pink ones that are worn for ballet, only these would have been green. But I don't know what else she was wearing with them. Maybe she was only wearing the tights and nothing else. If that were the case, I would completely understand the scandal. But thankfully for Lucille, she was able to prove her innocence to the fashion police because she wasn't even in Philadelphia when that nasty green tights rumor got started. As the Evening Sun reported, the Carters were in England where they had taken a house and would not return to the States until later that year. And besides, Lucille Carter didn't even own a pair of silk green tights. So there. Anyway, let's get the family on the Titanic now. The year that Titanic made its maiden and final voyage was 1912. The Carter children were adolescents. Their daughter Lucille was 14. William II was 12. The family had been living in Europe since 1907, and every year they would return to the United States to live in their mansions in Philadelphia and Newport during the spring and summer months. In 1912, their original plan was to return to America on the 3rd of April. They had made reservations to travel on the Olympic. The Olympic was owned by White Star Line, the same company that owned the Titanic. The Olympic was a sister ship of the Titanic. And the Carters made a last-minute decision to ditch the Olympic for the newer and larger and more luxurious Titanic. This change in vessels also changed their travel date from April 3rd to April 10th. William and Lucille Carter's names were such a fixture in the society set that their return trip to the United States was written about in the newspapers. And then, on April 10th, the two Williams and the two Lucilles boarded the Titanic at Southampton as first-class passengers, of course. They held ticket number 113760, which gave them access to cabins B96 and B98 for as long as the Titanic stayed afloat. But there was more than just the four of them and their luggage. There was also Mrs. Carter's lady's maid, Augusta, Mr. Carter's manservant, Alexander, the family's two dogs, an Airedale Terrier and a Pekingese Spaniel, and the Carters' chauffeur, Augustus Aldworth. After all, somebody would have had to drive that brand new Renault after they got off the ship. Augusta, the lady's maid, and Alexander, the valet, or valet, depending on how you pronounce it in your part of the world, the manservant, had a separate ticket, number 113798. It was for the first-class cabin that the two shared, cabin B86. Perhaps the Carters purchased a first-class cabin for their two most intimate servants because they were generous employers, but it's more likely that the purchase was made out of convenience. Their servants would have dressed them several times a day, and it would have been rather bothersome for the Carters to have to wait for their helpers to make the trek from second class up to first class every time they were needed. I'm also of the mind that the valet and lady's maid got their first-class tickets out of convenience more so than generosity, since their chauffeur, Augustus, was booked in second class, and he would not have been needed until the ship reached its final destination. That's 3 first-class cabins, 1 second-class cabin, boarding for 2 dogs, and the shipping of his new automobile. Mr. Carter likely paid at least $7,500 for that trip. Adjusted for inflation, that's over $240,000 today in 2024. So here's what we know about their voyage. Titanic left Southampton on April 10th, shortly after noon, to start her maiden voyage. Everyone on board was looking forward to the trip of a lifetime. Well, everyone minus a few skeptical and religious passengers who had an issue with the Titanic being billed as an unsinkable ship. A number of people felt that calling it unsinkable was a way of saying that man was better than God, that the science of men could compete against the forces of God and win. But with the exception of those people, the general atmosphere was one of merriment and excitement. Upon entering the ship of dreams, the Carters and other first-class travelers found themselves in a large reception room. While those fortunate enough to hold first-class tickets were no strangers to luxury, Titanic's stunning features were like nothing that any of them had ever seen at sea. Everything about first class on the Titanic made a statement, and the statement was that Titanic's first class was superior to all other first-class travel. From the reception room, the Carters would have been escorted to their cabins and spent a little time resting and freshening up before dinner service. Meanwhile, Titanic was sailing along to Cherbourg, France, to pick up the rest of its passengers for the transatlantic trip. And at 6:35 p.m., those passengers boarded from the French port. Among them were the unsinkable Molly Brown and Titanic's richest passenger, John Jacob Astor, and his new wife, the very young and very pregnant Madeline Astor. After dinner and a good night of rest on the 10th, it's safe to say that for the next 3 days on the ship, the Carter family and their fellow first-class travelers spent their hours doing a mix of these activities. For the ladies, one of the most time-consuming activities would have been changing clothes. A well-to-do woman would have dressed 5 times in a 24-hour cycle. Lucille Carter would wake up every morning, and always with the assistance of her lady's maid, Augusta, bathe, have her hair styled, and then change into her breakfast dress. William Carter would have had help from his manservant or valet, and I'm going to refer to him as the valet for the remainder of this story. Every morning his valet would dress him in his day suit, which was a smart-looking 3-piece suit. In these outfits, the Carters and other first-class couples would have breakfast and get in a little socializing in the mornings. From there, the next official order of the day began with a bugle call that went out for lunch. I know that a lot of us who enjoy this side of history are fans of Downton Abbey, and we can think of the bugle call as the same concept of the dressing gong that would sound, letting the servants and members of the family know that it was time to dress before a meal. I see when I'm reading the comments that you all often suggest period dramas for me to watch. What are some of your favorites? Tell me in the comments section. I really enjoy The Tudors, Downton Abbey, and The Gilded Age, just to name a few. Back to lunch on the Titanic, though. First-class passengers had a few options on where they could have their meals. The spacious dining saloon was one of them. Then there was the Café Parisien and the a la carte restaurant. Those 2 restaurants served the same menu, but if the passengers wanted a different atmosphere, they could switch up where they ate. If they wanted to feel like they were in Paris, they needed the Parisien. It was designed as a replica of a Parisian sidewalk cafe. It was decorated in trellis work, which gave it an open, airy feeling. The a la carte restaurant was decorated in Louis XVI style. It was carpeted with crystal lighting and had a really intimate feel. Most of the tables there were set for only 2. It was referred to as the Ritz, an appreciation for the fact that it reminded the passengers of dining at the Ritz hotels, which was the ultimate mark of luxury at the time. And I think that it's great to have choices like that when you're on a ship, because it can start to feel like the same day over and over when you're stuck on a vessel. Passengers could have had lunch or any meal at the a la carte restaurant or the Parisian cafe, but it would cost an extra fee, as those two restaurants were not included in the price of their tickets. In addition to the upgraded decor in those two restaurants, another perk was that they were both open continuously from 8 a.m. until 11 p.m., unlike the large dining saloon that was included in the price of their tickets, which closed for hours after each service. And there's no doubt that William Carter could have paid the extra money for his family to dine at either the Parisian or the a la carte restaurants. But it's not like the dining saloon on the Titanic was a shabby place to dine. It was a much larger space with seating for 554 people, decorated in wooden paneling that was painted white. The floors were covered in blue linoleum tiles that featured an elaborate yellow and red pattern. The portholes on the dining saloon were covered in a way that gave the passengers the illusion that they were dining at a restaurant on shore rather than at sea. When the ship's bugler, Percy Fletcher, played the roast beef of Old England at 1 o'clock p.m., Lucille Carter and the other first-class ladies would be seated shortly after, wearing their fine day dresses. Only a couple of hours after lunch, the ladies of first class would have to change clothes yet again, this time for tea service, and of course that meant changing into their tea dresses. Yes, there were dresses made for drinking tea, because your husband had a lot of money and you needed to spend it on something. Afternoon tea was from 3 to 5 p.m. It could be enjoyed in all of the dining spaces that I already mentioned, as well as the reception room. Those who had tea there would get the extra bonus of live music because the orchestra played in the reception room for afternoon tea. And the tea service was mostly about the women. Those participating could have finger sandwiches, soups, samosas, and of course, tea. But one of the main things on the menu for tea service was gossip. This was a time for ladies in first class to talk about how many wealthy men were spending their money on mistresses. I can imagine Lucille Carter cutting her eyes at Benjamin Guggenheim's mistress, who he had been flaunting in front of everyone for those few days. It's not lost on me that in modern times, a lot of people call gossip tea, and those two things went hand in hand in 1912. I'm sure that afternoon tea was entertaining for all of the ladies, especially the ones who weren't the subjects of the whispers and rumors. But the dinner service was the real show on the Titanic in first class. The bugle call went out an hour and a half before service. Starting at 6, there were pre-dinner drinks and another opportunity for conversation. Every night was a fashion show. The men would show up decked out in their finest white tie, and for the ladies who had been dressing fashionably all day, they saved their best for last. For dinner, they wore gowns, jewels, and sometimes even tiaras. If your husband was truly rich, this was your time to show it off. And this, fashion, was an area where Lucille Carter had sparkled her whole life. Her outfits and magnificent figure had been written about in society pages for years before she boarded the Titanic, and William Carter would have been proud to show her off. Years after getting married and having 2 children, she was still talked about for her remarkable beauty, stunning figure, and phenomenal sense of fashion. The first course was served at 7 o'clock, and for first-class passengers, dinner was no less than 10 courses. It could be from 10 to 13 courses depending on the night. So it's not surprising that the last meal of the day ran until after 11 p.m. Then after eating roughly a dozen courses of delicious cuisine, the ladies, like Lucille Carter, would stay at their tables and chat some more before retiring to bed. They'd have their final clothing change of the day, as their ladies' maids helped them change into their sleeping gowns. The gentlemen would leave their dinner tables and proceed to the smoking room. This was the only room on the Titanic that had a real working fireplace. There were a number of fake fireplaces in some of the shared amenity spaces and some first-class cabins, but they were just there for the sake of appearance. In the smoking room, the first-class gentlemen ended their nights with brandy, cigars, conversations, cards, and gambling. There's a reason why women didn't go in there with them. Some of the ladies would have been raising hell if they could have witnessed their husbands gambling away their fortunes. This whole meal itinerary, plus making use of amenities like the Titanic's gymnasium, squash court, lounge, library, reading and writing room, and spacious promenade deck for walking or playing shuffleboard, chess, or dominoes, would have given the first-class men and women a full day of activities. And if they wanted to partake in a little extra self-care, they could also have taken advantage of the ship's Turkish bath, steam room, or private massage room for an extra fee of $1, about $32 in today's money, and we know that William Carter would not have had any problem paying that fee. Now, those were the typical days on the Titanic, but now we need to get into April 14th, the final day on the Ship of Dreams. That was an atypical day in more ways than one. On that morning, the dining saloon served a different purpose. In addition to serving food, it doubled as a place of worship. You see, the 14th was a Sunday, so first-class passengers were given an Anglican church service, officiated by the ship's captain, Edward J. Smith. The service started sometime around 10:30 or 11 a.m., depending on which source you read. And don't worry, second and third class passengers were allowed to attend church services too, just not in first class. There were clergymen traveling in second and third class who led services for those passengers, Father Thomas Biles and Father Perushitz. As a matter of fact, in third class, there had been a daily Catholic Mass which was attended by a number of the passengers, as there were many Catholics in second and third classes. Father Thomas Biles spoke English, Irish, and French. He said Mass for both second and third class on the morning of the last day at sea, and Father Pershewitz had given Mass every day for second and third class travelers in German and Hungarian. After worship services, activities on the ship went back to business as usual. Then, at dinner time in the a la carte restaurant, a few select members of the first-class passengers were treated to a special dinner. William and Lucille Carter were in that number. It was a dinner held in honor of Captain Smith, and it was hosted by the Wideners, George and Eleanor. George Widener was an extremely wealthy streetcar magnate who was on the Titanic, returning home to Pennsylvania. He had been in Paris looking for a new chef for the new hotel that he owned, the Ritz-Carlton, in Philadelphia. In addition to the Carters, Mr. and Mrs. John B. Thayer, Major Archibald Butt, and the Widener's eldest son Harry joined the table for the captain's dinner. As we know, dinner on the Titanic was quite the affair and was known to last past 11 p.m. The night of the 14th was no exception. After their meal, the gentlemen excused themselves from the table and left to go to the smoking room. Lucille Carter and the other ladies would have sat at the table and likely had a conversation on where they would meet for breakfast or tea the next day on the ship. But there wouldn't be a next day on the ship. After finishing their talk at the dinner table, the ladies made their way up that grand staircase, back to their cabins to have their ladies' maids change them for the last time of the day, and then retire to bed and off to their sweet dreams. But on the night of the 14th, those dreams would be cut short, and everyone on that ship who was asleep would wake up to a real-life nightmare. So let's get into what happened to the Carter family, William and William, Lucille and Lucille, during the sinking of the Titanic. Mrs. Lucille was tucked into her bed and asleep when the Titanic struck the iceberg at 11:40 p.m. Shortly after the impact, she was awakened by her husband, who quickly escorted his wife and their 2 children to lifeboat number 4. And just so you know, I'm giving you this story straight from Lucille's own words as she told her account to the Baltimore Sun newspaper on Friday, April 19th, 1912, just days after the disaster. So, from this point, I'm reading her words, or the words of the news writer, until I tell you that we're back to my words. As I'm reading it to you, know that it's not completely in the order that the story was written, but I'm presenting those original words to you in a manner that's pretty close to the chronological order of events. I'm sure that we can imagine that Lucille's nerves would have been frazzled at the time that she spoke to the press, and so her thoughts were probably skipping all over the place, and so was her story. And also because of that, neither will I tell you this complete story, because Lucille also spoke about other passengers that don't have anything to do with the essence of our story today. People like John Jacob Astor, his wife Madeline, and other first-class passengers and crew members. I have published a number of Titanic passenger scandals on this channel, and generally, from the time that the ship struck the iceberg until the passengers were rescued by the Carpathia, the details that I share in my videos are based on the timeline that was figured out by the general consensus after the two inquiries into the Titanic disaster, one held in New York City and the other in London. But I'm going to abandon most of that for this video as we get into this first-hand account from Lucille Carter. Even if her timeline isn't perfect, having her story gives us a really unique opportunity to hear the recollection of a survivor. In my opinion, it kind of takes us back to that moment as if we were reading the newspaper on April the 19th, 1912, and wondering exactly what we're going to learn. Just know that before this story wraps up, you'll understand another reason why Lucille's memory of the events might have been really scattered and not so correct when she talked to the press. So, I'm now quoting excerpts from, but out of sequence, this story from the Baltimore Sun called Women Pull Oars. Mrs. William E. Carter tells of terrible experience after wreck. Quote, "We had a pleasant voyage from England. The ship behaved splendidly, and we did not anticipate any trouble at all. I had retired on Sunday night an hour before we struck the iceberg. The men were in the cabin smoking. Most of them were in the smoking room when the ship hit. The first I knew of the accident was a tremendous thump, which nearly threw me out of my berth. I realized that something must have happened, and feared that it was a bad accident. A moment later, my husband came down to the stateroom and told me that we had struck an iceberg. There was no confusion. I dressed myself hurriedly and went out on deck with my children. The ship was badly damaged. The officers thought at first that she would not sink, and we were told to be calm. But it was not too long before we knew that the ship would not long stand the strain of the water, which was pouring into the bow and bearing the ship down in her forward part. Then came the time that we knew that it must either be the lifeboats or stay on the ship and sink with her. The seamen began to lower away the lifeboats. One after another, they released whatever machinery held them, and they dropped into the ocean. There was ice all about us, and the night being comparatively clear, we could see the floes all around us when we peered down over the side of the ship. When the boats had been lowered, then it was that time of parting came. There was no excitement. Every one of the men whose wives or women folk were with them took them to the side of the ship, where a lifeboat was waiting, and kissed them before they took them over the side. I kissed my husband goodbye, and as he stood on the deck, I went down the side to a lifeboat. There were no seamen there. It was life or death. I took an oar and started to row. Mrs. Astor was in my boat. The colonel took her to the side and kissed her and saw her over. Then she came into our boat. When I went over the side with my children and got in the boat, there were no seamen in it. Then came a few men, but there were oars, with no one to use them. The boat had been filled with passengers, and there was nothing else for me to do but to take an oar. We could now see that the time of the ship had come. She was sinking quickly, and we were warned by cries from the men above to pull away from the ship quickly. Mrs. Thayer, wife of the vice president of the Pennsylvania Railroad, was in my boat, and she, too, took an oar. It was cold, and we had not time to clothe ourselves with warm overcoats. The rowing warmed me. We started to pull away from the ship. We could see the dim outlines of the decks above, but we could not recognize anybody. We had pulled our lifeboat away from the Titanic for a distance of about a city block. That is about all, I should say, when the Titanic seemed to shake to pieces. The ship had struck about 14 minutes to 12. It was just 10 minutes past when I saw her lunge. She had exploded. There was a rumbling noise within her. Then she gave a lurch and started to go down. We realized what it meant, that the sinking ship would suck us under with her. It was a moment later that the suction struck us. It was all we could do to keep from being sucked down. So strong was the drag that followed the Titanic. After 10 minutes past 1 o'clock, there was a sudden explosion, and the giant hulk of the ship blew up, rearing up in the water like a spurred horse, and then sinking beneath the waves. But we pulled away at last, after straining as hard as we could at the oars. Then we were alone in the boat, and it seemed darker. We remained in the boat all night, waiting for daylight to come. It came at last, and when it broke over the sea, we saw ice floes all about us. It was about 8:30 o'clock when the Carpathia came into sight. I can't tell how I felt when I saw her. I had believed that my husband had gone down on the ship. It wasn't until after we were taken over the side of the Carpathia that I saw him. Mr. Carter had been compelled to take an oar in a lifeboat that was not sufficiently manned. That is how he came to be saved. All of the men waited for the women to go first. Mr. Carter was among this number. When he put me into a lifeboat, he stayed back, and I thought that when I saw the ship blow up and sink, that he had gone down with her. But Mr. Carter had the same experience as did Mr. Ismay. Now this is the reporter asking, "Did you experience any discomfort while you were in the boat?" And Lucille replies, "No, no other than usual." Now the reporter writes, Mrs. Carter was not inclined to talk at all. It was only after repeated questions that she gave the details, speaking in brief sentences which betrayed her nervousness. Mr. Carter would not talk of the disaster at all, and Mrs. Carter said that she did not wish him to be disturbed. Now it's back to Lucille. "I can't say anything other than that the men aboard the ship behaved so bravely that no one can make any criticism. I don't think that there should be any investigation of the disaster. I don't think it deserves any. It was an accident, pure and simple. Officers of the ship could not see the iceberg, and we struck it so hard that the boat could not withstand the shock." Now this is the reporter again. While Mrs. Carter is still suffering from the shock of the disaster, the agony of the few hours when she believed that her husband had plunged down with the Titanic, when the liner reared and pitched into the sea, and the stress of the days of returning to land, she is expected to recover in a few days. Mr. Carter was cheerful from the time that he stepped off the ship at the dock, and he met those who had come to greet his party with a quiet smile. He was frankly glad to be alive, but most of all that his family had escaped and that he had been reunited with them. End quote. Thank you for watching the story of this brave family. I'll see you on the next video. Just kidding. I know that you know me better than that. If this story were the whole truth, I wouldn't be telling it here because that would be so boring. Luckily for us, a lot of this story that Lucille told is a bunch of baloney. Now we're at the part where we rip someone to shreds. That is why this channel was called Hot Mess History. You see, I learned about this couple the same way that I learned about a lot of the people who were on Titanic, after seeing their names on a survivors list. I just did a little digging into the Carters, and I saw that they were divorced just 2 years after the sinking of the Titanic. So of course I thought, you see a family survive a disaster like this, then you think that they can make it through anything. So why did Lucille file for a divorce from William 2 years after they survived the sinking of the Titanic? We're about to get there. First, I want to share with you what the Baltimore Sun writer had to say about Lucille. He was blown away by the composure that she displayed while retelling the horrific events of that late night and early morning. Here's what he wrote, quote, Mrs. Carter probably did not realize that she was one of the first to give the exact manner in which the boat went down. When she told how the ship struck at 11:46 o'clock Sunday night, how the women and children and the few men who manned the oars pulled away, how 20 minutes later at 1:10 the giant Titanic exploded with a roar and a crash and took all on board to the bottom, how the powerful suction of the sinking vessel drew the boat in which she, with Mrs. John B. Thayer, was pulling an oar with 2 men and forced them to pull for their lives to escape the maelstrom. When she spoke of how she, in common with the other women, kissed their husband goodbye and did not know until afterward that he had got into another boat. All through this recital, which would move the average woman to tears and blanch the cheeks of men, she was as cool as if she had been merely describing one of the ordinary daily events of her life. End quote. My, how could Lucille remain so calm, discussing all of those brave men, like her husband, who got their families safely secured away in lifeboats, sending them off with kisses, and then going off to rescue even more women and children? It's almost as if she was detached from the story, like she was telling someone else's story. And poor William, he didn't have the heart to say anything at all. That would have been so odd for a woman, a lady, to have experienced every bit of horror that her husband did. But she was the one who was composed enough to talk to the press while he was shocked into silence? What kind of man is that? Remember this part from her story, quote, Mr. Carter would not talk of the disaster at all, and Mrs. Carter said that she did not wish him to be disturbed, end quote. Well, here's why she did all the talking. Because apparently he was a bad liar and wouldn't have been able to tell the press with a straight face just what a coward he was. We already know that this couple got divorced, so we're going to jump forward a few years to 1915 so that we can know why Lucille left William Carter, and yes, part of the reason, a big part of the reason, has to do with what happened on the night the Titanic struck an iceberg. We'll get into other reasons later, but check out this headline from the Baltimore Sun dated January 21st, 1915. Said Carter was cruel. Former Lucille Polk's divorce testimony partly revealed he left her aboard Titanic. Yes, so that whole story about how William came into their cabin, woke up Lucille to tell her that the ship hit an iceberg, then escorted her and the children to a lifeboat and gave her a kiss before being lowered off the ship into her lifeboat. That story was all a bunch of hooey, balderdash, malarkey. Pardon my language. Now let me tell you what really happened that night. The Carters attended a dinner at the a la carte restaurant held in honor of the ship's captain. True. After the dinner, Lucille went to her cabin to go to bed, and William went to the smoking room with the other gentlemen. True. The Titanic struck an iceberg at 11:40 p.m. Of course, true. William woke up Lucille saying, "Honey, get up, dear. The ship is about to go down, and I need to be sure that you and my children are safe. Let's get you to a lifeboat." Then he did just that and kissed her goodbye with an uncertainty of ever seeing her again. False. According to the story that William and Lucille made up for public consumption, John Jacob Astor, George Widener, and John Thayer were all with William Carter as he escorted his family to the lifeboat. It turns out that this original story that the Carters concocted was truly a convenient one, seeing as all of the men William would have come in contact with were dead and could not bear witness to his account or deny it. Remember that when Lucille was recounting her story to the reporter, she said that she didn't want an investigation into the shipwreck. It was all just an accident. Leave those men alone. They've suffered enough. Well, the truth was that William came running into his family's cabin and told his wife, and I quote, "Get up and dress yourself and the children." End quote. From that point, he took off running like Bruce Jenner to get himself to safety, never once looking back for his wife or daughter or son. Basically, everything that I have told you about Lucille's story was true, only after the part when her lifeboat was lowered. Lucille did take an oar and helped row her lifeboat to safety. She was a hero that night and early morning. She did see John Jacob Astor put his wife, Madeline, into her lifeboat and give her a kiss and wish her farewell. She saw the same for every other married woman in her boat. So it seems that she just stole that part from their stories when she made up the lie, telling the newspaper that her own husband kissed her goodbye. She was covering for her husband, who did nothing to protect her or their children on that frightful early morning. But my, oh my, in real life, I cannot imagine the thoughts that must have been going through Lucille's mind after she was hoisted up onto the rescue ship, the Carpathia, still scrambling about, trying to make sense of what she had just experienced in the hours past, and then adjusting her eyes and focusing on what, or whom, she was actually seeing. Like, wait, I know that can't be William over there. Let me explain. I want you to hear it in her words, and here they are, taken from the court record of her divorce hearing. Quote, "On April 10th, 1912, we sailed for America on the Titanic. When the Titanic struck, my husband came to our stateroom and said, 'Get up and dress yourself and the children.' I never saw him again until I arrived at the Carpathia at 8 o'clock the next morning, when I saw him lying on the rail. All he said was that he had had a jolly good breakfast and that he never thought I would make it." End quote. Can you imagine? Lucille hadn't exactly made it in the clear just because she was on the Carpathia. She still had to maneuver for herself and her children to get everyone comfortable, get some warm clothes or at least blankets, and then some food too. Her son had been complaining about being hungry all morning long, and it just so happened that while she was walking on one of the decks that she runs into her husband, William, after he'd had a jolly good breakfast. There was no, "Oh my, thank God you were alive. I was worried about you and the children all morning long." No, instead she was met with, "Oh, you're alive." This guy, sitting in the Carpathia dining room having breakfast that morning, dripping tears into his coffee as he cried to other passengers, "She's dead. Dead, I tell you. My sweet, sweet Lucille. Will you please pass me the syrup? Is that real maple? Oh, it's heavenly. Oh, no, I just remembered my kids, too." Somehow I will go on. "Waiter, will you please bring me some more French toast? And make sure it has a little confectioner's sugar on it. Thank you so much." And after all of that, Lucille is fumbling around, just trying to find a biscuit to throw in her son's mouth so that he'll shut up about being hungry and she can just have a moment of silence to take a deep breath and figure out the rest of her life. At this point, she's thinking that her husband is dead. Then, who does she see leaning over the rail, wiping crumbs off of his mouth and rubbing his stuffed belly? William. "Hello, honey. I thought that you were dead. I just had a jolly good breakfast, though." "You had a jolly good what?" "Why, I ought to give you a jolly good lump upside your head." But seriously, he didn't even think to ask her about their children when he saw her. It's just insane to me that he left behind his entire family. It would have been one thing if He and his wife had been having troubles, and maybe he didn't care for her as much as he once had, and that would have been bad enough if he had left her behind but still grabbed the children. But to not even think to save his 14-year-old daughter or his 12-year-old son, just one of the kids, in my opinion, is unforgivable. I know sometimes that people say that I'm harsh and judgmental when I tell these stories, so you tell me what you think about that. I'm going to share with you a few more facts about the Carters' Titanic journey. Then I'll tell you a little bit more about the issues that were brought up in their divorce. For now, I'll just say, I don't know how they even made it to the Titanic together. This first bit is just for people who enjoy Titanic lore in general. You may know that there were stories printed saying that Captain Smith shot himself. That was one of the many rumors printed in order to sell more newspapers. Well, according to Lucille, when her lifeboat was about a block away from the Titanic, she saw the captain jump overboard, laying to rest the rumor that he ended his own life by shooting. You take that and do with it what you will. I'm just sharing what she said. We also know that news stories about the survivors were often full of misinformation. There were so many headlines stating that people survived who had actually died and vice versa. So it's no surprise that Lucille's family could only make guesses about her safety until they heard from her directly. I have a couple of quotes, one from her father on April 16th and one from her brother on April 19th. They are probably going to sound like rich people being callous and disregarding anyone who didn't have enough money for a first-class ticket. Quote, Mr. Polk, father of Mrs. Carter, said that if the passengers who were rescued from the Titanic before she went down were first-class passengers, and they presume that they were, they are reasonably sure of the safety of their daughter. End quote. That might seem cold, but that's typically how it went. Priority was given to first-class passengers, even when it came down to the matter of life and death. Then there was Lucille's brother, Anderson, who was concerned about the property of William and Lucille. After learning that his sister, brother-in-law, niece, and nephew had all survived because he went to New York to meet them when their rescue ship arrived, part of his statement for the Baltimore Sun was, quote, she and my brother-in-law lost everything they owned, including all their jewelry. End quote. Yes, they lost all of their belongings that they brought on the Titanic, including that fancy brand new Renault automobile. But you might also remember that the Carters boarded the Titanic with a few servants and 2 dogs. And with the exception of Lucille's lady's maid, Augusta, all of the other living, breathing souls that they were bringing home to the States died. I do find it odd that her brother didn't mention any of them, only their stuff. William's valet, Alexander, died. He preceded his parents in death. They were able to receive money from the Titanic Relief Fund, and we can look at that almost like a life insurance policy payout. Their chauffeur, Augustus, died as well. He was married with a child. He and his wife, Eleanor, would have celebrated their 5th wedding anniversary on March 12th, just a month before Titanic's maiden voyage. Their daughter, Alice, was 4 years old when her father passed away. Their bodies were never recovered, or if they were never claimed by their families. One interesting tidbit about the chauffeur, Augustus, is that he left all of his money to a man named Walter Farrow. This man was a toolmaker with a wife and family of his own. I don't know what kind of relationship these two fellas had, but I do find it strange that his estate didn't go to his own wife and child. And yes, whatever you right now are thinking is a possibility about that relationship, I am also thinking. Anyway, there were a total of 12 dogs that traveled on the Titanic. Only 3 survived, and neither of the Carters' dogs were in that number. For those of you who don't know, I am a huge animal lover, so it was all the more off-putting to read the comment from Lucille's brother, stating that they had lost every thing they owned, including their jewelry. Not to mention that that wasn't even true. Lucille and William lost all of their material possessions that were on the ship, but they still had 3 mansions that were fully furnished. Like, give me a break. The day after Lucille's account was printed in the Baltimore Sun, April 20th, 1912, the paper printed Lucille's mother's thoughts about her daughter and her son-in-law. She was in awe of their heroism. And there's no wonder why. Of course, Lucille had to tell everyone how brave her husband had been that night. No less would have been expected of William as a gentleman. So, everyone believed her story. Here's what was printed about Lucille's mother. Quote, "Though proud of her daughter, Mrs. Polk was no less proud of her son-in-law. She was glad that he was saved, but far more proud of the undisputed fact that he, with Colonel Astor and the other heroes, parted from his wife with no hope of seeing her and the 2 children again." End quote. Well, part of that was true. William did part from his wife, with no hope of seeing her again. But the undisputed fact that he was a hero was a big, fat lie. Male chivalry was a much bigger deal in those days than it is now, and among the high society men, even more so. There was a code. All of those millionaires didn't die on the Titanic because they wanted to. They had a duty to protect the women and children, and they didn't take it lightly. In a situation where any woman or child wouldn't have had a chance to survive, it would have been expected of those men to die. That was the honorable thing to do. Trust that being a male survivor of the Titanic was not an easy task, and the men who did survive received a lot of vitriol. Even with this fake hero narrative that had been whipped up for William Carter, he still had to defend his actions. And we can only imagine how irritated and embarrassed Lucille must have been for getting praise right alongside her husband, when in fact she was the only real hero that night between the 2 of them. He hadn't done anything but abandon his family in order to fend for himself, but still, some of the people who heard his story were ready to give him a Medal of Honor. Here's a direct quote from Lucille's mother. "My daughter says that she was in the same boat with Mrs. Astor and Mrs. Thayer, and that her husband kissed her goodbye, as the other husbands had, and stood back for the boat to be lowered," Mrs. Polk said with pride. End quote. Well, your daughter lied, Mrs. Polk. And it seems that holding in that lie is eventually what led Lucille to filing for a divorce from William. Now we're going to get into the divorce record. And what we're going to see is that Lucille had a habit of not telling people just how awful William was. It seems like his cowardice displayed on the night of the Titanic disaster was just the straw that broke the camel's back. And then she finally exploded. When she opened the can of worms, she was just ready to let it all out and finally be done with him. But had Lucille really been holding in her true feelings about her husband? Well, you know the saying, you can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. Sure, she put up a good facade regarding their marriage, but when the rumors started swirling about the pending divorce, her closest society friends were not surprised. William told the press that even he was caught off guard by Lucille filing for divorce against him, and there's just no way that that's true. How do we know that? Looky here. On January 31st, 1914, the Baltimore Sun ran this story. Carter suit expected. Friends of society leaders here knew of discontent. And it has everything in it that you would expect it to have. It basically says that their friends knew that the couple seemed distant and not so friendly to each other, but especially after their Titanic trip. It also tells of one society function in which Lucille lost it and, quote, had society almost clinging to ropes. Now, this happened shortly before the Titanic trip. Lucille and William were at a horse show, and in a rather loud voice, Lucille said that she would rather leave than have a wet dish rag for her husband. Then what happened? They went on the Titanic, and William didn't even try to save her. There had definitely been trouble brewing in paradise. But this news didn't come to light until 1914. However, the Carters' relationship was still looking shabby to the people who didn't know about this wet dish rag comment at the horse show. So William tried to make people believe that he had no idea of why his wife would want to divorce him. But all of their friends saw all of this stuff going on. Right, William. Yeah, you don't know why she wants a divorce. You see, only a couple of months after the shipwreck, William got into a horrible accident while he was doing what he loved to do most, taking care of his family. Just kidding, he was playing polo. On June 8, 1912, the Daily News reported that William was thrown off of his pony, then the pony landed on top of him. Maybe the pony knew that William was okay with letting his family drown on the Titanic, but I don't want to speculate too much about the pony's actions and motives. William sustained some severe injuries, including to his brain. People thought that he was going to die. He lived, but he was never able to play polo again. And you can be sure that his recovery process was a long road, which would have made people wonder why the very next month, his wife was out at another society event and not at home taking care of her critically injured husband. Here's what the Evening Sun printed about Lucille that July. Quote, Mrs. William E. Carter of Philadelphia, formerly Miss Lucille Polk of Baltimore, is visiting Mrs. J. Gordon Douglas at her villa at Newport. Mr. Carter is recovering at their country place at Bryn Mawr, near Philadelphia, from the effects of a recent accident in playing polo. End quote. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Lucille was really worried about William's little old brain injury. She left the city, left the state, to go have some fun with her friends. You see what I mean? People around them had to have clues that this marriage was in trouble. Can you imagine Lucille's friends talking to her when she got to Newport? Lucille, I'm so glad that you made it here, but I'm surprised. We thought that you would be at home nursing William. How's he doing? We heard about his polo accident. I'm not sure. He's probably dying. Are those new gloves? They are beautiful. Look, how could we expect her to care after what he did to her on that ship, right? Leaving his family behind on the Titanic was certainly bad enough. But here's what Lucille had to say about that rascal of a husband of hers after years of pretending to the public that he had been a perfect gentleman and a wonderful husband and father. These are Lucille's complaints about William from their divorce record. And he disputed none of these. And just for fun, you tell me which one you think is the worst. There are 10. Here we go. Number 1. There was an occasion when William was torturing a grasshopper in front of Lucille in an effort to disgust and shock her. He pulled off the grasshopper's legs one by one. Lucille cried out for him to stop. When he finally did, he grabbed his horsewhip and horsewhipped Lucille as a punishment for telling him what to do. Number 2. He frequently boxed her ears, as in punched her in the ears without provocation. Number 3. He was nearly always drunk. Number 4. William once kicked Lucille in her back. My goodness. Number 5. On one occasion when the family was living in England, he stayed in bed for 2 months straight, drinking whiskey every day until he was in a maudlin condition or overly emotional state. Now, this one is a double whammy because he did it in England. We know that over there they think that emotions are vulgar. What was he thinking? How American. Hey, I'm just kidding. We love our English historians. It's just a joke and an observation. Number 6. He went with other women. That means he had multiple affairs. Ladies, take this as a warning that looks don't mean everything. You can be the most gorgeous woman within a 50-mile radius and still have a man cheat on you. And I'm only bringing that up because when it was announced that she was divorcing him, the papers were still talking about how incredibly attractive Lucille was. One headline even read, "Perfect blonde sues for divorce." And not one of my multiple sources for this video described William as anything fascinating to see. You've seen him. Number 7. William had a habit of calling Lucille vile and disgusting names. Number 8. When the couple were on holiday in Monte Carlo, Lucille was sick when they arrived, so she went straight to her hotel room to rest. While she lay sick in bed, William stayed out all night. He returned the next morning, intoxicated. When Lucille took issue with his behavior and asked him why he didn't take care of her, he said, and this is a quote from the record, "I didn't come here to be your maid. I came here to see some of the most attractive women in the world." End quote. Well, I guess that's just one more reason why she didn't give a darn about taking care of him after his polo injury after the Titanic sank. Number 9. He was continually on the move and seldom stayed in one place more than 1 month at a time. In my opinion, this is the least severe complaint on this list, though I admit that I don't fully understand the context. I'm thinking that was a complaint because it would have complicated schooling for their children, as in perhaps they had to keep taking them out of and enrolling them into new schools whenever William wanted to move. I'm just not certain. Tell me what you think. I could be overlooking something more serious. And number 10. This one actually seems like it could be an extension of number 9, like a 9B. When the family was on their stints living in Philadelphia, William often absented himself for a month at a time, telling Lucille he was going on a hunting trip or to play a polo match, which would mean that he would return later that day, or possibly be gone for a few days at most. Well, instead of leaving for his polo match, he would go to England. Yeah, not right around the corner from Philadelphia. But there were other times that he was at least honest with Lucille and bold enough to tell her that he was leaving and going away to Germany for weeks or months at a time to have drinks, leaving her alone with their children. She said that this happened a lot in 1907 and 1908, so he was leaving her at home alone when their children were very young. Sure, she would have had a staff of servants, but I can only guess that those must have been difficult times for Lucille, especially knowing that her husband was a cheating alcoholic. There's no telling what kinds of thoughts were running through her mind about what her husband was out doing. Well, that's our list of complaints. It's pretty short. Why would she ever want to leave such a great guy? Of course, I'm kidding. He deserved a punch in the nose, at the very least, for all of the emotional and physical abuse he put her through. Well, William was soon going to learn that even though he didn't appreciate his wife, other men would. And at least one other one truly did. And William was also going to learn that for him, being a man who was a known coward who had left his family to die on the Titanic, that would make it pretty hard for him to attract the hot babes he wanted. Because women generally liked guys who wouldn't leave them behind to die in an emergency situation. Needless to say, Lucille Carter got her divorce, and only months later, in August of 1914, the beautiful blonde was married to yet another rich gentleman, George Seabrook, also of Philadelphia. Like her ex-husband, George was a millionaire society man. His money came from the banking and steel manufacturing industries. George was a friend of another man who had been a friend to both William and Lucille, and this friend of the Carters introduced Lucille to the new guy. George and Lucille had planned on getting married at the end of 1915, but the start of World War I hastened their plans, in case you're wondering why she didn't give it more time after her divorce before she got married again. After all, she had been married to William for 17 years. But time waits for no man, and neither does a good woman. Lucille and George got married in London, then traveled back to the United States to set up their marital home in Pennsylvania, and they sailed back on the Olympic. one of Titanic's sister ships. I will always be amazed at how anyone who lived through the Titanic tragedy could find the nerve to ever get on a ship again, but to top it off, to get back on a White Star Line vessel. Shortly after the Carters divorced and Lucille remarried, their daughter, Lucille, was coming of age. Remember, she was 14 when they were on the Titanic. Now she was 18, and it was time for her to have her own debutante balls, like her mother had done years before. With William and Lucille not having the most amicable split, they each hosted separate galas for their daughter. So, the young Lucille was doing double time in her debut season compared to her affluent peers. Speaking of their children, in case you have any doubts about the story of William leaving his wife and children to possibly die on the Titanic, the son of William and Lucille, William Carter II, confirmed the account that his mother gave in her divorce proceedings. Of course, William denied that he left his family behind, but William II's story tells a different tale. In his own words that were chronicled in Titanic Children, Eyewitnesses to History, he said, quote, "Mama awakened me just after the collision. She came to me just as I opened my eyes and told me that there had been an accident. She told me to be a brave boy and to dress myself as quickly as I could. While she and my sister Lucille were dressing, I dressed myself, and then we all went up on the deck where we had been told to go. Up there, we found the women all crowded around one part, while over on the other side were men all kept back by men with revolvers. All of the children were with the women, and while the people were getting into the boats, a man would try to break through the line, and then there would be some shooting. Once a lot of the men got through and there was some shooting, and several of the men fell on the deck while everyone cried out very loudly. One of the men stood still for some time, and all of his jaw was shot away. I was watching him, clinging to my mother's skirt, when it came our turn to get into the boat. It was hard in the boat, and we found there was very little to eat in it. Then everyone was worried about whether we would be picked up or not. Some were very brave, but cried a lot. We rowed away from the big ship, and then in the daylight, we saw the Carpathia coming and we were picked up. I am awfully glad my mama and my sister Lucille were saved, and I feel very sorry, too, for those who've lost their lives. It was awful sad." End quote. You can see that he wasn't bad-mouthing his father. He was merely recalling the events of that night and morning, and his father was simply not in the picture. So it shouldn't be a surprise to learn that William Carter, the father and ex-husband, spent the rest of his life in a rather lonely state. 2 years after Lucille remarried, William was back in the news because he was being sued for defamation. While at a dinner dance, he called a man a thief and a liar. Well, we know William liked to drink. Maybe he had a little too much to drink at that party, too. For the next few years after his divorce, he was the defendant in a number of lawsuits. My favorite one was in November of 1916, when William was sued for $811 for lingerie that Lucille had ordered. She ordered it in Paris in 1913, when she was still his wife. She had received the lingerie, but William had never paid the bill. In our money today, the cost for that lingerie was $23,000. He could afford to pay for it easily. He was still a millionaire. But I did chuckle a little, thinking about William having to pay for lingerie that he would never get to see Lucille wear, and her second husband having that benefit. William lived the rest of his life in disgrace, much like J. Bruce Ismay, the chairman of the White Star Line, who went down in infamy for getting into a lifeboat and saving himself during the Titanic mayhem. That scene was so brilliantly portrayed in James Cameron's Titanic. And it turns out that William Carter spent a good amount of time publicly defending Bruce Ismay after the disaster. Some reports say that the two of them were rescued together. Other sources say that William was on the first lifeboat that was lowered. From the day that William's divorce was made public until the day that he died, Almost every news article about him described him as a coward on the night of the Titanic sinking, even if it was just a story about him attending a party. If it wasn't his Titanic cowardice, the other detail that papers kept printing about him was that Lucille was his wife, even though he had had a very public divorce. And that's just so disrespectful to Lucille and her second husband, George. William Carter went to visit Palm Beach, Florida in the winter of 1940, as he had done in previous years. But that year, he fell sick and was hospitalized, eventually dying at the age of 64. And even then, a number of the newspapers were still calling Lucille his wife. Lucille and her second husband, George Brooke, went on to have a seemingly happy and relatively quiet life. They had one daughter together in 1916. Her name was Elizabeth. Lucille and George remained married until she passed away in the home that they shared, called Almondbury House. She died of heart disease at the age of 58 in 1934, only months after Elizabeth, the daughter she had with George, made her society debut. Just for the sake of trivia, their daughter Elizabeth lived to be 100 years old. And yes, even in Lucille's death announcement, it was mentioned that she was the great-great-grandniece of President Polk. As for the daughter Lucille, she got married in 1922 when she was 25 years old. Her husband was Samuel Reeves. He was a millionaire too, the president of the Phoenix Iron Company in Pennsylvania. Like many Titanic survivors, Lucille never talked about the horrors of that night for the rest of her life. But any fears that she might have had after that frightening experience didn't stop her from making numerous transatlantic trips throughout the rest of her life. Luxury travel was just a part of her lifestyle. Lucille and her husband made their family home in Radnor, Delaware, and had 3 children. They remained married until he died. Lucille never remarried, and in 1962, she died of heart failure at the age of 65. And the son, William II, went on to do quite well for himself in banking. He married twice. The first time was in 1925 to a society girl from his Bryn Mawr neighborhood. Her name was Centra Ellis. The couple had a daughter in 1930 who was named Centra after her mother. And I have to say that one thing that I enjoy about covering this era is seeing so many girls named after their mothers, not just boys named after their fathers. One of the articles I used even referred to the daughter Lucille as Lucille Jr. Anyway, William II and his first wife divorced in April of 1943. I was only able to figure that out after I found their daughter's wedding announcement from 1950, showing her mother named as Mrs. Howard C. Fair. So clearly, she had a new husband by the time that their daughter got married. So I had to do a little backtracking. A few months after he divorced Centra, William married a woman named Ella Snelling, and I was able to find in a society page from February of 1944 that William and his new wife were being entertained by the George D. Wideners. Remember, Lucille and William Carter were sitting at a dinner hosted by George D. Widener and his wife on the night that the Titanic sank? And here, in 1944, George Widener, named after his father, was hosting William Carter, who was named after his father. They keep those circles tight, don't they? Well, aside from young William's account of the Titanic tragedy that I shared with you earlier, he never spoke of it again. And he also traveled extensively throughout his life, but on French ships and the Aquitania and Mauretania, which were Cunard liners. Cunard owned Titanic's rescue vessel, the Carpathia. And it makes perfect sense to me to trust the company that rescued you at sea. I'm surprised that more Titanic survivors didn't take his approach to travel at sea. William was also an avid animal lover, and it was said that the loss of his dogs on the Titanic is something that he never got over, and I can 100% relate. Perhaps his years of service on the board of the Philadelphia Zoological Society allowed him to support animals and, at the same time, helped him to cope with the loss of his pets. He remained married to his second wife until she died in 1984. He died only months later in January of 1985 at the age of 84. And that puts the entire Carter family to rest. William's fancy foreign car, the Renault, was being shipped in a crate located in the cargo hold in the forward section of the ship, a part of Titanic which still remains relatively intact. So there's a possibility that the flashy car could still be in one piece at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Perhaps one day we'll find out if multimillionaires keep taking dives down there to view the wreckage. But maybe we'll never know. One thing that we know that was shattered to pieces was the reputation of William Carter. It went right down along with the Titanic and his 1912 Renault. While none of the Carter family members were victims of the Titanic disaster in that they survived, Lucille, the daughter Lucille, and William II were the victims of a selfish and cowardly husband and father. We're all smart here, so the moral of this story practically goes without saying. Gentlemen, when disaster strikes, save your wife and children, or at least, if you don't lie about it and pretend that you did. Now, William wasn't as brave as he was portrayed in the newspapers after the Titanic sank, but Lucille was.
Number 3. Doris Duke.
She was always remarked upon for her extreme wealth, and often remarked upon for never being the prettiest girl in the room. Well, without the help of plastic surgery and extreme procedures, we can't really change how our faces look, so maybe it's not fair to judge one for being ugly on the outside. But what about being ugly on the inside? Is that off limits? I don't think so, and by the time that I get to the end of this story, you might feel the same as I do if you don't already. You decide for yourself as we get into the life of Doris Duke. When she was born, the press called her the $1 million baby. Her father was one of the richest tobacco men in the world. She grew up with all of the trappings of extreme wealth, with luxuries most people could only imagine. Many might have thought that because of her daddy's fortune, that her life was perfect. Well, if it was, we wouldn't be talking about it on this channel. How boring. But today's subject, Doris Duke, heiress to the Duke family fortune. She had a full bank account, but a rather empty life because she couldn't trust many of the people in it. Here she was, this woman who, because of her great fortune, was in full control of her life. So how did she ever get to the point that a servant took control of her? Her butler, of all people. What's a girl to do when she's got a lot of dollars, but only a few friends? Most of the time, she'll do whatever she wants, with little consequence to pay, even if it's killing a man, which she did. But that one action doesn't sum up her entire life. And what a fascinating life it was. This is the story of a woman who had money coming out of the wazoo, 2 gold-digging husbands, a violent sugar baby boyfriend, and a homicide that she got away with, at least according to one detailed investigation. Fascinating, but a hot mess. Just the way we like it. On November 22nd, 1912, Doris was born to parents Nanaline and James Duke. Her mother, Nanaline, was a widow from Atlanta, Georgia. Doris's father was her second husband. She was a typical Gilded Age wife who helped her husband navigate through society life in ways that would benefit him and his business. She spent a lot of money furnishing the family's home in New York and their summer home in Newport, Rhode Island. By the time she was done, she had a real art collection full of museum-worthy pieces. Doris's father was James Duke, a millionaire tobacco baron. He had also been married before, but he divorced his first wife after a brief marriage. James made his money farming tobacco and mass-producing cigarettes. By the 1880s, while in his late 20s, he was furnishing half the country's total production of cigarettes. Alongside his brother, Benjamin, James co-founded the Southern Power Company, which still exists today in North Carolina as Duke Energy. And it was within the service area of the energy company that James Duke focused his philanthropic efforts, which were very specific in regards to which people and institutions would receive monetary donations. Most people who know anything at all about the Duke family know that Duke University was named after Doris's family, mainly because of her grandfather, Washington Duke, who had poured a lot of money into a Quaker and Methodist-related institution called Trinity College. Washington Duke helped the school to relocate from Randolph County to Durham, North Carolina in 1892. The president of Trinity College insisted on rechartering the school as Duke University in honor of Washington Duke and the entire Duke family. But the university was only one of many places that received funds from the Dukes. The Duke brothers had been reared as Methodists and practiced financial stewardship in the manner that they learned from their religious faith. James made it his business to give to people who were impoverished and overlooked. And in 1924, he established the Duke Endowment, a trust he would use to provide financial help to those in need in the Carolinas. He sent his money to nonprofit hospitals and orphanages for Black children and white children. This was the 1920s, and the orphanages definitely would have been segregated. His money also went to small Methodist churches, retired Methodist preachers, and 3 universities: Furman University in South Carolina and Johnson C. Smith University and Davidson College, both in North Carolina. It might seem odd that his Christian faith was so important to him, yet he sold cigarettes, which most people associate more with sin or as being a vice. And in the time of James Duke, the only women who smoked cigarettes were women of ill repute. Smoking wasn't looked down on as badly for men. Nevertheless, tobacco was just the family business. They say that if you want to know what a man values, you can look at where his money goes. It seems pretty clear that James valued his Methodist faith and North and South Carolina, the states where his family made their generational wealth. His next generation was the only child he and Nanaline had together, Doris. From the day that Doris Duke was born, she was famous. Her family's money alone made her a newsworthy object, and from day one she was dubbed the richest girl in the world. Before she could even grasp what that meant, Doris was featured in newspapers all across the country, and stories doing things that you would imagine rich little girls did. For instance, she was going on 3 years old when she was photographed for being the flower girl in a high society wedding. The wedding was in June, and the papers were all writing that she was 3. She wouldn't turn 3 until the end of November, but the mistake was understandable because Doris was so tall for her age. I mean, she stood 6 feet tall by the time of her debutante ball in 1930. Though, as a 2.5-year-old, she was photographed from the back, and it was her cousin's wedding, Doris was the star of the show, and the news articles started off with talk about Doris. Mary L. Duke was marrying Anthony Drexel Biddle Jr., and the only thing about their union that matters for the context of this story is that there was a lot of money marrying a lot of money. So it only made sense that the richest little girl in the world would be the flower girl at this event. When Doris wasn't out doing society events as a toddler, she was at Duke Farms, her father's New Jersey estate that sat on 2,700 beautiful acres. But her social calendar was relatively full. The year following her cousin's birthday party in 1916, when she was 4, Doris's picture was in the papers again, when she attended a birthday party for her 1-year-old cousin, Angier Duke, who was called the host of his 1-year birthday party. The table was full of children whose parents had big names and bigger money, like Letta Clues. I plan to cover her uncle in an upcoming story, but back to Doris, rich girl activities, as you would expect. So many of the facets of her life revolved around her family's money. That would become painfully evident when Doris was 12 years old and her father died. From that point, she would have to grow up quickly and start making some adult decisions. Because the moment her father died, the young heiress became a millionaire. Surely her father, James, understood the gravity of her new fortune, for he left these last words to his daughter: "Trust no one." If Doris had taken heed to those words, this would be a very short video. Instead, we will discuss a number of people she trusted, whom she probably should have not, and a time or two that Doris herself should not have been trusted. When James Duke died in 1925, his estimated net worth was roughly $100 million. Adjusted for inflation, that's the buying power of a bit more than $1.7 billion today in 2024. Now, all of that money didn't go to Doris. And what she got, she didn't get all at once. Some of that fortune went to Nanaline, Doris's mother, and some of it went to the Duke endowment. With the money matters surrounding her father's death, Doris had to become an adult practically overnight, and at the age of only 14, she had to sue her mother. The lawsuit had to do with real estate that James Duke had owned. Doris's mother wanted to sell his Manhattan mansion, and Doris didn't want her to. So, with the help of her guardian, Doris sued her mother and other executors of her father's will, and she won. The 14-year-old Doris Duke, who had a net worth of $2 million in her own right, was now the owner of a mansion worth $1.6 million and all of its contents. And you know that they didn't furnish that place with wares from Woolworth. It was full of priceless art and furnishings that would only increase in value. So what Doris won was worth way more than the $1.6 million price tag on the house. Her next monumental newsworthy moment happened in 1930, when Doris turned 18. It was time for her debutante ball. These still exist today in America, but mostly for younger children around 13, and they have more to do with etiquette and manners. In Doris's time, the debutante ball was all about being presented to high society as a young woman who was worthy for marriage and in search of a high society eligible bachelor, hopefully as rich or richer than she was. Well, Doris would have had a hard time finding a match who had as much money as she did. She was the richest girl who came out in her season. She came out the same year as Barbara Woolworth Hutton, who was also very rich, but not as rich as Doris. Doris was the richest. Barbara was the prettiest, according to all of the papers. The two young women had known each other for most of their lives and had been friends. But as they got older, things that gossip reporters wrote and romantic partners would come between the two ladies. Many of you have asked me to make a video about their feud after seeing my video about Barbara Hutton, and I will make that video. But first, I thought that it was important for us to get to know Doris a little more deeply. So back to her debutante experience. And I have to correct myself and call it that because Doris Duke was presented to society on 3 separate occasions when she turned 18. The first time was at her family summer home called Rough Point in Newport, Rhode Island. The second time was in London, the coming out presentation at Buckingham Palace, where she curtsied to King George and Queen Mary. And the third and final ball was back at home in New York. Of all of the qualities and characteristics that were written about her as to why she would make a suitable match, Doris's money and material possessions were always the main focus. For most of the other young women, it was about how beautiful they were and how charming they were. Over and over, news columnists wrote about Doris's $100 million, her mansions in New York and New Jersey, her private Pullman car that had her name gilded on the side of it, her cars and her horses. And oh yeah, she liked to swim and play tennis, but who cared about that stuff? She was filthy rich. But one thing that I also saw highlighted from time to time was that neither Doris nor her mother flashed their wealth. Of course, she had expensive things, but she was never showy. For instance, on one of the voyages that she and her mother made to Europe, writers remarked that the ladies booked first-class rooms, but not the biggest and most ostentatious cabins on board. even though they certainly could have afforded them. Doris seemed to live in this type of practical manner for a good portion of her life, which set her apart from most heirs and heiresses of her time. Usually, the parents or grandparents would make the fortune, and the children, or maybe the grandchildren, if the money lasted long enough, would spend it and never increase it. Doris was the exact opposite. She multiplied her father's wealth throughout her lifetime. This was all the more impressive when you consider that Doris came into more and more of her father's money during the Great Depression, a time when even men who had been rich for decades experienced financial ruin. And the Great Depression was the backdrop for Doris's debutante balls. There was poverty all about the nation, and poor Americans were finding it hard to get into a celebratory mood for the daughters of the families who they felt were hoarding the country's wealth. I'm sure that most of us who enjoy this side of history know exactly what the Great Depression was, but briefly for those who don't, it was the most severe and longest economic downturn that the world had ever faced. Many in the country lined up at soup kitchens to get free meals. Homeless people slept under what was called Hoover blankets. That was the newspaper or cardboard that they were able to find on the streets. And a lot of people who weren't homeless weren't faring much better than those who were. If they were lucky enough to not have to sleep under cardboard, they might have been so poor that they still needed cardboard, but to use as the soles of their shoes. So I'm sure that we can all imagine how much they cared about uber-rich girls like Doris Duke spending thousands of dollars on parties, food, and fancy gowns. But it wasn't just the poor and homeless people who were against Doris. So were some members of the press. Kind of. For instance, on June 27, 1930, the Daily News had printed a story about a number of the debutantes of that season. The story ended with a warning for Doris, but a bit of an insult. She was told to beware of fortune hunters. She, in particular, because she had the biggest fortune, and would therefore be the biggest target. Then, there was a warning about those fortune hunters who were told that Doris had common sense and an education, and, quote, a chin of such strength and determination as to prove her ability to care for herself. Zoinks. Doris actually had a long, strong, pronounced chin, a facial feature that she did not admire in herself. Fellas, lean in closely. I have something very important to tell you. If you meet a woman who you like, and her chin is as strong as Mike Tyson was in the 1990s, even if you love it, compliment her on something else. Women generally don't like to be told that we have strong facial features or Jay Leno chins. This public service announcement has been brought to you by me. Now, in 1933, when Doris turned 21, she got a big installment of her daddy's money, $10 million. She would receive 2 more payments from the trust when she turned 25 and 30. But at the age of 21, she had a lot of what most people didn't. Cash. It was still the early stages of the Great Depression, and at a time when even $1,000 would have been life-changing money, Doris wasn't exactly happy about receiving this $10 million. And as the Daily News wrote about it, her inheritance was the only thing that people should have held against her. Quote, there's no reason why anybody should have anything whatever against Doris Duke, except the $50 million she didn't do a thing to get, except to be born. End quote. But as for Doris, having her fortune made her paranoid and unhappy. She felt like people were always watching her, looking for an opportunity to steal from her. She would walk the streets of New York in disguise. Doris took joy from philanthropy at an early age. And there were a few poor families she would take care of. She would often visit them to give them money. She was almost always incognito. The only reason that word got out about her charity to these families is that private detectives were always following Doris and reporting her every move. It's kind of sad that she wanted to give privately, but even that kind gesture was ruined because some people were obsessed with knowing her every move. But even when Doris showed up to society functions where she knew cameras would certainly be, she shied away from having her photos taken. She simply did not like the spotlight. She would duck and dodge and hide her face when she saw news cameras. And even at home, she would receive crank letters that sent her into such a tizzy that her mom would have to take her out of the country on long ocean voyages. But that didn't stop their private detectives from following her. Whether she wanted to be one or not, Doris was a celebrity. Simply being a multimillionaire made people celebrities back then. And because she was so rich and most people were so poor, it was in fashion to hate her. When she wasn't being stalked by fortune hunters, the press, and private detectives, she had to put up with disturbing letters at home. The papers back then called them crank letters, and it's used kind of the same way that we might say prank letters today. The letters were from anonymous people threatening bodily harm and worse to Doris if she didn't send them lots of money. And there was never just one letter. There were always several at a time. But these kinds of letters weren't anything new. Not so well-off people had always tried to trick rich people into sending them money. So why was Doris having mental episodes over these so-called crank letters? Because of the Charles Lindbergh Jr. kidnapping. Many of us know this story, but some of us don't, so briefly. Charles Lindbergh Jr. was a baby who was abducted from the home of his wealthy parents in New Jersey just months before he turned 2 years old. Though no motive was ever clearly established, the thought was that the kidnapper's motive was ransom. He wanted to be paid in exchange for the return of the child. Unfortunately, the child did not survive. His corpse was found a few miles from his home, and a German immigrant named Bruno Hauptmann was charged and convicted of the kidnapping and death. He was sentenced to death and maintained his innocence even until the day that he had to sit in the electric chair. After consuming so many stories about the poor Lindbergh child, Doris was afraid that someone wanting money would possibly kidnap and kill her too. Her mother was afraid of this possibility as well, so she often lied about Doris's actual net worth, claiming that it was much lower than it really was. And I'm getting ahead of the story here, but Doris had this fear for the rest of her life and kept money set aside for ransom until the day that she died. Now, I don't know how helpful her mother's lies would have been. No, Doris doesn't have $50 million in the bank, she only has $20 million. Like, lady, that's still a lot of money. It didn't matter what she said. The press just wouldn't allow her to rewrite history about her husband's enormous fortune, even for the sake of protecting her daughter. Papers would print over and over what had been public knowledge at the time of James Duke's death, and that was that he had left behind over $100 million. But was the story of the Lindbergh baby lingering in Doris's mind the only reason that she couldn't enjoy her wealth? Maybe it was something else that her father had said just before his passing. We know that he told her to trust no one, and that statement alone can add a sense of paranoia to daily living. But he also said this, quote, "Nothing makes people unhappier than luxury. Satisfied ambition is an awful thing. How can you be happy if you are not busy?" End quote. Could her socialite lifestyle have been a contributing factor to Doris's unhappy days? If it was, she set out to fix that in her early adult life. She spent hours learning, whether it was reading, swimming, or horseback riding, just learning something new, learning how to do something. She didn't just sit at home in her fine dresses waiting for the next party invitation to arrive in the mail. And she didn't spend her time and money shopping for things that she didn't need just because she could, just because she had the money. Doris's father had a complicated relationship with money, but it worked for him, and Doris seemed to understand it as she got older. James Duke always wanted his daughter to be financially secure, but he also did his best to see to it that money didn't make a difference to her. So her self-worth would never be tied to how much money was in her trust or in her bank account. And it really seems like he achieved that balance for her with his teachings, even long after his death. Doris studied French and Italian, rode her horses, danced, attended Bible school, and did all that she could to fill her days and not be one of the idle rich. All of the wild spending, partying, and drinking that took place in the Roaring '20s, all of the things that were associated with the flapper girls, all of that was stuff that Doris had completely missed. She wasn't introduced to anyone on the so-called party scene until she had her debutante ball, and she wasn't impressed with any of it. Doris was a homebody. She grew up rather sheltered, and she seemed to like her life that way. Her mother had kept her so far removed from the party life that by the time she was introduced to it, the other young people in her set thought that Doris was stuck up because they didn't know her and she kept it to herself. She wasn't doing it to be snooty. She was just really shy, and she had very few friends. The few who were rather close to her called her Dee Dee. And Doris was especially shy around boys. She had no close male friends and certainly no boyfriends. She was never around boys or young men until she was presented on those 3 debutante society occasions in 1930. And by the time she was around young men who were looking to court young women and then marry them, she just wasn't what they were interested in. Her father's advice to trust no one came in handy when she was presented in London, because there she was surrounded by fortune hunters with noble titles and not a penny to their names. Her wariness of people paid off for her big time in that situation. Doris had always been cautious of people who tried to make fast friends with her, and that London crowd was full of bright-eyed men with empty pockets who were competing for her attention that season. Her father's words stayed with her. Now, I know that I've already told you that Doris wasn't big on shopping, and as a rule, that was true. But there were a couple of exceptions. She did like to shop when she was in London and Paris. Not so that she could spend a lot of money on foreign designer goods. She liked shopping there because she was not as well known, and she felt like she was charged fair prices for what she bought. But a fair price wasn't enough for Doris. When she found something that she liked, she would negotiate down to the price that she wanted to pay. She knew how to hold on to her money. Here's how she talked about it. Quote, "I wish I could go into a store and shop for things just as any other girl. When people know who you are, prices usually go up twice as much. People wouldn't have money long if they didn't ask how much things cost and then refuse to buy half of them." End quote. Sounds like she had her head on straight to me. Once she was introduced to the party scene of the 1930s wealthy set, she didn't hate it altogether. Doris really liked to dance. That was an acceptable way for her to meet young men. But even that was a little difficult for Doris because of her height. Remember, Doris was 6 feet tall. And you know that everything was about order and being just right back in her time. Suitable men weren't supposed to be shorter than their dance partners. Poor Doris. Her pool of eligible bachelors just seemed to get smaller and smaller. If they weren't tall enough, their money wasn't long enough. And then there was Barbara Hutton, the pretty one. The 2 young ladies both came out to society in the same year. Barbara got married shortly after she came out. She was again the second richest one, as the newspapers always called it. Second to Doris in finances, but first to all of the debutantes that year in the looks department. And where beauty was concerned, she beat Doris by a mile. And the newspapers of the day would always pit the 2 against each other. So, in a story about how Doris Duke was the richest poor girl in the world, because she feared everyone and was afraid to date and marry, it had to be mentioned that Doris was already married to a prince. This comparison of the young ladies eventually went from the papers and into their real-life interactions with each other. But we'll talk about the feud between the richest, Doris Duke, and the prettiest, Barbara Hutton, in another video. Doris's personal life was rather boring. But because she was of age and in the matrimonial market, and nobody had a clue of what her marital plans were, that mystery made Doris interesting to the news media. So they continued to write about her, even when there were no updates. The world would just have to watch her have a little fun traveling and buying fine art until she settled down and found a mate. And she did that in 1935 when she married James R. Cromwell. James was a businessman, diplomat, and an author of books about economics. Doris had been friends with him for 6 years and somehow managed to keep their friendship and budding romance out of the press. So it turns out that her boring teen life wasn't as boring as everyone thought it was. He was older and more experienced than Doris. When they married, she was 23 and he was 38, which means that they started their secret friendship when she was only 17 and he was 32. That seems inappropriate to me, but let me know what you think about it. In addition to their 15-year age gap, James had already been married before. The year before he started his friendship with Doris, he had gotten divorced from his first wife, who was also an heiress, Delphine Dodge, whose father was one of the co-founders of the Dodge Motor Company. James and Delphine had one child together, a daughter. That seems like a lot for a young, first-time bride to take on, the age gap and becoming an instant stepmother. But Doris loved James. She was willing to make it work. The wedding ceremony itself was almost as much of a secret as their prior 6-year friendship turned romance had been. Actually, by the time that the wedding made headlines, it was reported that the 6-year friendship had been a romance the whole time. The wedding took place at the mansion that Doris had sued her mother for when she was 14. Interesting note about their vows. The word obey was completely omitted. Doris and James agreed to love, honor, and protect each other. Immediately after the ceremony, they set sail for their honeymoon, which was to last for 3 months. Though their travel plans were made in secret, meaning that their names were not on the passenger list, they only had a limited amount of secrecy during their travels. There were news reporters on board, and they wanted interviews with the newlyweds. Doris didn't allow any interviews, but she did consent to pose for a photo in her stateroom with her husband. James gave a little more and agreed to a couple of interviews. And it was in one of these onboard interviews that he revealed the couple's 6-year friendship was always more than that. As he said, quote, "Our romance has been going on for 6 years. We met at Bar Harbor in the summer of 1929, end quote. He also admitted that they never got engaged because he said neither of us believed in it. Now, when I read this, that he didn't believe in engagements, I just didn't believe it. So I went to see if I could prove myself right or wrong. Just remember that I said this. But I'm jumping ahead of myself. We're still in the honeymoon phase of the Doris and James union. Which brings me back to his newspaper interviews. He also let the reporters know their honeymoon plans, a trip around the world, starting with Egypt. The final detail of importance James spilled was that he and Doris didn't know where they would live. The gossip writers speculated that it would be Manhattan, but they were wrong. Doris and James made their home in Hawaii. It was their favorite destination on their honeymoon, so they planned to make a beautiful life there. Their Hawaiian home was called Shangri-La. It was a stately concrete structure of Moroccan and Persian architecture set on 4 acres of palm trees. It had only 5 rooms, but also a swimming pool, playhouse, yacht basin, and tennis court. At Shangri-La, James would write his books, and Doris would entertain herself by fishing, swimming, and reading. Even at this juncture in her life, it was the simple things that mattered to her. And I think that Doris is building that home with James is a partial testament to how much she trusted him. Just 2 years after they got married, Doris received another huge payment from her trust. it seems as though she felt safe to share her vast fortune with James. But the public didn't seem to agree with Doris about the trustworthiness of her husband. He had branded himself as a money reformer in the political world, taking the stance that the wealthy should willingly share their money with people who have much less. And boy, oh boy, did the papers have a good time with that. Like, yeah, we bet that you do believe that people who have more money should give you some. I mean, it wasn't like James was poor, but he didn't come from Duke money. Nobody had Duke dollars. And as far as his trustworthiness and intentions with Doris were concerned, his previous marriage to an heiress didn't help his case. It made him look like a fortune hunter. Nevertheless, it wasn't up to the public or the papers to decide whether or not Doris should trust her husband, and she decided to stand by her man. The couple became political and supported President Franklin D. Roosevelt and his New Deal, and it appears that that support was rewarded in the form of a post for James. In 1940, President Roosevelt appointed him to the position of United States Ambassador to Canada. But he wouldn't stay there long, only 142 days, after which James resigned from that post so that he could return to the United States to run for a spot in the Senate in New Jersey. Those kinds of campaigns are rarely inexpensive, and there's no doubt that some of Doris's money was used to help him win. But he lost. And that wasn't the only loss that the couple would face. In 1940, while James was on the campaign trail, the future was looking bright for the Cromwells. In July, James was on his way to Chicago to attend the Democratic National Convention. Doris was at home in Hawaii, pregnant with the couple's first child. She had made plans to return to New Jersey in October to have the baby and to set up care for a number of British refugee children. Well, Doris wouldn't get to make that important trip to New Jersey. Just days before the kickoff of the political festivities in Chicago on July 11th, Doris gave birth to their only child, a little girl. She was born at 3 p.m., 3 months prematurely, and she weighed only 3 pounds. The baby girl died after only 25 hours of living. Her name was Arden. Her name will come up later in this story. What we need to know now is probably what you have been expecting to hear, that the other shoe dropped and James filed for divorce. Not only that, he proved the general public and press right when he asked for a parting gift from his wife. He wanted $1 million. Well, Doris may have been a naive young woman when she married him, but she didn't take his $1 million request lying down, and that probably shouldn't have been a surprise to James or anyone for that matter. After all, this is the same Doris who sued her own mother and won when she was just 14. And of course, Doris had the best legal team that money could buy. One of her attorneys referred to James as a male gold digger who was trying to work $1 million shakedown on Doris. And here's what he meant by that. James filed for divorce first. Then Doris tried to trump him and file for a divorce in Reno, not where they got married. You can imagine that the legal proceedings were crazy, but in the midst of it all, James threatened Doris. He said that he was going to write a tell-all book about her. Not only that, he was going to conduct a series of lectures based on this tell-all book, this expose on his soon-to-be ex-wife. So, if she didn't want the world to know about all of her dirty little secrets, she needed to fork over the dough to her old hubby. The whole situation was dirty. James even had his lawyers in on it. One of them, Saul Rosenblatt, made the public statement that he had been able to prevent Jimmy from publishing this book, but he didn't know how much longer he would be able to control his client. He went on to say that a settlement was what he preferred rather than a messy litigation. When Doris's attorneys asked him what figure he had in mind, that's when Saul said that around $1 million would be good for his client. After Doris stopped laughing, she and her attorneys told Jimmy/James to bring it on. Go ahead and write your little book, because Doris had nothing to hide. Now, even though they didn't think that Jimmy deserved $1 million, they thought that he deserved something. A little something. Here's how Doris's attorney, Perkins, put it in a 1944 edition of the Daily News. Quote, "While in our opinion, some small settlement to Mr. Cromwell on his nuisance value was advisable, we had no idea of recommending anything like the amount suggested." End quote. Nuisance value, my. The truth is, that's just what he had become to Doris at this point, a nuisance. But according to Jimmy and his attorneys, this divorce filing and request for $1 million wasn't about the money, even though he was literally asking for money. He wanted it to be known that he, quote, refused to be abused as a tool and a pawn by the rulers of the Duke millions, end quote. Sure, Jimmy. I don't think that he had a problem with any of that when the Duke millions were supporting his failed Senate run, but a fella's allowed to change his mind. In order to get the public on Jimmy's side, one of his attorneys decided to release this little statement, quote, "It may interest the public to know that Mr. Cromwell is a far poorer man today than when he married Doris Duke." End quote. I'm sure that you can imagine that nobody cared. So here's how the divorce went and what came out about their horrible marriage. Doris accused James of what she called persistent and systematic mental and physical cruelty. She said that throughout the course of their marriage, he had made several attempts to take or try to get her to give him large sums of money, ranging from $1 million to $7 million. Rather than making any effort at reconciliation, the only communication that James had with Doris was to demand money from her, whether it was for his political campaign or personal expenses. And there it was. Her father's words came back to bite her in the behind. Trust no one. She should not have trusted James. He only married her for her money. The only thing that Doris wanted was her name, Duke, and she wanted that from the court. She wanted nothing from James. Frankly, James didn't have anything to give to her. Well, Judge William McKnight gave Doris exactly what she wanted, her name back and a divorce decree. She won by default because James never showed up. The hearing lasted only 8 minutes, and that might have been 7 minutes more than the judge needed. He granted the divorce on the grounds of extreme cruelty and 3 years separation. James had been desperately pushing for his divorce filing in New Jersey. But the whole time that he and Doris had been living separately, he was living in Washington, D.C. So, as the Reno judge saw it, James had no right to demand that Doris show up for a hearing in New Jersey. The judge called out James Cromwell's actions as, quote, a sham and an attempt on the part of the defendant to perpetrate a fraud on the courts of New Jersey, end quote. Doris was so overwhelmed with joy when it was over that she cried out, "It's wonderful," as she shook the judge's hand. But James didn't want it to be over. He wanted to win. He was determined to have his case heard in New Jersey. He didn't think that it was fair that she got her divorce in Reno because she wasn't a bona fide resident of Reno. Well, hello, pot, meet kettle. Because James clearly wasn't a bona fide resident of New Jersey. Nevertheless, he and his lawyers attempted to block Doris's divorce by getting a permanent injunction in New Jersey that restrained Doris from getting this divorce in Reno. But what was he going to do? Out-lawyer the richest girl in the world with his broke ass? Good luck with that. His being broke really did matter as far as their marriage and divorce were concerned. For during their marriage, Doris received the second and third installments of her multi-million-dollar inheritance, and James felt entitled to some of that money. Now, if you've been around since I've been doing these kinds of stories that allow me to look back at old newspapers, you've heard me say that I appreciate that there was no such thing as political correctness when it came to what these news reporters would write back in these times. And I like that. I like it because it gives us a better look at what people were really thinking and how people really talked in those days. It makes the stories come alive, and it makes the people more relatable, in my opinion. And sometimes, it makes these stories a little more funny. As a quick side note, I'm bringing up why I like the lack of political correctness in these stories, again, because a couple of people assume that if I don't like political correctness in news writing, then it must mean that I like the N-word. Now, if that's where your mind goes when I say that I appreciate the straightforward writing styles of yesteryear, seek help. But back to Doris's divorce. This part is what made me think of the whole political correctness / they would never be able to get away with this today thing. In the writing about Doris's court victory, someone felt the need to tell the readers of the Daily News this, quote, Doris was dressed in a blue wool ensemble. She wore no hat and very little makeup. She was accompanied by her secretary, 250-pound Miss Marion Tashall, known here as one who thinks and speaks for Doris Duke Cromwell, end quote. Now, why on God's green earth did anyone need to know how much Doris's secretary weighed? And who verified that? These are the moments that I'm talking about. Can you imagine someone writing that today? They would be in the unemployment line, fired for fat shaming. Anyway, Jimmy would eventually get his day in court, but it wasn't really of any consequence to Doris. She was, for all intents and purposes, divorced. She started living her life. She even started working at a real job. In March of 1947, Doris went to work for the popular women's magazine, Harper's Bazaar. She worked as a writer, earning a whopping $50 per week. Clearly, this gig wasn't about the money. Her $100 million fortune had only increased by this point, but the job gave her purpose. That was what she wanted. And Jimmy Cromwell finally got what he wanted on April 9th, 1948. Kind of. They were already divorced, per the terms of Doris's Reno court action. So he clearly wanted some money, and he got some, but not nearly as much as he wanted. He walked away from the richest girl in the world with an extra $350,000. That was it. He got his money on April 9th, right? Well, on April 24th, he married his third wife. I guess that he needed some of Doris's money in order to properly get on with his life and pay for the wedding. Now remember that James didn't believe in getting engaged, right? This is a side note, but when I looked to find out who his third wife was, guess what I found out? They were engaged before they got married. This 1948 issue of Shamokin News, I think that's how you say it, Shamokin, however you say it, they shared a detail that was smoking hot, to me anyway, when he was getting ready to marry his third wife. Only 2 weeks after his divorce to Doris had been finalized, an announcement was made before the wedding because why? The couple was engaged. His new bride's mother announced the engagement, so it turns out that he did believe in engagements after all. Knowing this detail makes it look like he thought that Doris was an easy target from day one. Did he not believe in getting engaged, or did he not want to announce his plans to marry the then underage girl because the rest of the world would have been able to see right through him? Let me know what you think about that. But by this time in her life, Doris wasn't that same young, naive girl anymore, and she was ready to move on to her next romance too. Little did Doris know that she was jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire with her next and final husband. In May of 1947, just a couple of months into her new job, Harper's Bazaar sent Doris out on assignment to Rome. Her task was to interview the French actress Danielle Darrieux. The interview took place in Danielle's hotel room. Danielle's husband joined the ladies. Danielle's husband was Porfirio Rubirosa. Maybe no one in the room knew it during the magazine interview, but Rubirosa would become Doris's second husband not long after the ink was dry on her interview notes. Here's how Rubirosa described what happened after that interview in his own words. Quote, "The three of us had breakfast. She, meaning Doris, seemed lively, jovial, with that je ne sais quoi that American women can have. Little did I know that a few months later, I would be completely controlled by her. Until then, I had been happy with Danielle, but at this moment, things started to change." End quote. And things started to change immediately, because right after this meeting, Doris took it upon herself to send this married man a telegram that read, quote, "When you are finished with Danielle, call me and I will come." End quote. Porfirio Rubirosa took one look at what the paper said was in her bank account and said, "Baby, you don't have to tell me twice. Just give me the address for the wedding altar and tell me what color tuxedo you'd like me to wear, and I'll be there, because this is about to be the easiest money I've ever made in my life." You see, everybody knew about Doris's money, and there was something else that everyone knew, but fewer people said, and that was that Doris was unattractive. At least that's how a lot of men saw her. Remember that her fellow 1930 debutante Barbara Hutton was called the pretty one, and Doris was called the rich one. And it really seems that Doris's vast fortune, plus her sheltered life, insecurity, and deficiency in the looks department made her an easy target for men who wanted to use her. That certainly seemed to be the case with Rubirosa. Looks aren't everything, but to a lot of people, they matter. Even Doris's mother had warned her that he was not attracted to her and only interested in her money. But in his memoir, one of Rubirosa's friends made it clear that he thought Doris was pretty ugly. He explained his surprise at Rubirosa being with Doris in these words, quote, "She was ugly, very rich, but ugly. He was a gentleman. He would never say that." End quote. Doris married him on September 1st, 1947. If you're paying attention, you see that that is the year before James Cromwell's divorce was settled. Her new husband was Porfirio Rubirosa, the man with the big penis. If you've already seen my video about the Woolworth heiress, Barbara Woolworth Hutton, then you might remember a little bit about him. He cheated on Barbara with Zsa Zsa Gabor and had a long string of Hollywood bed partners that included, but was by no means limited to, Marilyn Monroe, Eartha Kitt, Ava Gardner, and Dorothy Dandridge. He's our favorite Hollywood husband because of his long name. What did you think that I was going to say? Get your mind out of the gutter. Porfirio Rubirosa Ariza was a diplomat from the Dominican Republic and an international playboy. He was 39 at the time, and Doris was 34. He started dating Doris publicly right after he divorced his second wife. She was Danielle Darrieux, the most famous actress in France at the time. He divorced her in May of 1947. Then, literally in June of 1947, he started showing up everywhere with Doris on his arm. This man didn't waste any time. He spread his love around, and according to the ladies of his time, he had plenty to share. This is the same guy whose male member became the inspiration for large pepper grinders in fine dining establishments all over the world. They called the big ones Rubirosas. After dating for only 3 months, he and Doris got married in a small, private ceremony in Paris. The ceremony was different. Rubirosa was often described in papers as tall, dark, and handsome. But Doris was taller, and let's face it, people still think that it's a little odd to see a couple in which the woman is taller than the man. Doris, at 6 feet, stood 3 inches taller than her new husband, and as we know, he made up for those 3 inches in another area. But their height difference wasn't the only thing that people might have found to be strange about this wedding. It was performed by a consul general who admitted that he had never performed a wedding, and his nervousness made that quite obvious. Only 10 of the people in attendance were actual guests of the bride and groom. Their guests were far outnumbered by reporters and photographers. The whole thing lasted 10 minutes, during which Rubirosa casually puffed on a cigarette, putting it out just in time to slip the ring on Doris's finger. It was a circlet of rubies, by the way. Another detail that was a little unusual, they had what I think could be considered as a reception before the wedding. Their guests had champagne and cake, and the new groom had 2 whiskey highballs. I don't know exactly what a highball is, feel free to tell me, but they did all of this before the exchange of vows. All of the alcohol seemed to put Rubirosa in high spirits. He was all smiles and laughs until 2 of Doris's attorneys walked in with papers for him to sign. A prenuptial agreement. Maybe this payday wouldn't be quite as easy as he thought. But after having a few more drinks, enough to get drunk enough to be okay with signing the agreement, he did. Then they had their ceremony, and he passed out shortly after saying his vows. Doris thought that it was all wonderful, bragging to her friends that, quote, "Big boy passed out in my arms," end quote. If she'd had a little more self-esteem, she might have had a problem with a man needing to get drunk to say wedding vows to her. And speaking of the vows, they were another aspect of this wedding that was different. Very different from her first wedding in the regard that she promised to obey Rubirosa. You'll recall that to obey was not a part of the vows in the Cromwell-Duke union, and the fact that Doris promised to obey Rubirosa was such a shock that it made headlines. Well, the marriage didn't last much longer than that 10-minute wedding. And if Doris didn't want to feel like she was being used for her money in her second marriage the way that she had been used in her first marriage, she started off on the wrong foot. Remember that as soon as Rubirosa left Danielle, he and Doris were an item. Divorces usually take a while, as Doris knew from first-hand experience. Well, Doris didn't want to wait out a long divorce before she could have Rubirosa all to herself, so she paid Danielle $1 million in exchange for a quick, uncontested divorce. And with that small payout, Doris got her Latin lover all to herself. Or so she thought. We'll get there. But a quick side note about Danielle first. We all know that she selflessly gave up Rubirosa for $1 million so that Doris could have her happily ever after. But when Danielle tried to move on and marry the man she was interested in, a French actor named Pierre with a last name that I won't even attempt, it didn't matter for them. Why? Because his mother put the kibosh on their plans. According to Danielle, quote, "His mother said, 'I am a woman with a past,' and Pierre obeyed her orders forbidding the marriage," end quote. Pierre's mother thought that any woman who had ever been with Rubirosa was damaged goods. But I love the way that Danielle summed up the reason that she couldn't marry Pierre. She said that the problem was simply too much mother-in-law before the wedding. Well, we know how that can be, right, ladies? Ha ha. Anyway, by the time that Rubirosa was through with Doris probably wished that someone would have intervened and stopped her plans before they started, because he was not a good and faithful husband to her. But women aren't victims on this channel, so considering how she started her romance with him, I can't feel sorry for her knowing that he was not good to her. And I just know that somewhere in the world, Doris's first husband, James Cromwell, was somewhere wondering why Doris didn't turn on her money faucets for him the way that she did for Rubirosa. So remember, Jimmy Cromwell walked away with a measly $350,000 after having been married to Doris for years. Well, here is just a little bit of what Doris willingly gave to Rubirosa without his even having to ask her. She gave him a check for $500,000. With that, he was already ahead of Jimmy, but she had a lot more to give her new husband. A stable of polo ponies, over a dozen sports cars, a B-25 bomber, a French chateau that was converted from a hotel to a dwelling unit for him, and she filled that chateau with priceless art pieces from Kings Louis XV and Louis XVI. Rubirosa loved his chateau. It was 3 stories high, and he used the 3rd floor as his personal luxury man cave. He decked it out with a regulation-sized boxing ring and a full bar. After his late nights at the Calvados nightclub, which were practically every night, the club's guitarists would bring their instruments to the 3rd floor of his chateau, and they would party some more. His 3rd floor became an unofficial after-hours spot. Rubirosa's butler, Victor, would serve his guests whatever they wanted to drink and breakfast tacos. It must be nice to be married to an heiress who loves you so much that she won't say no to you. I think that author Stephanie Mansfield perfectly and succinctly described the tone of the Rubirosa Duke union in her book called The Richest Girl in the World, The Extravagant Life and Fast Times of Doris Duke, when she wrote this, quote, "While Doris fell in love with Ruby, he didn't want to be the man of just one woman, and she was not easy. She wanted Ruby to be there always, like a slave, but he wanted to do as he pleased. And she knew this before she married him." End quote. Bottom line, Doris got what she paid for, and what she paid for was a gigolo. And a gigolo can give you one thing, sex. The problem for Doris was that that's what a gigolo gives to other women as well. She found this out for herself when she and her husband were enjoying some time on the beautiful island of Capri in Italy. Earlier in the day, she was out doing her own thing. When she returned to their hotel, she found her husband doing his own thing. She caught Ruby in flagrante delicto. You know, getting it on with his ex-wife, not the one that Doris had paid $1 million to take off of her hands, his first wife, Flor de Oro Trujillo, the daughter of the Dominican dictator Rafael Trujillo, Rubirosa's boss. Well, Doris was a fool for Rubirosa, but there's only so much humiliation that even she could take. Immediately after this incident, he recalled seeing a new guest for lunch. It was an attorney, and he brought with him some papers for Rubirosa to sign, an agreement to terminate the marriage at once. The divorce was finalized on October 27th, 1948. They were married only for 1 year and almost 2 months. Ruby walked away with the chateau, by this point 15 luxury sports cars, the bomber jet, a Manhattan apartment, the stable of ponies, a fishing fleet off of an African coast, and $25,000 per year until he remarried. Doris walked away with her name and memories of some really good sex. Even though Rubirosa was literally caught with his pants down, he didn't understand why their marriage needed to end. Because according to him, he and Doris were still seeing each other and being intimate for a whole year after they got divorced. In his words, quote, "This was so stupid because we did not want to be separated. For the next year, all we did was reunite, break, reunite in the back of airplanes in between the United States and Europe." End quote. It seems like Ruby didn't understand that Doris wanted to have him all to herself. She couldn't have that while she was married to him, and you and I know that she was sharing his baloney pony after they got divorced. But in Rubirosa's mind, He was just a good guy who was performing a public service for this lonely, homely heiress. Really, when you hear his own words, he comes across as though he thought he was doing the Lord's work when he married Doris. Here's what he had to say, quote, "What I did is better than most people do. They go out with a girl from a good family, they take all her money, and then they leave her. The difference with me is that I marry her, give her the best time in all the world, and when I leave her, she is richer than ever before." End quote. What a great guy. You're still with me, so I may as well give you one more quick side note about Ruby. It's about him, but it relates to Doris too. Zsa Zsa Gabor couldn't wait for her chance to get in bed with Rubirosa, but the reason that she wanted to have sex with him had everything to do with Doris Duke. Here's the thing. Zsa Zsa had commented publicly in Los Angeles that she would like to have an affair with Rubirosa to get revenge for the relationship that her husband, George Sanders, allegedly had with Rubirosa's ex-wife, Doris Duke, in 1952. The thought of someone cheating on the very glamorous Zsa Zsa Gabor with Doris Duke seemed a little off to me, so I went to see if I could find anything that might suggest that this was actually true, and I found it. On August 22nd, 1952, the Evening Sun printed a story about a new Charlie Chaplin film that had opened, and there were a few strange couples there. Among them were Doris Duke and George Sanders, and this was very strange, seeing that he was out in public on a date with Doris Duke, considering that at this point, he was Zsa Zsa Gabor's husband and had been for the past 3 years. So in Zsa Zsa's mind, a little fun in the bed with Rubirosa was for payback, even though Doris had been divorced from him for a few years by the time Zsa Zsa got to him. And I have to say that I think that it's odd that she was only interested in getting revenge on Doris and not her husband, the one who had cheated on her. Well, Zsa Zsa went on to have her affair with Rubirosa, but that hot sex came with a side of physical abuse, as was evidenced when she came out in public with an ice pack, covering a black eye that Rubirosa gave her when he punched her in the face during an argument about the next woman he planned on marrying, Barbara Hutton, the Woolworth heiress. But Zsa Zsa found no fault in Ruby for her black eye. As a matter of fact, she was quoted as saying, "Ruby loves me. Rubirosa in Spanish means red rose. For me, it means black eye. A man only hits a woman if he loves her deeply." End quote. How sickening. And I'm pretty sure that red rose in Spanish is rosa roja. But there are so many other things wrong with that statement that part doesn't even matter. I digress. Zsa Zsa wasn't the only woman who found no fault in Rubirosa. I'm skipping ahead of myself a little bit, but I should mention here that Doris Duke also never had a bad thing to say about her cheating Latin lover husband. And that's according to Doris's longtime friend and fellow socialite, Lucy Douglas CZ Guest, who shared that when Doris died, there were only 2 photographs next to her bed on her nightstand. One was of Louis Bromfield, the other was of her precious Porfirio Rubirosa. He was her second and final husband. But that doesn't mean that she lived the rest of her life without attention from the opposite sex. Doris had a number of high-profile romances. There was the U.S. Army General George Patton, the actor Errol Flynn, and the Pulitzer Prize novelist Louis Bromfield, and jazz pianist Joe Castro. We'll talk about him a little more in the upcoming video about the lifelong feud between Doris Duke and Barbara Woolworth Hutton, because they did fight over him. But here's what I'll tell you about him right now. Their romance was so weird, and they likely both got into it with ulterior motives and not so hidden agendas. Doris met Joe Castro in 1952. He was 15 years younger than she. He was in his mid-20s and she was in her early 40s. Now, before I go any further, I know that someone is thinking, That's the same age difference she had with her first husband. You said that was wrong, but you'll say it's okay for her because she's a girl. You know, the whole, so it's okay when a woman does it but not a man thing. I have seen those comments on videos in which I've held women accountable, and for the record, I think that Doris was inappropriate too, only slightly less inappropriate because Joe was an adult when they met. She was just a teenager when James Cromwell started having secret conversations with her. But just so you know, we don't do double standards here on Ty's Hot Mess History. Anyway, within months of meeting, Joe and Doris were living together at Doris's suite at the Bel Air Hotel. It does come across as though she was looking for a plaything in the bed, and he was looking for a sugar mama, and Doris had a lot of sugar. Doris admired his talent on stage, but she didn't like all the attention that he got from the young, pretty women who would come to watch him perform. This would set off her insecurities and send her spiraling into alcohol and drug use in order to deal with how she felt. Why she wouldn't let him go is beyond me. Their relationship stopped being fun as soon as it started. But maybe Doris, who had always been called the ugly one or the less attractive one, had something to prove, like that she could keep this young, handsome man on her arm. She and Joe would get into fights, frequently, break up and make up. Then, Doris's mother died in 1962, leaving her $250 million. Thus, 250 million more reasons for Joe to stick around and pretend that he was interested in Doris. One night in 1963, at her Shangri-La home, Doris was playing her piano, and Joe made a joke that insinuated that her playing wasn't so good. Her response? She grabbed a butcher knife and slashed his arm. This woman was unhinged, and you're about to see that Joe was definitely not an angel. But slicing someone with a knife just because you don't like something that they said? That's more than an overreaction. That could have been fatal. Could Doris have killed someone over a disagreement? I think that she could have, and it looks like she did, and we'll get there. But back to her and Joe Castro. Yeah, sure, she sliced his arm because of his joke. But maybe on New Year's Day, she had turned over a new leaf and was ready to deal with this toxic relationship like an adult. Because on January 1st, 1964, she rang in the new year by throwing him out of her Bel Air mansion, Falcon Lair. And he didn't like that. He loved her house. He went so far as to sue her for wrongful eviction. When he saw that nobody cared about his lawsuit, he turned it up a notch, filing for divorce and requesting alimony payments for Doris in the amount of $5,000 per month. Everyone was shocked to hear about this divorce, but no one was more shocked than Doris. You know why? Because she said she had never married him. This unemployed bozo completely made up this lie and had the nerve to sue Doris on the grounds of cruelty. Even the newspapers were expressing their shock because their first time hearing about this marriage was when Joey announced the divorce. They didn't know how they could have missed a story so big. Then he took his last chance at a money grab and decided to sue for the butcher knife slicing. He wanted $150,000 because Doris tried to kill him and left him with a scar that was so big that he could no longer work. Now, I don't condone her slicing him at all under those circumstances, and she should have had to pay him something for that. But he was laying it on pretty thick by saying that he couldn't work anymore. In the end, none of his claims mattered. Doris's attorneys strong-armed Joe into silence, and he dropped all of his lawsuits against her. But Doris countered his lawsuits with one of her own, and on May 1st of 1964, she obtained an order from a court in Honolulu. It was a restraining order, an order that restrained this fool Joey Castro from saying that he was her husband and that she had ever married him. Now, one would think that after all of that, this relationship would have been over, but no. Doris still wanted Joe, so she made a lot of promises to him, saying that she was going to do all kinds of things to help take his music career to the next level. It seems like she dangled those promises in front of him to keep him around because she knew that he would not have come back otherwise. And her promises worked. He agreed to go back to her. So he's not an innocent victim in any of this. He was, after all, a grown man, and by this time in his 30s. If at any time he didn't like how Doris was treating him, he was able to leave. But Joe had gotten rather comfortable staying at Doris's house. Even if he wasn't attracted to her, he thought that her home was beautiful. And he spent a lot of his years with Doris in that beautiful home, not giving a care about his career. The couple had settled into a dreadful rut. By the very next year, 1965, he was back living in her Bel Air home. Why? Because desperate Doris had set up a recording company just for Joe. And this is so pathetic, but in order to get her man back, she promised to include him in her will. Can you imagine? She also bought him a new Mercedes-Benz. She was literally trying to buy his love. Then, tragedy struck that summer when Doris's ex-husband died. Porfirio Rubirosa was killed when he crashed his Ferrari in Paris. Doris was a wreck. Joe couldn't comfort her because he didn't care about her. So she started spending more time with her friend and confidant, Eduardo Tirrea. He was Doris's art buyer, but he was also one of her closest friends, and he cared for Doris, even if none of her husbands or boyfriends did. While Doris was mourning the loss of Rubirosa, Joey was hitting the town with young pretty girls in Hollywood, making Doris look like the fool that she was for him. She got really angry about one young beauty specifically, a singer named Loretta Haddad. A number of people had seen Joe and Loretta out and about, looking like a romantic couple. Then out jumped the vindictive side of Doris that was tired of repeatedly losing to women who were more attractive than she was. She really hated that her money wasn't enough to control the men who she wanted to love her. So, Joey had to pay. And how did she make him pay for making her feel bad? Doris shut down his record company. Then, Doris had to pay, because that made him angry. And how did he make her pay for taking away his precious record company that made him feel like the big man in Hollywood? Joey effed up her house and physically abused her. I mean, he really went wild. He threw stuff all over the place. He broke dishes all over her kitchen floor. And while standing in the frame of one of her French windows, wearing a t-shirt only and nothing on his bottom half, he urinated over the railing and into her garden. Doris had called one of the guys who worked with him at the now shut-down record company to help her, to get Joe and take him away from her house. His name was Peter Brook. When Peter got there, he saw all of the destruction. He witnessed Joe and his half-nude body relieving himself onto Doris's flowers. Then he saw Doris in her bedroom with a broken jaw. Joe had hit her in the face and broke her jaw. Joe Castro and Doris Duke were two disgusting people to each other who should have never been together. He thought that he would be able to pretend to love her and get all of the money that he wanted from her, while dating and sleeping with the women he actually found attractive. And she thought that her money and the opportunities that she could provide him would allow her to control him. They were both wrong. The very next morning, she and her good friend, Eduardo Tirrea, left California to go to Newport. She didn't have luck finding romantic love, but she had the love of Eduardo. He was a gay man who loved her better than most people she let in her inner circle. Having more money than one knows what to do with seems to be one of the main ingredients to leading a very colorful life. When you're not bogged down with the day-to-day chore of working to keep a roof over your head, you can follow your heart and pursue your passions, or even live a wasteful life. But whatever the ultra-wealthy have done with their lives has always been a source of fascination for quote-unquote regular people. And Doris's life was no different. She traveled the world. She gave a lot of money to a lot of worthy causes. She was enrolled as a member of the Rosebud Sioux tribe of Native Americans. She used her Doris Duke Foundation to give grant money to medical research, environmental conservation, historically black colleges, the performing arts, and more. And all of that is wonderful and virtuous. But we don't focus on the good and virtuous stuff here. This is a Hot Mess History channel, and I have to tell you about the hot messes in the lives of people. Otherwise, you could sue me for false advertising. So I've got to tell you about what I believe to be the biggest hot mess that Doris ever caused. It all has to do with a car accident. And thanks to the work of Peter Lance, an award-winning investigative journalist who is very meticulous about how he does his work, I can use the word accident very loosely when it comes to what Doris Duke did with her Dodge Polara station wagon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to talk about the death of Eduardo Di Rea. Eduardo worked for Doris Duke. She hired him in 1956 as her curator of art holdings. As the years went on, the two developed a friendship in addition to their work relationship. He is the man she turned to for comfort after Joe Castro punched her in the jaw. In 1966, he felt like he had accomplished all that he could working for Doris. He was ready to leave Newport, where he had been working at Doris's mansion called Rough Point. His next stop was Hollywood for his new job as a production designer. On October 6, he packed his suitcases, got a night of rest, and planned to go on some outings with Doris on the next day. He was looking forward to telling his friend that she was about to become his former boss, because now he had made it. Hollywood was calling. Di Rea had some friends in common with Doris. They were actually worried about him and told him that she would not be too happy about his leaving her employ. It turned out that his friends were right about that. He told Doris about his new job, and she was not supportive at all. To his surprise, she was angry with him for leaving her. Of course, Doris found a way to make his new job all about herself. I'm sure that her attitude shocked him. After all that he had done for her, protected her and shielded her from men who had been cruel to her, he had been her person to lean on, who would listen to her and literally pick up and move clear across the country with because she had to end a bad relationship. Di Rea thought that Doris was a good friend to him. He might not have thought much of her as a boss because she routinely underpaid him. You remember all of that turmoil that he went through when she was with Joey Castro. Nobody has to put up with that kind of stuff on a job. How much was his bonus for dealing with all of that stress and strife? He finally had a great opportunity to make a fair wage and a name for himself doing something that he loved, and all that Doris could think about was herself, and how she didn't want her friend to leave her. The next afternoon, on October the 7th, when Di Rea and Doris were getting ready to leave Rough Point, he was stopped by Doris outside of the house. She wanted to talk to him. The discussion quickly escalated into an argument about his leaving her. Some of Doris's staff members could hear the argument because it was so loud, and it lasted for a long time. Everyone seems to agree that those are the facts of the story up to this point. From here, I'll tell you one version of what Doris said happened. Then I'll tell you what Peter Lance discovered, and seems to be the truth because there are witnesses and, frankly, it makes sense. According to Doris, she and Di Rea were leaving the house. They were in the car, driving up to the gates that would have to be opened so that they could leave. He was driving. He parked the car but left it running because he was just getting out to open the gate. Doris, who had been sitting in the front passenger seat, then moved into the driver's seat. Her plan was to drive the car forward to the gate to pick him up after he opened the gate. Once she was in the driver's seat, She released the parking brake and put the car in drive. But when she got to the gates, instead of putting her foot on the brake pedal, she accidentally put her foot on the gas pedal, propelling the car forward, right into Tyrrell first, then the gates. He was pinned between the gates, which were still opening, and the car. Then the car ran over the gates and hit a tree. He ended up under the car. He died from the injuries he sustained. That's what Doris said. At least that's one of the first versions of her account, because her story changed every time she told it. But from there, her money did the rest of the talking. Here's what I mean. The Newport Police Department performed a very brief investigation and ruled Tyrrell's death as accidental. But it looks as though they just took Doris's word at face value, because when the crime scene was re-examined, it was clear that what was on the scene was not at all consistent with the account that Doris told the police. The Tyrrell family held his funeral. All of his brothers, sisters, nieces, and nephews attended. Liz Taylor and her husband, Richard Burton, sent flowers. Why? Because he had recently designed a set of a movie that featured the couple. It was called The Sandpiper. Tyrrell even got to play a bit role in the film. It's so sad to think of how close he came to doing what he really wanted to do for his career. A producer of the movie named Martin Ransohoff also sent flowers, and so did Kim Novak. Guess who else sent flowers to the funeral? Doris Duke. And that's all that she did. It's odd that someone who was such a great friend, as she had told the police she was, wouldn't attend the funeral or at least offer to pay for the funeral. She certainly had the money to do it. After getting the report from the second investigation, Tyrrell's family sued Doris Duke for wrongful death, and they won. But the amount of money that they received, especially when Doris's 9-figure bank account is considered, was pathetic. They requested $1.2 million, and 5 years later, they were awarded $75,000 when a court decided that Doris had been negligent on that fateful day, not guilty, because she wasn't charged for committing any crime. For the life of their loved one, 8 siblings were awarded an insulting $75,000. Doris's attorneys fought for her in this case, as they always had in the past, and they fought hard to keep the Tyrrell family's financial compensation amount as low as possible. So despicable. It wasn't put on any official records, but the second investigation basically showed that, if nothing else, Doris was a liar who had lied about the events that led to a man's untimely death. Now I have to tell you about the reinvestigation of this case that was performed by Peter Lance. Remember that I told you that Doris's money did some talking? You're about to find out some other reasons why I said that. I can't share with you every single detail about this investigation because this video is already so long, and Eduardo Tyrrell's death at the hands of Doris Duke has so much information that it could be its own video. So if you would like for me to cover this part of her story in a deep dive, true crime treatment, let me know in the comments section. But I'll tell you some key details now. In addition to Doris's statement given to police being inconsistent with the crime scene, it was also inconsistent with the injuries sustained by Tyrrell. She said that she first had him pinned between the car and the gates when she accidentally accelerated the vehicle. That would have crushed his legs. The problem with that was that his legs were not injured at all. After Lance's investigation forced the police department to reinvestigate the crime, another theory that is more likely came to surface. A Sergeant Fred Newton pointed out markings on the gates that suggested Tyrrell had been forced up on the hood of Doris's station wagon. There had been skin and blood found on Bellevue right after the accident. Bellevue is the street right outside of Doris's gates where her car turned and hit the tree. Sergeant Newton said that the skin and blood were from Tyrrell rolling off of Doris's car. Here's his complete theory. Tyrrell went up on the hood of the station wagon before it hit the gate. Then at some point after the gates flew open, She hit the brakes and he rolled off. Then she ran over him and dragged him to the point where he was still underneath the car when it hit the tree. That would account for why the lower gates were pulverized, but his legs were never damaged. Everything indicated that what Doris had done was no accident. Even the tire marks at the scene displayed an indication of tremendous acceleration, not a slip of the foot on the wrong pedal. The evidence showed that Doris Duke hit Direa not once but twice with her 2-ton station wagon. Then there was Bob Walker. He witnessed the quote-unquote accident in 1966, but he never made a statement or testified about it. He spoke to Peter Lance about it in 2021 because he was an adult and could make his own decisions. At this point, he was a 68-year-old Marine Corps veteran. But in 1966, he was a 13-year-old paperboy who told his father what he heard and saw that day. His father would not allow Bob to make a statement because he was afraid of Doris Duke and what could happen to his son. As he put it, quote, Doris Duke was a rotten person who had some unscrupulous people on her payroll, end quote. Well, after reading Peter Lance's book in July of 2021, Bob was compelled to go to the police and tell them what he saw and heard on the day that Doris Duke killed Eduardo Direa. This caused the Newport Police Department to re-examine the case, even though Doris had been dead for 28 years at this point. Well, just a few short months later, the city manager of Newport announced that the case was closed once again and found to be an accident once again, just like they said the first time. Peter Lance didn't seem to be surprised by their findings, stating that Doris Duke had a large amount of clout in the city in 1966, and apparently she still did, even in her death. It makes me wonder how many high-ups in the city at that time would have been exposed for wrongdoing if the re-examination of this case had come to a different conclusion. After all, right after the accident happened, guess who Doris Duke hired on as her personal physician? The city's medical examiner on the case. Now, I know that most of us are familiar with attorney-client privilege in lawsuits. It protects the information exchanged between a lawyer and a client. Well, that same privilege exists with doctors. It's called doctor-patient privilege. And it sounds like a major conflict of interest to have the medical examiner on Doris's car crash also represent Doris. It sounds like her money really was talking, and the city of Newport liked what it was saying. There were even some very shady things that happened within the police department that seemed to be tied to Doris's money and connections. It all looked so bad and ran so deeply, it's likely that her blood money is still running through the veins of Newport today. There are so many more parts of this story that make Doris Duke look dirty. I can't cover them all here on this particular video. The death of Eduardo Direa really needs its own video. But it seems that Doris knew that she literally got away with murder, and whatever conscience she had was eating away at her. So she started really turning up the heat on her financial contributions, as if she was trying to buy her way out of all the bad that she had done. Well, let's fast forward to 1987, when she hired Bernard Lafferty as her new butler. Bernard was an Irish immigrant who came to the United States in 1980. He found work at the Bellevue Stratford Hotel in Pennsylvania, where he met a number of rich and famous women, and even became friends with some of them. Elizabeth Taylor and Sophia Loren were a couple of his fancy new friends. His ponytailed hairstyle and earrings in each ear definitely gave him a signature look. He had a taste for the high life and couldn't get enough of being around celebrities and extremely wealthy people. So he must have felt like he struck gold when Doris Duke, the richest of them all, chose him to be her new best friend and bring him to her house. By this stage in her life, Doris had turned into a weirdo who had her pet camels living inside of her mansion. And they weren't house-trained, if you catch my drift. So Bernard the butler was just one more new weird item to add to her strange collection. He didn't make sense, so he made sense for her. He was her friend, but he was also her personal butler at her New Jersey estate. She hired him right after he had been fired from his previous position for drinking on the job. But his new job with Doris came with perks. Just the type of perks he liked. Traveling worldwide with Doris and staying in the best hotels and eating at the finest restaurants. All that he had to do was whatever she said and be her best friend. It was a better job than he could have hoped for, considering that he had no formal education and he was only semi-literate. Because Doris lived her life so privately in her last years, a lot of what has been said and written about her relationship with Bernard can be chalked up to speculation, but it does seem that they had a good friendship. I have to guess that that's true, because she didn't kill him. No, they traveled the world together for 6 years and he remained right by her side till the very end. Many say that his actions helped her get to the end a little sooner than she otherwise would have. Doris's end might have come as a result of her no longer wanting to be the ugly girl. We know that from the time that Doris was a young woman, she was always considered to be the ugly one. To her face, behind her back, and even publicly sometimes. So maybe that's why when it came to getting facelifts, she was a regular patient. The older she got, the tighter her skin got, to the point of looking unnaturally uncomfortable. One Newsweek writer even wrote that it looked like her skin had been pulled so tight that her eyes were on the sides of her face rather than in the front. But none of that stopped Doris from doing what she thought made her look better. At the age of 79, she got her last facelift, and that was the first step in a domino effect that would end her life. She had her skin stretched to the hilt by something called a magnetic rejuvenation machine. It sent electricity through her skin that tightened it and made her feel pretty, even if no one else agreed. Her money, her face, her choice. This procedure was no joke, and it required some downtime for recovery. While she should have been laying down and taking it easy, because she was heavily medicated, Doris stood up and tried to walk. She didn't get far before she fell. The fall broke her hip. Of course, that injury required surgery, which was the last thing that she needed to happen, considering that she was already in pain from the facelift. And we know that the older we get, the harder it is to recover. Well, that all took place at the end of 1992. Doris rang in 1993 with yet another surgery in January. This time it was a knee replacement that kept her hospitalized until April. Then in July, she got so lucky that she had to have another knee surgery. She stayed in the hospital for a few months. Then, the very next day after she returned to her Beverly Hills home, she had a stroke, and it was bad. On October 27th, her physician, Dr. Charles Kevowitz, made a house call and administered morphine to Doris. Allegedly, the morphine was used to put Doris out of her pain, once and for all. It was supposed to end her life. Now, Doris had a lot of servants, and there were a few variations of the story when it came to what happened after Doris received that first dose of morphine. There are too many accounts to discuss them all, but I'll discuss some of them. First, I'll tell you the one thing that we know for sure happened after that October 27th dose of morphine, and that is that Doris Duke died on the following day, October 28th, 1993, at the age of 80. The cause of death was supposedly cardiac arrest. But how could anyone be certain about it? Because the very next day after that, on October 29th, Doris Duke was cremated without an autopsy. Now, I don't know about you, but I think that's very odd. Why did she need to be cremated so quickly? It's almost as if someone had something to cover up. And boy, oh boy, did the theories about Doris's death and immediate cremation start popping up from every corner of her mansion. What was being covered up, and who was covering it up, and why? Was it a servant? Was it her doctor? Did a greedy relative or friend have something to do with all of this? It seemed to many who were on the outside looking in that those closest to her were out to get her. The most popular assumption at the time was that the butler did it. Yes, Doris's precious Bernard. I'll explain as many pieces as I can. For starters, the morphine shot that Doris received on the 27th wasn't the only one that she received. According to Tammy Payette, one of the 6 nurses who was on staff during Doris's final hours, after the doctor gave her the first dose of morphine, Bernard asked him how long would it take for Doris to die. The doctor said about an hour. Then he left. But hours later, Doris was still alive, and that seemed to be a problem for Bernard, who called the doctor again and asked him to come back. The doctor returned, administered more morphine, then Doris died the following morning at 5:30 a.m. By 7:30 a.m., just 2 hours later, her body had been removed from the home. Nurse Tammy said that the morphine didn't help Doris to die easily, but rather that she was in no danger of dying until she was given those large doses of morphine. She made it clear that she felt Doris had been drugged to death. After Nurse Tammy came out with her allegations against Bernard the butler, which also implicated Doris's doctor, many other people came forward with their own allegations against Bernard. Colin Shanley, who had been Doris's chef, said in an affidavit that the day before Doris died, a package arrived, and when Bernard received it, he announced, "Miss Duke is going to die tonight." His affidavit said that there was a lethal dose of the painkiller Demerol in the package. Those accusations alone looked bad enough by themselves, but when you add to them the fact that Bernard the butler had a hearse waiting in the driveway to take Doris's body away for cremation before Doris died, you can see why so many people were pointing their fingers at Bernard and saying the butler did it. Doris was known to change her will as often as people change their underwear. She was always paranoid that someone was out to get her, and she didn't want to fall victim to anyone who wanted her money. Well, 6 months before she died, she made a change to her will that would have made Bernard a very rich man after she passed away. Did his desire for a lavish lifestyle make him want to speed up the process of getting his hands on his inheritance from Doris? It was a great deal of money, too. $500,000 a year for life, and $5 million for his new position as the co-executor of Doris's $1.5 billion estate. This job required Bernard to supervise Doris's many charities. That was odd and seemed like a lot of responsibility for someone who could barely read. But by the time that Doris met Bernard, she was very odd. So maybe this whole setup kind of made sense. Doris was a weirdo who had hired a weirdo to run her operations. So this inheritance only added another piece of the puzzle for those who thought that Bernard had killed Doris. And if they needed any more evidence to support their case, they needed to only look at Bernard's behavior immediately following the death of his dear friend. In addition to having a hearse waiting outside of her mansion like it was a getaway car for a bank robbery, Bernard went to New York very shortly after the death to file the will and probate so that his big checks could start rolling in. And he started spending money like crazy. His biggest purchase was a yellow mansion in Bel Air. What finally happened was that the trial lawyers who represented Doris a year before she died were retained by the executor of the prior will to challenge this will that had been presented by her butler. And after duking it out in front of Otto Preminger's niece, yes, the Hollywood producer's niece, Judge Eve Preminger, is who presided over this case. After that fight was over, the butler got to keep his $500,000 per year, but he was completely removed from the Duke Foundation, the position that would have paid him $5 million up front and given him control of Doris's $1.5 billion estate. that was out for him. But, in good news for him, the county district attorney's office had concluded that there was no credible evidence that Doris Duke was murdered. No one could believe it. 3 of Doris's former employees came together to file a suit against the butler, claiming that they had heard him say that he would kill other rivals for Doris's estate. One of those rivals being Doris's own daughter. Now, I hate to bring up her daughter as a side note, but we know that Doris gave birth to a child that only lived for 1 day, the baby Arden. Well, in 1988, Doris met a lady named Condi Hefner. Condi was 35, and Doris swore that she was the reincarnation of Arden. So she adopted this adult and spent a lot of money on her and took her on expensive vacations. But Doris had fallen out with Condi and removed her from her will several months before she passed away. And after Doris died, Condi fought in court to gain control of Doris's fortune. She gave up the fight when she was offered a mere $65 million from the estate. Not a bad deal considering that she was left with nothing in the will, and Doris wasn't even her real mother, and everyone knew that. Condi is just one of many people who were fighting the butler to get their hands on the money that Doris left behind. Nobody thought that Bernard the butler deserved to have control of all of that money, and many people who were in the inner circle thought that he killed Doris. So even though Nurse Tammy was not alone in thinking that Bernard conspired to kill Doris, she was the most vocal person and the one who pursued the cause through legal channels. And she faced legal repercussions for making the allegations. It's wild because so many people agreed with Tammy and felt like Bernard the butler got away with murder. Then he was able to live in luxury without paying for what he did. But remember what Doris's father said, trust no one. As it turns out, private investigators started following Nurse Tammy. And guess what they saw her doing? Pawning jewelry and other expensive items from the homes of her wealthy clients. And that included items that had belonged to Doris Duke. So was she just jealous the whole time? Would she not have come forth with the allegations against Bernard if Doris had left her a big chunk of change in her will too? I don't know. But I do know that Nurse Tammy Payette had to pay for her crimes. She was sentenced to 8 years in prison for theft. Now you know how it goes in the court of public opinion. Once you're thought to be guilty, you're always guilty. And just because the court system let Bernard run free, most people did not believe that he was innocent. But maybe it didn't matter. Bernard was 30 years younger than Doris. It's likely that he and everyone who knew him figured that he would live his life with his newfound wealth for at least a few more decades. But just a couple of years after coming into his fortune, on November 5th, 1996, at 5:30 a.m., he was found dead in his yellow mansion. He was only 51 years old. He started getting his big-time checks when he was 49. And I literally just realized as I'm reading the script that he died at the same time as Doris Duke. At the end of the day, all of the talk about whether Bernard had or had not killed Doris was just speculation. But what if he really did conspire to kill his good friend and got away with it? How poetic would that be when we think about how Doris killed her good friend, Eduardo Tirea? Had someone covered up her death the way that she had covered up his? Had someone who she called a friend and trusted killed her? How ironic that would be. After all, there was no autopsy performed on Doris, so it would seem that the investigation would have lacked a lot of critical information, kind of like the first investigation into Tirea's death. This story would have been so much shorter if Doris had only followed her father's advice, to trust no one. But I must say that by looking at the way that Doris lived most of her adult life, no one should have really trusted her either.
Number 4. Dorothy Gibson.
Imagine hearing the cries and screams of horror from people who you know will surely sink to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean as you sit safely in a lifeboat. Now imagine being in that lifeboat with death all around you and having one concern on your mind, and it is, I'll never be able to wear all of my new clothes from Paris. They sank with the Titanic. If you were Dorothy Gibson, you wouldn't have to imagine it. That's one of the many selfish thoughts that went through her head and even came out of her mouth as 1,500 people were in the midst of losing their lives while she made her way safely onto a lifeboat that was never even loaded to full capacity. In our modern times, many of us can't help but to think of James Cameron's Titanic film when we think of the actual 1912 sinking. Its big names and big budget special effects and set certainly made it a spectacle for the eye to remember. Yet, Titanic historians, and survivors when they were alive, preferred the 1958 film called A Night to Remember for its historical authenticity. It is often called the first Titanic movie, but it's not. The first Titanic movie was called Saved from the Titanic, and it was released in May of 1912, just 4 weeks after the disaster occurred. And its star was our Dorothy Gibson, the girl who was so sad about losing her brand new Parisian fashions in the wee morning hours of April 15th, 1912. She was a silent film actress, and this role was going to make her a bigger star than she already was. And the movie was made by her lover, a man who was married to another woman. But you know how the saying goes, whatever is done in the dark will come to the light. And the way that this adulterous affair came to be known by the public was a scandal in and of itself. Dorothy's story has it all. Sexual affairs, crazy court cases, a man in a nightgown, a homicide, and a stay in a Nazi concentration camp. This is the story of one of the most self-absorbed first-class passengers who boarded the Titanic, silent film actress Dorothy Gibson. She was a total hot mess. Let's get into it. Dorothy Gibson was born Dorothy Winifred Brown on May 17, 1889 in Hoboken, New Jersey. Her father was John A. Brown. He died when she was only 3 years old. Her mother was Pauline Caroline Boson, and she remained in Dorothy's life until she died. Until Dorothy died, that is. Dorothy's mother, Pauline, ended up outliving Dorothy. Her mother didn't waste any time when it came to marrying again. Pauline was always looking for a way to climb up, so any old man just wouldn't do. When she caught the attention of an affluent merchant named John Leonard Gibson, she knew that he was the one. She married him before Dorothy turned 5. And it was through this marriage that Dorothy received the surname Gibson, the name that she would use in her stage and film career that made her a household name in America, Dorothy Gibson. John Gibson, though he had a large amount of money, was a sensible man and didn't feel the need to spend a lot or show off what he had. Pauline was the opposite, and she reared Dorothy to be the same as she, frivolous when it came to spending money and having an appetite for the finer things in life. This created a divided household, John standing alone against mother and daughter. Pauline was rearing Dorothy to be a bit of a spoiled brat. Here's how Dorothy described their relationship dynamic after she became famous. Quote, "My father is a great man of the spirit and is contented with the simple life. But I and my mother are bohemian, and we find the pleasures of this lovely world irresistible." End quote. So let's talk about her path to fame. In 1906, the Gibson family moved from New Jersey to Manhattan, where Dorothy was introduced to the theater, and she became obsessed. She wanted to be on stage too. And what Dorothy wanted, Pauline saw to it that Dorothy got. By the time Dorothy was 17, her mother had her on stage, dancing, acting, and singing in vaudeville productions. It is impossible to tell Dorothy's story without frequently mentioning her mother, Pauline. Pauline was a stage mother of the worst kind. As a very young girl, men took notice of Dorothy's good looks, and her mother didn't mind pimping out her daughter if it was to her own advantage. So Pauline managed Dorothy's career. Under Pauline's management, Dorothy became a regular chorus girl at the Hippodrome Theater. And Dorothy also made it to Broadway to perform in a musical called The Dairymaids. That was considered to be a pivotal moment in her career. After the musical, she started getting noticed for bigger opportunities. In 1909, a famous commercial artist wanted to work with Dorothy. His name was Harrison Fisher, and I want to give you a little background information on him. Chances are that if you're interested in this side of history, you're already familiar with Charles Dana Gibson. He was a commercial artist who got his start in the 1880s. He became famous for drawing The Gibson Girl, an iconic illustration that was said to have portrayed American beauty at its best. His Gibson Girl images were everywhere, and Charles Gibson worked for decades in his field. As Gibson's fame was dying out, Harrison Fisher was just getting started, and he had a new ideal in mind for the American beauty standard, and it was Dorothy Gibson. After seeing her perform at the Hippodrome Theater, he went backstage to meet her and asked her if she would sit as a model for him. She was beyond flattered at the notion, so of course she accepted. And their collaboration made her more famous than she had ever dreamed she could be. Charles Dana's Gibson Girl was a thing of the past. The new thing now was the Harrison Fisher Girl. And that's what they called Dorothy, the original Harrison Fisher Girl. And I think that it's such a quirky coincidence that the Gibson Girl was replaced by a girl whose name actually was Gibson, but she became known as the Fisher Girl. Now, because of Fisher, Dorothy Gibson was booking modeling gigs. She would sit for his drawing sessions, and he used her face on product labels, in book illustrations, on postcards, and she was even on the cover of women's magazines like Ladies' Home Journal and Cosmopolitan. Her face was everywhere, and she was legitimately famous. And she didn't understand why. Dorothy knew that she was pretty, but she had seen Fisher's other models and thought that they were prettier than she. Here's how she described her confusion about becoming his most famous model. Quote, "I was fortunate to be discovered, in a manner of speaking, by Mr. Fisher, but he had many models, and some of them were far prettier than I was. I do not know what he saw in me." End quote. Well, I think that's just the thing. Fisher wasn't exactly drawing Dorothy. Here's what I mean. Dorothy was his palette or starting template, but he wouldn't draw her exactly as he saw her or exactly the way she looked. This sounds creepy to me, but he would draw Dorothy in a way that made her look both younger and more sexualized at the same time. Like if he were around today, authorities might be interested in seeing just what he was looking at online, if you catch my drift. To accomplish the sultry and childlike look he was going for, he would soften the shape of her nose, extend the space between her eyes, and slightly lift her jaw. The June 1911 edition of Cosmopolitan displays this style and is analyzed by Andrew Wilson in Shadow of the Titanic, who points out that Dorothy is drawn, quote, "drinking sarsaparilla from a tall glass, her long fingers caressing its base, the lips of her rosebud mouth closed around the straw. Dorothy's mix of ingenue innocence and barely concealed sexual energy was a winning combination for the illustrator." End quote. By the way, while Dorothy's star was rising as a model, she got married to George Henry Battier Jr., a young pharmacist who was near her age. He exists as a mere footnote in the story of her life, and their marriage didn't last long. We'll get there. After making her mark on the stage and in the world of commercial modeling, Dorothy looked on to the next venture. And it was film. The movie industry was still in its very early stages in the 1910s, and in 1911, Dorothy entered the industry as an extra, getting in on the ground floor. Before the year was over, she had been hired as a leading lady for the U.S. branch of Eclair Studios, a Paris-based movie studio. Their American operations were in New Jersey. And in that same year, Eclair debuted its first film. It was an historical drama called Hands Across the Sea. Dorothy played the role of Molly Pitcher, and the debut was a success. But later that year, the studio would find Dorothy's real strength, and it wasn't in playing a serious, dramatic character. Dorothy shined in comedy. Miss Masquerader was Dorothy's next role, and it was a hit for her and the studio. She received positive reviews for her acting, with critics writing that she had a natural talent for pulling off comedy in film. Dorothy's fame had certainly reached new heights after her Miss Masquerader film was released. But after surviving the Titanic disaster, her most famous role ever would come about as a direct result of having traveled on the doomed liner. The film was called Saved from the Titanic, and it was based on her own experience. Loosely, very loosely. So how did Dorothy Gibson even wind up on the Titanic in the first place? It was actually she and her mother. They had been enjoying a European vacation that was supposed to have lasted for 3 months. It got cut short when Dorothy received a call from her studio telling her that she needed to return home to start filming a new series of movies. When she learned that the Titanic was the first ship headed back home, she booked first-class tickets for her mother and herself to get on it. Pretty straightforward. But why was she in Europe? Yeah, sure, she was on vacation, and everybody needs a break from time to time. But there was another reason that Dorothy had taken this vacation, and it wasn't innocent at all. Jules Brulatour was a producer at Eclair Studios and one of the most powerful men in the budding film industry. He was Dorothy's boss, and he provided the financial backing for a number of her films. He was also Dorothy's lover. The main problem with this was that he was a married man, and he didn't mind hiding money from his wife and using it to shower Dorothy with expensive presents. He was interested in Dorothy from the moment he met her at a film industry gala in 1911. He told her that night that he felt like he already knew her because he had seen her lovely photos in all of the newspapers. Dorothy's mother, Pauline, loved the attention and the money and the material things that Dorothy and she got as a result of this illicit affair, so she pushed for it to continue. Pauline didn't want to miss out on anything that she could get from her daughter opening her legs to this married man. But you know how these things usually go. The married man enters the affair wanting sex. The woman enters wanting marriage. That was the case with this affair. Dorothy wanted marriage, and so did her mother. Pauline's thought was, if he's doing all this for you as a mistress, just think of what we can get if he marries you. Mind you, at this time, Dorothy was earning $175 per week. Adjusted for inflation, that's a little over $12,000 per week in today's 2024 money. So Dorothy was not hurting financially in any way. But enough was a word that wasn't in her mother's vocabulary. Pauline knew that Dorothy could get a lot more money if she could marry Jules and have access to his fortune. For months, she had already been arranging the meetings for Dorothy to have sex with Jules. During the daytime, they were at the studio. He was Mr. Brulatour, and she was Dorothy. But at nighttime, they were at the St. Regis Hotel, and he was her Julie, and she was his Mutsy. Lovey-dovey nicknames. How stupid. So Pauline just came up with one more scheme to get this pair of lovers together forever. In a nutshell, the plan was to make Jules miss Dorothy so much that he would realize that he wanted to marry her. Pauline told Dorothy to ask for some time off so that she could take a vacation to Europe. She was given the time off. Then Dorothy and Pauline made their way to Europe. They had a 3-month itinerary that included several stops in European countries and North Africa. They set sail on March 17, 1912. The whole time they were gone, Pauline was coaching Dorothy on what to say in telegram messages to Jules that were sent to his office at the studio. Tell him that you bought a sexy dress in Monaco and you can't wait for him to see you in it. Tell him you bought some naughty lingerie in Paris and you can't wait to wear it for him. Tell him all the things that you want to do for him in the bedroom. We're all adults here. We know that she wasn't talking about folding his laundry in the bedroom. It all sounds so straightforward. Too straightforward and way too aggressive for a woman, especially in that era. But guess what? It worked. Dorothy's absence, coupled with her sexy messages, had her on Jules' mind day and night. And he was ready to leave his wife to marry Dorothy. On April 8th, Dorothy received a telegram at her hotel in Genoa. It was from her studio, telling her that she needed to return home ASAP. Not because Jules was ready to marry her. That would come later. This telegram was about business. It was time to film a new series of silent films, and they needed her at work. So it was settled, and Dorothy and Pauline would be on their way back to America only 3 weeks into their 3-month trip. Dorothy made a quick stop in France, and she was able to book a ticket on some ship called the Titanic. That's all that she knew about it. It was her quickest way to get home. Dorothy had no idea that 2 days after getting that telegram, that she and her mother would soon be aboard the largest and most luxurious vessel that had ever sailed. On April 10th, they were on the Titanic. And just like every other passenger on that liner, Dorothy and Pauline were having a grand old time until trouble struck on April 14th at 11:40 p.m. Thankfully, because Dorothy was so famous and a lot of people wanted to hear what she had to say about her time on Titanic, we have a lot of information about what happened to her. So let me tell you about Dorothy's last night on the Ship of Dreams. Dorothy and Pauline were in the saloon on Deck A, playing bridge with a couple of friends they'd made from first class. 2 men, Frederick Seward, a marine lawyer, and William Sloper, a stockbroker. As Dorothy remembered it, there was, quote, a great deal of merriment on board, end quote. Then they felt something, a slight jar, as she put it. But of course, they didn't stop the game. There was nothing to worry about. They were on an unsinkable ship. Well, every ship is unsinkable until it sinks. And before Dorothy's card game was over, it became clear the Titanic was going down. According to Dorothy, after feeling that movement, she and the other bridge players carried on playing and laughing for another 15 minutes before she realized that something was amiss. When she looked up from her card hand, she finally noticed the ship's stewards and officers. As she retold the story, they were moving with considerable nervousness. But then, still nothing was registering that serious danger was just minutes away. Dorothy said goodnight to her table and went outside for a walk on the deck. And that's when she saw that Titanic was listing. As she put it, the great ship was leaning heavily on one side. Then she noticed that other passengers didn't notice. She stepped back into the saloon to find everyone having a blast, enjoying that beautiful night, playing cards, talking, laughing, and drinking. Then finally, the group of card players learned that what they felt earlier was the ship colliding with an iceberg, and now it was time to get to safety. and they all did so with relative ease, including the men in her party. At 12:45 a.m., an hour and 5 minutes after the collision, the first distress signal rocket was fired. Anyone who hadn't got the message likely understood by this point the time for fun and games was over. Officers on the starboard side of the ship were ready to launch the first lifeboat. Now, there was a commotion and panic filled the air. Dorothy and Pauline weren't even in control of the directions their bodies were going, as a crowd surge came about and people were just leaning into each other, trying their best to get off the boat that just days before, almost everybody in the world wanted to get on. Somehow, Dorothy and her mother managed to hold on to each other and not get disconnected. And Dorothy didn't mind being pushed around the way that she was, because she could see that she was being pushed in the direction of where the lifeboats were to be lowered. Frederick and William helped Dorothy and Pauline into a lifeboat. Then, as gentlemen would have been expected to do, they turned away to make a path for more women and potentially children to enter the lifeboat. Well, Dorothy grabbed William's hand and refused to let go. She insisted to the officer in charge that he allow her two male friends to get into the lifeboat. The one thing that there wasn't time for was an argument, so the officer let the two men get in with Dorothy so that he could get about the business of trying to save some more lives. They were joined by the Bishops, a couple from Detroit who were on their honeymoon. Yes, most of us are familiar with the phrase, women and children first, in reference to the loading of the lifeboats in this tragedy, but that's what it was. Women and children first, not women and children only. Dorothy and her fellow passengers were in lifeboat number 7, the first lifeboat that was launched. It was lowered into the water and made its escape from the calamity. I won't say that it was the first lifeboat that was filled, because it wasn't full. It sailed away from the Titanic with only 28 people in it, 25 first-class passengers, and 3 Titanic crew members. Now, brace yourself. The lifeboat had a capacity to hold 65. Here's a quick side note that I thought you might like. This lifeboat, number 7, almost carried 2 pregnant teen wives. The lady in the honeymooning couple from Michigan was 19 years old and had conceived on her honeymoon. John Jacob Astor, the richest man on the Titanic, tried to get his 18-year-old pregnant wife in this lifeboat too, Madeline Astor, but she was too afraid to try to get in and decided to stay on Titanic with her husband until much later. And since I've given you one side note, allow me to give you another one. Guess who helped Dorothy and her mother and dozens of passengers into the lifeboats on the starboard side of Titanic? He is the man who walked away from this catastrophe with a reputation for being the biggest coward on board, Bruce Ismay. In real life, and in James Cameron's Titanic, he is the man who was depicted as sneaking into a lifeboat, then lowering his head in shame as his lifeboat was lowered into the water. But back to Dorothy and lifeboat number 7. Knowing that the ocean liner only had enough lifeboats for roughly a third of its passengers to begin with, makes this number of 28 passengers in lifeboat number 7 seem all the more disgusting. Everyone in number 7 was rescued, but not without a hiccup or two. A problem arose while the 28 were getting loaded in. The drainage plug in the bottom of the boat somehow got displaced. As Dorothy recalled, women aboard offered up their lingerie items, and men offered up some of their clothing items to stuff in the hole. Obviously, these various pieces of cloth didn't provide a tight seal, so icy water started seeping into the bottom of the boat, but just a tiny bit at a time. Still, it was enough to completely cover their feet for the next few hours. As someone who absolutely hates being in cold temperatures, I can only imagine how dreadful those few hours were for them, but I'm sure that they were able to look just as far as their eyes could see and realize that they were still in an enviable position. Yes, their feet were cold, bone-chillingly cold, but hundreds of people around them were freezing to death and drowning. As Dorothy put it, quote, "I never knew one could be so cold and live. I ached from head to foot, and I was much more warmly clad than some of the women." End quote. Dorothy was wearing an evening dress that night. She had a sweater and a short overcoat on top of her dress. And when she said that she had on more clothes than other women, that wasn't a judgment call suggesting that the other women were dressed inappropriately. No, many of the other women were dressed for bed on a ship that wasn't supposed to sink. Many of these women were in bed for the night before the ship hit the iceberg. And even when they stepped out of their cabins to learn about the commotion that was going on around them, a lot of them just went back to their beds for the night, thinking, "Oh, the crew will fix it." So by the time it became clear to everyone that there was a serious emergency underway, it was too late for those women to put on warm clothes. They had one job only, and it was to get off of the Titanic alive. Right around 2 o'clock in the morning, it finally became obvious to lifeboat number 7 passengers that most of Titanic's passengers were not going to escape from the ship. George Hogg, one of the crew members on number 7, ordered that their lifeboat be rowed away from Titanic because the risk of being sucked down with it was high. So those 3 crew members and passengers did as he said and rowed away from Titanic as hard and quickly as they could. Dorothy's eyes were focused on Titanic, which at this point was partially underwater with its stern up in the air before its final plunge. This is what Dorothy said happened next. Quote, "Suddenly, there was a wild coming together of voices from the ship, and we noticed an unusual commotion among the people about the railing. Then the awful thing happened, the thing that will remain in my memory until the day I die." End quote. Dorothy was able to get in the first lifeboat that launched. That means that she had a shorter time to panic about getting to safety than most of the people on the ship. And of course, we know that many who were panicking never made it to safety. But even in that short time that Dorothy had to wait for her half-empty lifeboat to drift her out of harm's way, she still found time to think one selfish thought. As her fellow passengers were scrambling on the decks, looking for loved ones, looking for life jackets, trying to find their way into lifeboats, Dorothy's thought was this, and she said it: "I'll never get to ride in that gray car again." Now, when I first read this, I thought that perhaps Dorothy was disoriented and having some type of mental breakdown. But no, she knew exactly what she was saying. She was talking about the gray Detroit automobile made by Chalmers that her boyfriend had bought for her. It was a fancy car that she loved to drive. And as the Titanic was starting to sink, that's where Dorothy's mind went. Woe is me, I'll never get to drive my favorite car again. But we know that she would get to drive her favorite car again. Dorothy and her fellow passengers in lifeboat number 7 spent a long, dark, cold morning in the Atlantic before they were rescued. There was talk amongst them about how horrifying the screams were of the people who had not been so fortunate to find their way into lifeboats. That led to another conversation that was quickly shut down. "Hey, our lifeboat isn't full. Let's go back and get some more passengers." That was the sentiment of one of the crew members. Well, he was outnumbered 27-1. "We can't go back. What if our boat gets pulled under? What if too many people try to get on our boat? They'll all be fine. They can get on their own lifeboats." The crew member then informed the 25 passengers that he knew for a fact that there weren't enough lifeboats for every passenger who had booked a ticket, and some of them would surely sink with the ship or freeze in the ocean. That didn't change anyone's mind. They sat there in lifeboat number 7 and listened to the screams and cries until they stopped. The survivors on lifeboat number 7 were slightly inconvenienced when some of the icy water started to enter their little craft, but they managed. The coldness in the air was nearly unbearable, especially for the women who had just hours before been perfectly comfortable in their dresses and nightgowns. At some point, after most of the passengers who were floating in the water were surely dead, another dreadful thought entered Dorothy's mind. All of those beautiful pieces that she'd bought in Europe for her lover to see. The clothes that were going to make Jules leave his wife for her. They were at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Oh no, my beautiful new dresses and lingerie. I'm not joking. These are words that she shared about her Titanic experience. The passengers on lifeboat number 7 then listened as hundreds of people were submerged into their icy grave. Dorothy said that it was a mixture of yells, shrieks, and moans. And then, under the water, they could hear and feel explosions. These were most likely from the stern imploding as it sank. It had to have been horrifying for everyone. But after all of the talk about all of the cries and moans of the people who weren't able to get into a lifeboat, one could only wonder how sorry Dorothy and the other 27 people in lifeboat number 7 truly were. Did they feel badly enough to do something? To help? Well, listen to this. The crew member who told them to row away from Titanic so that they wouldn't go under with her was the lookout, George Hogg. And after the Unsinkable sank, he was the one who wanted to turn lifeboat number 7 around, have the passengers row back to the spot of the sinking to pick up some more survivors. He knew, as anyone should have known, that they wouldn't last long in the icy waters. But when he told the passengers of lifeboat number 7 his suggestion to go back and pick up people who were surely freezing to death, every single person in number 7 objected, Dorothy included. Now you tell me, how badly did she really feel? How badly did they really feel? I'm sorry, but there is just no good excuse for this. Every lifeboat should have been filled to capacity. When Dorothy was asked why her lifeboat didn't turn around to pick up passengers, she couldn't quite find the words to explain that to the press. I bet she couldn't. Less than a week after the tragedy, Dorothy's account was published and it was full of contradictions. First, she said that after Titanic disappeared, she could see bobbing heads all around in the water. Then later, she says in that same time frame that no one could be seen in the water. Even if a bit of sense could have been made out of her timeline, it displayed a window of opportunity to save some more lives. I'm telling you, she knew what she and her first-class ticket-holding cohorts had done was wrong and unjustifiable. And I want to make it very clear that Dorothy was not the only one or even the main one to blame. She just so happens to be our subject today, so my focus is on her. I'm looking forward to telling you the stories of everyone in lifeboat number 7 and as many Titanic passengers as I can, if you'll allow me to. But it's Dorothy's turn today. These post-Titanic interviews in which she told half-truths, lies, and contradictions laid the groundwork for the script that she would write for her Titanic movie. If she had told the American public the truth about how she and her fellow survivors conducted themselves, she would surely lose her status as America's sweetheart. Lifeboat number 7, having only 28 passengers in it, isn't even half of the story. Oh no, this is like an awful infomercial, because wait, there's more. Herbert Pittman was the Titanic crew member in charge of lifeboat number 5. While drifting in the early morning, he saw Dorothy's lifeboat and called out to its passengers. When he got close enough to see that lifeboat number 7 only had 28 passengers, He felt like his own lifeboat was crowded. It held 40. All of the lifeboats were designed to hold 65. When Pittman got close enough, he put some of the survivors from his lifeboat onto Dorothy's. Then crew members tied both of the lifeboats together. Why? So that they could go back together and scoop up as many survivors as possible? Hell no, don't be silly. They tied their two boats together so that they would be more visible to their rescue vessel. Combined, they had enough space to save 62 more people from freezing to death, but instead, they only looked out for the ones who were already safe. This time, no one even suggested going to rescue more people. And this was about the time that Dorothy started to feel sad. For herself. Here's how Titanic researcher Andrew Wilson wrote about it. Quote, "In that freezing, uncomfortable boat, she began to feel sorry for herself. She remembered some of the clothes she had bought in Paris just before she had traveled to Cherbourg, garments she had chosen to captivate and titillate her older lover. There was the beautiful afternoon dress, the color of champagne, the pink blouse, a vision of lace and chiffon. And then there were those silk stockings and risque lingerie sets she had packed away in her trunks, all of which now lay at the bottom of the ocean." End quote. Then she thought of Jules, of course, and how much she loved that married man. There were their messages back and forth to each other. "Will do everything, make you completely happy. Love you madly, Julie." Remember, we're talking about telegrams here, so all of the words weren't always included. Another one of his telegrams. "It caused no happiness without Mutsy. Never allow you leave again, Julie." To which she replied, "Hardly wait get back. Cable made me awfully happy. Mutsy." Yeah, sure, she'd be happy to get back to see him, but it just wouldn't be the same without her brand new clothes. But oh yeah, people were dead and still dying. Dorothy actually had a discussion on the lifeboat with her friend from the bridge game, William, about all of the people who had died. But Dorothy, refusing to look guilty about it, in front of a man who was right there with her and just as guilty as she, continued to say whatever she could to help them all feel better about looking at themselves in the mirror. She told William that hardly any people would be dead because surely most of the passengers got away in lifeboats. We all know that that wasn't true. Chances are Dorothy also knew that was a lie when she said it. But one of the Titanic crew members quickly put that lie to rest when he interjected and said, "Even if all of the lifeboats were filled, not more than a third on Titanic could have escaped." That reality brought lifeboats number 5 and number 7 to silence. There was coldness, death, and stillness in the atmosphere for the next few hours. Then roughly at 6 a.m., the RMS Carpathia arrived to rescue those who had survived through the wee hours of the morning. Lifeboat number 7 was the third to have its passengers loaded onto Carpathia. Dorothy met a kind couple who offered her space in their cabin, which she gladly accepted. After eating breakfast, she retired to their room and slept for 26 hours straight. After waking up, the first thing on her mind was her man. Not her husband. She was still married to what's-his-name, but I'm talking about Jules. She wanted to send him a telegram, but she had a long wait. You can imagine how many people were trying to get messages home. Well, on April 17th, she got a telegram from him that read, "Will be worried to death till I hear from you. What awful agony. Julie." Having nothing except the clothes on her back, she had to borrow money to send him a short reply. In case you didn't know, people were charged per each letter or character when they sent telegrams. So she kept her reply short and sweet, and professional, since it was going to his home, where his wife could easily intercept it. It simply read, "Safe, picked up by Carpathia. Don't worry, Dorothy." Then finally, the next day, actually the next night, on April 18th, the Carpathia arrived in New York, delayed due to bad weather. It was 9:25 p.m. and very dark outside, but that did not stop the Titanic Welcome Committee from waiting to see their loved ones get off of their rescue vessel. And Jules Brulatour, being the shrewd businessman he was, didn't miss out on an opportunity to capitalize even on this moment. He made sure to have his movie camera rolling for the triumphant return of his mistress. Within the next few days, he had the reel spinning in theaters across the country, and he was making a lot of money because of it. This let him know that he was on to something when it came to the other idea that had been in the back of his mind since he heard about the Titanic going down. A movie about the Titanic disaster, starring his mistress. That was just what the people would want to see. There is this perception that people who lived during the Edwardian period or the Gilded Age, whatever you call it on your side of the globe, lived a much more wholesome way than we do today. And I'm here to tell you that that is simply not true. They just didn't have reality TV and Jerry Springer back then. No spaces existed where they could flaunt the worst of their behaviors. But despite their classy suits and elegant dresses, they too lived scandalous lives, and the general public back then had an appetite for scandal, just as we do today. And Jules knew that he could make another small fortune by filling their movie screens with a bit of human exploitation. He would run the idea by Dorothy as soon as he got a chance to have a quiet moment with her. When Dorothy and Pauline disembarked, there were a lot of loved ones and press members waiting to see them. Dorothy was interviewed by several reporters. She told one, quote, "The concerted cry of despair that came from the direction of the liner as she plunged into the ocean is ringing in my ear this minute. I cannot describe it. It sounded like a mighty wail." End quote. Waiting for Dorothy and Pauline were Dorothy's stepfather, her aunt, who was her mother's sister, and even some friends from their neighborhood in New Jersey. Leonard Gibson, Pauline's husband and Dorothy's stepfather, greeted the ladies with a big hug, then whisked the entire party off to a celebratory dinner that lasted until early the next morning. The whole time she was thinking about Jules. She wanted to get away from her family and friends so that she could see her lover. And she did. She took a taxi to her apartment. I don't know how she got inside. I suspect that she didn't have her keys. At any rate, she tidied herself up and then went to a hotel to meet Jules. And she was finally in her gray car that she had been daydreaming about on the Titanic. Again, I don't know how she had the key. Maybe the car key was already in her apartment. Car keys were just becoming a thing in 1910, and I have a feeling that this would have been a newer car, but who knows? Maybe it didn't need a key. Please forgive the tangent, but my mind really did wonder about how she was able to get back into her apartment and car after midnight. Well, Jules was excited to see Dorothy. And guess what? He had a proposal waiting for her that night. A new film project proposal. "Dorothy, you should have seen how crazy things were here. We had Titanic fever in America. Everybody would want to see your survival story. It would make you crazy famous. What do you say, Mutsy?" She said yes. I tell you, that Jules wasn't one of the leading men in his industry for no reason. But he had another proposal for Dorothy that night. This one came with a $1,000 diamond cluster ring. "Will you marry me? Even though I'm still married with 3 children and not even close to getting a legal separation?" She said yes. Sure, a lot of people were sad because they'd lost loved ones who they'd never see again, but Titanic was a win-win situation for Dorothy. Getting on that boat won her the movie role of a lifetime and the man of her dreams. Her thoughts? It really does suck for you all, but everything is going my way, so you should all just be happy about that and come see my new movie. You know that this isn't going to end well for her, right?
The conversation that Dorothy had with William before they were rescued by Carpathia brings us back to her post-Titanic interviews. Dorothy told the press that she behaved as a lady should have. She was offered a seat on a lifeboat, and she took it. End of story, period. Well, William Sloper, her bridge-playing friend, said, but, that was not the end of the story. He liked Dorothy, and to some degree could say that she saved his life. But he told the media what Dorothy said on Titanic as people started shuffling around to get on lifeboats. He said Dorothy, quote, kept repeating over and over so that people standing near us could hear her, "I'll never ride in my little gray car again," end quote. William let the people know that America's sweetheart was obsessed with her material items while people were trying to save their lives. Why did he feel the need to share this? It may have been because his name was getting dragged in the mud over an embarrassing lie, and he didn't want to go down alone, so he decided to take down his card-playing friend with him. You might want to know what was said about William. Well, I found this article from the April 19th Buffalo Courier, from just days after the disaster. It says that William Sloper was rescued from Titanic because he was mistaken for a woman, because he was wearing a woman's nightgown. Now, this was not true at all, but I can imagine that William was pretty upset about it. The thought is that this story was printed about William because he didn't want to talk to reporters after the sinking. He wouldn't give anyone an interview, so they just started making up stuff about him. Well, their plan worked. It got him to talk. Then eventually, he cleared his name and left a stain on Dorothy's that no one denied. But Dorothy didn't have time to worry about her lies being exposed in newspapers. She had a movie to make. The movies that Dorothy was originally returning to film got put on the back burner. She and Jules got straight to work on this Titanic project. Saved from the Titanic. Very clever name, I know. Dorothy came up with the storyline. Jules secured the filming location and even came up with the bright idea to have her wear the same clothing she had worn that night and early morning on the ill-fated ship. For authenticity. Dorothy was so excited to work on this production. We can't know for certain what was truly motivating her. Was it that she trusted Jules when he said that this movie was going to make her more famous than she already was? Or was it something less self-serving? Was this movie a vehicle for her to deal with her trauma? Was she just excited about the big payday that she knew was coming? Maybe it was a little bit of all of that. The story that she wrote for herself allowed her to be a better version of Dorothy than the real Dorothy. In her movie, her character's name was Dorothy. Dorothy was coming back home on the Titanic to reunite with her boyfriend, Jack. Jack was in the Navy, and he wasn't married. And in her movie version, the part about how Dorothy and the other passengers in lifeboat number 7 colluded to not rescue Titanic passengers who were freezing to death was left out of the script completely. That might have been bad for the real Dorothy's image. Dorothy and Jules made the first exploitation film. It was released on May 16th, 1912, just 1 month after the sinking, and it performed very well in box offices in the United States, France, and the United Kingdom. Dorothy was on top of the world and everything was going her way against all odds. She made it off of the Titanic alive and could tell her story. Not only was she telling it, she was getting paid a heck of a lot to do so. She had a successful movie running, she was the highest paid movie actress in the world, and she had the man she wanted
getting ready to leave his wife any moment now so that he could marry her. Life was great. What was next? Retirement. After a film career that didn't even last 2 years, Dorothy retired at the top of her game. Some who have researched her extensively came to the conclusion that facing the fake Dorothy on the movie screen while knowing the truth about herself was just too much for her to handle, and that's why she walked away from the movie industry. But she still wanted fame. Her next move was to pursue a singing career. Jules was going to use his connections to make Dorothy an opera star. There was only one small problem with this. She couldn't really sing that well. But she did make it to the Metropolitan Opera House for one show run. There were no surprises there. Even Dorothy herself never said she had a pretty voice. She described her own voice as uncommon, which leads me to believe that Dorothy got a lot of requests to sing solo. Solo that no one can hear, please ma'am. With her singing career over as soon as it started, Dorothy was ready to move on to the next phase of her life. She wanted a husband. No, not her own husband. She wanted Clara Brulatour's husband, Jules. Quick side note, because we are a caring audience, I know that you care as much about Dorothy's clothing items that she lost on the Titanic just as much as she did. So I want to let you know that eventually she was compensated for what she lost. She and her mother received a $4,000 check from White Star Line, the owner of Titanic, in January of 1913. Meanwhile, Jules was doing everything that he could do to please his little Dorothy. I should mention that he was roughly twice her age. She was 22 when she boarded the Titanic, and Jules was 42, with an age-appropriate wife. But he was doing his best to get rid of that old hag, and Dorothy was doing her best to be patient about it. Jules tried to make her wait as pleasant as he could. He gave Dorothy unlimited use of his Long Island house while she waited out his marriage. He also sent Dorothy and her mother on a few more European vacations, though how they mustered up their bravery to get on another ship is beyond me. And that little gray car that she just couldn't get her mind off of as the Titanic sank, Jules was letting her drive it all the time. It was already practically hers. So she spent a lot of days driving the Detroit to his Long Island home, where she could practice being his wife until it became her reality. Jules was actually doing double duty trying to satisfy both his mistress and his wife once he broke the news to Mrs. Brulatour. You can imagine that Clara was not too happy to hear from her husband of 18 years that he was ready to throw her out of the door and replace her with a younger woman. Not after she had loved and cared for him and had 4 children for him. Only 3 were living. He understood that this news would not be easy for his wife to take, so he tried to make her happy too. Well, as happy as one could be given the circumstances. So he offered her a huge cash settlement to take and go live happily ever after. Without him. $20,000 right away, and she would also be the beneficiary of his $65,000 life insurance policy. That $20,000 alone is equivalent to about $630,000 today. Would that be enough money for you to forget about your hurt and embarrassment from a cheating spouse? Let me know. I think that it would be a good start for me. But this offer came with a condition. Clara would have to give him a private separation because he didn't want the embarrassment of a public divorce and the scandal that it would cause. The nerve! Everything was about him and what he wanted. Clara didn't like it, but she wasn't a fool. Jules offered her enough money to keep herself and their kids comfortable for life, so she took him up on the offer. Even though she was angry and didn't care about his reputation being ruined in the press, she didn't want to be embarrassed either. And the thought of the world knowing that her husband had been cheating on her for over a year with this young, silly actress would have been too much shame for her to bear. So she went along with his plan. everyone was getting what they wanted. Kind of. Jules and Dorothy would get exactly what they wanted. Clara would get the consolation prize of a comfortable living. Everything was going as planned until Dorothy messed it up. And I know that you're probably saying, why would she mess things up? This is what she wanted. Well, she didn't do it on purpose. Here's what happened. One night, a lovely couple, the Smiths, were out for a walk. Dorothy was on one of her many trips from her Manhattan apartment to her lover's Long Island house. Of course, she was driving her favorite car. Maybe she was daydreaming about her wedding, but something distracted her and she jumped a curb. Before she knew it, her favorite car was off of the street and on the sidewalk. She ran into that lovely couple. The woman was Julia Smith, and she sustained serious injuries that left her hospitalized for several weeks. Mr. Henry Smith died. Behind the wheel of her favorite car, Dorothy Gibson killed a man. So how did this cause a hiccup in the arrangements that Jules had made for both of his women? Well, of course, this car accident went very public, but not immediately. At first, Jules was able to keep everything pretty quiet, and it took me a long time to figure out just how. When I was looking for the news articles about this car accident, I couldn't find any at all. Then I accidentally stumbled upon the fact that Dorothy Gibson had been using the name Dora Gibson with everything connected to this fatal accident. She had even been on the stand in court as Dora Gibson. Okay, Dora. Julia Smith sued Dorothy for her husband's death and the injuries that she herself sustained. The amount that she was seeking varies depending on the source. It was somewhere between $4,500 and $25,000. When Dora testified, she told the court that she and Jules were good friends. She was asked how long she had the gray Detroit car. She said a little over a year. Then she was asked if she was friends with Mrs. Brulatour. She said that she was not. She didn't know her. Good friends with him, but you don't know his wife of 18 years? That's suspicious. It was in this line of questioning that it was revealed that the car she was driving, the gray Detroit, wasn't even registered to Dorothy. Dora. Well, whose car was this? The court and newspapers wanted to know. Oh, this car belongs to Jules Brulatour. I was just driving it. Really? Why? Are you driving the car as a business perk? No. Are you driving the car because you and Jules are such great friends? Sure. When Jules took the stand, he testified that Dora was, in fact, his fiancée. That was why she was driving his car. This only makes me wonder about something that I don't know about. When was it required for adults to have identification cards on their persons all the time? Like, there is a very small chance that today you or I could get into a car accident, give a police officer the wrong name, and then show up to court under that same false name. Well, in 1913, Dorothy Gibson did it. And after Jules testified that he was going to marry her, that was a big enough scandal that this married man was going to marry some young woman named Dora. By the way, he mentioned all of that in some weird, horrible effort to help her get out of paying that woman for her husband's death, which I think is disgusting. But guess how the truth about Dorothy's identity came out? She told on herself. There's a Baltimore Sun article from May 1913 that has some details really wrong. Like it states that Mr. Brulatour's chauffeur was driving on the night of the wreck. But it has the quote from Dorothy that gave herself away. It starts with her own words. Quote, "You see,
Ever since the Titanic disaster, she continued glibly, I have been so nervous that I could not bear to drive the car at a high rate of speed or allow it to be driven fast. Thus, she disclosed her identity." End quote. During all of those court dates, no one knew a thing about her having been on the Titanic. She just let that slip out of her mouth. It was from that detail that everyone was able to figure it out. Jules made that Titanic movie, and that girl in it was Dorothy Gibson. And all of the film industry people already knew about his relationship with her. He had no shame about carrying on with her publicly. And people basically just put two and two together. And there it was. The biggest movie star in the world killed a man with her car. It was more than just a sensational headline. It was a huge lawsuit, and she did have to pay Mrs. Smith. Julia Smith was awarded the $4,500. Well, now, Clara Brulator had been dragged into this and embarrassed. And with that, Jules no longer had the option to get that quiet, private divorce that he wanted. Remember, she only agreed to keep quiet because her own name wasn't going to be tarnished. But they were beyond that point because of his young, stupid, badly driving, murderous mistress. Now, Jules would have to suffer the shame of a very public divorce and still have to pay Clara a lot of money. I hope that she was worth it, Jules. Clara went on to sue Jules for divorce, and while he didn't get the privacy that he wanted about this matter, Jules finally got to marry the woman of his dreams, Dorothy Gibson, in 1917. She turned out to be a nightmare. They were both still the same people, and now, instead of cheating on their former spouses, they were cheating on each other. The marriage that they had both wanted so badly was over before it started. Dorothy and Jules learned that they both just liked the thrill of the adulterous nature of their affair. Without the excitement of potentially getting caught by their respective spouses, there was really nothing there. Very shortly after they exchanged vows, both Dorothy and Jules found other lovers. According to Jules, Dorothy had 2 lovers. Dirty harlot, he was only cheating on her with one person. We know where this is going, so I won't waste your time. After about 2 years of their charade of a marriage, Dorothy filed for divorce and asked for $48,000 in alimony, $1.1 million in our money today, plus $30,000 for attorney's fees. Well, that was a drop in the bucket for Jules. He was literally a millionaire. He had way more money than that. But he didn't think that she was worth it. Dorothy remembered how Jules offered his first wife, Clara, over $80,000. Well, he didn't think that Dorothy was worth it. Why wasn't she worth a little bit less than that? Instead of agreeing to her demands or offering any money, Jules countersued her for divorce. He was telling the court, don't give her a divorce, give me a divorce. He actually wanted his marriage to be annulled on the ground that it was never legal in the first place. And he had a point. And for that reason, even Clara wanted a say in his divorce from Dorothy. This paragraph from a 1919 edition of the Buffalo Times sums it up pretty well. Quote, his plea for relief coincides with that of his first wife, from whom he obtained a decree of divorce by default in Kentucky in 1917. The first wife asks the marriage of the second wife to Brulator to be annulled as a fraud upon her rights. She says she never was served with the divorce papers and had no knowledge of the divorce until he had married his second wife. End quote. And he did all of that just so he could be with this woman who he now wanted to get out of his life and out of his house. His houses, actually. This divorce got so dirty. The woman who Jules had left his wife and children for, he was now calling a vampire and saying that she had put him under a spell and forced him to act against his will.
That's the only reason that he cheated on his wife and left her. It was all Dorothy's fault. Well, here's how the judge resolved their matter. They got their divorce. Both parties were found to be equally responsible, and Jules was ordered to pay Dorothy $10,000 per year. But the judge was disgusted with both of them and said that neither party deserved any sympathy. He said that he only awarded Dorothy anything at all because he had to follow the law. The following year, Leonard Gibson, Dorothy's stepdad, filed a suit against Jules as well for $50,000. I didn't look into the details of that one because by the time that I saw that, I already had enough material for this video to be over an hour long. During her marriage to Jules, Dorothy continued to conduct herself as the fame-hungry monster that he had helped to create. And Jules, once again, found himself tired of his wife and in search of a younger woman. And he found one. A new actress was on the rise. Her name was Hope Hampton, and she was 8 years younger than the old hag, Dorothy Gibson. Oh, Dorothy, don't you know that when you are promoted from mistress to wife, you create a vacancy for a new mistress? That's just what Hope Hampton was. And Jules was in between Hope's legs before the ink was dry on the marriage certificate that he shared with Dorothy. I guess that Clara got the last laugh. Jules married Hope Hampton in 1923, and Dorothy was so embarrassed about it that she wanted to go and hide, and she literally did. Now, Dorothy got a taste of what it felt like for Clara Brulator being replaced by her husband's younger mistress. But Dorothy only got a very small taste of it. She couldn't handle the heat, and she needed to get out of the kitchen, or the country. She was too embarrassed to stay in America after her husband had so publicly moved on. In her own words, quote, "I had a great deal of unhappiness and much less money. Mr. Brulator had married again, and we still had many of the same friends. I was not very happy as my husband and his new wife were always around. Therefore, I went to Paris to live with my mother." End quote. So Dorothy left New York and went to Paris with her mother in tow. The money that Jules was paying her was enough for her to live comfortably in Europe. And there, she partied her nights away, trying the best to forget the shame that was left upon her name back home. She was living it up, drinking cocktails every day, hanging out with famous writers like James Joyce and H.G. Wells and her movie industry friends. And in Paris, she got the opportunity to be the woman on the side without any repercussions from the press. What can I say? She liked being with married men. She and her mom could let loose there. This was the life that they had always wanted. Pauline loved being in Paris so much that she didn't even go back to visit America for her husband's funeral. Eventually, Dorothy came to live a peaceful and quiet existence in France for some years, until trouble struck in 1939. The trouble was big. It was World War II. Pauline was half German, and she developed a strong loyalty to Germany while she and her daughter were living in Europe. She also developed an equal hate for America. She felt like the Germans had gotten a raw deal, bad press during World War I. They were just misunderstood. She didn't know exactly why people were so hard on them. But her loyalty to Germany was more than strong. Pauline was a Nazi sympathizer, and her influence on Dorothy was still ever so strong, and Dorothy became a bit of a Nazi sympathizer too. And these two gals, who always wanted to be on the winning team, thought and hoped that Hitler would win this war, so they sided with him. We all know how that worked out. In 1941, Dorothy's ego took another hit when the film Citizen Kane was released. Now I have to admit, I've never seen this movie. I'm not much of a movie person at all. But what I read about this movie is that there's a character who has a talentless wife named Susan. Susan was apparently based on Dorothy Gibson. The main character, Charles Kane, is a media mogul like Jules Brulatour. His wife, Susan, takes up opera singing, but she's no good at it, just like Dorothy had done. A gossip columnist named Luella Parsons wrote about the movie that, quote, "It was Brulatour and his sad girls," end quote. Humiliating stuff for sure, but Dorothy had bigger fish to fry. She was in the middle of a war. And this is where things get really strange. For some reason, Dorothy's mother also developed a really strong liking for Mussolini, so she went to live in Italy to be as close to him as possible. Dorothy drove to get Pauline to bring her back to France and ended up getting stuck in Florence with her mother. There, she was interviewed by the Italian police and thrown in jail. She was charged with being an anti-fascist agitator. She didn't like jail at all. It wasn't nearly as luxurious as any place she'd called home in the past 20 years. So she left. She escaped. She tried to get to the Swiss border. Then she was captured and thrown into a Nazi concentration camp. While imprisoned, she met a double agent who was called Dr. Ugo. He came up with a plan to get himself, Dorothy, and another prisoner who was a journalist out of there. He had some help on the outside from Italian Catholic priests. The scheme that he cooked up was that they were all spies. Dorothy would just have to follow his lead and play along. Her last acting gig. It sounds like something from a corny movie, but believe it or not, his plan worked, and the three made it to Switzerland. But they weren't in the clear just yet. In Zurich, Dorothy was interrogated by authorities because they needed to know just what she knew and what kind of a threat she was. Thankfully for her, she was released because she was determined to be too stupid to be a real spy. One look at her spy work affidavit that she submitted to the American Consulate General, and James Bell said that Dorothy, quote, "hardly seems bright enough to be useful in such capacity," end quote. Sure, she may have been a bit moronic, but that saved her in the end. Authorities sent Dorothy's stupid ass with a one-way ticket back to Paris. There, she made her home in an apartment at the Hotel Ritz. She had a Spanish lover, Emilio Antonio Ramos, who was a press attaché for the Spanish embassy. She didn't get to enjoy a very long relationship with him, though, because she died. And that's all that I can say. On February 17th, 1946, Dorothy Gibson Brulatour died in her apartment, and her death certificate did not list the official cause. By the time of her death, Dorothy was seen as such a joke that Hope Hampton, her husband's younger replacement model, was sometimes mentioned in her obituaries as the present Mrs. Brulatour. Ouch. I think that she deserved a moment to shine solo in her own death. Dorothy had some money and possessions to leave behind, and they were split between her lover and her mother, Pauline, who outlived Dorothy by 15 years. She died in her Paris hotel room in 1961.
Number 5. Kate and Henry.
What was the inspiration for The Heart of the Ocean, and who was wearing it? Well, the movie's design is based on the Hope Diamond. The magnificent 45-carat stone was extracted from a mine in India, and it has a history similar to the one that Cal described in the Titanic movie, though its real history is much more extensive. But there was a man on the Titanic, a second-class passenger, who gave a young woman, his traveling companion, a similar necklace. It was actually a deep blue oblong sapphire that graced the neck of his sweetheart. And sources say that this couple's story laid the groundwork for The Heart of the Ocean to make its way into the script of Titanic. It's a fascinating and scandalous story, so I'm going to tell it. His name was Henry Samuel Morley. Her name was Kate Florence Phillips. They were both from England and boarded the Titanic in Southampton. But if you look at the Titanic passenger lists, You won't see either of those names. You will see Mr. and Mrs. Henry Marshall. That was them. And they had a secret. They actually had a couple of secrets, but Henry died before learning one of them. He planned on starting a new life with Kate in America, San Francisco, California to be exact, and that alone is so romantic and so boring. The problem with Henry taking off to marry Kate was that he already had a wife in England and a child too. How messy. Just the way we like it. And the days didn't get much better for Kate as time marched on after the Titanic disaster. This is the story of an illicit love affair that never took off because fate had other plans. And Kate thought that she would be able to run off into the sunset and away from England with Mrs. Morley's husband. But an iceberg disagreed with her. Henry Samuel Morley is the man of our story. He was born in Middlesex, England on May 3rd, 1873. His father, William, was a tailor. His mother, Emily, was a tailoress and gave birth to a total of 9 children. Including Henry, 6 survived. Tragedy fell on the family in 1889 when Henry's father died at the beginning of the year. Henry was only 15 and took on work as a grocer's clerk. The year after his father died, Henry's mother was still listed on the 1890 census as a tailoress. Henry was still listed as a grocer's clerk, but he was also listed as a frock cutter, which suggests perhaps that he was cutting the material that his mother used to make dresses, helping her keep the family business going in his father's absence. It appears as though Henry was a hard-working young man who was dedicated to his family. 10 years later, Henry married Louisa Price and moved away from his family's home. In the early years of his marriage, he worked as a grocer's manager. Shortly after getting married, the couple welcomed their one and only child into the world, a baby girl named Doris Louisa, who was born in 1900. After baby Doris was born, the financial picture for the Morleys got a lot sweeter. That's when Henry and his brother opened a candy shop called L. Morley Brothers Confectioners. Henry was a senior partner in this family affair. The shop was making so much money that it allowed Henry to buy a home big enough for his wife and child, his mother, his Aunt Alice, and his nephew Vincent. His Aunt Alice worked as an assistant for the business. It was performing so well that Morley Brothers decided to open a second location and then a third in Birmingham. The expansion kept going. By 1911, there were a total of 8 shops under the names L. Morley Brothers Confectioners and the Purveyors of High-Class Confectionery, and they were making high-end candy. The shop's locations were in Birmingham, Worcester, and Malvern. L. Morley Brothers Confectioners had made Henry into a rich man. He would have been a millionaire by today's standards. In addition to making Henry rich, the candy shop is also where this story starts to get messy, because Henry needed to hire some help, and he was looking for a woman to come in and give him a hand. Then in walked Kate, who was half his age and ready and willing to provide whatever service he needed. I can't believe it, but I found the want ad that Kate most likely answered, or one very similar to it, in a 1909 edition of the Gloucestershire Echo. It read, quote, "Wanted, young lady as apprentice to confectionery. Wages paid. Particulars apply L. Morley Confectioner, 336 High Street." End quote. Not a very detailed description, but whatever Henry was looking for in his next confectionery employee, Kate had it. And let's just say that from that point, the lollipops weren't the only sweet things in the candy shop that were getting Henry's attention. He had a little too much focus on the newly hired eye candy. So let's talk about her. Here's a little background information on Kate. Her full name was Kate Florence Phillips. She was a New Year's baby, born on January 1st, 1893 in Kings Norton, Birmingham, England. Her father, Thomas, was an engine fitter. Kate's mother's name was Mary. Including Kate, her parents had 5 children. They shared a house that backed onto the River Severn. At some point, her family moved. The 1911 census shows her family residing at 34 Waterworks Road, Worcester, an address that would remain important to Kate well into her adulthood. She was described as an unmarried confectionery shop assistant, employed by Henry Samuel Morley in that census report. But the census didn't keep up with the data on extramarital affairs. By the time that Kate met Henry Morley to work in his shop, she was an attractive teenager. I don't know Henry's height, but I read that he towered over Kate. I don't know her exact height, but I read that she was shorter than 5 feet tall, so I'm sure that many men towered over her. That leads me to believe that there's a good chance that Henry wasn't necessarily exceptionally tall if he towered over a woman who was not taller than 4 feet and 11 inches. Kate was also described as someone who didn't own much of anything, so she must have been surprised, flattered, and excited when she learned that her boss, the older and well-off Henry, took a liking to her. But it was more than like. Maybe it was love for Henry, maybe it was lust. Whatever it was, Henry started having sex with Kate, carrying on as if he didn't have a wife and child at home. By 1912, he was 39, and he was spending money on hotels, taking Kate to places where the two of them could engage in sexual activity. It was a different time. Today, if you book a hotel, the company will know who you are before you even pull into the parking lot. You will likely already have shared your name, driver's license number, and a credit or debit card number with your hotel brand. But in Henry's time, you could check into a hotel and give any name that you wanted at the front desk. As long as you paid your bill, no one cared. So that's how Henry was able to take his mistress wherever he wanted to have his way with her. He would give the front desk whatever name he wanted to give for himself, and Kate would simply become Mrs. whatever name he wanted to give himself. That's how he got away with it at hotels. I don't know how he got away with that at home. Maybe Henry would tell his wife that he had to go to candy-making conventions. Yeah, babe, the International Candy and Chocolate Association is doing a thing, and I gotta be there, so see you in a few days. I don't know. Or maybe Mrs. Morley would turn a blind eye to his cheating. Like I said, he was practically a millionaire. And if his wife chose to not acknowledge his cheating, she wouldn't have been the first wife of a rich man to shut her mouth in exchange for a comfortable lifestyle. Whatever it was, love or lust or a little bit of both, it didn't take long for it to get serious in Henry's mind, because he started making plans, lifelong plans for himself and Kate. He wanted to marry Kate, but he was going to have to keep it a bit of a secret because of Louisa, that pesky problem at home, his wife, the old ball and chain, getting in the way of him and his sweet young thing. You know how it goes, right, fellas? Wives. What are you going to do about them? Don't kill me, ladies, I'm just kidding. But seriously, Henry had an entire plan worked out for an elopement, and he started putting the pieces in motion. First, he sold his shares in his confectionery shops so that he and Kate would have money to live on, and so he'd have capital for his next business venture. His plan was to move with Kate to San Francisco, California. There, he would start a new confectionery business. He also used some of the money to buy his sweetheart an engagement present. It was a diamond-encrusted sapphire necklace. Well, I shouldn't say that he merely bought it. He had it specially made for Kate in Birmingham's Jewelry Quarter. It was an expensive piece with a name, L'amour de la mer, the love of the ocean. I'm sure that you recall the one in James Cameron's Titanic was called Le Coeur de la mer, the heart of the ocean. Henry used some more of his money to purchase a joint ticket for himself and Kate to get to the United States. It was ticket number 250655. a second-class ticket on the Titanic, which cost him £26. Henry did his best to plan every detail down to the T because he needed to make a clean getaway. He could not risk getting his good name dirty while he snuck off to do something dirty. And he was going to need a little help to pull off everything. So he decided to tell one person what his real plans were. He told his brother, Arthur. Henry told everyone else a completely different story. Henry had been rather ill in the months before the Titanic's maiden voyage. And while we could probably all agree that there's never really a right time to be sick, the timing of Henry's illness was rather convenient because it gave him an alibi or an out for his escape plan. While his brother, Arthur, knew that Henry was leaving the country to start a new life with Kate, Henry told his wife and the rest of his family that he was leaving England to go to San Francisco to recuperate from his illness. That's right. According to his doctor, as he told everyone, the warmer climate would help him to recover more quickly. He would need to leave for 6 months, and then he would be in tip-top shape, and he'd be ready to come back home. Who was his doctor? Marvin Gaye? Because it's so clear that the only healing Henry was in search of was sexual healing. His brother, Arthur, had a little more to say about Henry's plans, but we'll get there. On March 2nd, 1912, Henry withdrew £400 from the United Counties Bank Limited and pretended to be a good little husband and father until it was time to set sail from Southampton aboard the Ship of Dreams on April 10th, 1912, shortly after noon. Henry was abandoning his family forever. But forevers don't always last a long time, do they? April 10th was a new day and a world away from what Henry and Kate had known. That was the day that the couple eloped together on the Titanic, full of hope, with their new life ahead of them. What had started out in a candy shop as a clandestine affair between Henry Morley and Kate Phillips had transformed into a serious relationship on the Titanic between Mr. and Mrs. Marshall, the fake names on their tickets. Like so many of the other passengers who boarded the Wonder Ship, Henry and Kate exchanged their ticket for entry onto the vessel, then waved their goodbyes to the lookers-on. Among those waving them off on the quay was Henry's brother, Arthur, the only person in the crowd who knew their dirty little secret. According to Henry's great-granddaughter, Arthur is the one who drove the couple to Southampton so that they could make their escape. He was especially instrumental in their plan. Arthur kept his lips tight, and Henry and Kate were so thankful for it. But there would come a time when Kate would hope that Arthur would reverse that favor and speak on this adulterous relationship, and we'll get there. Now we're on the Titanic. And I'm sure that the mere sight of the ship blew Kate away. She was from a working-class family and would never have seen such luxury and splendor before, even in second class. As has often been said of Titanic, second class on Titanic was first class on any other vessel. Henry certainly could have afforded first-class tickets for himself and Kate, but his fear was that traveling in first class would have drawn too much attention. Nevertheless, the couple had everything that they needed to start their new life merrily, right in their second-class accommodation. Second-class staterooms were very comfortable and pretty. They featured oak paneling, glossy white linoleum floors, and mahogany furniture, which, in addition to their double beds, consisted of a large sofa, a wardrobe, and a dressing table with a wash basin, mirror, and storage shelves. Their bed linen was changed daily by a ship's steward. Now, the part that we might not think of as luxurious today would have been their bathroom facilities. Though second class on Titanic was pleasant, second-class bathroom facilities were shared. They were communal lavatories that may have been shared with passengers from 8 different cabins, and if Henry or Kate or any second-class passengers wanted to take a bath on their voyage, they could, if they made their request with the steward and scheduled it. Hey, it was second class. not as luxurious as first class, but way better off than their fellow passengers below in third class, who only had access to one bathtub for women and one for men, for all of the 709 passengers in third class. Can you imagine having to share one bathtub with hundreds of people for days? Worse yet, can you imagine being the crew member responsible for keeping those areas clean? Well, there was one thing that the third-class passengers had that the first and second-class passengers did not have. It's something that we might consider a convenience today, and that's automatically flushing toilets. Now, this wasn't because White Star Line wanted to do something special for its poorest customers. Their reasoning was that most third-class passengers did not have indoor plumbing at home and would either not have known or remembered to flush the toilets after using them. If Kate would have had to pay her own way to get on the Titanic, she surely would have been in third class. But she didn't. She was having a grand time with Henry, where as second-class passengers, they also would have had access to a smoking room, an enormous outdoor promenade, and a library where their afternoon tea and coffee were served. They also had a well-appointed dining room that could seat at least 2,400 people, and, to add to its upscale ambiance, a pianist would play to entertain the diners while they feasted on food that was often from the same menu as first-class passengers. In this day and age, it was normal on luxury ships for the first and second-class passengers to have a lavish 5-day party. On Titanic, they only had a 4-day party, because, as we know, the voyage was cut short. Kate, as you recall, was described as a young woman who didn't have much of her own. So there's no doubt that her 4 days on the Titanic were the most lavish of her life. And Henry was so in love with her and would have had enough money to see to it that she had all of the proper dresses and outfits that Kate needed so that she could be a part of all of the festivities without missing a beat. Women spent months planning their wardrobes for trips like these. Traveling across the Atlantic on a luxury liner was a big deal, and it was an even bigger deal on the Titanic just because it was the Titanic. But you know how it is. Even these days when we go on an exciting vacation, many of us plan way ahead for what we want to wear. We think about the photos that we want to take and how the outfit will look at the whatever landmark. In 1912, those women shared that same kind of excitement, but there were more rules about what they had to wear on the ships and when. The first and second class ladies would change 4 times a day. For that reason, many of them would bring their maids. Off-the-rack clothing for women wouldn't be popular until another 15 to 20 years. Women were still wearing corsets and would have needed some help getting into those corsets. We know that Kate didn't have a maid, and Henry didn't hire one for the voyage, so I'm sure that it's a safe bet that Henry was helping Kate put her clothes on and take them off. For Kate and the rest of the ladies in second and first class, the first outfit of the day was a suit for breakfast. The second was a tea gown for afternoon tea. Then at night, there was a different evening dress for each day of the voyage. On April 14th, just a few hours before Titanic struck the iceberg, Kate would have slipped into one of her fine evening dresses and dined on some of these menu items from the second-class menu from that night that we happen to have here. Maybe she and Henry enjoyed some consommé tapioca, curried chicken and rice, pureed turnips, and coconut sandwiches for dessert. Titanic's second-class menus had some delicious options. And finally, after that filling, appetizing meal, a nightgown for retiring to bed would have been Kate's 4th change of the day as a lady in second class. And on April 14th, that would be Kate's final outfit change on her Titanic trip. But of course, she had no way of knowing that. Kate was floating on cloud 9. This man for whom she was working changed her life and her economic status by proposing marriage to her. He promised her a comfortable life in America, and she had every reason to believe that what he promised would come true. because so far it had. She saw all of the planning and scheming that Henry had done to make their dream become a reality. She was in on all of it. Their plan had to work, for if anyone back home in England found out what they were up to, both Henry and Kate would have to live the rest of their lives as scandals, social pariahs. It would have been even worse for Kate because a woman was supposed to be respectable. A man would have been given some grace because he was a man. Like, how could he resist the wiles of a 19-year-old vixen? But Henry and Kate's scheme stopped working as soon as the Titanic stopped floating. After 4 extravagant, fun-filled days, the ship that was called the Unsinkable would sink. On April 14th, at 11:40 p.m., Titanic struck an iceberg. Henry knew that it was something serious straight away. We know that many Titanic passengers felt that same shift in the boat and did not take it seriously or allow themselves to feel comfort in the assurance that they were on an unsinkable ship. Well, Henry did the opposite. He told Kate to wake up. She, as we know, was wearing only her nightgown. He also was wearing his night clothes. After she put slippers on her feet, he took her up to the boat deck to get her loaded onto a lifeboat. After striking the berg, Titanic's designer Thomas Andrews surveyed the damage and correctly predicted that the ship had only about 1 or 2 hours to float before sinking. Then it was midnight, April 15th. The crew members readied the lifeboats for launch. Just days before, the Unsinkable had made the news all over the world, with stories boasting about her maiden voyage. This was the ship that everyone wanted to get a ticket to board. But now, at midnight, the real prize was a way off of this boat. And with lifeboat space for only 1,178 of its 2,240 passengers, you can bet that a seat in the standard lifeboat was far more envied than a first-class cabin on the Ship of Dreams. Isn't that funny how quickly things can change in this life? Literally just minutes before Titanic was the ship that everyone wanted to be on. Just moments after midnight, only the lucky ones would be able to get off. Well, Henry's instincts were correct, as we know. The passengers had no way of knowing, but by 12:15 a.m., Captain Smith had ordered the Marconi operators to send out a distress signal. And though by the time that Titanic sailed, SOS had become the official distress signal, the operators sent both SOS and CQD calls. CQ signified a general call, and the D stood for distress. Many ships still used CQD, and the Titanic operators needed everyone on the receiving ends of their signals to understand that it was an emergency. They could not leave anything to chance. A number of vessels got the signal but were just too far away to respond. Then, at 12:20 a.m., the RMS Carpathia received from Titanic, "Come at once. We have struck a berg. It's a CQD, old man." The Carpathia was a Cunard liner, and Cunard was White Star Line's biggest competitor at sea. Thankfully, none of that mattered when they received Titanic's distress signal. Carpathia's captain was Arthur Henry Rostron. Arthur and Henry, Kate's boss, and his brother's names. Anyway, he immediately changed the course of Carpathia to aid Titanic. It was 58 nautical miles away, too far to reach Titanic before she was predicted to sink. It would take Carpathia about 4 hours to reach the distressed ship. Titanic would be underwater by then, but some help was better than no help. Meanwhile, the first distressed rocket was fired at 12:45 a.m. So, anyone who didn't know or didn't understand that the bump in the night that they felt was serious business now likely got the message. Passengers were starting to line up, waiting to enter lifeboats. They were entertained by Titanic's 8-man band, led by Wallace Hartley. The musicians were initially playing in the first-class lounge when the voyage was going as planned, but after Captain Smith issued orders to evacuate, the band moved out to the boat deck. And I said that the passengers were entertained by them, but it is more likely that the frantic passengers were calmed by the band. They played for those who were entering lifeboats and for the others who knew that their fate was to go down with the ship. None of the musicians would survive the sinking. Now, even though Henry and Kate were among the first to get to the boat deck, it appears that Kate was among the last to actually get into a lifeboat. Titanic historians, for the most part, agree that she got on lifeboat number 11, which launched from the starboard side at 1:45 a.m. A few sources say that she got on lifeboat number 13, but if the majority of the sources have it right, and she was on number 11, only one more lifeboat and 3 collapsibles would leave Titanic after this point. You might be wondering what took Kate so long to get on a lifeboat if she was, in fact, one of the first people lined up to get on one. The answer to that seems to be that Henry didn't want to let her go. It was after the trek from their cabin to the boat deck when Henry placed Kate's beautiful L'amour de la mer necklace on her neck one last time. Reportedly, he gave it to her on the first day of the voyage, and she wore it every night at dinner with one of her gowns. It was meant to be a precursor of even more stunning, expensive presents to come, just to show her a taste of what life was going to be like for her once they got settled in San Francisco, once Henry had his new candy shop up and running. But at this point, when it was clear to everyone the Titanic was going down, the beautiful necklace was looking more like a goodbye gift. After Henry placed the piece on Kate's neck, he clung tightly to her. He did not want to let her go. And if it had been up to him, he would not have let her go. But crew members grabbed Kate and threw her into a lifeboat. Henry had just enough time to steal a kiss. There was no time for long, sad goodbyes. People were scrambling for their lives. Now, Kate was safely floating away from Titanic in Lifeboat 11, wearing only her robe, slippers, and sapphire and diamond necklace, and holding a small sealskin purse. Kate was freezing, but she was safe. And that was more than could be said for Henry Morley. She didn't know it at that time, but that kiss that he gave her on the boat deck would be the last one that he would ever give her. Henry did not make his way into a lifeboat. Henry could not swim. He either drowned or froze to death in the icy waters of the Atlantic in the wee hours of April 15th, 1912. As Henry's lifeless body joined the other 1,500 fatalities, Kate remained afloat on Lifeboat 11, waiting to be rescued. The reality was that her lover, who was going to change her life, was gone forever. But what Kate didn't know at that time was that her love of the ocean necklace wasn't the only piece of Henry that was still with her. We'll get there. But first, we have to lay Henry to rest. It will be easy enough for us, but it was an emotionally difficult task for his family because his body, like so many other Titanic victims, was never recovered. Or if it was recovered, it was never identified and claimed by his family. Henry's death, while indeed sorrowful, was also a complication for the people he left behind. For starters, his brother Arthur had to come clean about knowing Henry's plan, but he only told as much as he needed to tell, as is evidenced by a small article in the Birmingham Post dated April 22nd, 1912. Here are the details that are laid out. Word reached Birmingham, England on April 20th that Henry was one of the victims of the Titanic disaster. His brother, Arthur, accompanied him to Southampton and watched him leave on the ship. And his brother really stuck to the script that Henry wrote before leaving. He told the paper that Henry left England to go to California in order to get well from a bout of sickness. Arthur also added that he had made a suggestion to his brother to take a German liner to Galveston, Texas, instead of taking the Titanic to New York. He said that he made this suggestion because he thought that a longer sea voyage might benefit his brother's health more. Now, we know that the Morley brothers were in on this plan together, and Henry wasn't leaving home because of his health, unless being sick of not having sex with a woman younger than your wife is a health risk. It might be. I'm not a doctor. But I wonder, if Arthur really did make this suggestion to Henry, did he do it because there would have been an even smaller chance that he would bump into someone on the ship who knew him? That's my guess. What do you think about that? Anyway, the brief article also stated that Henry left behind a widow and one child. Now that's not a lie, but it's not the entire truth. Henry left behind a widow, a child, and a fiancé, and maybe more. Before we get back to that fiancé, I have to point out that on the same page as this article about Henry's death is what was said to be the official list of survivors. Now, this was only a week after the sinking, and it's very clear that this list is incomplete and incorrect. I can tell at a glance because Madeline Astor's name is not on it. But something else stands out to me. Mr. and Mrs. Marshall are listed as survivors. And so is Miss Katie Marshall. But Katie Phillips does not appear on this list. They booked their tickets as Mr. and Mrs. Marshall. So it appears that there's a chance that Henry's alias is shown to be a survivor on the same news page where his death is covered. Yes, Marshall is a common enough name, but Kate was booked as his wife, so she wouldn't have been Miss Marshall. But Kate and Katie are very similar names. It looks like there was definitely some confusion going on there. There was another small mix-up with Henry using the fake name of Mr. Marshall. The Brooklyn Daily Eagle reported it on April 20th, 1912. On what appears to be basically the sports page. At the time the Titanic sailed, the chess champion of the United States was Mr. Frank J. Marshall. He had been in Europe that spring. When his mother saw that there was a Mr. Marshall on the list of missing passengers, she panicked because she knew that her son was planning on returning home that same month, April. She just didn't know when. But chess lovers all around the world were able to take a sigh of relief. It was just Henry Marshall, not the famous chess player. Quick question that has absolutely nothing to do with the Titanic. How do you feel about chess being written about in the sports section? Is chess a sport? I mean, they show the spelling bee on ESPN. There are a few activities that blur the line between sport and skilled hobby, in my opinion. Race car driving, bowling, golf. Like, if you can do it really well and still not be an athlete, like if you can do it while drinking a beer and smoking a cigar, is it really a sport? Is it a sport if the person who's doing it is not an athlete? I'm curious to see your opinions. Golf is debatable, but chess is not a sport. I'm sorry. But back to Kate. To say that her scheme was not going as planned was an understatement. Here she was, 19 years old, stranded at sea in her nightgown, slippers, and a beautiful necklace. She and her fellow passengers were in Lifeboat 11 in the freezing air for hours. Thankfully for her, one of Titanic's crew members gave her his jacket for some warmth. She would have desperately needed it. The air temperature was just below 32 degrees Fahrenheit at the time of the collision. I can't imagine spending even 10 minutes in that kind of coldness in only my nightgown. At 3:30 a.m., the welcoming sounds and sights of Carpathia's rockets showed up to the area. I'm sure that Kate and her fellow Titanic survivors were relieved, but they weren't in the clear just yet. The first lifeboat to reach Carpathia was lifeboat number 2. That was at 4:10 a.m., and it would take several hours for Carpathia to pick up the rest of the survivors. On April 18th, the Carpathia arrived in New York, and even though it was late at night and raining, massive crowds were there waiting to greet the survivors. Carpathia carried 705 of Titanic's survivors to New York. Lifeboat space for less than half of them. And because of how sparingly those lifeboats were loaded, less than a third of them survived. And Kate was one of them, one of those survivors of the tragedy within a tragedy. She didn't know anything except that the life that she had planned with Henry went down with that ship. She thought that she would reach the shores of America and then her life would be set. If she knew one thing for certain about Henry, it's that he knew how to make a lot of money at his candy business. She was supposed to step off of the Titanic and have it made. Now, she didn't have a clue. Kate was in an extremely vulnerable position. She was taken in and cared for by the American Red Cross in New York City. After leaving the shelter of the Red Cross facilities, Kate was fortunate enough to meet a couple who took pity on her condition and took her into their home to care for her. And she needed the help. She was back down to nothing. Economically, the same position that she was in before she met Henry. Maybe a little worse. She left the Titanic with nothing more than her nightgown, slippers, and a jacket that belonged to someone else. But she also had that little sealskin purse. It contained the keys to her second-class cabin and the keys to her trunk that she packed for her voyage to America. At this point, 2 useless sets of keys. But that purse also contained the stunning sapphire and diamond necklace that Henry had given her. That necklace was starting to look more like something that she would have to pawn for money rather than something that she would get to enjoy for the rest of her life. She had fallen on hard times. But thankfully for Kate, a little bit of financial assistance was on the way, thanks to a man named Ernest P. Bignell. In his capacity as director of the American Red Cross, he had set up the Titanic Relief Fund. It was just over $160,000 that he had raised to support Titanic widows and orphans. From this fund, Kate received some desperately needed clothing and $300. That $300 had the buying power of about $9,400 today in 2024, so it was a good amount of support for her situation. And soon, Kate was going to see just how much she really needed this money. You see, about 4 months after staying with the couple who took her in, Kate noticed that her clothes, even her new clothes, weren't fitting as well as they once had. It was as if they had shrunk in the clothing dryer. But it was 1912, and she didn't have a damn clothing dryer. People wouldn't really have those for another 50 years. I told you earlier that we would get back to that British newspaper that said that Henry left behind a wife and daughter. Well, it turned out that Henry had given Kate one more gift. He left behind 2 daughters, one with his wife and a very new one with Kate. Yes, Kate was pregnant. It is thought that Kate conceived on the Titanic. Luxury travel accommodations might make some women throw caution to the wind, more so than a normal day at home, so I won't judge Kate. But the couple who took her in did judge her, and told her that they did not feel comfortable with the idea of boarding a pregnant single woman. They told Kate that she had to leave. So you can see that that relief check came in right on time. Kate had to make new plans. She was only 19 years old. The only time that she had left home was to go away with Henry to America. Her only thought was to do what made sense to her, and that was to go back home to England. And she did. She made travel arrangements to return on another White Star liner, the Adriatic. Now, I gotta say, I do wonder why Henry didn't give Kate any money when he saw her off on the lifeboat. Maybe he thought that he would survive the disaster, or maybe he just didn't think about money in the middle of the panic. Either way, she really could have used that money that he took out of his bank before he got on the Titanic. Nevertheless, she was on her way back home, sailing back across the Atlantic. And by the way, I really applaud any Titanic survivor who could muster up the courage to get on another ship after living through that disaster. I frankly don't know how they were able to make it to New York on the Carpathia without needing to be sedated, but I do understand that Kate had to do what she needed to do in order to get home. But I am surprised that she, or any Titanic survivor, ever booked with White Star Line again. I would have at least wanted to cruise with Cunard, the company that rescued me. Nevertheless, that was Kate's decision. She was going back home on yet another White Star luxury liner. A quick bit of trivia about the Adriatic: it was the first ocean liner to feature a swimming pool. We can only imagine the emotions that Kate was experiencing on her journey home. If she ever had planned on returning home, it wasn't supposed to be like this, with no husband, no real future, and a baby in her belly. A married man's baby at that. She left London as a secret and returned as a scandal. Now, I'm jumping ahead of the story just a little here, but you already know that Kate had a child on the way, so I'm going to share with you what her daughter said about her mother returning home while she was pregnant with her daughter. Quote, "She was pregnant with a married man's child. If you were a single mother in those days, some people thought you were mentally retarded." End quote. Now, retarded isn't a word that we really use today, but people did think that something was wrong with Kate, and eventually, something was very wrong with the way that she was thinking and behaving. We'll get there. For now, we have to get Kate back home. She returned to her parents' small house in Worcester, visibly pregnant. She was unmarried and therefore a disgrace. This was 1912. And though seeing a single mother today is a fairly common occurrence, back then it wasn't. These days, many women choose to have a child without being married to the child's father. Sometimes it's not a choice for the mother, and some fathers do choose to walk away. Some women are artificially inseminated. But whatever the reasons may be, it's now fairly common to see single mothers. Kate was ahead of her time in the worst way, though. It was bad enough that she was an unwed mother. But to add to her shame, her child's father had been a married man. The story eventually got out around town that Kate had eloped with Henry Morley and was pregnant with his child. Then, exactly 9 months after Kate and Henry boarded the Titanic, a baby girl was born in Kate's parents' home, the same one listed on the 1911 census when she started working for Henry. On January 11th, 1913, Kate named her Ellen Mary Phillips because she did not have the legal right to name her Ellen Mary Morley. In Ellen's own words, "It was a disgrace to be born without a father." Here she was, an object of shame, and she hadn't done anything but be born. And Kate balled up all of her grief, shame, and longing for the future that should have been with the love of her life, Henry, and took it out on that innocent baby girl and became the worst mother imaginable. There were two good things that Kate did for her daughter, though one of them didn't really amount to anything and it turned into something negative. That was that Kate fought to have Henry Morley recognized as her daughter's father. She wanted his name on her daughter's birth certificate. That would have legitimized baby Ellen and possibly entitled the child to some of the money that her father had left behind. But the fulfillment of this request would never come to fruition during Kate's lifetime, leaving Ellen to keep the fight going throughout her entire adult life. For Kate, even bringing up this argument was a negative because it left a blemish on her own character. Whether anyone wanted to believe her or not, the fact was that by insisting that Henry was baby Ellen's father, Kate was also admitting that she had had a sexual affair with a married man, a man who everyone knew she knew was married. So you can imagine that people were talking around town. Was this little girl Henry's baby? Was Kate telling the truth? How could anyone trust a harlot who admitted to sleeping with her married boss? Kate started the campaign to have Henry's name placed on her baby's birth certificate as soon as she got home. As she was marching on with her fight, Henry's family had their own pressing matter to deal with: Henry's will. If Kate could have gotten just someone to choose her side, she could have some money set aside for her daughter before she was born. Good old brother Arthur was the executor of what was left of Henry's fortune. It was 1,136 pounds. According to the CPI inflation calculator for the UK, that's a little over 160,000 pounds today. That's roughly 200,000 USD for my fellow Americans. Definitely not enough money to live on without having to work, especially when we take into consideration that that amount was divided amongst Henry's creditors and family members. But even a fraction of the estate would have been a help to Kate. And, after all of the math was done, at the end of September in 1912, just months before Kate was due to deliver the baby, Arthur came up with a nice round figure to give Kate from the will. 0. It doesn't get any rounder than that. We know that Kate was only trying to do what was best for her daughter, and if we're being honest, she was trying to make her own life a little easier too by lightening her financial load. But that just didn't work out. She was starting to learn just how tough life was going to be as a single mother in 1912. People talked, and nobody had anything good to say about a young, sneaky husband stealer. Henry and Kate, with their narrow-minded decision-making, had created some difficult pathways forward for everyone to navigate. How do you think you would have handled this situation if you were one of Henry's close family members and Kate needed your help? If Kate had come to you and said, "I'm sorry for trying to run off to America with Henry, but will you please allow me to put his name on my daughter's birth certificate and give me some money?" Do you think that you would have told her yes if you were Henry's brother? What if you were Henry's wife? I mean, she had to have known the truth. They all knew. One Wednesday morning, neither one of them shows up at work. Or ever again. If Henry was ready to run off and marry Kate and leave home in such a sloppy way, he was likely talking about her way too much to his family and friends. Way more than he did about his other employees. Can you picture him telling his wife things like, "Kate's so young and already so smart at, candy. I can't wait to see her at work tomorrow, babe." Anyway, the other good deed that Kate performed on the behalf of her daughter was more beneficial. Even though it may sound cruel, and Kate's intentions behind it didn't necessarily have her daughter at the forefront of her mind, and that is that she left her daughter behind shortly after giving birth to her. Kate left baby Ellen to be reared by Kate's mother and father. While it's sad to think of a child not having the love of her mother, Kate's parents' house was the best place that Ellen could have been. And for a little more than the first decade of her life, that's where she was. Ellen thought that her grandparents were her mother and father, because Kate would only come to visit the child occasionally, but Ellen never knew that Kate was her mother. Thankfully for Ellen, her grandparents doted on her and she grew up in a loving environment. And Ellen loved her grandparents. Her grandfather, Kate's father, was still working at a job that brought in a decent wage, and Ellen's grandmother, Kate's mother, stayed at home. She made Ellen's dresses, which Ellen thought were beautiful, and Ellen's grandparents sent her to a private convent school. By the way, it was Henry's brother, Arthur, who paid for Ellen's education. This was 100% an acknowledgement that Henry was Ellen's father. The Morley family could never publicly admit it, but they definitely knew the truth. Reportedly, Ellen looked a lot like Henry, so much that it probably seemed silly to deny their relation. But the young Ellen didn't know anything about that paternity mess. Ellen called her grandparents Mum and Dad. As far as she knew, they were her parents. Kate left Ellen with her parents so that she could go off and start a new life for herself in London. But sometimes she would drop in and visit her daughter. Here's how those visits went, according to Kate's daughter, Ellen. Quote, "Sometimes she would come for a visit, but of course I didn't know who she was. She would sweep in, hug me tightly, make a fuss of me, then leave again. For some reason, I didn't like it and dreaded her visits. It wasn't until much later that I found out who she really was." End quote. Ellen's days with her grandparents were filled with love and laughter. They had a family punt. That's a long, narrow, flat-bottomed boat that's square at both ends and propelled with a long pole, kind of like a canoe. Some days they would take the punt out on the river. There was a special seat for Ellen, in which her grandparents would strap her really tight. Her grandfather would always say, while they were out enjoying their river outings, quote, "We'll make sure you don't drown," end quote. It was a joke that Ellen didn't understand. She wouldn't understand what it meant until she was a teenager. Apparently, whatever plans Kate had made for herself in London were not working for her. She wasn't able to make the money that she needed to provide for herself, let alone a child. Then, in walked Arthur Morley back into Kate's life. He was Ellen's uncle, though he would never say it publicly. He stepped up to offer Kate a little financial help, on the condition that she took her daughter into her own care. The money was to help Ellen. It only went into Kate's hands because she was her mother. It was Arthur's way of offering child support to aid his niece. The deal that Arthur extended to Kate was that if she took custody of her daughter, he would pay her £1 per week. Kate needed the money desperately, so she went to her parents and collected her child. As Ellen saw it, quote, "She took me away from my grandparents when I was 12. It was a dreadful experience," end quote. Now, this is just an observation, but 12 was also the age of Henry's daughter with his wife when Kate took him away from his family. And I'm just saying took him away as an expression. I 100% understand that Henry was a grown man and Kate did not make him do anything that he didn't want to do. But still, it's sad that both of his daughters experienced trauma surrounding their change of parental circumstances at the same age of 12. The day that Kate took custody of Ellen, Ellen's life was changed, and not for the better. She said that her mother was always cruel to her, and she remembered the nasty words that came out of Kate's mouth as soon as they left her grandparents' house. They were, "You're no longer a lady now, madam." My goodness. The sweet life that Ellen had known with her grandparents all of a sudden came to a screeching halt as soon as Kate got her hands on her daughter. According to Ellen, Kate had nothing but scorn and bitterness to give her. She never had one kind word to say to her daughter. The beautiful clothes that Ellen's grandmother had made for her, Kate replaced them with coarse black stockings and boots. She would often hit Ellen, beating her legs with a stick. And this punishment would last for days at a time and was probably the most disgusting thing that I read about what Kate would do to Ellen. I want you to hear it in Ellen's words. Quote, "Sometimes she would lock me up in a cupboard for days with just a pot in there to use as a toilet." End quote. Can you imagine your own mother doing this to you? Beating you and leaving you in the dark for days, with nothing but a pot to use for you to relieve yourself? Disgusting. And a lot of those punishments were handed down to Ellen for simply looking like her father. That's what she had done wrong. Just existed and looked like the man who helped to create her. For years, Ellen's days were filled with misery, compliments of her mother. Now, I'm going to add some more quotes from Ellen as we go on with this story, but I want to make it clear to you that I have been doing that earlier in this story before I let you know that she was born. I love you as viewers and listeners of my content, and I know that some of you do your own research buy the books that are listed in my sources, and even pause the screen to read the articles that I display in my videos. That being said, there are times when most sources revealed a detail contrary to what Ellen said. In those moments, I have deferred to Ellen's recollection since she would have heard the story firsthand from her mother. But I will let you know what the other sources say so that you can decide for yourself or do your own research to draw your own conclusion. So far, there have been minor details that don't affect the course of this story. For instance, some sources say that Kate returned to England on the Celtic, but Ellen said that it was the Adriatic, so I went with that. I just trust that she remembered what her mother told her, and she would have no motive to change the story. I also got from Ellen the detail regarding why it took so long for Kate to get on a lifeboat, being because, as she retold it, that Henry clung to her and refused to let her go. But back to Kate and Ellen. Kate's relatives and friends said that she was never the same after returning home from the disaster. And I don't think that we would expect any person who survived Titanic to be the same person that they were before such a horror. But that didn't excuse Kate's abuse of her daughter. After Kate had given up on the fight to have Ellen legally recognized as Henry's child, she rarely spoke of him. That's understandable. I'm sure that thoughts of him were a source of pain for her. But what is not understandable or justified in any way is the pain that she caused her child just because Henry was gone. It wasn't Ellen's fault. Kate treated her daughter like she was a servant or even worse, a slave. Ellen's teenage years were filled with orders and beatings from her mother, and Kate only told Ellen about her father during a fit of rage after Ellen raised her voice to her mother after being fed up with her demands. Here's how that happened. Kate actually found a man who wanted to marry her. When she moved to London to find work, she got a job as a saleswoman, selling shoes and hats. That was when she met Frederick Watson. He owned a window cleaning business. Here is where I have to admit that I'm confused on the timeline because Ellen doesn't provide one. It's clear from Ellen's account that Frederick Watson witnessed the abuse that Kate inflicted upon Ellen. In her story, Frederick later opens a cafe, and she, Ellen, works for him there. Ellen's version makes it seem as if Frederick married her mother after Kate took custody of her. But according to Encyclopedia Titanica, Frederick married Kate in 1918, and then Kate took custody of Ellen 4 years later. And that same source also says that Frederick and Kate had their own daughter before Ellen was added to their family. Again, I'm letting you know what the other sources say, but for the sake of our story, I will defer to Ellen's story. Some details in Ellen's story just don't fit in with what the other sources say. Ellen refers to her stepfather as a kind man, so I don't think that he would have stood by and watched her be abused for several years. By the timeline of other sources, he would have. And it doesn't make sense to me that if Kate was married to a business owner, that she would have needed money from Arthur in exchange for taking care of her own daughter. So I'm just going to go back to Ellen's story, and I hope that you understand why. It simply makes more sense, even though the timeline is incomplete. So, back to Frederick's cafe. There were living quarters above the cafe where Frederick, Kate, and Ellen lived. Whenever Kate needed something, she would bang on the floor, which was the ceiling of the cafe. That was Ellen's signal that her mother needed something, and Ellen needed to quickly see how she could serve her mother. Ellen hated it, especially on the days that the cafe was really busy with customers. Well, on one busy day, she just couldn't take it anymore. Kate started beating on the floor to get Ellen's attention, and Ellen stormed up to Kate's room. According to Ellen, this is what happened, quote, "I said, 'Why don't you just put your head under the covers and die?' She looked at me in terror and said, 'Don't look at me that way. That's how your father looked at me the night he said goodbye to me on the Titanic.' That was the first real information I ever had about him. Up until then, I hardly knew a thing." End quote. So that is how Ellen learned about her father. But thankfully for her, she had a stepfather who cared for her. He did not approve of the way that Ellen abused Kate, so he did something about it. He reported Kate's physical and mental abuse of Ellen to legal authorities. His report prompted an investigation into Kate. The findings eventually led to a court order being filed against Kate, his own wife, to stop abusing her daughter. Ellen said that Frederick was a wonderful man who saved her life because of the way he stepped in on her behalf. After that court ruling, Kate gave up on life. It was as if abusing her daughter was the only thing that she lived for. Shortly after being ordered to not physically abuse her daughter, Kate took to her bed and never got out of it again. Frederick took all that he could from Kate before he finally got fed up and eventually abandoned her. This was around the time that a 16-year-old Ellen received the Love of the Ocean necklace from her mother. This is how she recalled it, quote, "When I was 16, my mother gave me a diamond and sapphire necklace and a sealskin purse with 2 keys inside. She simply gave them to me with the words, 'Here, take these, they're yours now,'" end quote. After that, Kate's mental condition continued to worsen. It got so bad that she even attempted ending her own life on multiple occasions. The method of one of her attempts was swallowing acid. She survived, but to no one's surprise, the acid burned the walls of her stomach. After Frederick left Kate, Ellen was practically an adult and able to run her own life. She made the decision for herself and her mental and physical health to move away from Kate. What poetic irony that Kate, who was perfectly comfortable with the man of her dreams, abandoning his wife and daughter to be with her, would spend the rest of her life abandoned by her own husband and daughter. And poor Ellen, she continued the fight that her mother had started before she was born, the fight to have Henry Morley's name put on her birth certificate. Ellen never stopped fighting to be recognized as Henry's daughter. But she didn't let that battle overshadow her entire life. She lived a little. She found a new job working as a florist. Later, she moved on from that position and worked for the London Passport Office. And Ellen got married. In 1935, when she was 22, she married a teacher named Lawrence Farmer. Later that same year, they had a son together. His name was Robert. Well, a few years after this little family got its start, they would be broken up because World War II started and Lawrence had to go away to serve his country and fight. This is where Ellen allowed her mother's bad example to guide her life. She shamefully had a sexual affair while Lawrence was on the front lines in the trenches fighting for king and country. That's right. Before her husband came home, Ellen was in bed with a new man, a bus driver named Frederick Walker. Well, of course Lawrence didn't want for his son to be reared by this other man and, in his mind now, his whorish wife. So he took Ellen to court for custody of little Robert. And Lawrence won. After gaining custody of his son, Lawrence sued Ellen for divorce, and he won his divorce as well. Maybe that made Ellen feel like a winner, because after getting divorced, she did what she wanted to do anyway. And what she wanted to do was marry Frederick, and she did in 1944. Now here she was, kind of following her mother's footsteps, having an affair and losing custody of her child. Speaking of her mother, Kate, with no one left to care for her, was put into an insane asylum, and that is where her story ended. Most sources say that Kate's final ending came in 1964, but Ellen says that her mother died in 1958, alone in the asylum. By that time, Ellen had been apart from her mother for years and only saw Kate's death as a blessing. She didn't even know when it happened exactly. She was told months later by an aunt. Ellen turned out to be a lot more like her mother than she'd ever hoped to. As an adult, She never forgave her mother, but she understood her. Kate abused Ellen because, in Ellen's words, she was the embodiment of Kate's troubles, and Kate just couldn't get over it. Fast forward to 1989. Ellen was still fighting to have Henry's name put on her birth certificate. By this time, she was 76 years old. She got a special treat that year. It wasn't the treat for which she had been fighting for decades, but it was something that was almost just as sweet. Mike Grundy, who was a columnist for the Worcester News, had run a story about 3 men who died on the Titanic. One of those men was Ellen's father, Henry. And Mike Grundy presented to Ellen the photograph of Henry that he was going to use in his story. In his words, "When I handed her a photo of her father, she cried." That was Ellen's first time seeing her father's face in a clear photo. The following decade was not kind to Ellen at all. In the 1990s, she was living in Perthshire and had become an elderly woman who had fallen on hard times financially. In a moment of desperation, she did something that she never thought she would have to do. For most of her life, she had in her possession that same little sealskin purse that Kate had when she left the Titanic. In that purse had always been the keys to her parents' cabin and Kate's sapphire and diamond necklace. The content of that purse went from being a family heirloom to fast cash in an instant when Ellen found a buyer, a Southampton dealer who was delighted to get some Titanic relics. According to Ellen's granddaughter, Ellen was paid only £450, about $560, for all of those items, necklace included. And that's just a little more than $1,000 today. The piece was easily worth a 5-figure amount. That should tell us just how desperate she was to get her hands on some money. Ellen remained in Perthshire until her death on October 29, 2005. She was 92 years old, and in those 92 years, the question of her paternity was never definitively or publicly resolved. I'm sure that Ellen would have found bittersweetness in the revelation that DNA testing proved her right in December of the year 2020. It was then that DNA comparisons of members of the Phillips and Morley families conclusively established that Henry Morley was the father of Ellen Mary Phillips, 15 years after her death. Ellen was certainly no saint, but I do find it sad that for her own sake, she never got the proof of paternity that she had sought her whole life. This, in and of itself, is confirmation for me that though Ellen Mary was not yet born when the ship and her father slipped under the surface of the Atlantic Ocean that early morning, that she was still in every way a survivor of the Titanic disaster. As for the other people left behind in the wreckage of the Henry and Kate affair, they remained faithful to their partners. Henry's abandoned wife turned widow, Louisa, never remarried. She died on September 1st, 1930. And the daughter Henry deserted, Doris, went on to marry a man of the cloth, Reverend Arthur Sidwell Johnson. Doris was his wife until he died in 1992. She lived to be 100, dying in Warwickshire in 2000. Kate's great-granddaughter, Beverly Farmer, now owns the sealskin purse that once contained the Love of the Sea necklace and Titanic cabin keys. She has kept the story of Kate and Henry alive for the sake of her family's history. The necklace is still likely in the possession of the dealer who purchased it in the 1990s. So, what many of us may have thought was a completely fictional component of James Cameron's Titanic was based on the sad love story of Kate Phillips and Henry Morley. And the moral of their story is mainly for the fellas, and it is, don't abandon your wife and sneak out of your country with a young harlot. If you do, you'll die.
Number 6. Annie Malone and Madam C.J. Walker.
If all of your knowledge about Madam C.J. Walker and Annie Turnbo Malone came from Netflix's self-made miniseries, delete that from your mind right now. That story did neither one of those amazing women any justice. No matter how much or how little you know about either lady, let's kind of start over. Let's talk about their backgrounds. Annie Turnbo Malone was born Annie Minerva Turnbo in 1869 in Metropolis, Illinois, to parents who were formerly enslaved. She was the 10th of 11 children, and she was orphaned when she was a very young girl. It's an understatement to say that her childhood was rough, but one thing that always seemed to be able to lift her spirits was styling her sister's hair, and she was really good at it. Annie attended public school when she went to live with an older sister in Peoria. She started high school but was not able to finish due to frequent illness that kept her from attending class regularly. But one of her favorite subjects was chemistry, and she would put it to use just a few years after having to drop out of school. Annie was also an observant girl and learned the importance of grooming and appearance for Black women. It was always a plus to look good, but Annie understood that having a pleasing appearance was an indicator of a woman's social standing. She used that knowledge as a motivating factor to put her passion for hairstyling to good use for herself and for Black women in general. And to be clear, Annie started serving Black women not in an effort to be divisive and not serve white women. When she started off catering to Black women around the year 1900, it was because the Black women of her time had practically no one who knew how to care for their hair, and there was a major lack of products and tools that Black women needed. The exact opposite was the case for white women, so Annie tapped into a virtually unserved market. Remember, Annie's parents were former slaves, so in 1900, a lot of the Black population in the United States had either been enslaved or were first-generation free women and men. So times were really hard. A lot of people didn't have running water, which is a must for a healthy hair routine of any type. And education about anything was a luxury, but certainly education about how to care for curly, coily, and kinky hair just wasn't even a thing. Black women got off of the plantation and went into the workforce. And those who wanted jobs that paid better than a servant's wage would need to assimilate, make their hair look smooth and presentable, which meant most often less like their own natural texture, and as smooth and straight as they could possibly get, closer to the texture of a white woman's hair. And Black women in those days were doing some counterproductive and downright dangerous things in order to achieve straight hair. Very commonly, they would use animal fats and even soap and bacon grease as straightening agents. Bacon grease, can you imagine? Then, thankfully, Annie Turnbo came along to share the hair care line that she had developed and started using on her sister's hair and her own. Her flagship product was called Hair Grower, and it became a bestseller for her. But she wasn't just selling products. She was also servicing her clients, treating their hair and scalps. One by one, she was educating Black women on how to care for their hair, and they were seeing results, so they became her customers. After finding success in Illinois, Annie Turnbo moved her operations to St. Louis, where she continued manufacturing her products, but on a larger scale. And she opened the Poirot College Company. There, she would continue to provide hair and scalp treatments for her customers and also train other women to provide the same services and hire sales agents to go door to door selling her hair care products. And it was there in St. Louis where she met Sarah Breedlove. Sarah came in as a client who was going bald due to illness, a poor diet, and lack of proper hair and scalp hygiene. And I want to be clear that when I say lack of hygiene, this applied to most Americans across the country, both Black and white. Most people at this time didn't have the things that we take for granted today, like electricity and indoor plumbing. But back to Sarah Breedlove. After her hair started growing because of Annie's treatments, she enrolled at Poirot College, became a Poirot sales agent for Annie, then eventually she became Annie's biggest business rival. Sarah Breedlove was Madam C.J. Walker. Now, before I tell you about the hot mess that is Annie's husband, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Madam C.J. Walker. I don't feel the need to spend a lot of time here because a lot more people know about her than know about Annie Turnbo. And there's a lot more information that one can easily find about Madam C.J. Walker for those who want to learn more. I'm just going to talk about the similarities between these two women and a couple of differences that I believe are the reasons why Madam C.J. Walker's name is still more widely celebrated than Annie Turnbo Malone's, even though Annie Turnbo was successful in business before Madam C.J. Walker. Like Annie Turnbo, Madam Walker was born to parents who had been enslaved. Also like Annie, she was the second last born of her siblings, though Walker came from a smaller family. She only had 5 siblings. Like Annie, she was also born into freedom, not slavery. Another similarity, she was orphaned at an early age and had to live with siblings. And just like Annie, Madam Walker also learned at a very young age that Black women who were put together well got more respect and were treated better in society. She had a very rough start at life, but she was determined to get to the other side where she would be treated like those refined Black women. And obviously, just like Annie Malone, Madam C.J. Walker also started her own black hair products company that earned her a fortune. Both women built schools to train women how to use their products and start their own businesses. Both women employed sales agents that worked not only in this country, the United States, but many countries around the world. Alaska, which in the 1910s was not yet a part of the United States, Canada, countries in Central and South America, many island nations in the Caribbean, the Philippines, and even some countries in Africa. Both women bought a lot of real estate. Madam C.J. Walker even owned a drugstore, a coffee shop, and a theater which still exists today and is in use as the Madam Walker Legacy Center. And both of these women donated a lot of money to a lot of worthy causes. Also, both ladies married more than once, and they both brought on their husbands to help them run their businesses. And this is where some dissimilarities come into play that were critical in their journeys. Unlike Annie, Walker did not receive a formal education, but this is actually where she got the edge on Annie Turnbo, because she knew how to learn from people who were smarter than she, and how to delegate duties for the things that she did not know how to do. And she had a real knack for picking just the right people. Her third husband, Charles Joseph Walker, was one of those right people. For business, not marriage. He was known to cheat on Madam C.J. quite openly, even with one of her employees. But when they started in business together, he helped her to get her already successful business to the next level. Now, Madam C.J. Walker is someone to be admired. I don't care how you slice it. But her start in the hair care business looks shady at best. And I think this is why Annie Turnbo Malone supporters get bent out of shape when they see how much Madam C.J. Walker is celebrated. In 1905, Walker was still working as a Poirot agent for Annie Turnbo. She relocated to Denver, Colorado to sell their products there. In the same year, she also started developing her own products that seemed to be very similar to Annie's. This is how she said she got the formula for her products. Quote, "God answered my prayer. For one night I had a dream, and in that dream, a big black man appeared to me and told me what to mix up for my hair." End quote. A black man told you something useful? Ha, you're right. Well, I'm just kidding about that, y'all. But seriously, that was her story. That was what she said. Now, I'm just going to say that I don't believe that. I 100% believe that she was, let's say, heavily inspired by Annie Turnbo's products that were right in her house because she was selling them. I see her very much as the John Amos character from Coming to America, whose McDowell fast food restaurant seemed to have a lot of similarity with McDonald's. After all, Walker was selling Poro Hair Grower. Then she created Wonderful Hair Grower. I think that that's more than a coincidence, but I have to point out that this formula was nothing new. It had been around for more than 100 years, so it didn't belong to Annie or Walker. As a matter of fact, they weren't even the only two people who were selling it. They were just the biggest names in the game. A news page from the New York Age in 1915 shows 5 different companies selling some variation of the same product. Each company just put their own spin on it, maybe adding an extra oil or a fragrance, then putting it out on the market. But Annie Turnbo and Madam Walker are the ones who became the most successful at it, which brings us back to Madam Walker's husband. He was a newspaper man in advertising sales. He knew about advertising and what made a product sell, and he had a lot of connections that he used to help Madam CJ expand her business rapidly. She had gained a lot of knowledge from the Poro College, very likely also studying Annie's products, and from her brothers. 3 of them were barbers and owned their own barbershop. There's no doubt that at the start, Madam C.J. Walker and her husband were partners, each who brought something unique and very necessary to the business. Unlike Aaron Eugene Malone, Annie Turnbo's husband. They had known each other in childhood, then reacquainted as adults. He made a living for himself in education, first as a teacher, then later as a school principal. Though at the time Annie Turnbo reunited with him in adulthood, he was a Bible salesman. The couple had reportedly dated in high school, then in 1914, Aaron ran into Annie and rekindled the sparks, and asked her to marry him. She said yes, then the Topeka Plain Dealer wrote all about it. Their wedding would take place on April 28, 1914. One thing that I find interesting about the coverage of the upcoming nuptials was that Annie and Aaron were described as wealthy, both of them. He was dressed up as some businessman and property owner. Annie was described as being at the very top of her field with a thriving business, the biggest of its kind. Keep that in mind, because when we get to the point in their relationship when he sues her for divorce in 1927, none of his properties are included in the marital assets that need to be split, just Annie's company, which he said that he helped to get off the ground. He made it sound as if she hadn't been wildly successful before he entered the picture. Annie did her best to make the public believe that Aaron was a suitable financial match for her. She was covering for him. She propped him up to make it seem as though he came into the relationship with more money than she had, and later, that he was the reason for the success of her Poro brand. She would come to regret this decision. But she did it because she was a product of her era. It was the 1910s and 1920s, a time when men prided themselves on financially providing for their wives. For a woman of her stature to marry down would have been shameful and embarrassing. She didn't want to make him look like a broke fool, because it would have reflected badly on her too. And Aaron was lucky. He had not only Annie's help to make him look good, but the local press too. For example, in a very short story that was about Aaron, according to its title, which was Malone, once teacher, now a rich manufacturer, the story went on to detail how Annie made a federal income tax payment of over $38,000 for 1 year, which made her one of the largest taxpayers in her city. Adjusted for inflation, that is almost $700,000 in today's 2024 money, which proves that Annie was making some serious dough in the 1920s. Yet the title was about Aaron going from being a teacher to a rich manufacturer. He rode her coattails and she let him, until she got tired of it. Actually, until he got tired of it, and we'll get there, but for years, this couple put on a perfect show. They were St. Louis's favorite and richest Black power couple. They donated a lot of money to schools, social causes, and political leaders. Annie's school building provided more than just a place for her poorer women to learn her hair care system. Again, this was the 1910s and 1920s, and even though Annie and the black people in her circle had a lot of money, America was still very segregated. So if they wanted to go someplace extravagant, their skin color would prevent them from being admitted into white establishments. But all was well. Annie saw this problem and fixed it by allowing the doors of Poro College to open for banquets and a myriad of social functions. She, as the founder, and Aaron, as the president of Poro, were everything that any black couple could aspire to be. Or so they thought from the outside looking in. However, truthfully, Annie was getting tired of her husband, and the public just didn't know. But they would find out in February of 1927 when he filed to divorce her. Just her, not her money. He still wanted that. So, how did the couple get here? Because when the times were good, they seemed to be really good. Annie and Aaron were called the leaders of the St. Louis Negro world. Business was going so well that Poro had 75,000 agents selling its products all over the globe. They were bringing in $250,000 per year. That's almost $8 million in today's money. And when the money is rolling in like that, what do? You spend it, and the Malones did. They traveled to Europe several times in their 13-year marriage. Sometimes it was for business, to check on their operations there, but often it was for pleasure. And you have to understand that transatlantic travel was not something that people could easily just do for fun in those days, especially black people. And not only could Annie afford to take those trips, but she could afford to take those trips in style, in first-class accommodations. I think that this one sentence from the St. Louis Star and Times illustrates their lifestyle succinctly. Quote, "They had toured Europe together, and they had lived in a style that most persons of any color could never attain." End quote. She was respected by wealthy white businessmen because she was earning as much money as they were. Annie was already doing quite well before Aaron came into the picture. She was earning, by our standards, $850,000 per year. Aaron did add a little value, but not anywhere near as much as he gave himself credit for. His contribution was a relatively small one, using his former Bible sales stops as places to distribute her products. The Malones were always attending and even hosting charity functions. And when they hosted anything, they did it on a grand scale at the school. In 1920, they added a huge reception hall to the school that enabled them to really go all out for their social functions. I can't stress just how big of a deal this was, especially for the handful of upper-middle-class black people who had money to donate to charity and spend on tuxedos and ball gowns and luxury cars. They couldn't simply just rent out white-owned banquet halls at that time. Annie's ballroom gave them a meeting place for their version of high society, and its opening was covered by black newspapers from all over the nation and attended by wealthy black people from several states. In the 3 years before their divorce, they had given away over $90,000 in donations to a number of organizations, attending those galas all dressed up and hand in hand. Among those recipients of funds from the Malones were Howard University and what was then called the Negro YMCA. These two were the picture of a loving, supportive couple. Now, the citizens of St. Louis were surprised to hear about this divorce filing when it came, but Annie most likely wasn't. Things at home had not been feeling lovey-dovey for well over a year before Aaron filed to divorce her. Here's what the divorce petition revealed. The Malones had been living at Poro College for at least a couple of years before the divorce. There were a number of living quarters there, so that's not really the issue. The problem was that the couple had been living in separate quarters since February 28, 1925, almost 2 years before Aaron filed for divorce. Not only had they not been living together, they had not spoken to each other since May of 1926. That's 8 months of silence. 8 months of not having to hear the old ball and chain nag. Sounds like a vacation, right, fellas? No, again, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, ladies. Here's what Aaron had to say about Annie. Quote, Malone charges that Mrs. Malone had an ungovernable temper, that she falsely accused him of infidelity, and has refused to speak to him since May. He charges that on February 28, 1925, he returned home one night to find his clothes in the students' quarters, with the locks on his family quarters and the library changed. He alleges that this action was a desertion, and it is on this ground that the divorce is sought. End quote. When I say that Aaron gave himself too much credit for the success of the Poro Corporation, this is what I mean and why Annie was so upset. As a corporation, Poro had 100 shares of stock. Annie did not like that 97 of those 100 were in her husband's name. At some point, the corporation dissolved and a partnership agreement was made, with each party having half interest. But by this point, he had proven himself to be greedy and not trustworthy. All of this was going on behind the scenes while the Malones continued to put on happy faces for the public to see. But if any of those people who were admiring the Malones' relationship up close had a keen eye, they might have been able to detect a few cracks in their marital facade, because a couple of incidents took place right before their very eyes. Annie would hold graduation ceremonies for the women who attended Poro College and mastered various hair care and styling techniques. After she got married, both she and Aaron would attend and perform duties at the graduations. Each year, Aaron would make the commencement speech and Annie would present the diplomas. Well, when it came time for the June graduation of 1925, Annie took a little vacation and left the city, leaving Aaron to give the speech and perform her usual task of handing out the diplomas. One might call her actions a bit passive-aggressive. What do you think? Annie was fed up. She'd had it up to here. If I were on camera, you'd see my hand slightly above my head, indicating her level of piss-offedness at her coattail-riding husband, but alas, I'm not on camera. Here's another example of one of her public displays of resentment for her husband that was printed in the St. Louis Star. While the Malones were hosting a banquet in their fabulous ballroom, Annie ordered for Aaron's plate and chair to be removed from the head of the table. Boy, oh boy. If that was not the most public way of saying, you are not the head of this household, I don't know what is. And it was at that moment that he knew that he needed to file for divorce. As long as she didn't respect him privately, it was okay, because he could still look like the big man to the public. But public disrespect in front of their rich circle proved to be too much for Aaron's ego to bear. And with the divorce story now public, Annie went on and spoke her piece. Now, we all know that Annie had an innate knowledge of how Black women needed to present themselves in order to be respected. That was a huge part of her business, giving Black women the right hair to help them get their feet in the doors of the right places, along with teaching etiquette and anything else that would help Black women appear to be more polished. That was who she was. But after Aaron called her out, all of that etiquette went out of the door. She went into full-blown code switching mode. In case you don't know what code switching is, it is simply customizing one's style of speech to address a particular situation or audience. So, while I'm sure that 95% of the time, this is the Annie that people got. Hello, I'm Annie Turnbo Malone. Welcome to Poro College, where I can show you the science of growing your hair and growing your bank account. This is the Annie that they got after Aaron filed for divorce and started flapping his gums about her to the press. Aaron? That sorry-ass, good-for-nothing, broke-ass Negro didn't run a goddamn thing over here. This lazy, Bible-selling Negro didn't have 2 pairs of shoes when I met him. He came around me creeping on a come-up. Okay. I'm paraphrasing slightly, and I'm sure that she didn't say all of that, but she did say a lot. On January 15th, 1927, She made a public statement about her husband's request for a divorce and his claims against her. It was printed in the St. Louis Globe-Democrat, and here are her own words, quote, "All I can say is, God forgive him, for he knows not what he does. That college belongs to me to the last penny, and now he claims partnership, saying he made Poro College a national institution. I gave him the job of manager of Poro College in 1914 when we were married, so that he wouldn't be embarrassed. But he was only technically a manager and never contributed even an idea to the business. I transacted business as usual, thought out every move and directed every step, and let him think it was his doing. I did that to avert just this controversy. But he would continue to antagonize me and everyone he came in contact with, and the break finally had to come." End quote. My. Since the 1920s, it has never worked well for these wealthy, famous women to marry the hired help. Ask Mary J. Blige, Kelly Clarkson, and Wendy Williams. I'm sure that there are many more examples that you can think of. Put them in the comments. After all that Annie had to say about Aaron and his audacity to sue her, it remained his contention that it was his business experience that had made Poro a success, even though his only prior business experience had been selling Bibles. Nevertheless, he wanted half interest in Poro College. After Aaron filed for the divorce, the couple didn't waste any time getting on with the process. They both hired lawyers. Annie's attorney was Charles Nagel. Just before Annie hired him, President Calvin Coolidge had appointed him to head a governmental agricultural commission. He was a prominent, high-class heavy hitter. Aaron's lawyer was a man named Edward Forrestal, and he had a reputation for winning cases that most people said had no merit. He took on big money cases, and as a rule, part of his fee was 50% of whatever he won for his clients. So he had every reason to take on Aaron as a client. He had the potential to make a huge fortune off of him. Early in the proceedings, Annie took a loss when the judge presiding over the divorce temporarily removed her as head of the organization and replaced her with a court-appointed receiver. His duties were to sign all checks and control her massive daily income. For as long as the receivership was in place, he superseded Annie in authority of her own business. On his first day at Poro, he called all the department heads in for a meeting, in which he informed them that he was putting a stop payment on all outstanding checks. The most important detail that he let them know was that he was the boss now. The St. Paul Echo described him as a gentleman of the crimson neck variety. And I must say that that is the most colorful way that I have ever seen anyone call a man a white man. And he did make a point to let Annie's staff know that things would be different because he was a white man who was now in charge. The whole situation was messy, but finally on May 23rd, the couple was divorced. But oddly enough, the St. Louis Star reported that Annie was awarded her divorce. And I can't really explain that since the husband is the one who filed. Maybe she filed separately and later. I won't pretend to know. I'm just sharing with you what I learned from my sources. It was reported that she paid a $200,000 settlement to him. Remember that his lawyer got to keep half of that. And even though that $200,000 made him rich, Aaron continued being a grubby little scoundrel with women. Well, with people in general. During the process of the divorce, he hired a woman named Maddie Beasley to be his own personal stenographer. He promised to pay her $10 a week, plus a $2,500 flat fee. He paid her all the $10 weekly payments, but never the $2,500. Right after he settled for his payday from Annie, he was sued 4 times within 1 week from July 18th to the 23rd, all stemming from the side deals that he had related to Annie's business, directly or indirectly. Another lawsuit was from a man named William Dawson, who also owned an interest in Annie's property. But he was suing Aaron because his dealings had been with him. He was looking for $7,500. I wasn't able to find out how these lawsuits ended, but It sounds like Aaron continued to be Aaron. He got married again and died in 1953. His second wife left him years before he died. She just never divorced him. Now, that was Annie's ex-husband. But remember how I told you about a number of things that set Madam C.J. Walker apart and frankly ahead of Mrs. Malone? One of those differences was that Madam Walker had a knack for hiring competent and trustworthy people to help her run her business. Annie didn't have that going for her, and her husband was only one of a number of people who brought lawsuits against her and or her company, thus adding to its downfall. Shortly after she married Aaron, another man sued her, and he had made claims that were very similar to her husband's. This man's name was Walter Majors, and his lawsuit was weird. Like her husband, he claimed that it was he who did all of the work to put her business on the map and gave her all of the ideas that put money in her pockets. Well, Annie claimed that this man was nothing more than her chauffeur. This case got even crazier when Annie's lawyer quit defending her, because she told him that she was only going to pay his entire fee if she won. According to the St. Louis Dispatch, he told her, "I am my own judge when I need money," and he left her to find another lawyer. Also, in the same article, it was very clear that the paper had a problem with the notion that Poro College was a college. The word was written several times, and every time in quotations, to the point that it got ridiculous. It was super petty. The writer also seemed to have an issue with the fact that Annie had a fancy car and liveried servants. I understand that Poro wasn't a 4-year university, but beauty school or cosmetology school is school. I know that I like for my hairstylist to have a license, but I digress. Long story short, after 22 years of litigation, Annie lost the breach of contract lawsuit with this man and had to pay him $20,000 in 1937, 10 years after her divorce had been finalized, and parts of his litigation overlapped her divorce. Then, later in the same year after her divorce was finalized, Annie got hit with another weird lawsuit. This time it was a black male newspaper editor named Edgar G. Brown. For some reason, he had been escorted out of Annie's auditorium during a musical performance. Annie had him removed by police officers. Not much was written about this case, but he was suing for humiliation, claiming that he felt insulted, frightened, and humiliated as a result of being kicked out of her auditorium. And he just wanted a little pay for his pain. Just $100,000, about $1.8 million by our standards today. This fool said that the police officers were armed with nightsticks and badges. Armed with badges. And that intimidated him. I never saw the outcome of this one either, but I can't imagine that Annie would have been ordered to pay him $100,000 for getting thrown out of her venue. There were other lawsuits, but the point is that Annie had a lot of people around her who were not trustworthy, who turned their backs on her, and it sounds like there were times when she turned her own back on people who might have been doing right by her. Nevertheless, she went on to live a good life. But after paying her husband a huge sum of money in the divorce, her Poro empire was never the same. There were a number of lawsuits, then she moved the company's headquarters to Chicago. After that came the stock market crash of 1929, then the Great Depression that negatively affected her business and almost every other business in the country. Poro didn't go under, but it never regained its original momentum. Annie lived out the remainder of her life giving to philanthropic causes and being honored as an innovator in the black hair care industry. Her story deserves to be told, and her name deserves to be remembered. I do think that it's sad that her legacy is largely a footnote in Madam C.J. Walker's story, especially when Annie gave Walker her start in the industry. That being said, I can certainly understand why Madam Walker's name had a wider reach, and why it is still the one that is more recognized today. Madam C.J. Walker, though she did not have the education that Annie Malone had an innate ability to deliver good marketing also, and that resonated with the audience she wanted to serve. Often Annie would use biracial women in her marketing materials. They would have called them mulattoes in her day. And while this was a look that many black women aspired to back then, and some still today, they would never look like that. Most of the women who purchased those hair growers looked more like Madam Walker and Annie. So Walker put her own before and after pictures on her products, letting black women know that having a white parent wasn't the secret ingredient to long, healthy hair. Now, Madam Walker died in 1919, so she didn't get to lead her business for as long as Annie had led hers. So who's to say if maybe she would have hit some of the same stumbling blocks that Annie did in her long career. But in her time as the head of the Madam C.J. Walker Company, her business was not plagued with lawsuits in the way that Annie's was. And she hired people who she trusted and who trusted her and who wanted her to succeed. Annie just didn't have that going for her. Yet and still, she accomplished so much. And even though Madam C.J. Walker goes down in history as the first black self-made millionaire, Annie got there too. Both of these women accomplished that feat in the 1910s. Before anti-lynching laws or the civil rights movement or affirmative action, these two women who were born to parents who had been slaves became a couple of the richest people in the world. And that should be celebrated. It's recorded in history that Madam C.J. Walker was the first one to become a millionaire. And some people say that that's not true, that Annie got there first, but let's say that the history is the truth. If the Guinness Book of World Records got it right, and Madam Walker was a millionaire first, Annie was right on her heels, and she was making hundreds of thousands of dollars at that time. And if the truth is vice versa, still, both women accomplished something major. Now, I don't think that it will ever happen, but I'd love to see people move past the comparisons and scarcity mindsets when it comes to things that black women achieve and realize that there is room for all of us. I'll never forget when I was a young girl and my parents had a subscription to Ebony magazine. There was an issue that had on the cover Whitney Houston, Janet Jackson, and Anita Baker asking which one was the best. As young as I was, even then I knew that these women shouldn't have been compared in that way. They are all very different. The only thing that they had in common was their huge success, but we were told to pick one. And the same type of thing happened before then and continues now with black women. So many people are still trying to figure out who is the queen of rap instead of enjoying the fact that a lot of women are doing well in that field. And it's something that I don't even see happen with black men. I don't know how many rappers look something like this. And the people who like them, like all of them. There are no contests in which one must choose his favorite red-headed dreadlock-wearing rapper. And I could be wrong, but I don't think that the same type of comparisons exist for white women. I'm an 80s kid, and as far as I know, it was okay to like Madonna and Cyndi Lauper and Pat Benatar and Annie Lennox. White women, please let me know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my white friends didn't let me in on all of the pop music secrets. But there I go on another tangent. One of the points of this video is obviously that both Madam C.J. Walker and Annie Turnbo Malone deserve recognition. It should be and not or when it comes to them. Madam Walker is celebrated worldwide, and Annie's legacy is revered in St. Louis, where she made her fortune. She died in 1957 after suffering a stroke. And the Annie Malone Children and Family Services Agency still thrives today, carrying out its mission to improve the quality of life for children, something that was very near and dear to Mrs. Malone's heart. St. Louis also holds an annual Annie Malone May Day parade in their downtown. I love that the city won't let their heroine's legacy die. And I understand their frustration at why she isn't more well known. Her legacy also lives on through the sorority Zeta Phi Beta. She was inducted as an honorary member in 1926.
Number 7. Barbara and Doris.
The year is 1912. the same year that the Titanic sank. But it's exactly 7 months later, on November 14th, Edna Woolworth gave birth to the only child she and Franklin Hutton would ever have, a little girl named Barbara. Barbara was born an heiress to 1/3 of the estate of retail tycoon Frank Winfield Woolworth. He was the founder of the Woolworth brand of 5 and dime stores. They were called 5 and dimes because all of their merchandise was priced at 5 cents or 10 cents, at least for the first several years of the business. Then, only 8 days after Barbara was born, on November 22nd, came Doris Duke. Her mother was Nanaline Holt, and her father was tobacco tycoon James Buchanan Duke. Doris was their only child, and she was an heiress also, destined to inherit a huge portion of her father's wealth upon his passing. So already we see that we have the 2 girls born into a very unusual set of circumstances, and they practically mirror each other. Both born in the same month, in the same city, and both the only child and the only daughter at that, born into a lot of money. It only made sense that they would cross paths at some point and possibly become friends. But here's the tragic element that Barbara and Doris shared. Each girl, in order to gain her inheritance, would have to lose the parent who loved them the most. For Barbara, it was her mother who died of an apparent suicide when Barbara was only 4 years old. Barbara is the one who discovered her mother's lifeless body in the family's hotel suite. Barbara's father was known to constantly cheat on his wife, and after she died, he didn't concern himself much with Barbara. He pawned her off on other relatives and went off to live his own life, remarrying rather quickly. It was her mother's death that made her a multimillionaire, but Barbara never recovered from losing her mom at such a young age. For Doris, it was losing her father that turned her into a millionaire and broke her heart at the same time. Doris's father doted on her, while her mother was rather distant and disconnected from Doris. It seems like no one in the world would have been more equipped to understand Barbara than Doris, and no one would have been more equipped to understand Doris than Barbara. There was a 1917 film called Poor Little Rich Girl, and by the time that Barbara and then Doris inherited the first installments of their inheritances, they were both referred to as poor little rich girls, a not-so-nice and sarcastic way to say to each of them, yeah, she has problems, but don't we all? At least she gets to cry inside of the confines of her mansion. After Barbara's mother passed away in 1917, she had to wait another 7 years to start receiving her third of her grandfather's estate, roughly $60 million. And that's because she couldn't get the money until her grandmother passed away. That happened in 1924. Then in 1925, Doris's father died, leaving her $100 million. Now, at this time, both of the girls were still minors, so their money was held in trust and managed by guardians. But until they could receive the lion's share of their fortunes, extremely generous living allowances were handed out to each of them. People on the outside looking in would not have realized that any funds had been held back from them. Doris and Barbara had their own private railroad cars with their names gilded onto the sides, more expensive clothing than anyone could imagine, and servants to attend to their every need. And of course, they both attended finishing school, so that they could learn everything that an affluent girl needs to know about social graces and etiquette. You name it, if it existed in the 1920s, they had it. But did all of the material things make them happy? Something else that they both had in common was multiple mansions. And that probably also sounds like something that a lot of people would want. But for Barbara and Doris, these residences seemed more like long-stay hotels than homes. And they never stayed in any place for more than a few months at a time. And moving around so often makes it hard for a young person to make close friends. They barely had family that they enjoyed being around. But that was the life of a poor little rich girl. So sad in her gilded cage, using $100 bills as tissues to wipe away her tears. Barbara and Doris were called something else too, not just the poor little rich girls. They were also called the Gold Dust Twins. Twins in Doris's dreams. She always envied Barbara's beauty. But where Barbara and Doris were concerned, that name, Gold Dust Twins, had certainly evolved and was changed to tailor-fit them because gold was a representation of wealth. But the original Gold Dust Twins were a trademark for Fairbanks Gold Dust washing powder, a brand that started in the 1890s and featured a cartoonish caricature of two black bald children on top of gold coins with their logo on the front. That's just a side note. 30 years later, the terminology of Gold Dust Twins meant something totally different in reference to Barbara and Doris. But I must say that I find it odd that they were ever called twins of any sort, when I take into account how the press played up their obvious differences in appearance and attractiveness. The news writers made it clear that they thought that Barbara was the pretty one and Doris was not. And they really emphasized the point when it came time for their debutante balls in 1930. In my opinion, this is the first major wedge that came between their friendship, and it only went downhill from here. These two young ladies came of age, hosting their debutante balls in 1930. In their high society world, the debutante ball was their way of coming out as an adult woman who was on the marriage market. Now, other wealthy young men would be able to court Barbara and Doris. These galas were a big deal, and they were meant to be fun. Unfortunately for the Gold Dust Twins, the backdrop for their debutante season was the beginning of the Great Depression, the biggest economic downturn in modern history. So that made their parties a little less fun. Both Barbara and Doris received a lot of backlash from the media for spending tens of thousands of dollars for one single party, while at the same time, a lot of citizens couldn't even afford to eat one meal a day. Doris and Barbara's families were spending $60,000 to $80,000 for one night of partying, while most Americans were figuring out how to survive on less than $500 a year, which is roughly the same as $10,000 today in 2024. Both Barbara and Doris each had tens of millions of dollars at their disposal, which is roughly a whole lot more today. While these two dames were swimming in dough, the other Americans who weren't lucky enough to have low-paying jobs found themselves on the streets, sleeping under Hoover blankets. What were Hoover blankets? A direct jab at President Hoover, who was lucky enough to be the man at the helm of the country, the president, at the onset of the Great Depression. So as a joke, all things that were associated with abject poverty were attached to his name. A Hoover flag was an empty pocket turned inside out, showing that the pocket contains no money, nothing but lint. There was also Hoover leather. That was the cardboard that poor people would use to line their shoes when the soles wore out. And there was the Hoover wagon. That was a car with horses hitched to the front of it to move it from point A to point B. The horses were there because the engine wasn't. And then, of course, there were Hoover blankets. Those were the newspapers that homeless people would use to cover themselves up at night when they slept on the streets. And it's not at all far-fetched to think that a story or two about Doris Duke and Barbara Hutton would have graced the surface of a Hoover blanket. Barbara Woolworth Hutton and Doris Duke had all of the material possessions that you and I could ever dream of, and they also had emotional baggage that you would never wish on your worst enemy. And because they came up in a time when simply being wealthy made one famous, they were also constantly under attack by the press. When they were younger, their millions insulated them from some of the cruelty that they would face later in life. Their gilded cages offered them some protection. But now, in 1930, they were adults, and the press decided that they weren't going to pull any punches with these young women. They were rather brutal when it came to reporting about them. And while Doris and Barbara were both demonized for being rich and throwing their soirees, it is my opinion that the press started pitting the young ladies against each other just before their debutante balls, and they decided that they would favor Barbara, at least at first. Take a look at this article about their upcoming debutante balls. It's about how the richest debutantes will soon make their bow to New York society. It labels Doris as the richest and Barbara as the prettiest. Now, in a story about the richest debutantes, it seems like Doris would have the biggest photo, doesn't it? I mean, she was the richest. But no, Barbara gets the biggest photo and Doris gets a much smaller insert. And to top it off, it's a photo taken from her profile angle, which shows her least flattering feature, her big, protruding chin, something that it was widely known that she did not like about her appearance. No one in his or her right mind would have thought that this would have gone unnoticed between Doris and Barbara. Imagine how Doris felt. The girl you've been compared to your whole life is basically being called objectively prettier than you in front of the world, right before one of the most important days of your life. But at the time, Doris handled it with grace, later admitting that she thought Barbara was pretty and that she envied her good looks. But that was suppressed against Doris and Barbara. The first strike that the women took against each other was centered around the husband that they shared in common, but we'll get there. As far as 1930 was concerned, they still appeared to be friends as far as anyone knew. Barbara attended Doris's ball at her Rough Point mansion in Newport, Rhode Island, and Doris attended Barbara's ball at the Ritz-Carlton in New York. In case you want to keep score, Doris had the bigger party with 600 guests compared to Barbara's 100. Then, 3 years after their big society debuts, Barbara and Doris both turned 21. That meant that they were full-fledged adults and now able to start receiving the principal of their inherited fortunes. Now the young ladies could spend their money on whatever they wanted, and their two biggest spending categories were homes and husbands. From this point in their relationship, I think that it's fair to call Barbara and Doris frenemies. In case you're not familiar with that term, it's a fairly new one. Here's how Oxford Languages defines it. Frenemy, a person with whom one is friendly despite a fundamental dislike or rivalry. It's all in the name, a mix of friend and enemy. Often, frenemies are people who have a lot in common, like their profession or station in life, and these commonalities form the basis for their friendship. But they also have some differences that may become the source of friction. Doris and Barbara were no different. So I'm going to tell you about their similarities, their differences, and the anecdotes that made their rivalry insane. One of the biggest things that Doris and Barbara had in common was that they shared a belief in psychics and faith healers. This was a particularly odd thing to learn about Doris, knowing that her father, with whom she was so close, firmly believed in Christianity and held fast to his Methodist values all of his life. And they say that money can't buy style, and that's true, but it seems that both Doris and Barbara spent their money well when it came to fashions because they were both on the best dressed list. The year was 1940. Barbara had made the list before, but this was Doris's first time making the list, the top 10 best-dressed women in the world. They were joined by duchesses, other heiresses, and the Queen of England, who had just made it on the list at number 10. Barbara made it into the slot above the Queen at number 9. The first-timer, Doris, was number 4. So I guess that we can give that point to Doris. It was noted that all of the women in the top 10 had paid more than $1 million for her clothing. This was during the time that Doris's first husband, James Cromwell, had been appointed United States Minister to Canada. Doris bought a wardrobe that suited her new role as minister's wife. This was also during the early days of World War II, and I'm sure it didn't do anything to help Doris or Barbara win any extra brownie points with the American public, who would have seen these two as pompous princesses, frolicking in their expensive gowns, while other women's husbands and sons were being drafted to fight. In addition to making the best-dressed list, both Barbara and Doris got dropped from the New York Social Register. The New York Social Register is a directory of wealthy socialites in New York City that started back in the 1880s. But having a lot of money isn't enough to keep someone on the list of well-connected people. When the new list for 1936 was made at the end of 1935, Barbara, who was then Countess von Hagues-Reventlow, would have found out right after her birthday that her name was no longer in that elite space. But at the time, she was living in her husband's castle in Denmark, and that's most likely why she was dropped, simply because she wasn't living in New York. But having a change of address wasn't the only thing that could get one kicked off of the register. Often, going through a divorce was a reason too. It was seen as a scandal. That was the case for Doris when she found out after her birthday in 1944 that neither her name nor her husband's, James Cromwell, would appear in the 1945 New York Social Register. At the time, they were in the middle of a nasty divorce. Two, if you consider that he filed for one in New Jersey and she filed for one in Reno. I guess the point goes to Barbara for not getting kicked off of the list due to a divorce scandal. As Barbara got kicked off in 1935, the Roosevelt name was brought back to the register, and in 1944, when Doris was getting kicked off, 3 members of the Vanderbilt family were not restored, but an Astor was added. The Poughkeepsie Journal said that it was Mrs. John Jacob Astor III, but she died in 1887, so I doubt that the registry committee would have been clamoring to get her name on there. My guess is that they were referring to the wife of John Jacob Astor VI, the Titanic baby who was born the same year as Doris and Barbara. There was a lot of confusion about which John Jacob Astor he was, as he was often called the third, the fourth, and the fifth. That confusion is cleared up in a video that I published about him. I'll tell you about it later. Back to Barbara and Doris. Doris had a Moroccan-style home in Hawaii that she named Shangri-La. It featured elements from Middle Eastern palaces and a priceless collection of Islamic art, as well as a pair of camels that she imported to wander about the lawn, to make her guests really feel like they were in the Middle East. Well, only a few years after Doris built Shangri-La, guess who went and bought a home that looked very similar in Tangier of all of the places in the world? You guessed it, Barbara. She bought a 16th century palace named Sidi Hosni. Did Barbara really want everything that Dora had? This kind of made it seem that way. Not to mention that when Doris's camels became a topic of discussion, Barbara didn't get her own, but she made sure to invite over rich friends who had their own camels. And Barbara, who was known to have a taste for more modern decor, even decorated her palace in a style very similar to Doris's, filling it with Middle Eastern antiques that didn't mean a thing to her. Surely the only joy that she got from her furnishings was knowing that they irritated Doris. There was also a really tragic experience that they both shared, and that was losing a child. Each lady gave birth to one child and lost that child. For Doris, it was her baby Arden, who lived only 25 hours after she was born. In Barbara's case, it was her son Lance, who had grown to be a really decent young man. He died in an aircraft crash as Barbara was getting up in age. So you can see that from the very beginning of their lives, Barbara and Doris shared a truly unique set of circumstances that bonded them in this really exclusive sisterhood. Whether or not they liked each other, they understood each other's predicaments. The final likeness that these debutantes shared was their craziness when it came to men. And of course, their biggest clashes had to do with the men they shared, or tried to share. We're getting there. It's how these two dealt with men that brings us into their differences. The main difference is that Barbara was the marrying type, where Doris wasn't. Barbara married and divorced a total of 7 times. Doris got married and divorced only twice. But she had a few lovers as well, even one who claimed to be her husband, but he wasn't. We'll talk about him. Another massive difference between Barbara and Doris was their spending habits. Coming into so many millions at the time that they did, it probably seemed like it would be impossible to ever run out of money. And that's how Barbara spent her money, in a very careless manner, like it would never end. And by the time she died, she had practically none of it left. To be frank, Barbara was nowhere near as smart as Doris with her money. Yet, she often felt inclined to take digs at Doris, calling her cheap. Meanwhile, Doris was unlike a lot of her peers who inherited extreme wealth. Most of them only knew how to spend it. Over Doris's lifetime, she grew her $100 million fortune into over $1 billion. During a gathering at Doris's home, Hollywood Golden Age actor Errol Flynn made a joke about Barbara's extravagance when he pointed at one of Doris's chandeliers and asked, "Doris, what are you doing with one of Barbara's earrings?" I gotta admit, that's a good one, because Barbara was known for wearing really big jewelry. Everyone knew that she was rich, but she really felt the need to show everyone that she was. There's no doubt that Errol's joke got back to Barbara. Their close circle of friends did as much as the press to instigate spats between Doris and Barbara. Nevertheless, the point goes to Doris for handling her money so wisely. And the last important difference between these two that we've already touched on is their appearance, or at least the public's perception of how they looked, because that is something that helped to fuel the feud. From the start, Barbara was always seen as the beauty. Her photos were put right in the mix with the biggest movie stars of her day, and people said that she fit right in with them. Barbara, they said, was glamorous. Doris, on the other hand, was a 6-foot-tall, awkward, lanky girl with the big chin. She just wasn't in vogue in her day, and she suffered some harsh comments in the media because of it. Now, a lot of you have already watched the video that I published about Doris, and many of you have said that she was prettier than Barbara, and that by today's standards, she could be a fashion model. I'm just going to say that how a thing starts isn't always how it finishes. Perhaps before today's story is over, public perception about Barbara's and Doris's attractiveness might have switched. Yeah, with a little help from plastic surgery, but still, the tables turned. Now, in case you don't know, I have already published 2 videos about these ladies, one profiling Barbara and another profiling Doris. You might want to check them out before finishing this one, or after you finish watching this one if you want to learn more about their lives. I'll leave links to them in the description box and in the pinned comment. But now, we've got to get to the nitty-gritty of this back and forth. And it all starts with the man who both Doris and Barbara married, the man with the big private part, Porfirio Rubirosa. And let's be clear, there wasn't really anything private about his part. He was known to share it with a lot of women. I'm going to take you back in time on my channel to refresh your memory about him. Doris married him first. Let me remind you of how that wedding went and give you a little more information on Doris and Porfirio. In May of 1947, just a couple of months into her new job, Harper's Bazaar sent Doris out on assignment to Rome. Her task was to interview the French actress Danielle Darrieux. The interview took place in Danielle's hotel room. Danielle's husband joined the ladies. Danielle's husband was Porfirio Rubirosa. Maybe no one in the room knew it during the magazine interview, but Rubirosa would become Doris's second husband not long after the ink was dry on her interview notes. Here's how Rubirosa described what happened after that interview in his own words. Quote, "The 3 of us had breakfast. She, meaning Doris, seemed lively, jovial, with that je ne sais quoi that American women can have. Little did I know that a few months later, I would be completely controlled by her. Until then, I had been happy with Danielle, but at this moment, things started to change." End quote. And things started to change immediately, because right after this meeting, Doris took it upon herself to send this married man a telegram that read, quote, "When you are finished with Danielle, call me and I will come." End quote. Porfirio Rubirosa took one look at what the paper said was in her bank account and said, "Baby, you don't have to tell me twice. Just give me the address for the wedding altar and tell me what color tuxedo you'd like me to wear, and I'll be there, because this is about to be the easiest money I've ever made in my life." You see, everybody knew about Doris's money, and there was something else that everyone knew, but fewer people said, and that was that Doris was unattractive. At least that's how a lot of men saw her. Remember that her fellow 1930 debutante Barbara Hutton was called the pretty one, and Doris was called the rich one. And it really seems that Doris's vast fortune, plus her sheltered life, insecurity, and deficiency in the looks department made her an easy target for men who wanted to use her. That certainly seemed to be the case with Rubirosa. Looks aren't everything, but to a lot of people, they matter. Even Doris's mother had warned her that he was not attracted to her and only interested in her money. But in his memoir, one of Rubirosa's friends made it clear that he thought Doris was pretty ugly. He explained his surprise at Rubirosa being with Doris in these words, quote, "She was ugly, very rich, but ugly. He was a gentleman. He would never say that," end quote. Doris married him on September 1st, 1947. If you're paying attention, you see that that is the year before James Cromwell's divorce was settled. Her new husband was Porfirio Rubirosa, the man with the big penis. If you've already seen my video about the Woolworth heiress, Barbara Woolworth Hutton, then you might remember a little bit about him. He cheated on Barbara with Zsa Zsa Gabor and had a long string of Hollywood bed partners that included, but was by no means limited to, Marilyn Monroe, Eartha Kitt, Ava Gardner, and Dorothy Dandridge. He's our favorite Hollywood husband because of his long name. What did you think that I was going to say? Get your mind out of the gutter. Porfirio Rubirosa Ariza was a diplomat from the Dominican Republic and an international playboy. He was 39 at the time, and Doris was 34. He started dating Doris publicly right after he divorced his second wife. She was Danielle Deriot, the most famous actress in France at the time. He divorced her in May of 1947. Then, literally in June of 1947, he started showing up everywhere with Doris on his arm. This man didn't waste any time. He spread his love around, and according to the ladies of his time, he had plenty to share. This is the same guy whose male member became the inspiration for large pepper grinders in fine dining establishments all over the world. They called the big ones Rubirosas. After dating for only 3 months, he and Doris got married in a small, private ceremony in Paris. The ceremony was different. Rubirosa was often described in papers as tall, dark, and handsome. But Doris was taller, and let's face it, people still think that it's a little odd to see a couple in which the woman is taller than the man. Doris, at 6 feet, stood 3 inches taller than her new husband, and as we know, he made up for those 3 inches in another area. But their height difference wasn't the only thing that people might have found to be strange about this wedding. It was performed by a consul general who admitted that he had never performed a wedding, and his nervousness made that quite obvious. Only 10 of the people in attendance were actual guests of the bride and groom. Their guests were far outnumbered by reporters and photographers. The whole thing lasted 10 minutes, during which Rubirosa casually puffed on a cigarette, putting it out just in time to slip the ring on Doris's finger. It was a circlet of rubies, by the way. Another detail that was a little unusual, they had what I think could be considered as a reception before the wedding. Their guests had champagne and cake, and the new groom had 2 whiskey highballs. I don't know exactly what a highball is, feel free to tell me, But they did all of this before the exchange of vows. All of the alcohol seemed to put Rubirosa in high spirits. He was all smiles and laughs until two of Doris's attorneys walked in with papers for him to sign. A prenuptial agreement. Maybe this payday wouldn't be quite as easy as he thought. But after having a few more drinks, enough to get drunk enough to be okay with signing the agreement, he did. Then they had their ceremony, and he passed out shortly after saying his vows. Doris thought that it was all wonderful, bragging to her friends that, quote, "Big boy passed out in my arms," end quote. If she'd had a little more self-esteem, she might have had a problem with a man needing to get drunk to say wedding vows to her. And speaking of the vows, they were another aspect of this wedding that was different. Very different from her first wedding in the regard that she promised to obey Rubirosa. You'll recall that to obey was not a part of the vows in the Cromwell-Duke union, and the fact that Doris promised to obey Rubirosa was such a shock that it made headlines. Well, the marriage didn't last much longer than that 10-minute wedding. And if Doris didn't want to feel like she was being used for her money in her second marriage the way that she had been used in her first marriage, she started off on the wrong foot. Remember that as soon as Rubirosa left Danielle, he and Doris were an item. Divorces usually take a while, as Doris knew from first-hand experience. Well, Doris didn't want to wait out a long divorce before she could have Rubirosa all to herself, so she paid Danielle $1 million in exchange for a quick, uncontested divorce. And with that small payout, Doris got her Latin lover all to herself. Or so she thought. We'll get there. But a quick side note about Danielle first. We all know that she selflessly gave up Rubirosa for $1 million so that Doris could have her happily ever after. But when Danielle tried to move on and marry the man she was interested in, a French actor named Pierre with a last name that I won't even attempt, it didn't matter for them. Why? Because his mother put the kibosh on their plans. According to Danielle, quote, "His mother said, 'I am a woman with a past,' and Pierre obeyed her orders, forbidding the marriage," end quote. Pierre's mother thought that any woman who had ever been with Rubirosa was damaged goods. But I love the way that Danielle summed up the reason that she couldn't marry Pierre. She said that the problem was simply too much mother-in-law before the wedding. Well, we know how that can be, right, ladies? Ha ha. Anyway, by the time that Rubirosa was through with Doris probably wished that someone would have intervened and stopped her plans before they started, because he was not a good and faithful husband to her. But women aren't victims on this channel, so considering how she started her romance with him, I can't feel sorry for her knowing that he was not good to her. And I just know that somewhere in the world, Doris's first husband, James Cromwell, was somewhere wondering why Doris didn't turn on her money faucets for him the way that she did for Rubirosa. So remember, Jimmy Cromwell walked away with a measly $350,000 after having been married to Doris for years. Well, here is just a little bit of what Doris willingly gave to Rubirosa without his even having to ask her. She gave him a check for $500,000. With that, he was already ahead of Jimmy, but she had a lot more to give her new husband. A stable of polo ponies, over a dozen sports cars, a B-25 bomber, a French chateau that was converted from a hotel to a dwelling unit for him, and she filled that chateau with priceless art pieces from Kings Louis XV and Louis XVI. Rubirosa loved his chateau. It was 3 stories high, and he used the 3rd floor as his personal luxury man cave. He decked it out with a regulation-sized boxing ring and a full bar. After his late nights at the Calvados nightclub, which were practically every night, The club's guitarists would bring their instruments to the third floor of his chateau, and they would party some more. His third floor became an unofficial after-hours spot. Rubirosa's butler, Victor, would serve his guests whatever they wanted to drink and breakfast tacos. It must be nice to be married to an heiress who loves you so much that she won't say no to you. I think that author Stephanie Mansfield perfectly and succinctly described the tone of the Rubirosa-Duke union in her book called The Richest Girl in the World, The Extravagant Life and Fast Times of Doris Duke, when she wrote this, quote, "While Doris fell in love with Ruby, he didn't want to be the man of just one woman, and she was not easy. She wanted Ruby to be there always, like a slave, but he wanted to do as he pleased. And she knew this before she married him." End quote. Bottom line, Doris got what she paid for, and what she paid for was a gigolo. And a gigolo can give you one thing, sex. The problem for Doris was that that's what a gigolo gives to other women as well. She found this out for herself when she and her husband were enjoying some time on the beautiful island of Capri in Italy. Earlier in the day, she was out doing her own thing. When she returned to their hotel, she found her husband doing his own thing. She caught Ruby in flagrante delicto. You know, getting it on with his ex-wife, not the one that Doris had paid $1 million to take off of her hands, his first wife, Flor de Oro Trujillo, the daughter of the Dominican dictator Rafael Trujillo, Rubirosa's boss. Well, Doris was a fool for Rubirosa, but there's only so much humiliation that even she could take. Immediately after this incident, he recalled seeing a new guest for lunch. It was an attorney, and he brought with him some papers for Rubirosa to sign, an agreement to terminate the marriage at once. The divorce was finalized on October 27, 1948. They were married only for 1 year and almost 2 months. Ruby walked away with the chateau, by this point 15 luxury sports cars, the bomber jet, a Manhattan apartment, the stable of ponies, a fishing fleet off of an African coast, and $25,000 per year until he remarried. Doris walked away with her name and memories of some really good sex. Even though Rubirosa was literally caught with his pants down, he didn't understand why their marriage needed to end. Because according to him, he and Doris were still seeing each other and being intimate for a whole year after they got divorced. In his words, quote, "This was so stupid because we did not want to be separated. For the next year, all we did was reunite, break, reunite in the back of airplanes in between the United States and Europe." End quote. It seems like Ruby didn't understand that Doris wanted to have him all to herself. She couldn't have that while she was married to him, and you and I know that she was sharing his baloney pony after they got divorced. But in Rubirosa's mind, he was just a good guy who was performing a public service for this lonely, homely heiress. Really, when you hear his own words, he comes across as though he thought he was doing the Lord's work when he married Doris. Here's what he had to say, quote, "What I did is better than most people do. They go out with a girl from a good family, they take all her money, and then they leave her. The difference with me is that I marry her, give her the best time in all the world, and when I leave her, she is richer than ever before." End quote. What a great guy. You're still with me, so I may as well give you one more quick side note about Ruby. It's about him, but it relates to Doris too. Zsa Zsa Gabor couldn't wait for her chance to get in bed with Rubirosa, but the reason that she wanted to have sex with him had everything to do with Doris Duke. Here's the thing. Zsa Zsa had commented publicly in Los Angeles that she would like to have an affair with Rubirosa to get revenge for the relationship that her husband, George Sanders, allegedly had with Rubirosa's ex-wife, Doris Duke, in 1952. The thought of someone cheating on the very glamorous Zsa Zsa Gabor with Doris Duke seemed a little off to me, so I went to see if I could find anything that might suggest that this was actually true, and I found it. On August 22nd, 1952, the Evening Sun printed a story about a new Charlie Chaplin film that had opened, and there were a few strange couples there. Among them were Doris Duke and George Sanders, and this was very strange, seeing that he was out in public on a date with Doris Duke, considering that at this point, he was Zsa Zsa Gabor's husband and had been for the past 3 years. So in Zsa Zsa's mind, a little fun in the bed with Rubirosa was for payback, even though Doris had been divorced from him for a few years by the time Zsa Zsa got to him. And I have to say that I think that it's odd that she was only interested in getting revenge on Doris and not her husband, the one who had cheated on her. Well, Zsa Zsa went on to have her affair with Rubirosa, but that hot sex came with a side of physical abuse, as was evidenced when she came out in public with an ice pack, covering a black eye that Rubirosa gave her when he punched her in the face during an argument about the next woman he planned on marrying, Barbara Hutton, the Woolworth heiress. But Zsa Zsa found no fault in Ruby for her black eye. As a matter of fact, she was quoted as saying, "Ruby loves me. Rubirosa in Spanish means red rose. For me, it means black eye. A man only hits a woman if he loves her deeply." End quote. How sickening. And I'm pretty sure that red rose in Spanish is rosa roja. But there are so many other things wrong with that statement that part doesn't even matter. I digress. Zsa Zsa wasn't the only woman who found no fault in Rubirosa. I'm skipping ahead of myself a little bit, but I should mention here that Doris Duke also never had a bad thing to say about her cheating Latin lover husband. And that's according to Doris's longtime friend and fellow socialite, Lucy Douglas CZ Guest, who shared that when Doris died, there were only 2 photographs next to her bed on her nightstand. One was of Louis Bromfield, the other was of her precious Porfirio Rubirosa. Now that we know that Rubirosa was the love of Doris's life, you can imagine why it would have been particularly painful for her when Barbara started dating him and then married him. But for some reason, it also hurt Zsa Zsa Gabor, who was still married to George Sanders at the time. As a matter of fact, Zsa Zsa Gabor seemed more emotionally invested than Doris or Barbara, but we'll get into her antics in a moment. For now, let's get into Barbara's union with Rubirosa. Imagine that you're Doris, and it's New Year's Day 1954. You're in Geneva with your friends, celebrating the new year. You start your morning with orange juice, and maybe you take your orange juice with a little bit of champagne. Maybe you call it a mimosa. And you've got your breakfast and your newspaper. Then you sit down and you read this international newspaper headline: Ruby and Babs wed, her first in Spanish. Doris was floored, pissed off, and drunk. She started calling Barbara every name in the book. Doris told her friends that Barbara had always been jealous of her. And, quote, "She always wants what I have." Now, somebody else was upset. Mrs. Marion O'Brien Reynolds was kind of surprised about this wedding announcement, too. Who was she? Oh, just a woman who was in the process of getting a divorce from her husband, who had filed against her for sleeping with Rubirosa. I think that she thought that she would have been his next wife instead of Barbara. But it has to be said that while Doris was extremely angry, she wasn't completely blindsided by the news of this marriage between her Ruby and her gal pal Babs. You see, Rubirosa came crawling around Barbara at a really vulnerable time in her life. She had just divorced her 4th husband, and it was clear to anyone with 2 brain cells that she was starved for male attention, and what she hoped for was love. But while Barbara was falling in love with Ruby, her family members were keeping a close eye on him. Barbara's aunt Jessie Donahue told her to call Doris to get her assessment of him, and I can understand her Aunt Jessie making this request. Clearly, she was looking for a bad opinion of Ruby because she didn't want Barbara to go through with marrying him. And who better to give a bad evaluation of a man than his ex-wife? It was a foolproof plan. The problem was that both Doris and Barbara were fools when it came to the man with the big penis. Doris told Barbara that Rubirosa was a great guy, a perfect gentleman, the most pleasant man a girl could ask for. And because Barbara was a fool, she didn't think to ask, well, if he was so great, why in the hell did you divorce him? Instead, Barbara took Doris's A-plus assessment of Ruby and went straight to the chapel to get married, basically telling her family, my friend who hates me said that he's a great guy, so don't worry, everything will be fine. All right, so here are the details that I shared with you about the Barbara and Rubirosa marriage in a previous video.
Her next husband was Porfirio Rubirosa. He didn't have an official title like prince or baron or count, but he had an unofficial title, and it was Latin lover. He was an international playboy. This man had sexual affairs with Marilyn Monroe, Eartha Kitt, Ava Gardner, Dorothy Dandridge, Judy Garland, and that doesn't even cover half of his long list of lovers. They might have also called him the Meat Man, because the word around town was that he was packing, and I don't mean suitcases. I mean he had a large penis, so worthy of discussion that, you know, the big pepper mills that they use at restaurants? Well, in fine dining establishments, they started calling them Rubirosas. Now, that was them being disgusting, not me. I'm just reporting to you. But the scandal where our Barbara is concerned has everything to do with who he was married to before her and who else he was having sex with while he was married to her. Porfirio was a Dominican diplomat and a race car driver who got married a total of 5 times in his life. His third wife was Doris Duke. She was an American heiress who came out had her debutante ball the same year as Barbara. They had actually been friends. They were always mentioned in the news together. The year of their society debuts, Barbara was the second richest debutante. The richest girl of the season was Doris. But all of the papers said that Barbara was the prettiest girl of the season. So you can see how early in their lives the press started brewing a scenario that would have made competition for these two ladies almost inevitable. But it was up to them, Barbara and Doris, to play into it or not. And I have to say that it looks like Barbara decided to play their dirty game. This is where I think she went wrong. Now, I believe in girl code, and when we are friends with someone, we don't get involved with their exes. Do you play by this code? Let me know in the comments section, because Barbara did not play by this code. Doris was married to Porfirio for a little over a year, from 1947 till 1948. That would have been while Barbara was married to Prince Igor. But as soon as she was single at the same time as Porfirio, she made a move on him, and he went for it. And at this time in Barbara's life, I feel like her heart just went dark, and she wasn't really thinking about anyone except for herself. And maybe a string of horrible marriages will do that to someone, but I really don't like how she handled Doris. On their wedding day, after Barbara said I do to Porfirio, she broke her ankle, leaving her confined to their honeymoon suite. And Porfirio, so excited about his new marriage, went out on the town to celebrate by himself. Well, what Barbara didn't see coming, but frankly she should have seen it coming, was that Porfirio was going to cheat on her, and he did it very publicly with a very public figure. Have you ever heard of Zsa Zsa Gabor? She was a very famous actress who was Porfirio's girlfriend while Barbara was his wife. Which wasn't a long time, by the way. Their marriage only lasted for 53 days. Barbara did have to pay him alimony, and I can't feel sorry for her on this one, because when he divorced her friend, Doris, She saw what Doris had to give him in their divorce settlement, and it was a lot. A fishing fleet, a B-25 bomber, which is strange to me, a chateau in Paris, a whole bunch of sports cars, and $25,000 per year until he remarried, which ended up being a total of $125,000 because Doris got to stop making those payments in 1953. That's when backstabbing Barbara made him her problem. So I'm sure that Doris thanked her for being a gal pal and putting an end to those payments for her. Barbara and Doris went on to feud publicly for years. That entire situation is a hot mess scandal for another day. Let me know if you want to hear that story. But where Porfirio was concerned, Barbara should have felt like a fool. After being cheated on in such a public manner, she would lose her man and some more of her fortune. Porfirio would receive from Barbara another B-25 bomber. Why anyone would need one of those, let alone two, I don't know. He also got some expensive jewelry, some polo ponies, a coffee plantation in the Dominican Republic, and $2.5 million. Barbara had the use of this man's phallus for less than 2 months, and she had to share it. Doris had it for a year, and paid a lot less to get rid of him. She definitely got more bang for her buck. Pun intended.
Now, I've learned a little bit more about Barbara and Rubirosa since I made that first video for you. I learned that Ruby seriously pursued Barbara, and his main reason for hunting her down was that he needed money. He was already having an affair with Jaja before he met Barbara, but Jaja wasn't the type to give or loan out money to men. And he needed money so that he could wine and dine Jaja the way that she expected to be wined and dined. So Ruby thought to himself, who's another dame with a lot of dough? And Barbara was the perfect fit. She had a lot of money and a history of being publicly humiliated by men. Now, as we know, just because Barbara didn't see the red flags with Rubirosa didn't mean that her family couldn't. For Barbara, those red flags were looking like Six Flags, and she was just ready to have some fun. But it's so clear in the photos that Life magazine published from their wedding that Barbara was the only one there who didn't see that disaster was in her very near future. Her son, Lance, was 17 at the time, and he looked like he'd rather have been taking a trigonometry exam than sitting at that stupid wedding. And Rubirosa literally looked like he was trying to hold in his laughter. And when you consider that he left Barbara just hours after this photo was taken, so that he could go and have sex with Jaja Gabor, it's not too hard to believe that he probably was laughing during his wedding ceremony. I'm going to get to Barbara and their next issue, but I have to tell you a little more about Jaja Gabor before we move on. She was so involved in this whole situation that you would have thought that she was the one getting married to Rubirosa. Her name was in just as many headlines as Barbara's. She wanted Ruby all to herself, even though she was married to someone else. So while it was clear to everyone that she was bitter about Ruby marrying Barbara, Jaja tried to pretend that it didn't matter, that she was actually happy for the new couple. She told the press that she was glad that Rubirosa was getting a hold of Barbara's millions. Now he could finally pay her back the money that he had borrowed from her the previous summer. After the wedding, Jaja was holding news conferences, literally every hour, disclosing a little bit of information about herself and Ruby. In one of them, she let the press know that, quote, Ruby called me at 3:30 this afternoon. I don't know if it was before or after the ceremony. What he told me is our business. However, I did get a bunch of flowers from Ruby today with a note reading, I will see you very soon. Yes, I know he shouted lies, lies, lies when told what I said about him hitting me in the eye. But what else could he say? He had to save face. What a sweet fellow. He beats hell out of me, then he marries another woman. If I had been in his place, I would have denied I was even in Las Vegas. End quote. Then, an hour later, in her next press conference, she disclosed this, quote, I got rid of a man who was chasing me. I couldn't take it. I had to work too. This whole thing is a vicious cycle. I love George, Barbara loves Ruby, and I don't know who loves Barbara. Ruby doesn't want to work. He thinks it's for peasants. Ruby loved me more than any other man loved me. He told me that after he married Barbara, he would come back to me with enough money so that I'll never have to work again. End quote. You know, not bitter at all. The news writers were living for all of Zsa Zsa's petty comments, so they started egging her on. In her next bit of round-the-clock news coverage of the Rubirosa nuptials, one of the writers showed Zsa Zsa a photograph of Barbara in her black wedding dress and asked her for a comment. Surely Zsa Zsa would have something nice to say. She told the press this, quote, "It looks like she's on a death march. She should have worn white. I'll bet she hypnotized Ruby." End quote. This whole circus was just insane. Zsa Zsa, as you may know, was part of a sister act. Ava and Magda rounded out the trio of Hungarian buxom beauties who were collectively called the Gabor sisters. Zsa Zsa's sisters didn't like the way that she was carrying on about Ruby. They said that it was hurting their image. And maybe it was hurting them as a unit, but Zsa Zsa's phone was ringing off the hook with offers for TV shows, commercials, radio spots, and even major movie contracts. She could not have cared less if her actions were drying up opportunities for her sisters. Those Gabor sisters were highly competitive. Quick side note about how those gals were. Zsa Zsa's sister Magda ended up marrying Zsa Zsa's husband, George, the one who we're talking about now, George Sanders, in 1970. So, yeah, yuck. And I told you before, Zsa Zsa's quote regarding Ruby showing her love by giving her a black eye. Well, here's the full context of that quote from her conversation with Life magazine, just days after the wedding. She posed for a new photo wearing an eye patch. This would be the photo that would get published for her interview. Here's what was written, quote, "In Spanish, Rubirosa means a red rose, but to me it's a black eye," she said, adjusting a big black patch over her right eye. "He said to me, 'If you do not marry me now, I will marry Barbara Hutton.' I said, 'That is a smart idea.' He said, 'Why won't you marry me?' And I said, 'If I must tell you the truth, I am in love with George.' And so then Ruby hits me. I am the luckiest woman who ever lived. He might have broken my head or my nose. A man only beats a woman if he loves her. I always loved George, the love of my life. After our divorce, George and I will be beaux." End quote. This woman was nuts. Barbara was asked if she had a comment about any of Zsa Zsa's claims. She merely said, "I am a lady." I personally think that Barbara knew that she was no match for Zsa Zsa's saucy mouth and just wanted to end the publicity nightmare that her marriage had become. And when it came down to it, in the end, Rubirosa divorced Barbara because she didn't support his relationship with Zsa Zsa. You know, the one that was taking place on Barbara's honeymoon. What a buzzkill. I hate it when my wife won't let me visit my girlfriend. Right, fellas? So that was that. Zsa Zsa got to totally overshadow Barbara on her wedding day. And before she overshadows Barbara in this video, let's get back to Barbara and Doris. Their next catfight was over the actor, Cary Grant, who was also one of Barbara's ex-husbands, her third ex-husband. Because Rubirosa was Doris's one true love, she thought it would be funny to take the only guy who Barbara thought loved her. Here's the information on the Barbara and Cary Grant relationship.
Barbara got married again in 1942, and this time it was to a famous man, Cary Grant. On July 8th, they eloped to Lake Arrowhead, California, and honestly, there is no scandal here. She loved him, and he loved her. But you know how they say that sometimes love just isn't enough? This seemed to be one of those situations, though she did divorce him on the ground of cruelty. But they never had a bad thing to say about each other publicly. She said that his career got in the way of their marriage, and she loved him the most because he was so sweet and gentle. They simply parted ways in 1945. He was reported to be her only husband, who never asked her for alimony.
This squabble over Cary Grant was started by Doris, and it was an attempt at revenge for Barbara marrying Rubirosa. But it never really took off. In fact, it was one-sided. Doris flirted with Cary Grant, and because she had millions of dollars, she could flirt with people in ways that most of us could only imagine. She was so bold in her flirtation that she made the huge gesture of buying a home that was close to Cary Grant. It was a mansion that had once belonged to Italian actor Rudolph Valentino. It was called Falcon's Lair. Doris bought this home only a few weeks after Barbara married her Ruby. Here's what was explained about it in a 1954 edition of the Durham Sun. One of the home's best features for Doris was that it offered a clear view of Cary Grant's house. The Sun also reported that the home was small, and Doris was putting in a lot of work to renovate it. She was having walls knocked down to make bigger rooms. It was going to be a completely different place when her workers got done with it. It's almost as if she would have come out better just building a new home somewhere else. But you know what they say about real estate? It's all about location, location, location. And it just so happened that Doris's new house was on the top of a hill. The next place that could be seen from atop the hill was Cary Grant's house. His half-glass house. My. Here's what was written about her new windows. Quote, "Gone are the arched windows. She's had big picture windows installed. The better to see the hills, plus Cary Grant if he's available." End quote. It seems pretty clear why Doris wanted this place, but when Doris made her move on Cary Grant, he simply turned her down. Poor Doris. After all of that, she had to pretend that she loved that house and that location. She probably looked out of her big picture windows into Cary Grant's house and saw him making out with his other girlfriends. I am definitely deducting a point from Doris for this one. The next spat between the Gold Dust twins had to do with property. This happened around 1959-1960, so by this time, both Doris and Barbara had enough time to cool off from the Porfirio Rubirosa drama. Doris had likely had a chuckle to herself about telling Barbara that Ruby was a good guy and to go through with her wedding. There's no doubt in my mind that she enjoyed watching Barbara endure the public humiliation caused by that whole situation. But at this new juncture, she was turning over a new leaf and extending an olive branch to Barbara. By this time in her life, Doris had learned that marriage just was not for her. Barbara kept on trying, and with almost every divorce, due to settlements she had to pay, she was losing more and more of her once massive fortune. Well, after Barbara's divorce number 6, it seems like Doris wanted to give her friendship with Barbara another try and just let bygones be bygones. So she invited Barbara to come and stay at her Hawaiian home, Shangri-La. This stay was meant as a retreat for Barbara. Much to everyone's surprise, Barbara accepted the invitation. She flew out to Hawaii, got settled in, and got some rest. Doris left and gave her friend the run of the house. After a couple of weeks, Barbara felt refreshed. She felt so good that she decided to do a favor for old Doris. She would surprise her by redecorating her entire home. I mean, what was the deal with all those old Middle Eastern furnishings and art pieces? It was time to get with the times and go modern. But you know, El Cheapo Doris just liked keeping old stuff around. Yeah, sure, the rest of the world called that old stuff priceless antiques. But the rest of the world didn't have to stare at that stuff for the next few weeks. Barbara did. So, Barbara had all of Doris's antiques hauled off and replaced with modern Japanese pieces. The new decor made the interior of Doris's place look eerily similar to Barbara's Japanese-style home in Cuernavaca called Sumia, which also boasted chic, modern art and furniture. When Doris returned and saw the inside of her home, she became enraged. I'm sure that she wanted to put her size 11 foot right in the crack of Barbara's ass. But she was a lady too. She put Barbara out and told everyone she knew that Barbara has surely gone over the edge. The next issue the heiresses had was over another man. It was another short-lived one, but this time the roles were reversed. Barbara was trying to put the moves on one of Doris's boyfriends. The guy was Joe Castro. Though why Barbara wanted to insert herself into anything with him is beyond me. Let me remind you of who Joe Castro is, so that you can see why it would have been so ridiculous for Barbara to have wanted him. Here's what I previously shared about the extremely toxic relationship that he had with Doris. Doris met Joe Castro in 1952. He was 15 years younger than she. He was in his mid-20s and she was in her early 40s. Now, before I go any further, I know that someone is thinking, "That's the same age difference she had with her first husband. You said that was wrong, but you'll say it's okay for her because she's a girl." You know, the whole, "so it's okay when a woman does it but not a man" thing. I have seen those comments on videos in which I've held women accountable, and for the record, I think that Doris was inappropriate too, only slightly less inappropriate because Joe was an adult when they met. She was just a teenager when James Cromwell started having secret conversations with her. But just so you know, we don't do double standards here on Ty's Hot Mess History. Anyway, within months of meeting, Joe and Doris were living together at Doris's suite at the Bel Air Hotel. It does come across as though she was looking for a plaything in the bed, and he was looking for a sugar mama, and Doris had a lot of sugar. Doris admired his talent on stage, but she didn't like all the attention that he got from the young, pretty women who would come to watch him perform. This would set off her insecurities and send her spiraling into alcohol and drug use in order to deal with how she felt. Why she wouldn't let him go is beyond me. Their relationship stopped being fun as soon as it started. But maybe Doris, who had always been called the ugly one or the less attractive one, had something to prove, like that she could keep this young, handsome man on her arm. She and Joe would get into fights, frequently, break up and make up. Then, Doris's mother died in 1962, leaving her $250 million. Thus, 250 million more reasons for Joe to stick around and pretend that he was interested in Doris. One night in 1963, at her Shangri-La home, Doris was playing her piano, and Joe made a joke that insinuated that her playing wasn't so good. Her response? She grabbed a butcher knife and slashed his arm. This woman was unhinged, and you're about to see that Joe was definitely not an angel. But slicing someone with a knife just because you don't like something that they said? That's more than an overreaction. That could have been fatal. Could Doris have killed someone over a disagreement? I think that she could have, and it looks like she did, and we'll get there. But back to her and Joe Castro. Yeah, sure, she sliced his arm because of his joke. But maybe on New Year's Day, she had turned over a new leaf and was ready to deal with this toxic relationship like an adult. Because on January 1st, 1964, she rang in the new year by throwing him out of her Bel Air mansion, Falcon Lair. And he didn't like that. He loved her house. He went so far as to sue her for wrongful eviction. When he saw that nobody cared about his lawsuit, he turned it up a notch, filing for divorce and requesting alimony payments for Doris in the amount of $5,000 per month. Everyone was shocked to hear about this divorce, but no one was more shocked than Doris. You know why? Because she said she had never married him. This unemployed bozo completely made up this lie and had the nerve to sue Doris on the grounds of cruelty. Even the newspapers were expressing their shock because their first time hearing about this marriage was when Joey announced the divorce. They didn't know how they could have missed a story so big. Then he took his last chance at a money grab and decided to sue for the butcher knife slicing. He wanted $150,000 because Doris tried to kill him and left him with a scar that was so big that he could no longer work. Now, I don't condone her slicing him at all under those circumstances, and she should have had to pay him something for that. But he was laying it on pretty thick by saying that he couldn't work anymore. In the end, none of his claims mattered. Doris's attorneys strong-armed Joe into silence, and he dropped all of his lawsuits against her. But Doris countered his lawsuits with one of her own, and on May 1st of 1964, she obtained an order from a court in Honolulu. It was a restraining order, an order that restrained this fool Joey Castro from saying that he was her husband and that she had ever married him. Now, one would think that after all of that, this relationship would have been over, but no. Doris still wanted Joe, so she made a lot of promises to him, saying that she was going to do all kinds of things to help take his music career to the next level. It seems like she dangled those promises in front of him to keep him around because she knew that he would not have come back otherwise. And her promises worked. He agreed to go back to her. So he's not an innocent victim in any of this. He was, after all, a grown man, and by this time in his 30s. If at any time he didn't like how Doris was treating him, he was able to leave. But Joe had gotten rather comfortable staying at Doris's house. Even if he wasn't attracted to her, he thought that her home was beautiful. And he spent a lot of his years with Doris in that beautiful home, not giving a care about his career. The couple had settled into a dreadful rut. By the very next year, 1965, he was back living in her Bel Air home. Why? Because desperate Doris had set up a recording company just for Joe. And this is so pathetic, but in order to get her man back, she promised to include him in her will. Can you imagine? She also bought him a new Mercedes-Benz. She was literally trying to buy his love. Then, tragedy struck that summer when Doris's ex-husband died. Porfirio Rubirosa was killed when he crashed his Ferrari in Paris. Doris was a wreck. Joe couldn't comfort her because he didn't care about her. So she started spending more time with her friend and confidant, Eduardo Tireya. He was Doris's art buyer, but he was also one of her closest friends, and he cared for Doris, even if none of her husbands or boyfriends did. While Doris was mourning the loss of Rubirosa, Joey was hitting the town with young pretty girls in Hollywood, making Doris look like the fool that she was for him. She got really angry about one young beauty specifically, a singer named Loretta Haddad. A number of people had seen Joe and Loretta out and about, looking like a romantic couple. Then out jumped the vindictive side of Doris that was tired of repeatedly losing to women who were more attractive than she was. She really hated that her money wasn't enough to control the men who she wanted to love her. So, Joey had to pay. And how did she make him pay for making her feel bad? Doris shut down his record company. Then, Doris had to pay, because that made him angry. And how did he make her pay for taking away his precious record company that made him feel like the big man in Hollywood? Joey effed up her house and physically abused her. I mean, he really went wild. He threw stuff all over the place. He broke dishes all over her kitchen floor. And while standing in the frame of one of her French windows, wearing a t-shirt only and nothing on his bottom half, he urinated over the railing and into her garden. Doris had called one of the guys who worked with him at the now shut-down record company to help her, to get Joe and take him away from her house. His name was Peter Brook. When Peter got there, he saw all of the destruction. He witnessed Joe and his half-nude body relieving himself onto Doris's flowers. Then he saw Doris in her bedroom with a broken jaw. Joe had hit her in the face and broke her jaw. Joe Castro and Doris Duke were two disgusting people to each other who should have never been together. He thought that he would be able to pretend to love her and get all of the money that he wanted from her, while dating and sleeping with the women he actually found attractive. And she thought that her money and the opportunities that she could provide him would allow her to control him. They were both wrong. And after all of that happened, it still didn't stop good old gal pal Barbara from wanting a piece of Joe for herself. It's insane. He was nothing but a headache. Why in the world would Barbara want this problem on her hands? I'm sorry, but it had to be about trying to make Doris jealous, because there's no good reason that any woman would have wanted to be with Joe after how he treated Doris. By this time in her life, Barbara was looking her age, or older. They were in their 40s, but Doris was looking, if not young, younger than Barbara. She'd had multiple plastic surgeries, and they were helping her to retain a youthful look. Still, Barbara, who looked like she was old enough to be Joe's granny, called him after she found out that he was with Doris. She told him, "I'd give you more than she would. If you were with me, you'd have a symphony orchestra." Joe said, "I'll pass." As he saw it, he already had an old lady he didn't want. The last thing that he needed was another one who was the same age as Doris and looked even older. But as we know, he moved on to the young, pretty singer who was his age and never looked back at Barbara or Doris. Just before Joe and Doris ended their relationship for good in 1966, they ran into Barbara at a restaurant in Tahiti. There was nothing but air and uncomfortable silence between the two, as Leonard Lyons wrote in a story that I was able to find in the Baltimore Sun from that year. Quote, "America's two wealthiest heiresses, like China and the USA, are aware of each other's existence, but do not recognize each other." End quote. So, I would give the point to Doris, but Joe Castro was no prize. So let's keep going. We know that by this point, the attractiveness scale was weighing in Doris's favor. Doris had become a big fan of plastic surgery, and whatever she was doing to her face seemed to be pleasing to her and to people who were looking at her. Not only her face, but her body was looking great. Doris had always been tall and athletic, and at this point, she was still in good physical shape. Plus, she was also wearing the fashions that were in style, and the big bouffant and full volume hairstyles that were all the rave. Those styling choices helped her to maintain a really youthful vibe. Barbara, by contrast, wasn't using plastic surgery, but that didn't mean that she was aging gracefully. She was just aging. Some might have thought that she was aging poorly. She had been anorexic for years. The bulk of her nutrients came from Coca-Cola, vodka, and the IV vitamin shots she would take. The rest of her quote-unquote diet was cigarettes, codeine, Valium, and morphine. You can imagine how this could make a lady in her 40s look much older than she was. And she continued to dress like she was stuck in her days from being on the best dressed list in the 1940s. Doris looked young and fresh, and Barbara just didn't. Doris looked like a model who had just stepped off of a 1965 fashion runway, and Barbara looked like a woman on the pages of Vogue magazine, from a 1942 edition. So you can imagine why Doris took offense when someone mistook her for Barbara at the airport. Here's what happened. As Barbara's health started to rapidly decline, so did the balance of her bank account. She had always had a habit of overspending, and of course a lot of her husbands made out like bandits in their divorce settlements. But she lived as though she thought that money would just magically replenish itself and find its way into her bank account. So she carried on, creating even more stupid ways to spend money. One of her most ludicrous investments, if you will, was paying for a carrier. This is someone who would carry her everywhere. as if she were a piece of luggage. Yes, Barbara literally stopped walking and bragged about the fact that she could afford to pay others to walk for her. She demanded to be carried everywhere, and someone would always accept the task. I can imagine her now saying, "Look at the poors, walking around on their own legs." Anyway, one morning when Doris arrived at the Los Angeles National Airport, she was met at the gate by an airline employee with a wheelchair, ready to whisk her off to wherever she needed to go. Doris bluntly told the employee, quote, "You've got the wrong one. I'm Doris Duke. The other one is in Mexico." End quote. Well, that's what happens when you're a twin, a gold dust twin. People mistake you for the other one. And, gotta say, there's another point for Doris for using her own legs. But Barbara would get to return serve with a quip of her own the next year in the newspapers, and it happened after Doris killed a man. Eduardo Tirrea. Now, there's a lot more to this part of the story, and I'm going to cover Mr. Tirrea's death in a true crime deep dive story in the near future. But for now, I'll give you just a little bit of the background information that was disclosed at the time, because that's all that really matters for the context of our story today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to talk about the death of Eduardo Tirrea. Eduardo worked for Doris Duke. She hired him in 1956 as her curator of art holdings. As the years went on, the two developed a friendship in addition to their work relationship. He is the man she turned to for comfort after Joe Castro punched her in the jaw. In 1966, he felt like he had accomplished all that he could working for Doris. He was ready to leave Newport, where he had been working at Doris's mansion called Rough Point. His next stop was Hollywood for his new job as a production designer. On October 6, he packed his suitcases, got a night of rest, and planned to go on some outings with Doris on the next day. He was looking forward to telling his friend that she was about to become his former boss, because now he had made it. Hollywood was calling. Tirrea had some friends in common with Doris. They were actually worried about him and told him that she would not be too happy about his leaving her employ. It turned out that his friends were right about that. He told Doris about his new job, and she was not supportive at all. To his surprise, she was angry with him for leaving her. Of course, Doris found a way to make his new job all about herself. I'm sure that her attitude shocked him. After all that he had done for her, protected her and shielded her from men who had been cruel to her, he had been her person to lean on, who would listen to her and literally pick up and move clear across the country with because she had to end a bad relationship. Tirrea thought that Doris was a good friend to him. He might not have thought much of her as a boss because she routinely underpaid him. You remember all of that turmoil that he went through when she was with Joey Castro. Nobody has to put up with that kind of stuff on a job. How much was his bonus for dealing with all of that stress and strife? He finally had a great opportunity to make a fair wage and a name for himself doing something that he loved, and all that Doris could think about was herself, and how she didn't want her friend to leave her. The next afternoon, on October the 7th, when Tirrea and Doris were getting ready to leave Rough Point, he was stopped by Doris outside of the house. She wanted to talk to him. The discussion quickly escalated into an argument about his leaving her. Some of Doris's staff members could hear the argument because it was so loud, and it lasted for a long time. Everyone seems to agree that those are the facts of the story up to this point. From here, I'll tell you one version of what Doris said happened. Then I'll tell you what Peter Lance discovered, and seems to be the truth because there are witnesses and, frankly, it makes sense. According to Doris, she and Tirrea were leaving the house. They were in the car, driving up to the gates that would have to be opened so that they could leave. He was driving. He parked the car but left it running because he was just getting out to open the gate. Doris, who had been sitting in the front passenger seat, then moved into the driver's seat. Her plan was to drive the car forward to the gate to pick him up after he opened the gate. Once she was in the driver's seat, she released the parking brake and put the car in drive. But when she got to the gates, instead of putting her foot on the brake pedal, she accidentally put her foot on the gas pedal, propelling the car forward, right into Tirrea first, then the gates. He was pinned between the gates, which were still opening, and the car. Then the car ran over the gates and hit a tree. He ended up under the car. He died from the injuries he sustained. That's what Doris said. At least that's one of the first versions of her account, because her story changed every time she told it. Now, that's all that we need to hear this time around. That was pretty much the story that was printed in the news. But what does that have to do with the feud between Doris and Barbara? Well, Barbara was contacted by the media to give a comment on this horrible incident. When asked for her thoughts on why Doris killed Tirrea, recalling back to her stay at Doris's Shangri-La estate, Barbara said, quote, "Perhaps Doris didn't like his taste. She certainly didn't care for mine." End quote. Oh, Barbara. I guess that the point goes to Barb, because killing your friend is just never a nice thing to do. That witticism from Barbara pretty much ended the feud. Doris and her attorneys had bigger fish to fry, dealing with how to pay everyone off so that she wouldn't get convicted of murder and whatnot. A few years later, Barbara's son died. Then so did Barbara in 1979, alone, in her suite at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel, and down to her last $3,500 at the age of 66. Perhaps she had been a little more cheap in her lifetime, she'd have left more money behind. But in the end, it didn't really matter, since she no longer had her son as an heir, and her friends were not real friends, not good enough that anyone would want to leave them a fortune. And Doris, after growing her fortune to over $1 billion and donating a lot of it, seemingly in an effort to drum up some good kismet after running over her friend, went on to befriend some strange companions. One of them was convicted criminal and Filipino First Lady Imelda Marcos, famous for owning 3,000 pairs of shoes. Maybe the two bonded over their love of high-end fashion. By this time, the late 1980s, Doris was losing her mind, and her pet camels were living inside of her home and defecating on her priceless rugs. She had adopted a grown woman who was a belly dancer. Another member of Doris's motley crew was an eccentric, alcoholic, gay, and semi-illiterate Irish butler she befriended and hired, Bernard Lafferty. Though it was never proven in court, many of her friends and house servants believed that he killed her when she died in 1993, after one last facelift that caused so many other things to go wrong. They thought that he had administered a lethal dose of pain medication to Doris. Her death was not very different from Barbara's. Sure, there were people present in her house, but no real friends. Just people she paid. At the age of 81, Doris died alone too. Interesting. So, if this story happened the way that so many of Doris's acquaintances thought it had, Doris killed one of her servants, then one of her servants killed her. The final point goes to karma, and the feud that only death could have brought to an end.
Number 8. Dick and Helen Bishop.
Dowagiac, Michigan is a town that I had never heard of before I started doing the research for this Titanic passenger scandal for you. But it was put on the map before the Titanic ever set sail. And yes, our first-class passengers from today's story are indirectly related to the town's boom. Dickinson Bishop and Helen Bishop were a pair of newlyweds who were returning home on the Titanic after a several-months-long honeymoon. Their plan was to get off the Titanic and have their chauffeur drive them from New York to Michigan. But we all know that they had to change their plans, mainly because the Titanic sank. But maybe Dickinson and Helen would have been able to get back on track. Spoiler alert, they both survived the sinking. But would Dickinson be able to survive the rumor that he only made it into a lifeboat because he wore a dress and pretended to be a woman? And if that was what people were saying about him, how would his wife feel? Helen. And oh yeah, Helen was his second wife. Exact wedding date aside, what they all knew for sure was that the very next year after wife number 1 died, Dickinson was married again. Dickinson's first wife had been the pride and joy of their small town, so the people thought that the newly made millionaire could have taken a little more time to grieve. The timing of Dickinson's wedding dates would become a major topic later in his life, and we'll talk about it. But what about Helen? How did she feel about living in the shadows of Dickinson's first beloved wife? Well, Helen didn't care about living in those shadows. She just cared about living. You see, when she and Dickinson were on their honeymoon in Egypt, a tarot card reader told Helen that a shipwreck was in her future. That tarot card reader told Helen some other things that also manifested in real life. I'm going to tell you everything about that, plus the background stories on our Titanic characters and what happened to them after the Titanic. This is a story about bad luck, bad decisions, and possibly the ugliest woman who got into the first Titanic lifeboat, as the ship's lieutenant gave the order that we have all heard about who was to get in the lifeboats before anyone else. Say it with me. Brides and grooms first. Newlyweds first. Yes, Helen claimed that those were the orders that she and her husband were given, not women and children first. Brides and grooms. Apparently, the executives at White Star Line took holy matrimony very seriously, and that's how Dickinson Bishop got into the first lifeboat that was loaded. Dickinson Bishop, who was also called Dick Bishop, purchased ticket number 11967 for a first-class cabin on the Titanic for himself and his new bride, Helen. The pair got married on November 7th, 1911, and had been honeymooning for 4 months. They visited Egypt, Algiers, Italy, and France. France was their final stop before boarding the Titanic in Cherbourg. We're going to talk about their Titanic voyage that got cut short because of an iceberg. But before we get them on the ship, let's go back in time a little so that we can see how Dick was able to afford to book passage on the most luxurious ship in the world, in one of its finest cabins. And that all comes down to his first wife, Mary Beckwith Lee, the richest girl in Michigan. And no, Mary wasn't a 1900s career gal. She was rich because she was born into money, a lot of it, from her father's side of the family and her mother's. Mary's father was the president of a bank, Citizens State Bank. His salary alone would have been enough to support a very lavish lifestyle for the family. But you know how it goes, often. Money marries money. And before Fred Lee's daughter became the richest girl in town, he had married the richest girl in town. You see, Mary's mother, Kate, was the daughter of Philo D. Beckwith, and he was the founder of the Round Oak Stove Company, which was founded right in Dowagiac in 1871. Philo was the Michigan Stove King. The Michigan Central Railroad ordered heaters from him for all of their depots on the stretch from Detroit to Chicago, and he had a darn good product. Round Oak stoves were made from high-quality materials, and they were durable. They were considered to be the finest heating stove that money could buy. By the 1890s, a lot of imitators had popped up, but they could not match Round Oak's quality, so they didn't last. Round Oak was running the town. It was Dowagiac's biggest employer. Of the 5,000 residents, 1,200 of them were employed by Round Oak. Round Oak was Dowagiac and vice versa. The company sponsored the town's semi-professional baseball team, the Round Oak Baseball Club. Round Oak Stove Company also sponsored the town's band. You guessed it, the Round Oak Band. And that band played at company-sponsored dances that were held in none other than Round Oak Hall. It wasn't quite a company town, but it was pretty close. So, now that we know who Mary's parents were, We have a picture of the family that our Titanic passenger, Dickinson Bishop, married into. I haven't forgotten about him. I just want to show you how he got his money. So let's finish up the story about his first wife and her family, because it's an important part of Dick's story. For without the Beckwood-Lee money, Dick doesn't make his way onto the Titanic. Not in first class, for sure. So we've got his first wife's parents, Fred, the bank president, and Kate, the stove heiress. In the 1890s, they were the definition of a power couple. They ran their town, and whatever they wanted, they got, because they could more than afford to get it. And after Kate's father, Philo, died, control of the Round Oak Stove Company went to Kate and Fred. That was a huge money transfer into their hands. One thing that they did with that money, they built a mansion. The fine home was called the Rockery. And look, there's not a problem with millionaires building mansions. Everyone has to live somewhere. But the construction on this mansion was an ongoing matter in 1893, and something else was brewing in that year. A major economic depression that affected the entire country. It was called the Panic of 1893, and it was no different from any other depression. Workers were getting fired and laid off. The ones who were lucky enough to still have jobs had to budget around pay cuts, reduced salaries. The Round Oak Stove Company laid off workers and cut pay for their remaining workforce. But remember that Kate and Fred are the Round Oak Stove Company, and while their employees had no choice but to feel the economic pinch of the panic, one thing that Fred and Kate Lee did not do was stop construction on their brand new mansion. Needless to say, the people of Dowagiac were angry. But their anger didn't change anything. As 1893 continued, so did the pay cuts, and so did the construction on the mansion. Round Oak ended the year with another round of layoffs, about 50 men. The people grew angrier. Gone were the days of Philo Beckwith, who sponsored everything that the town needed and wanted. They were left with his daughter, Kate, who had never worked for anything a day in her life, and Kate's husband, Fred, who didn't care about them. All they wanted was to stuff their pockets and move into their new mansion while everyone around them starved. Tensions between the haves and the have-nots came to a boiling point at the start of the next year, when in February of 1894, B.F. Bentley, who had been laid off from Round Oak Stove Company, took his own life. Here's what was written in an 1894 edition of the Herald Republican in a brief simply titled, Suicide. B.F. Bentley, who has been an employee of the Round Oak Stove Works for several months, left home the first of last week and went to Jackson. Friday, word was received here that he had committed suicide at a hotel in that city. He left a letter directed to Mrs. B.F. Bentley of this city, saying he was unable to procure work and was tired of life. He left his family without any means whatever, and the coroner at Jackson was instructed to dispose of the body as he saw fit. End quote. The Round Oak Stove Works employees and former employees were sick and tired, but there was nothing that they could do but be angry and fume. They were as hot as the stoves that they used to get paid to make. And while they tried their best to contain their anger, construction continued at the new mansion for Fred and Kate. The situation in Dowagiac was the same for about a year. The angry workers versus the rich employers. Construction on the mansion was near completion when the Round Oak Stove Workers employees did the one thing that they could do. They went on strike. Round Oak Stove Works? More like Round Oak Stove Won't Work, or something like that. I'm sure that they came up with a more fitting slogan, something more clever, but that's not the point. The point was that these men used the only resource that they had, themselves, in an effort to get the change that they wanted, and kudos to them. Their terms were simple. When Fred and Kate restored their wages, they would get back to work. And what happened? They got replaced the very next day. Now, the new Round Oak guys just didn't have the right stuff. Of course, they would have to learn the ropes, but even when they kinda got it, their production was slow. But Fred and Kate had to show those old workers who was boss, and that they needed to keep their demands to themselves. The response from the original Round Oak workers was to set the company on fire. On March 31st, 1895, someone lit the warehouse on fire. The plan was to burn down the whole complex, as was evidenced by the oil that saturated all of the adjoining buildings. The only reason that the task wasn't completed was that the local fire department put out the blaze before the fire could spread. But some destruction was done. The building that housed the stove trimmings took on $15,000 worth of damage. Adjusted for inflation, that's about $560,000 today in 2024. So while it wasn't enough to shut down the company, it made a statement. The very next week after the fire, the Herald-Republican printed that one of the new Round Oak workers lost a finger while operating a polishing machine. That happened on a Wednesday. By that Saturday, just 3 days later, the labor dispute was settled, and the original Round Oak workers, all 500 men, were able to report back to work the following Monday. It turned out that the new guys weren't worth the risk. Now everyone was happy, or at least the workers were content. Fred and Kate were happy because it was finally time for them to move into their new mansion, their forever home. But forever didn't last very long for Fred and Kate. At the age of 42, Kate died from an illness in 1900, just 5 years after moving in. She left behind her husband, her daughter Mary, and her massive fortune. This would not be the last time that this family built a mansion for a lady who didn't get to live in it. That's actually how we get to our Titanic husband, and we're almost there. It makes all the sense in the world to think that Fred spent the next few years mourning the loss of his wife. But the truth was that he was already having an affair with another woman while his wife was sick and dying. After Kate died, Fred married his mistress, who was also named Mary, the same name as his daughter he had with Kate. So, he moved his mistress into the mansion he had been sharing with his wife, and a few years later, started construction on a new mansion for his daughter, Mary, who was the first wife of our Titanic husband. And this place that they were building for her was something else. I'm not talking just a big old house, no. When this home was complete, it would be a 28-room English-style mansion, complete with Japanese gardens, a tennis court, and an artificial lake. So you get the idea. Mary was born into the richest family in town. So I'm sure that it was a bit of a shock to her father and the town of Dowagiac when she accepted the marriage proposal from our Titanic husband, Dick Bishop. Completely unlike Mary's family, Dick Bishop's family were working-class folk. His dad won a local political race, but he had a day job. He was a hardware dealer. He wasn't poor. He was earning enough money to pay his bills, not build mansions. Mary was the richest girl in the whole state of Michigan. Dickinson met Mary when he himself was a shoe salesman, a respectable job just like any other job that is legal and pays the bills. But it was odd and completely against the custom of the times for Mary to not wed a young man from a similar socioeconomic background. It would have been strange enough for a young man of means to have married a woman whose family didn't have at least $1 million lying around somewhere, but it was practically unheard of for a young rich woman to marry down, as people say. With a yes from Mary, Dickinson wasn't just marrying into money. Mary's family money came from her parents owning the biggest stove manufacturing company in the world at that time. And Mary's mind was made up. She didn't care that he didn't have money. She loved Dickinson, and that's all that mattered. She wanted to marry him. And they got married. On Wednesday, June 24, 1908 at 7 o'clock p.m., Mary Lee became Mary Bishop, in a grand wedding that was covered by the Detroit Free Press in an article called "State's Richest Girl is Wedded." The story was about the wedding as much as it was about her money. She was the sole heir to $7 million, most of it her mama's stove money. The wedding was held at the Rockery. The reception took place in the fabulous mansion's drawing room, which was spacious enough to hold their 500 guests. There were descriptions written about how the entire first floor of the Rockery was covered in white and pink roses and a few other flowers. It sounds like it was a beautiful ceremony. For a wedding gift, Mary gave Dick a brand new $6,500 car. That's $222,000 today, you guys. And he gave her Dick. Himself, that was his name. After their wedding, they left for their honeymoon. Now, I've heard of long honeymoons before, but how about this? Theirs was 18 months. They would spend the next year and a half in Europe and Japan. What a fascinating way to start off a marriage. I love it. Little did anyone know that the honeymoon would last them 2/3 of their entire marriage. There is no way that Mary's father, Fred, could have guessed that this would be the case, because he also gave Dick a wedding gift, and his was even more expensive than the car that Mary bought for her new husband. Fred Lee gave Dickinson Bishop a major share in the Round Oak Stove Company. After all, his little girl couldn't be married to a retired shoe salesman. He needed to look good on paper, and now he did. Everything was looking sunny. You know how it is when people are young and in love and a marriage is starting and there are big hopes for the future. The same was true with Dickinson and Mary. After they returned home from their honeymoon, Mary was pregnant. Everything was going as planned. Construction was almost complete on the new mansion that her parents had built for her. By the time the baby arrived, the new family could get settled into their new place. The baby was due in September of 1910. Then, on September 15th, the baby came on time, a little girl, Pauline Lee Bishop. All of the joy that comes with getting a new baby in the family came with her. And that wonderful feeling lasted for only a very brief time, because baby Pauline died only hours after being born. Mary was critically ill for the entire week after giving birth. Everyone was worried that, like so many mothers before her life would end as a result of childbirth complications. Then on September 26th, hope was restored when Dr. Darling, a highly esteemed surgeon from Ann Arbor, came in town to perform an operation on Mary. The next morning, on the 27th, she was feeling much better. Then, the very next day, on the 28th, she died. The entire town was in mourning. Round Oak Stove Works and her father's bank, Citizens State, shut down operations for a week. You remember that I told you that there were 2 times that a Lee family mansion move-in day didn't go as planned. Well, this was the other one. Mary would never get to start her new life with her husband and daughter. She and Dickinson had scheduled a Christmas time move-in that would never happen. That left Dickinson Bishop with no wife, no child, but a lot of money. With Mary's death, Dickinson was willed everything that had belonged to her, an estate valued at $7 million, having a 3/5 interest in the Beckwith estate, which was now more than his father-in-law. The $7 million alone is worth $230 million today. Dick was loaded. This infuriated Mary's father to no end. Now, the son-in-law who Fred was trying to build up into something on paper to give the appearance that he was worthy of marrying his daughter, the shoe salesman, owned the majority share of the family's business, and there was nothing that Fred could do about it. He was the one who drew up the papers. But it was all supposed to work out in the long term. His daughter wasn't supposed to die, not that soon. But she did. And when she died, Dickinson instantly became a millionaire with no wife or children, and to put it quite simply, he became the most eligible bachelor in the state. He was dubbed the Stove King of Michigan, and the young ladies who never knew his name when he was selling shoes were now all interested in him. He could have his pick. And that is how a shoe salesman was able to buy a ticket for a first-class cabin on the Titanic. Now, Dickinson Bishop, the guy who 2 years before, everybody was thinking, what does that rich girl see in that shoe guy? Now he was the one who the young women were clawing their way to get to, so that they could get their little money-grubbing paws on his dough. Where were they when he was selling shoes? Why weren't they lining up for Dick Bishop back then? Maybe, just maybe, the money made the difference. Well, one girl finally caught his eye, and Dickinson asked her for her hand in marriage. Her name was Helen Margaret Walton, and it might have been love for her because she certainly did not need Dick's fortune. Helen was a 19-year-old woman who came from chair money. Her father was Gerald F. Walton, and in 1899, he was granted a patent for what was the precursor to the chair that we know today as the Lazy Boy reclining chair. His was the push-button chair, or the Royal push-button chair, that was made from real oak and mahogany. With a simple push of a button, the chair could go into 9 different degrees of reclining. Gerald's chair was most famously sold under the brand name Royal Morris Chair, and it sold hundreds of thousands of units every year. So I want to be very clear when I say that Helen did not need Dickinson Bishop's money. Her father had plenty to give her. So Helen and Dickinson officially got married on November 7th, 1911, a year and a few months after his first wife, Mary, died. You'll know why I said officially in just a little bit. You can imagine that Mary's family, friends, and the town of Dowagiac, where she had been such a prominent and beloved figure, felt that Dick had moved on too soon. But he was a young man and he needed to move on with his life, and he did. But when he got married to Helen, Mary was still very much in the picture and in the headlines, overshadowing his new bride. The headline and the sub-headline that the Niles Daily Sun printed about the society wedding was as much about the newlyweds as the deceased wife. It read, "The wedding was notable. Dick Bishop of Dowagiac leads Margaret Walton of Sturgis to the altar. Go to Egypt for trip. Their home will be beautiful mansion started before his first wife's death." Ouch. I'm sure that Helen loved that. And to be clear, Margaret is Helen. Margaret was her middle name. Their wedding was called the most notable wedding that had ever been held in the city of Sturgis. It took place at St. John's Episcopal Church. The officiant was Reverend Frederick Patterson. Just as Dick's first wife had been the only child of wealthy parents, the same was true of Helen. Her father's chair patent made him the Chair King of Detroit. His success was written about in the wedding article. The only thing mentioned about Dick's parents were their names. His family wasn't notable. He was just a guy who had inherited his dead wife's money. Helen's father was too ill to walk her down the aisle, so he didn't attend. An uncle took his place. It was also shared that the couple would leave for their honeymoon on January 12th. They would set sail for Egypt. That's the only destination mentioned in this story, but they went to a few other places. Interestingly enough, it's what happened in Egypt that plays a very big part in this story, and we're almost there. But before we get our newlyweds on the Titanic, I have to tell you that the last part of their wedding news article expresses that when they return from their honeymoon, they will take up their new residence in the handsome new Bishop home on Main Street, which has never been occupied since its erection. And yes, that was the mansion that was built for his first wife. Let me know if you have any thoughts about that. Fred Lee, the first wife's father, wasn't crazy about it. But he and Dick were in similar situations now. Through no fault of their own, their wives had died. And remember, Kate died, then Fred married the woman he had been cheating with. He moved her into his rather new mansion. Now, Fred's former son-in-law was moving his new wife into the mansion that was built for his beloved and departed daughter, Mary. Fred would just have to deal with it. He got to move on with his life. Why shouldn't his son-in-law? Sure, Dickinson might have moved on a little too quickly for some people's taste, but at least he wasn't cheating on his dying wife. Maybe this ex-father-in-law and ex-son-in-law had more in common than either of them cared to admit. The White Star Line, which owned Titanic, named their ships with names ending in "ick." Before Titanic, they built the Oceanic class of ships. Dick and Helen boarded one of those in New York to start their honeymoon. It was the Adriatic. From there, they visited the Azores, Gibraltar, Egypt, Italy, Spain, and France. Now remember that something important happened in Egypt. Well, here it is. Helen met a fortune teller, tarot card reader, while she was there. And this person gave Helen a prophecy which really stuck with her. The fortune teller told Helen that she would survive a shipwreck. I already told you that Helen and Dick survived the Titanic disaster. But there was more to the prophecy. Helen was also told that she would survive an earthquake, and then, in an automobile accident, she would die. So now, let's get our newlyweds on the Titanic. As I mentioned, the last stop on their honeymoon was France. Dickinson and Helen spent a few days in Paris before traveling to Cherbourg to board the Titanic. And at this point, I have to mention that seeing that tarot card reader wasn't the only highlight of their honeymoon. While the couple was in Italy, they picked up something really special in Florence, a little dog named Frau. So it was the three of them who boarded the Titanic on Wednesday, April 10th, around 7 that evening. After checking in, Helen received a little favoritism from the steward. Maybe it was because she was rich, or because she was pretty, or maybe it was because Frau was so cute. But for whatever reason, Helen was given the permission to keep her dog in their cabin instead of the ship's kennels, where the dogs were supposed to go. The steward said that the dog was just too pretty to have to stay with the other animals. So, to the Dickinsons' cabin, Frau went. Their cabin, by the way, was first-class cabin B49, which was located on the starboard side of B deck, their home for the next few days that the Titanic stayed above water. It was well-appointed and luxurious, what you would expect from a first-class stateroom on the Titanic. It was just what Helen and Dick needed to have a calming voyage back to the United States. But Helen's concern was that Frau was comfortable, so she made a bed for her out of 2 suitcases. For the newlyweds, the next few days were filled with excitement. They were on the ship of dreams, heading home from a dream honeymoon and on the way to start a new dream life. What could be better? I mean, we know what was going on that fabulous ship. They were socializing with the grandest people high society had to offer. They were eating the best food at sea, enjoying the most state-of-the-art amenities that had ever existed on a ship. But you and I know what they didn't know in the moment when they were living it up on the Atlantic. They were scheduled to arrive in New York on Wednesday, April 17th, but April 14th would be the Titanic's last full day above water. It started a little differently from all of the previous days on board because April the 14th was a Sunday. So the dining saloon, where first-class passengers had just feasted on a delectable meal the night before, had been converted to a church where the ship's captain, Edward J. Smith, would lead the service. That morning, he canceled the lifeboat drill that was on the schedule for the day. After church services in all classes, the schedule went on as usual. There was lunch service, then tea service, giving the ladies in first class a moment to socialize and gossip. Throughout the day, Captain Smith had received iceberg warnings which he did not ignore. In fact, he changed Titanic's course, heading slightly south of his original path, but he did not lower the ship's speed. After night fell, It was time for the ladies of first class to put on their best gowns and jewels for dinner service. If your husband was a wealthy man, it was your job to show it off. So dinner in first class on the Titanic was as much of a meal service as it was a fashion show, with the ladies peacocking around in their expensive dresses, which lay over their corsets that cinched their waists so tightly that they could barely breathe. Somehow, they still managed to eat. And as they were eating on the night of the 14th, First Officer William Murdoch was starting his shift, relieving Second Officer Charles Lightoller as the officer of the watch. Lookouts Frederick Fleet and Reginald Lee began their watch in the Titanic's crow's nest. The night was calm, unusually calm, making icebergs extremely difficult to see, and to make matters worse, the binoculars that belonged in the crow's nest were nowhere to be found. At 10:55 p.m., the nearest ship to the Titanic, the Californian, radios the Titanic with this message from its only wireless operator, Cyril Evans. "Say, old man, we are stopped and surrounded by ice." To which Titanic's senior wireless operator, John Phillips, replied, shut up, I am busy. I am working Cape Race," meaning that he was listening to wireless signals coming from Cape Race, Newfoundland, Canada, which were farther away than the Californian and much more faint. And with that, Operator Evans switched off his radio and went to bed for the night, leaving the closest ship to Titanic unable to receive a signal from Titanic when she would really need to send one, which would be in about 45 minutes. The Californian's wireless operator wasn't the only one tucking into bed at that time. So were Helen and Dick Bishop. A little after 11 p.m., Helen had fallen asleep. The atmosphere in their cabin was peaceful. Dickinson was in their bedroom, awake, reading, when all of a sudden, there was a slight vibration in the ship. A bump. That would have been 11:40 p.m. when the starboard side of Titanic scraped an iceberg. It didn't seem like much of anything to the night owls who were awake playing cards and gambling, but it was enough for Dick to alert Helen to wake up and get dressed. They both put on some clothes and went up on deck, but as they looked around, they didn't see anything unusual. It was cold, uncomfortably cold, as Helen said, but that was to be expected. They looked all over the deck, walked up and down a couple of times, and saw nothing. One of the stewards met them and laughed at them, saying, "You go back downstairs. There's nothing to be afraid of. We've only struck a little piece of ice and passed it." Boy, oh boy, was he wrong. But it put Dick and Helen at ease, and they went back to their stateroom to retire for the night. Or so they thought. Only 15 minutes later, fellow passenger Albert Stewart knocked on their door, telling the couple to go up to A deck. Mr. Stewart helped to save their lives that night, and unfortunately, he would not make it out of the Titanic disaster alive. But we have an excerpt from a letter that Helen wrote to Albert's sister. It tells us what happened in the next few minutes after Albert knocked on the door of Dick and Helen. It reads, "On the evening of the disaster, we left Mr. Stewart in the lounge about 11 o'clock and did not see him again until he knocked at our door sometime after the disaster. This was after we had dressed, gone up on deck, and gone to our beds again. Mr. Stewart said, 'Dickie Bird, you'd better come up on deck and amuse yourself,' in a tone that warned us. We dressed carefully and warmly and met him upstairs in about 10 minutes. He was also dressed warmly. When the order came to put on life belts, we all separated and met again, almost in no time. We went at once up on the boat deck. Mr. Stewart gathered together Mr. and Mrs. Harder, Mr. Bishop, and me, shouting to us not to worry. The steam made so much noise that we could hardly hear a word. A few minutes later, Mr. Stewart said, 'You 4 kiddies stay together and get in the first lifeboat. I'll be right back here.' 3 minutes afterward, we were pushed into the first lifeboat. Mr. Stewart had gone inside, but there were not more than 50 people on the whole deck when we left. We expected he would follow in the next. The rest of the horrible details you know." We never saw him again." End quote. Well, after Helen and Dickinson were up on A deck, they met up with the ship's richest passenger, John Jacob Astor, who was a hero that night. Helen saw him approach Captain Smith, who was walking down the grand staircase. As Helen put it, the captain told Astor something in an undertone. He didn't say exactly what the captain told him, and Helen didn't hear it for herself. But whatever it was, it had to have been serious, because the next thing that happened was that John Jacob Astor came and told Helen and everyone standing close to them to put on their life belts. At this time, Dick was in their cabin, putting on warmer clothes and getting a fur muff for Helen and getting her dog, little Frau Frau. With the orders from Astor, Helen went back to her stateroom where her husband was still preparing to leave the Titanic. She dressed in warmer clothes and put on a life belt. And those were the only things that she retrieved from her cabin. We've heard so many stories about how people on the Titanic were stuffing their coat pockets with cash and jewelry to take with them on their lifeboats. But Helen didn't care about any of that stuff, and she had plenty of it. 3 gold purses, a platinum chain with a diamond plaque, a pearl necklace with an emerald drop, 16 rings set with diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emeralds, a string of pearls, another string of corals, a platinum bracelet, and a few sets of emerald and pearl earrings. $650,000 worth of stuff. But it turns out that the one thing that was priceless to her, the only thing that she cared about in that room, was the one thing that she did not retrieve to take with her on the lifeboat, and that is little Frau Frau. You guys, I hate this part of the story. If you've been here, you probably know that I am an animal lover. If you're new here, now you know. I know that I said that Dick went to get the fur muff for Helen and her dog, but Helen decided against taking Frau Frau with them. In her mind, she had no choice. As she later stated in an interview after the tragedy, "I realized that there would be little sympathy for a woman carrying a dog in her arms when there were lives of women and children to be saved. I feel the loss of my little dog most of all. I will always remember how she tugged at my dress when I started to leave. She wanted to go with me so much." End quote. And I have to admit that I'm not sure how to feel about that statement, especially after learning just how empty Helen's lifeboat was. But we'll get there. Let me know what you think about that. I don't think that there are any wrong answers or ways to feel about it. So now, with tears in her eyes that might have been turning into icicles on her face because of the 32-degree freezing temperature that night, Helen went back on deck. Dick was right behind her. At this point, it was about 12:45 a.m., April 15th, when the famous order went out, as Helen recalled it. "Husbands and wives first. Newlyweds first. Fellas, grab your ladies and get into a lifeboat because there's nothing more important than holy matrimony. Children, get back. The husbands and wives can make more of you when they get to safety." Okay, I added on to that last part, but Helen really did tell the press that she and her husband were the first couple in a lifeboat because they were just following orders. The officers said, "Husbands and wives first." She would change that statement later, but let's just get on with our story and get lying Helen onto the lifeboat. Lifeboat number 7, the first lifeboat to leave the Titanic. Now, in addition to 25-year-old Dick and 19-year-old Helen, there was another young honeymooning couple in lifeboat number 7, John Pillsbury Snyder and his wife Nell. He was 24, she was 23. But they were the only other newlyweds. Also in number 7 were Robert Williams Daniel, a banker, Alfred Norney, a young man who was pretending to be a baron, and Dorothy Gibson, a silent screen actress. We have covered her story on this channel, and if you have seen it, you know that she was out for herself. Actually, Andrew Wilson, the author of Shadow of the Titanic, described all of the passengers of lifeboat number 7 as people with an overwhelming sense of self-preservation. That's a nice way of putting it. So here they were, the first ones to leave Titanic. Their job now was to row their little boat as far away from the big boat as possible, so that when Titanic sank, as she surely would, they would not sink with her. It wasn't the most ladylike thing to do, but even Helen took up an oar and rowed. It was a matter of survival. But guess who refused to row? The fake Baron. He sat in the lifeboat and puffed on a stinky pipe while everyone else rowed. Besides the 24-year-old, able-bodied fake Baron, the everyone else in number 7 consisted of 27 other people, leaving room for 37 more souls who could have lived on. Each lifeboat could hold 65 passengers. If the point of sacrificing Frau was so that another human could live, these numbers on the lifeboat just weren't adding up. But I understand that they didn't know exactly what the situation would be when they got to the lifeboats, so let's move on. Now we have everyone in number 7 taking turns rowing to get away from the very ship that just days before everyone in the world wanted to be on. But at this moment, it was clear that Titanic was sinking. The ladies were afraid the Titanic was going down and she was going to take their lifeboat with her. They were so scared. So Helen tried to calm their nerves and tell them a story. She told them about the fortune teller in Egypt and the fortune that she was given. There were 3 parts to it. 1, she was going to survive a shipwreck. Well, that had just happened. 2, she was also going to survive an earthquake. And 3, she was going to be killed in an automobile accident. Perhaps she dismissed her fortune when she heard it on her honeymoon as just something that tourists do when they go to visit Egypt. But now, Helen was looking at that fortune as the gospel truth. That meant that she had a lot more living to do. It gave her peace. She didn't need to worry about whether or not a rescue ship was coming, because she knew that down the line she was going to survive an earthquake, and years after that, as an old woman, she would die in a car accident. Whether or not Helen's story did anything to calm the nerves of her fellow passengers is unclear, but it did help Helen. She was at peace, like the water before her. As she recalled it, quote, "The water was like glass. There wasn't even the ripple usually found on a small lake. By the time we had pulled away 100 yards, the lower row of portholes had disappeared. When we were a mile away, the second row had gone. But there was still no confusion. Indeed, everything seemed to be quiet on the ship until her stern was raised out of the water by the list forward. Then a veritable wave of humanity surged up out of the steerage and shut the lights from our view. We were too far away to see the passengers individually, but we could see the black mass of human forms and hear their death cries and groans." End quote. And even with that frightening and sorrowful scene, there was a man on the bishop's lifeboat who still tried to cheer up the ladies after the Titanic sank. And his actions are all the more incredible and honorable when you take into consideration that this man had just watched the ship go down with his brother on it. He knew that his own brother was dead. This man was George Hogg, a lookout on the Titanic crew. As the Titanic took its final plunge into the ocean, George held his hand over his face to try to hide his grief. Everyone in lifeboat number 7 was stunned, but he was the only one who had a relative still on the ship. Even with that, immediately after it sank, he made it his business to try to cheer up the women on the lifeboat. That is what we call a true gentleman. I don't think that chivalry is dead today, but this was a time when men held a strong belief that women were far more emotionally frail than men, and they saw it as a duty to treat them with a little more sensitivity in times like this one. Helen put her feelings about George Hogg in plain words. She said, "We all thought a great deal of that man." For the next few hours, there was nothing to do on the lifeboat except to try to keep warm and think happy thoughts. as Helen and Dick snuggled up to each other to share body heat. Helen thought back to her wedding day and how beautiful it was. Dick tried his best to hold on to the notion that making it off of Titanic alive was a good omen for the rest of his life. He was happy to still have a life. He kept his eyes peeled for a rescue vessel, for that would be the start of a new chapter in his life. At this point, he was hoping that the Egyptian tarot card reader's fortune was true, because that would mean that most likely he had more of a life to live too. And then it happened. In the early morning hours of April 15th, he saw the lights of Carpathia in the distance, letting him know that everything was going to be okay. Though lifeboat number 7 passengers were the first to leave Titanic, they were the 4th boat to be loaded into the Carpathia, Titanic's rescue vessel. Meanwhile, back home in the States, nobody knew what to think because the papers kept getting it wrong. The Monday morning edition of the Buffalo Commercial reported that all of the Titanic passengers were safe. No lives lost. Not only that, they reported that the Titanic was being towed by the steamship Virginian and that it might be saved. Well, we know that later they would have to print a retraction. With telegraph technology in full use at the time, sending and receiving information was easy, but getting the correct information during a catastrophe like this one proved to be a bit more difficult. Apparently, the first word that Dick and Helen's families received was that they were dead. So you can imagine their relief when they learned the truth, that the couple was alive and well, just a bit shocked from all that had transpired. And conversely, you can imagine the overwhelming grief that thousands felt around the world after learning that everyone did not survive, and that in fact the loved ones of 1,517 people would now be in mourning, and a far smaller number would get the closure of receiving their loved ones' remains, as only 337 bodies were recovered from the wreckage. Well, the next day, April 16th, the Saginaw News got it right when it came to Dick and Helen. It reported that they were alive, which brought a sense of relief to their part of Michigan. But that didn't come close to how Helen's parents felt when they went to New York and laid their eyes on their own daughter and son-in-law. When the Carpathia arrived in New York on April 18th at 9:25 p.m., Helen's parents were there to greet them upon their rainy return. They all stayed at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel that night. Then, Dickinson and Helen stayed in New York for 2 more weeks. They needed to replenish their wardrobes, so they did some shopping. The couple would later testify at the Titanic disaster hearings, which were also held at the Waldorf Astoria. That gave them a reason to extend their New York stay a little longer. On Saturday, April 20th, the Niles Daily Sun recorded Helen's account of what happened to her and Dick on the Titanic. I'm going to share with you her exact words. However, so as to not be redundant, I'll refrain from sharing most of the parts that we have already discussed. In part, quote, "The girl who occupied a stateroom across from us refused to get up, and the stewards pulled her out of bed. She got back in and sank with the ship. When we got on deck, there were a few people there, but there was tons of ice on the forepart of the ship. We were in the first lifeboat to be lowered over the side. Someone said, 'Put in the brides and grooms first.' There were 3 newly married couples who went in that boat. Altogether, there were 28 in our boat. There might as well have been 40 or 50, but the 100 men on deck refused to leave, even though there was room for them. For a moment, the ship seemed to be pointing straight down, looking like a gigantic whale submerging itself head first. One dining room steward, who was in our boat, was thoughtful enough to bring green lights, the kind you burn on 4th of July. They cast a ghastly light over the boat, but we had no lights of any kind. I think all lifeboats ought to be equipped with lights, crackers, and water and compasses. Whenever we would light one of these diminutive torches, we would hear cries from the perishing people aboard. They thought it was help coming." End quote. The thought of those people thinking that help was on the way for them, something about that just sends chills down my spine. But now, before we go on to the statements that the bishops made at their Titanic inquiry/Senate hearings, I want to remind you of this part of her quote, because it's, well, let's just say different from what she shared at the hearings. Remember, she said that we were first in the lifeboat to be lowered over the side, someone said. Put in the brides and grooms first. Okay, well, the bishops were subpoenaed to testify before the Senate committee on April 30th, and when they did, Helen's story changed. All of a sudden, there weren't 3 newlywed couples in lifeboat number 7, and there was no call from any Titanic crew member or anyone else to say brides and grooms first. As she testified, quote, "An officer took me by the arm and told me to get into the boat quickly, and my husband was pushed in with me. There were 12 women, 13 men, and 3 members of the crew. There were a number of unmarried men aboard." End quote. Notice that Helen only mentioned that there were men and women in number 7. No children. That's of particular interest to me because in her first account to the news media, she also mentioned that she had taken off her stockings and given them to a little girl who hadn't had as much time to dress herself as Helen had. From her Niles Daily Sun article, I quote, "I took off my stockings and gave them to a little girl who hadn't had as much time to dress as I had." End quote, her words. Was Helen simply shocked and saying whatever came to her mind, or was she lying and trying to make herself look like a better person than she was? I have to say that none of the Titanic research shows that there were any children at all in lifeboat number 7. So to me, it looks like Helen was lying and trying to make her husband look like the opposite of a coward, because she knew that he certainly would be considered one for getting on the very first lifeboat when there were several women and children who needed to be rescued. And if you know your Titanic history, you know that J. Bruce Ismay, the chairman of White Star Line, lived the rest of his days after Titanic being labeled a coward because, like our Dick Bishop, he made it off of the Titanic alive. Even after his death, in James Cameron's Titanic, he is depicted in one of the film's most memorable scenes, being lowered on a lifeboat and hanging his head in shame. And while he did escape the sinking ship, he wasn't like Dick Bishop. Bruce Ismay helped to get many of the survivors loaded into lifeboats before saving himself and getting into Collapsible Sea, the third to last lifeboat lowered into the water. That was just the code for gentlemen in those times, to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their women and children. It was called dying an honorable death. But let's be real, Dick wasn't really one of those gentlemen. He didn't grow up in that class. He only had access to those social circles because of his dead wife's money. So maybe it was too much to expect of him to conduct himself like John Jacob Astor or Benjamin Guggenheim and bravely go to his death. So Dick had to wear the label of coward too, something that we can guess didn't make Helen proud. Luckily for Dick, he didn't have to testify about how he found himself in the very first lifeboat. His testimony was about the trouble that Titanic crew members were having with closing the watertight compartments. He had witnessed their attempts with his own eyes. After testifying, their plan was to have their chauffeur drive them back to Dowagiac in the couple's luxurious leisure. The chauffeur got them to Buffalo before they had to change plans. The weather was awful. Too bad to make the drive to Michigan. So Dick and Helen took a train the rest of the way home. They had stepped onto the Titanic as a party of 3. Dick, Helen, and Frau Frau. They did not know that they left the Titanic as a party of 3. Dick, Helen, and their embryo. Helen didn't know it then, but she was carrying Dickinson's baby. He got her pregnant on the Titanic. Now, there was that feeling of optimism in the air for Dickinson. the kind that he had felt when his first wife was pregnant and their new home was being finished. The Bishops had just survived the greatest maritime disaster of all time, and they were high on life. The days only got better and better, and then the best gift of all came for Dick and Helen on December 9th, 1912, when their child was born. A baby boy they named Randall Bishop. Surely now the Christmas of 1912 would be the best one ever. For Dick, it was almost like picking up where he had left off with wife number 1. Now the house was ready for move-in and the baby was coming home, except this time it was a boy and not a girl like before. I'm sure that King Henry VIII would have loved that, but we're not talking about him today. Well, that was December 9th. Then on December 10th, it felt even more like Dick was picking up his story where he left off with his first wife, when baby Randall died at 10 o'clock that morning, not even living a full day. The Niles Daily Star printed a short story about it. To make the déjà vu even more traumatic for Dickinson, Helen was really ill after delivering the baby. Was she going to die too, just like Mary had? Happily for Dickinson, Helen recovered. It only made sense that her physical recovery happened more quickly than her emotional recovery. To say that her spirits were down in the dumps after losing her only child is an understatement. Now it was 1913, more than a month since having and losing her baby. Helen's doctors suggested that she could lift her spirits by taking a vacation. Her prescription was a trip out of Michigan to someplace warmer. So the Bishops followed the doctor's orders and went to vacation in sunny California. And guess what happened while they were there? An earthquake. You can imagine that this had the opposite effect of the point of this vacation, which was to help settle Helen's nerves. Now she was a nervous wreck, no pun intended, just waiting for a car accident to take her out for good. That was the prophecy. She would survive a shipwreck, check. She would survive an earthquake, check. She would die after a car accident. Now, for poor Helen, she couldn't think about anything else. In her mind, the earthquake and the car accident weren't supposed to happen until she was a very old woman. Now here she was, not even a full year after surviving the Titanic, and 2/3 of the prophecy was already fulfilled. She was scared. So Helen needed a vacation from this vacation. Near the end of that year, she was finally ready to try to get out of the house and have a little fun after Dick convinced her to go away for a couple of days for a party in the nearby city of Kalamazoo. You see, on November 4th, which was a Tuesday, there was a big soiree at the Kalamazoo Country Club. You can party during the week when you have millions of dollars and you don't have to get up for work on Wednesday morning. Well, this party had it all. Music, dancing, and plenty of alcohol. A combination that had Helen feeling loose as a goose and finally out of her funk. She didn't want the night to end, but Dick did. Happy to see that Helen was finally having a fun night after being depressed for almost a year, he didn't want her night to end just because he was tired. So he left Helen at the party with his cousin, Bartlett Dickinson, who, yes, had the same last name as Dick's first name, and their mutual friend, Dr. Dan Eaton. Those three stayed at the party until after 3 o'clock in the morning. Remember, this was Michigan in November. It was cold. It was freezing that night. When they got to their car, their windshield was covered with ice. Now, this was a time when cars were designed that allowed drivers to lower their windshields. No windshield would have meant no ice, which would have meant that Bartlett would have been able to see clearly. It also would have meant that the three of them would have been very cold on the way back to the hotel. So, Bartlett took a risk and drove with the windshield up, the frost making it nearly impossible for him to see his driving path. Helen and Dr. Dan rode in the back seat, exhausted from the night's festivities. Bartlett, probably just as exhausted as his passengers and ready to get in bed for the night, was driving fast. too fast when he turned a corner on Lavelle Street and lost control of his car, smashing it right into a tree. The scene was a nightmare. The force of the impact sent Bartlett flying through the front windshield. Dr. Eaton's body only hit the back of the front seat. Still, both men were knocked unconscious. That was bad enough, but Helen certainly got the worst of it. Her body was hurled through the front windshield and up in the air through the branches of the tree that the car hit until she landed on a hard, icy cement walkway 30 feet away from the car. And she landed on the top of her head. Well, there were witnesses and they were scrambling trying to help Helen, Dr. Eaton, and Bartlett. Thankfully, there was a doctor who lived near the accident scene, Dr. William Tomlinson. He arranged for the victims to be carried to his house for immediate medical attention. Bartlett had sustained a number of serious cuts, and Dr. Eaton suffered a concussion. But poor Helen was hanging on for dear life. According to Dr. Tomlinson, quote, "It was at first difficult to see how seriously Helen was injured, as she appeared to be bleeding from a large bruise on her head. But once she and the two men were sped by ambulance to Bourges Hospital, it became all too apparent." End quote. What became apparent to the medical staff was this: Helen's skull had been crushed, and her condition was critical. Along with her crushed skull, she had suffered a number of internal injuries. Was the fortune teller's prophecy fulfilled in less than 2 years? Was this the car crash that was going to end her life? It surely looked that way. Dick's friends tracked him down at the Burdick Hotel, where he was in bed, waiting for Helen to come join him. As soon as he learned about the accident, he made arrangements for his personal family physician to get to Helen straight away. Dick's chauffeur, Earl, drove Dr. Green at top speed to get him to the hospital. And that's how it was reported, top speed. And that had to have been true, because from the time that the doctor got the call from Dick, it took him less than an hour to get to Helen's hospital room. Now, I understand that it was an emergency, and I'm glad that the doctor arrived safely, but I do think that it was stupid to speed to the hospital. A speeding driver was the thing that started all of this in the first place. Anyway, it wasn't looking good for Helen. Dr. Green and multiple surgeons operated on Helen's brain in the hours following the car wreck. They removed portions of her skull and brain. In addition to removing the damaged brain tissue, healthy brain tissue was also removed because it contained fractions of her skull. This was no ordinary operation. Before it was over, Helen was partially paralyzed. There could be no coming back from this. So her parents were called to be at her bedside. They couldn't fix her, but they could hold her hands while she was dying. She wouldn't have to die alone. Not only were her husband and her parents with her, so was Michigan, as readers of the local papers mourned the death of the young Titanic bride. Sure, she had been reported dead before when the Titanic went down, but that was just hearsay that got back to her family. Now it was printed in the paper, so it had to be true, right? Well, even though the Detroit news sources had Helen in her grave, she actually, surprisingly, pulled through. While everyone was planning her funeral, she had regained consciousness and even spoke a few words. A couple of days later, she was breathing on her own. Everyone was so busy planning her death that no one, not even her doctors, had come up with a course of action to take just in case she had survived. So quickly, they decided on a course of treatment for her. It was something that was brand new, but it was worth a try. The doctors would fix a silver plate over Helen's skull to protect the part of her brain that was damaged. Because of the incisions for this procedure, she would have to spend the rest of her life wearing wigs. But at least she would have a life. The surgery was a success. And just when she was ready to be released from the hospital, after a little over a month, she had to deal with another health emergency, appendicitis. After being treated for that for an additional month, Helen was finally discharged from the hospital in January of 1914. Nobody could believe it. Helen couldn't believe it, but she was alive. She cheated death, and now she was ready to live it up. Helen felt invincible. The press thought that she was too. There were stories printed about her suggesting that perhaps she was incapable of dying. This notion might have been reinforced to her after she survived yet another car crash. This one was on September 19th, 1914, the same year that she was released from her car wreck surgeries and appendicitis operation. This time, she was driving and there was no one to blame except for herself. That Saturday, she was out driving one of her fancy cars and ran into a taxi cab with her coupe. She seriously injured W.S. Swartz, the taxi driver, and walked away from the incident unharmed. Doesn't that happen far too often when the bad driver hurts the person they crash into and not themselves? But for Helen, this was yet another car wreck that she survived. Maybe she really was incapable of dying. Or maybe the final card of the tarot card reader's prophecy really was going to happen way later in her life, like she had originally thought. Anyway, Helen's behavior grew more erratic with each day. Whatever she thought about doing, she just did it. Partying, spending money like crazy, and clearly driving carelessly. Maybe she was acting this way because she felt invincible. Maybe her brain surgeries were affecting her behavior. After all, she had more than one surgery right after the Kalamazoo wreck. And she had just had another one near the end of 1914. The purpose of it was to relieve pressure from her brain. And recall, in those first brain operations, some of her healthy brain tissue had to be removed. Maybe that's why she wasn't acting like herself. Maybe that was why Dick didn't recognize his wife anymore. Whatever the reason for her unpredictable behavior, Dick couldn't take it anymore. Dick was tired of it, and he was tired of her. And he turned to drinking, heavily. Their marriage was falling apart. And to top it all off, now, once again, it was Christmas time. Dick's wife was seriously ill, with the papers reporting that she was probably going to die. Helen had left Michigan to go shopping in Chicago. Now, I can say, I've heard of a shopping spree. I've even gone on a few in my life. But this thing that Helen was on was called a shopping tour of Chicago. And it sounds like something that only a really rich person can do. Well, while in Chicago, she fell ill in her hotel room. Just what the sickness was not disclosed. But as awful as it seemed to be, Helen recovered yet another time. That was how the Bishops closed the year 1914. I could find nothing about their marriage in the year of 1915. And because of the first thing that I found in 1916, it makes me feel like they were laying low and putting on appearances. I know that a lot of us who watch this channel are Downton Abbey fans. And this point in the Bishop's marriage reminds me of a line from Violet Crawley, who was so brilliantly played by Maggie Smith. She said something like, "People like us are never unhappily married." I always felt that people like us meant super wealthy people, and Dick and Helen fit the bill. They weren't supposed to be unhappy in marriage or anything at all because they were filthy rich. Well, they rang in the new year of 1916 by shocking their society colleagues when it became front-page news that Helen had filed for divorce on the grounds of cruelty and Dick's drunkenness. The details were suppressed, but the accusations were enough to stain Dickinson's reputation. Think about it. There were already whispers about just what he must have done to get into a Titanic lifeboat so quickly. The first lifeboat off of the Titanic? The people in Michigan knew exactly how he had done it. He pretended to be a woman. Little Dickinson put on one of his wife's dresses that he bought for her in Paris. He had to wear one of her big hats, too, to cover his face, or everybody would have thought that he was the ugliest woman on the ship. Surely that was the only way any first-class gentleman could have made it off of that sinking ship so fast. But oh yeah, He wasn't a proper gentleman, was he? He wasn't born into money or an esteemed family name. He was just a shoe salesman who was living the high life off of his dead wife's money. And you know what else? The word around town is that Dickinson had a secret wedding, getting married to Helen on the first anniversary of the death of his first wife. So a guy like that, well, it's no surprise that he was beating his wife and drinking too much. Or maybe he was just some shallow guy who was only into Helen for her good looks and he wasn't attracted to her now that she had to wear wigs. Yeah, the people around town had been talking about Dickinson a lot since his first wife died, and they all thought that he married Helen way too soon after Mary's passing, and they thought less of him because of it. So the townspeople filled in the blanks for what had been suppressed from the news media regarding the Bishop divorce. Helen and Dick had been separated for 3 months before Helen was granted the divorce. Dick didn't even show up to defend himself. His attorney was present, but he didn't even object to any of the accusations that had been made against Dick. And those accusations were made by Helen and a young man whose name was left off of the record, but the very next day, the Herald Press identified him as Mr. Parker from Coldwater. They had all of the juicy details. We'll get there. And finally, the last witness was Helen's father. It was kind of sad if you think about it. Only one of Helen's parents was able to attend her wedding, and it was her mother. Now, the whole marriage was over in just a few short years, and her father, who had not been able to attend her wedding, was present for a divorce, speaking against his son-in-law. And you know how it goes. Once the divorce was made public, their friends had something to say about it. They all knew all along that this marriage was horrible. Oh yeah, Helen and Dick, they had been separated since last October. Oh yeah, Dick took Helen back home to her parents' house and told her father, "Here's your daughter, take her back, she's impossible." Oh yeah, she went to her parents' summer home at Klinger Lake, and Dick went off to New York, like he didn't even have a wife. They had a lot to say about Dick. But Helen wasn't exactly made out to be an angel in the situation. She was characterized as an awful driver and a squanderer of money, with the paper saying of her, quote, "Mrs. Bishop, who is an enthusiastic motorist, is said to have terrified the people of her town and surrounding country with her reckless, speed-mad driving. And during the early fall, she spent much time in Chicago, where she startled her friends with her lavish wardrobe expenditure." End quote. Okay, so it's not just me. Even her rich friends thought that her shopping tour of Chicago was a bit excessive. Dickinson was in New York and not available for a comment. He didn't even want to speak in the hearing, so that only makes sense. Helen told the press that she didn't want to talk about it either. And this is the only quote that I saw from her. It reads, "I just want as little said about it as possible. I obtained it on grounds of drunkenness and extreme cruelty. I have nothing to say as to whether any cash settlement was made." End quote. Now, Helen, I don't want to talk about it, but I want to be sure that you all know that Dick was drunk and cruel. That's all. Nothing more to say. Okay, Helen, and what about your homicidal driving tendencies? No comment on that? Okay. Anyway, the Herald did also mention that there was a lump sum cash payment to be made to Helen, and they made sure to make it very clear of the origins of that money, printing, quote, 10 years ago, Dickinson Bishop was a shoe clerk in Dowagiac, drawing a meager salary. He became infatuated with Mary Lee, accredited at that time the richest girl in Michigan. Then in one brief year, Mary Lee died, also her baby, leaving her young husband heir to all her millions. Then Bishop was a much sought youth, and society girls in all southwestern Michigan, including some well-known in Kalamazoo, viewed him and his millions with much interest. End quote. The Herald wrote about the death anniversary wedding too, making sure to mention that it was just a rumor. Quote, "Rumor has it that they were secretly married on the first anniversary of the death of Bishop's first wife, but there is no evidence to prove this." End quote. If it was true, This didn't only make Dickinson look bad. It made Helen look bad too. So did she deserve any of his first wife's millions? Maybe a fraction of $1 million. $100,000 to be exact. That was the reported payout from Dick to Helen. Chump change. Scraps. Worth only a lousy $2.8 million today. It seemed like that was why Helen didn't want to talk about her divorce, because she was ashamed of the pennies that she was getting for the alimony. But there is a little confusion in the papers about whether or not that $100,000 was just the lump sum one-time payment, or if Helen was supposed to receive $100,000 per year for life, because it is written both ways, the lump sum in one paper, the yearly payments in the next paper. Either way, both interpretations were correct, because it was a lump sum, and it was every year for the rest of her life. Because you see, Helen wouldn't be alive the next year to collect another payment if there was another one on the way. Every year for the rest of her life was going to last a shorter time than anyone saw coming. Generally speaking, we don't know when our time is up on this earth, and Helen didn't know either. All that she knew was that she was alive, and that at that moment, she was going to squeeze every bit of enjoyment that she could out of each day. So she didn't cry about that measly divorce settlement. She used part of that $100,000 to take herself and a friend on a cruise to the West Indies and Panama. The friend was Mrs. O.W. Cannon, a society lady who lived in Danville, Illinois. And the ladies left only a couple of weeks after Helen's divorce was finalized. And something strange happened that people were trying to turn into a scandal, but it really did seem innocent. There was a young man on Helen's return ship, Philip Edgar Grant. He was working as a bathroom steward. Well, it turned out that she knew this young fellow. He came from a well-off family, but had lost his way. He had dropped out of college. He had been studying at Cornell University when the bright lights of New York City took his attention away from his studies. Those bright lights and a chorus girl for whom he had completely fallen. His school books just weren't as interesting as the long legs of the chorus girl. So he just lost his focus and ended up working on a cruise ship. When Helen ran into him on her voyage home, she was shocked, seeing him working as a bathroom steward when she knew his family and knew that he was headed down a more prestigious path than that. All that she did was make sure that the young man got in touch with his parents, who didn't know where he had gone after dropping out of school, and Helen used her connections to get him a better-paying job. That was it. But some of the gossip papers were trying to make it seem like there was something romantic going on between Helen and the college dropout so soon after her divorce. But there wasn't any romance between them. He was young and good-looking, and so was Helen, so people were trying to make them an item. But the story quickly went away at the beginning of March, characterizing Helen simply as a young, rich fairy godmother to Philip, not his love interest. It was Thursday, March the 9th, that she and Mrs. Cannon returned home from Panama. They returned to Mrs. Cannon's home. The next time that Helen was in the news was the very next week on March the 16th. The report was about events from that Tuesday, which has started out like a pretty typical day for her. Not newsworthy at all. She was still at her friend's house. In the course of their uneventful day, Helen tripped over a rug in Mrs. Cannon's sitting room. She tried to get back on her feet before that trip turned into a fall, but she couldn't. And Helen falling down wasn't like the average person falling down. Under her wig, she had a silver plate holding her brain inside of her skull. Falling at the wrong angle could end it all for her. Well, she fell at the wrong angle. And I wonder, in those seconds that she was desperately trying to get back on her feet, did she think back to the fortune teller? Was the prediction correct after all? Indirectly, yes. Helen wasn't in a car when this final move would end her life, but it was the injuries from the car wreck that happened in Kalamazoo that caused her death. She was taken to the hospital after the fall, but there was no operation that could save her this time. The most that the staff could do was make her comfortable until she took her last breath. This moment had Helen's parents reliving their worst memory, when they had rushed to her side to hold her hands after the so-called fatal crash in Kalamazoo. Mr. and Mrs. Walton had been wintering in Florida, but they made it to her bedside to hold her hand just one last time, moments before she died. Imagine that, surviving the most devastating maritime disaster in history, an earthquake, and multiple car accidents, only to be taken out by a buckled rug. This time when the newspapers reported her death, they would finally be correct. Helen Walton Bishop was dead. But my, oh my, there was something else that the papers reported. On the same day as Helen's death announcement, right beside her death announcement. And it was beyond ironic, especially if the stories about her secret wedding to Dick on the first anniversary of the death of his first wife were actually true. It was this. While Helen was dying, as she lay on her hospital bed with her parents holding her hand, Dick was holding the hand of another woman and slipping a wedding band on it. Yes, Dick was getting married to his third wife on the same day that Helen died. And I'm not exaggerating with the timing. Helen died only a few hours after Dick's wedding was over. It was happening again. Just how dead wife number 1 overshadowed Helen in the news articles about her wedding to Dick, now dearly departed Helen was overshadowing Dick's new bride. What's her name on her wedding day? The headlines seemed unreal. Bridal March and Requiem. Dickinson Bishop's divorced wife, who died yesterday, and his new bride of a day. Dies as divorced husband remarries. Helen Bishop dies, divorced hubby reweds. Helen Walton Bishop dies as former spouse speeds west on honeymoon trip to Honolulu. Just like with his first wife, it wasn't Dick's fault that now his second wife had died. Helen's trip and fall had nothing to do with him. He was all the way in Atlanta getting married to Sidney Boyce, a daughter of Chicago publisher and founder of the Boy Scouts of America, William D. Boyce, when Helen was breathing her last breath in Illinois. But the same way that people thought that Dickinson married Helen way too soon after his first wife died, now they wondered, with his third marriage taking place only 2 months after his divorce had been finalized, was he already carrying on a relationship with wife number 3 before he got divorced? Was that why he dropped Helen off at her parents' house and skipped town to go be with his other woman? It seemed logical because otherwise the case would have been that he met wife number 3 after the divorce and had, at the longest, a 2-month courtship before getting married. It was possible, but not probable. And for those who believed in the spiritual realm of fortunes, kismet, destiny, and karmic retribution, if the rumor about Helen and Dick getting married on the anniversary of his first wife's death were true, Helen got a big old serving of karma when the date of her death became her ex-husband's wedding day. And once again, his real wedding day would be on the death anniversary of his previous wife. Dick had to have been really fed up with his wives dying at the most inopportune times. Helen's funeral took place on Friday, March 24th, 1916, at St. John's Episcopal Church, and it was officiated by Reverend Frederick Patterson. If you have an excellent memory, you've recalled that this was the same church where, just 4 years prior, she and Dickinson got married, and the same reverend officiated that ceremony. This was also the same church where the funeral was held for the baby that Helen and Dickinson lost after their honeymoon. Same reverend as well. And I'm sure that many of the same people attended all 3 services. The wedding, the funeral, now another funeral. It must have been surreal for those in attendance. Not long ago, they sat in those very pews with their eyes fixed on a beaming bride with her whole life ahead of her. Then on that day, that same young lady, it was her cold and lifeless form, taking up that same space on that same altar, Some of their eyes might have been fixed on her, and surely others wouldn't be brave enough to look at her dead body. Dick went on to live his life, but he lived it in a different place, not the mansion that was built for his first wife. You see, his father-in-law never got over the fact that Dickinson moved his second wife into that house. Dickinson and his third wife started their married life in the mansion built for Mary Lee, but they didn't stay there long enough to get settled in. Dick's first father-in-law, Fred Lee, bought the house from Dick and converted it into a much-needed hospital for the small town of Dowagiac. He named it the Lee Memorial Hospital in memory of his daughter, and endowed it with a fund which was to provide for its perpetual maintenance. Though there is a hospital in town that still bears the Lee family name, the original Lee Memorial Hospital building was demolished in 1976. But the Rockery Mansion, the one that Fred Lee and his first wife built in the 1890s, still stands today as a historical landmark, and is not very far from the hospital. As for Dickinson and his third wife, his marriage to Sidney would be his last. The couple went on to live a relatively long life together and made a family, having 2 sons and 1 daughter. Mrs. Sidney Bishop died on November 2nd, 1950, while visiting Fort Lauderdale for the winter. She had been sick for a whole year before she passed away at the age of 61. Dickinson lived until 1961, dying from a stroke on February 16th of that year. He lived to be 73 and wasn't remembered as the Stove King of Michigan, as he had been called in his younger days as an eligible bachelor, a title that was only given to him because he was basically handed over a company from his first father-in-law. He was memorialized instead as the president of the Marseille Land and Power Company. But his third father-in-law practically handed him the position at the power company too, so what can we say? The man knew how to pick a father-in-law. In addition to being remembered as the power company president, he was also remembered as a survivor of the Titanic disaster. After his death, his relatives said that Dickinson never talked about that night he was rescued from the Titanic. And we know that that's pretty common with a lot of the Titanic survivors. We've heard so many stories about the survivors who lived long lives and never spoke a word about the Titanic. But there was something else that Dickinson never mentioned for the rest of his life: the car wreck that led to Helen's death. Was it because she was the love of his life and the thought of that wreck was just too much to bear? Had he always been freaked out by the fortune-teller's fortune and just didn't want to talk about any part of it? Did he feel guilty because he was the one who convinced her to go to that party in the first place? We'll never know why. Helen is gone and Dick is gone, and he took his thoughts with him. But hopefully, with this story and other stories recorded about them, their legacy won't be lost to time.
Number 9. Charles Dickens.
Imagine that your husband kicks you out of the house. Then your sister not only takes his side, but she continues to live with your husband until he dies. You wouldn't have had to imagine that if you were Catherine Dickens, because that's exactly what happened to her. This story starts with a burgeoning career and a marriage. In 1835, Charles Dickens was in between writing issues 2 and 3 of the Pickwick Papers, which, when completed, became his first novel. In that same year, he proposed to Catherine, the daughter of George Hogarth, his editor at the Morning Chronicle. They were a loving, affectionate couple. He would often write letters to Catherine, addressing her as "my dearest life" and "my darling pig." And yes, you heard me correctly, pig, P-I-G. I know that it might sound weird to your modern ears. It certainly does to mine. But apparently, during the Victorian era, pet names were often literally animal names. Duck and goose were commonly used as playful, endearing names to call your sweetheart. Pig is one that Charles used for Catherine, but he meant it in a lovey-dovey way. The letters must have worked on Catherine too, because the following year, on the 2nd of April of 1836,
The couple got married in St. Luke's Church in Chelsea, London. And here's a brief about their wedding from the very newspaper in which Charles worked for Catherine's father, dated April 4th, 1836. It reads, "Married on Saturday at St. Luke's, Chelsea, Charles Dickens, Esquire, to Catherine, eldest daughter of Charles Hogarth, Esquire, of York Place, Chelsea." This marriage would last for 22 years, and as it drew to an end, Charles would continue calling Catherine a pig, but not in a loving way at all. We'll get there. But the girl that Charles fell in love with was beautiful, kind, intelligent, a gifted musician, and one would have to guess, slim. You'll see that there are a couple of times that Charles makes it clear that he does not like fat women. Beyond all of those great characteristics about Catherine, she was supportive of Charles. She was his biggest cheerleader when it came to his literary career. It was the most important thing going in his life, and I can only hope that Charles didn't marry her to use her for her father's connections. Because her father was a newspaper editor. Catherine was there to stand by her man at every turn, and things started moving fast for Charles after they got married. Almost immediately, Catherine was pregnant with their first child, Charles Dickens Jr., and the rise to fame for Charles had begun. They were navigating all of these changes together. Then in 1837, Charles began serializing Oliver Twist, his groundbreaking novel that established him as a voice for social reform. Just like the Pickwick Papers, Oliver Twist was also published in series episodes before it became a novel. Dickens was ahead of his time with this story, too. During his time, novels were vehicles for escapism, and their subjects were light. But here he was, writing about a young boy who was living his life in the darkest of circumstances. From being orphaned and raised in a workhouse to navigating the criminal underworld of London. This was a story that made readers pause and face the harsh realities of Victorian England. Oliver Twist was a scathing critique of what was actually called the Poor Laws, the formal title for the set of laws that were designed to keep poor people in their place was the Poor Act of 1834. You can imagine that this was an uncomfortable subject, to say the least of it. But Charles Dickens confronted it and made the public fall in love with him. He was the people's champ, speaking out against a morally corrupt system. He was their moral authority, and in the minds of many of his followers, he could do no wrong. This angelic perception of him would come to be a problem for his wife when he was ready to leave his marriage. But we're not there yet. As he's writing Oliver Twist, Catherine gets pregnant again and gives birth to their second child, Mary, in 1838. Then Dickens completed the Twist series. Life is good. His career is good. His marriage is good. At least, that's what the public assumes. And it's an understandable assumption because they were taking Genesis 1:28 to heart. In case you're a little rusty on your Sunday school lessons, that's be fruitful and multiply. Just as Oliver Twist is getting into the hands of thousands of readers, Catherine was giving birth to the couple's third child, a girl named Kate, who was born in 1839. Then, 2 years later, comes another. In 1841, their son, Walter Savage Landor Dickens, was born. He was their fourth child. Then, Charles and Catherine took a break from the business of baby making. It was time for Charles to get back to work. And when he did, he came back with the novella that made his name synonymous with Christmas. In December 1843, Charles Dickens published A Christmas Carol, a novella that would become one of the most enduring and beloved works of his career. Written in just 6 weeks, it was another jab at the social and economic inequalities of Victorian England. Dickens was still deeply concerned about the plight of the poor, particularly children, and A Christmas Carol was him using his pen to confront the issue.
The tale of Ebenezer Scrooge's transformation from a miserly, cold-hearted businessman to a generous, compassionate benefactor struck a chord with readers. The same topics strike a chord today. As I'm writing this script in December of 2024, it is mere days after Brian Thompson, a multimillionaire insurance company CEO, was shot to death. The overwhelming tone of the public's reaction was indifference and, in many cases, celebration. Dickens's Ebenezer Scrooge character is a timeless example of art imitating life. And many people see in today's millionaires and billionaires, and certainly insurance companies, characteristics of the untransformed Scrooge. But in 1843, A Christmas Carol is a story of redemption, family, and goodwill. It's heartwarming and it's perfect for the Christmas season. Its success was immediate and profound. Though it was released just days before Christmas, the first edition sold out within weeks. Everyone everywhere was talking about it, and everyone was writing about it. There were briefs about the novella in newspapers everywhere. But in the newspaper where his father-in-law was the editor, the most prominent piece in the literary section was about A Christmas Carol. You can see it here in this 1843 edition of the Morning Chronicle, dated December 19. I don't know if he would have been able to guess the impact that his story's influence would have far beyond his own life and even the lives of his children. But Christmas cheer as we know it today was created in that story. And at the heart of those holiday traditions is family gatherings. Family. And you're about to see that Charles Dickens was way better at writing about family than being a family man. A Christmas Carol added another layer to Dickens as a moral authority. Now, his fans saw him not only as their community hero, he was a compassionate family man. They couldn't help but love him even more. However, as his public persona as a compassionate family man grew stronger, Dickens's private life began to show cracks that would later expose the disparity between his ideals and his actions. And while he valued his public image, maybe more than anything, his next hit novel would foreshadow his dark side and his cruel treatment of his wife. Before that work was published, Catherine would give birth to his 5th, 6th, and 7th children, all boys, Francis, Alfred, and Sidney. With all of those crumb snatchers safely in Catherine's care, Charles Dickens was able to focus his attention on his favorite child, David Copperfield, his semi-autobiographical novel that was a pivotal work in his career. And yes, those were his words, quote, "Like many fond parents, I have in my heart of hearts a favorite child. His name is David Copperfield." Between 1849 and 1850, Charles Dickens is serializing David Copperfield. Much of it is the story of his life, a young man navigating the challenges of an often unforgiving world. It's a story about hardship, ambition, and personal growth. It mirrors Dickens's own rise from humble beginnings to literary fame. This was a man who knew his audience and he knew how to win them over. He gave them a story about perseverance in the face of adversity. His readers were dealing with adversity from many angles. The everyday Victorian had to learn how to get along in the face of rapid industrialization, class struggles, and shifting social norms. If you swap out technological advances for rapid industrialization, those are the same changes that we're facing today. So imagine that someone writes something or makes a video that helps you to make sense of a world where you feel stuck or like you can't keep up. But whatever this person wrote or said gave you the hope that you could become a success and make it through all of the confusion. That's what Charles Dickens did for his Victorians with David Copperfield. The novel was a smash hit. Somehow, Dickens had managed to outdo himself, and his fame continued to grow to unbelievable levels. To understand his fame in his own time, Think of those images of the Beatles landing in the USA and everybody calling it the British invasion. Or the footage of grown men crying and fainting at the sight of Michael Jackson in the 1980s. Dickens wasn't just a writer. He was the rock star of literature. He was the voice of the Victorian era. He, at this time, is famous. Catherine is pregnant. She has 2 more of their children while Charles is writing the series and later publishing it. A boy named Harry and a girl named Dora. Like Charles Dickens, the David Copperfield character lived a childhood that was marked by financial instability. David Copperfield had to work in disturbingly harsh conditions after his mother died, and Charles Dickens had to do the same when he was a young boy. Let me take a break from the David Copperfield parallels to Dickens' life and tell you a little more about the life of Charles Dickens. Details that I believe will help you to understand his actions later in life, and we're getting to those nitty-gritty parts in just a second here. So it seems that Charles lived a pretty decent life for a good portion of his childhood. Everything changed because his father, John Dickens, was living beyond his means and racking up debt. It all caught up with him when Charles was 12 years old. John, his father, and Charles's mother were sent away to a debtor's prison. So were Charles's younger siblings, and just like that, he had no family. And because he was, according to the law of the land, old enough to be out on his own, Charles was sent to work in a dark, dank, disgusting blacking factory where the conditions were beyond deplorable. I'm talking about rotting floors and rats all over the place. Absolutely sickening. The place was called Warren's Blacking Warehouse. It produced and bottled liquid shoe polish. Now, Charles only worked there for about a year, and it's easy for me to say only a year. But for him, it was the worst year of his life. During that year, the warehouse relocated to a busy district, and this new location had a window where the boys worked. That window looked out onto a very public and crowded street where passers-by would look in on Charles and the other boys like they were a freak show exhibit. This was the definition of adding insult to injury, and it only ended when Charles's grandmother, his father's mother, died. For in her will, she left him a little more than he needed to pay off his debts. Getting that money and making those payments allowed John Dickens and his wife and small children to be released from debtor's prison. It also allowed John to get Charles, take him out of that warehouse and bring him home with his family. But there was an objection to Charles leaving the warehouse, and that objection came from his own mother, Elizabeth Dickens. She told her husband that Charles should have to stay there and work a bit longer. Eventually, he got to leave and was sent off to a school that he really didn't care for. So even though that was just 1 year, you can see how that 1 year would help to shape him into the man he became. That year left him emotionally scarred. That's where he developed his sensitivity to the fate of abandoned children and his rage at social injustice, themes that were constant in his literary works. That year of his life also gave him his insatiable desire for financial security. He left Warren's Blacking Warehouse knowing that he could never be satisfied being poor because the world was cruel to poor people. And the horrid conditions of that warehouse left him yearning for tidiness more than the average person. If it had been a thing back then, people would have said that Charles Dickens had OCD, obsessive-compulsive disorder. As a father and husband, this was a man who would conduct inspections of his children's bedrooms as if he were a military sergeant. He would completely rearrange furniture when he stayed in hotels so that everything was always in its proper place, as he saw it. He was also known to always have a comb at the ready just in case a hair got out of place. And being humiliated while working in that window
and being gawked at by the public turned him into someone who was obsessed with his public image and would never be humiliated again if he had a say. And because of how his mother treated him, he developed a disrespect for women that he could not shake. In his own words about his mother's decision to make him stay at the blacking warehouse, quote, "I never afterwards forgot. I never shall forget. I never can forget that my mother was one for me being sent back." End quote. And he's talking about being sent back to that warehouse to work. And yes, this story is about him today. But you all know on this channel we hold everyone accountable. Charles happens to be a man who did some wrong things that we're going to get into, but his mother was totally in the wrong and out of line for not welcoming her son home with the rest of the family when she could have. And he didn't forget it. But it seems like he decided to make Catherine pay the price for his mother's sins. Now, let's get back to David Copperfield. David prioritizes his career over family. So does Charles Dickens. David's marriage fails, and it's the fault of his wife, Dora. She's just too immature for the successful novelist, David. She doesn't know anything about managing a household or finances. She's just a silly little woman. There are some critics who believe that Dickens was projecting his hatred of Catherine onto his Dora character. It seems to be more widely accepted that the Dora character is inspired by Dickens' first love and Victorian women in general. But it's fiction, so he had the creative freedom to mix and match storylines. Anyway, in the story, Dora dies. Then Dickens, David, goes on to marry the woman he wants, a more suitable match, the perfect domestic companion. Am I suggesting that Charles wanted Catherine to die? I can't say for sure, but I can tell you that he wanted her out of the picture. And he might have had his eye on at least 3 women who could have been a better fit for him. Before I tell you about those ladies, I have to tell you about one more coinky-dink when it comes to Dickens and David Copperfield. After David's wife dies, he is happy to find that his younger associate, Agnes Wickfield, is available for courting and loving. She's a beautiful friend from an earlier time in his life. Now, let me tell you about Maria Beatnell, a beautiful friend from an earlier time in his life, Charles Dickens's life. She was his real-life first love. They met in 1830 when Charles was 18. He was head over heels in love with her. She thought that he was okay. Her parents thought even less of him. It was 1830, so their opinion mattered a great deal. At the time, Charles was a court stenographer. Maria's father was a banker, and in his mind, Charles's career was not impressive enough for him to consider Charles as a good and suitable match for his daughter. But that didn't stop Charles from pursuing her. He tried his best to impress her family and threw himself a coming-of-age party when he turned 21. He invited the Beatnell family, and they accepted his invitation. This was his moment to get some alone time with Maria. He took her off to a private corner and expressed his love for her. She laughed in his face and called him a boy. Well, of course, that ended their relationship. She went on to marry someone else, and we know that eventually Charles did too. But they met again later in life. After Catherine had finished giving birth to all 10 of Charles's children, and while Maria was still married. Here's how it happened. In 1855, Charles Dickens reached out to Maria. At this point, he was disillusioned with his marriage to Catherine. So he did what any logical, mature man would do. He wrote about his poor excuse of a wife to his ex-girlfriend. Behind Catherine's back, he wrote to Maria about everything that he hated about his wife. That was bad enough, but to make matters worse, He let Maria know that he longed for the nostalgia of their youthful romance. To Maria, he wrote as though he were the same infatuated 20-year-old man who had once been captivated with her charms, painting a picture of her as the one who got away. Maybe Charles didn't have any expectations when he sent those letters to Maria. After all, she was still married. But, to his surprise, she wrote back and he was beyond delighted about it. So he wrote back to her. You see, the letters she sent to him were destroyed, but the letters he sent to her were not. Here's an excerpt from a 1911 edition of the Sydney Mail that talks about what was contained in some of those letters that were discovered by an American collector named Mr. Bixby, and later edited by a Harvard University professor named George Pierce Baker. The beginning of the section of that story that is called A Tragic Meeting reads, quote, Maria seems to have written explaining that she would have married Dickens if it had not been for her parents, and he replied with simple and touching emotion in one of the most remarkable letters ever written. He refuses to believe her when she says that she is now toothless, fat, old, and ugly. He recalls how her eyebrows had a tendency to join together. Now I'm pausing on this quote for a moment because it sounds like what he's saying is that maybe she had a unibrow and he thought that that was really attractive. Anyway, back to this quote. He had always been reminded of her when a girl played the harp. Maria had asked for an interview, and again, he heartily responded. He promised to buy presents in Paris for her little girl. Then, alas, they met. Alas and alas, for his eyes no sooner fell on the object of his old passion than it shivered and broke to pieces. Sir Robertson Nicholl suggests that Dickens wrote of her in Little Dorrit, where he is Arthur Clennam, she is Flora Finching. If so, the interview was a dreadful disillusionment. End quote. We'll get to Little Dorrit. In the meantime, this is what the Victorian family man wrote to his first love in his second letter to her. He told her that he had, quote, got the heartache again from seeing her handwriting, and, quote, whatever of fancy, romance, energy, passion, aspiration, and determination belonged to me, I never have separated and never shall separate from the hard-hearted little woman, you, whom it is nothing to say I would have died for. That I began to fight my way out of poverty and obscurity with one perpetual idea of you. I have never been so good a man since as I was when you made me wretchedly happy. End quote. Now, depending on the source you read, some say that she told Charles that she wanted to have a private meeting with him. Others say that he asked her to meet with him. Whoever asked for the meeting, they both agreed to attend, and that it needed to be a secret rendezvous that their spouses could not know about. Charles loved the idea and agreed to the meeting. Now, Maria also warned Charles that she was not the same girl he met when they were much younger, and that was understandable to Charles. 25 years had passed. He certainly wasn't the same either. He was in his 40s now and had done a lot of living since his 21st birthday. He was excited to see where things could go now that he wasn't just a stenographer. This time around, he had everything to offer Maria. He was so much more than he was before. And much to his surprise, so was Maria. She was so much more in terms of her weight. She had nearly doubled in size, and Charles was not pleased or attracted. It turned out that she wasn't lying after all about being old, toothless, fat, and ugly. The tables had surely turned. All of a sudden, Catherine wasn't looking so bad to Charles. She was still a 3 out of 10, but at least she had all of her teeth. He met Maria one more time for a dinner, with both of their spouses present. She made it clear that she wanted to continue talking to Charles, but he was done. The fantasy was over, and he cut off communications with her completely. Maria's appearance shattered the idealized image he had held on to for so many years. It was to the point that it seemed like he was angry with her for not still looking like a teenager. He couldn't get over it. He wrote letters to his friends telling them how disgusting Maria was and was dismissing her as extremely fat and no longer attractive. But his pen didn't stop there. He had to tell his fans about it too. Remember that I told you that I'd get back to Little Dorrit? Well, that was another one of his series that was adapted into a novel. He started writing it in 1855, the same year he met with Maria. And wouldn't you know it, after meeting with Maria, he has a character named Flora Flinching. And she's fat. Flora is portrayed as a middle-aged woman whose appearance and mannerisms starkly contrast with the youthful beauty she once possessed. Surprise, surprise. Her interactions with the main character are laced with awkwardness and unfulfilled romantic expectations. Flora is Maria. She talks too much and she weighs too much. This character's existence is not a coincidence. It is Charles Dickens being disrespectful to another woman because she was a chatty fatty who had the nerve to not meet his standards so that he could cheat on his wife with her. Flora's depiction in the novel is often seen as cruel, a very thinly veiled caricature of Maria that underscores Dickens's fixation on physical appearance. Charles was a man who had every tool in his arsenal that a brilliant writer needed, and he used those tools effectively to create some of the best writing that the world has ever experienced. Yet, he stooped to the decision to make this literary low blow. It really gives us a look at his more mean-spirited tendencies, particularly toward women who no longer fit his ideal. As he got older, his preoccupation with youthfulness didn't go away. It always crept its way into his writings and into his real life, unfortunately for Catherine. Speaking of Catherine, let me tell you about the too close for comfort relationship that Charles Dickens had with Georgina Hogarth. Do you remember that Catherine's maiden name is Hogarth? Yeah, well, Georgina is Catherine's sister. Her younger sister, of course. Georgina moved into the Dickens household in 1842. At the time, Catherine was 27. Georgina was only 15. She essentially took on the role of helping Catherine to manage the household and care for the children. The arrangement started off great. By that time, Catherine had 4 children under the age of 7. You can imagine that she was happy to have the help. But here's the thing. Helping out at the Dickens household was merely an added benefit that Georgina provided. Her whole reason for leaving her parents' home at the age of 15 and moving in with Catherine was to gain access to the social connections the Dickens had, because Georgina needed to find a husband. Well, she didn't spend any time looking for one. She spent all of her time right there in the Dickens house. As time went on, Georgina's bond with Catherine weakened, and oddly enough, at the same time, Georgina became increasingly close to Charles. I'm sure you can imagine that people thought that was strange. So they started talking. Rumors were flying around left, right, and center about the inappropriate relationship that Charles Dickens was having with his younger sister-in-law. She had come to London to find a husband, and it looked like she had found one. Her sister's. I mean, the girl received some marriage proposals, but she turned down all of them. The only man in her life was Charles Dickens. And as he pushed Catherine further away, Georgina drew closer to him, taking his side in disputes against Catherine. And I'm not suggesting that he necessarily slept with her. What I am saying is that Charles and Georgina were closer than you would want your sibling to be to your spouse. Take that however you want. The people who knew Charles up close didn't like the look of this relationship with his sister-in-law. The more they talked about it, the more serious it got. This situation was bigger than tea room chatter. It got so out of hand that Charles had to address it publicly. By this time, it's 1858. 3 years after his plans to cheat on Catherine with his ex-girlfriend fell apart. Charles was physically separating from his wife, and he made the process unbearable and humiliating. In phase 1, he showed off his handyman skills. Remember how I told you he would rearrange furniture in his hotel rooms? Well, that was nothing compared to what he did to his own bedroom that he shared with Catherine. He divided their room into half and boarded up the connecting door. Catherine could not enter his half, and he did not want to go into her half. Now, in his heart and mind, they are officially separated. Eventually, he moved her into another place to live while he stayed at home with the children. The reason that the heat got turned up on the accusations that he was having an affair with his sister-in-law is that when Catherine got put out, Georgina stayed. So now, under Dickens's roof were his younger children, Georgina, and himself. From the looks of it, he had created the family he wanted by pushing out his fat old wife. It sounds like a plot from a Jerry Springer episode, but this was his real life, and he had to defend himself. I found the letter that he begged to have released to the public in an 1858 issue of the Kingston Daily News, and I'm going to share a few parts with you. Hang on to your seats because you're about to find out what Charles really wanted to do with Catherine, and it is despicable. This is Charles Dickens airing out his marital problems. And he's only motivated to do so because public opinion is weighing heavily in Catherine's favor. This letter is his attempt at saving face. He gave it to his manager, Arthur Smith, along with instructions to, quote, show it to anyone who wishes to do me right, or to anyone who may have been misled into doing me wrong, end quote. I'm going to show you the whole letter on the screen, but share with you these parts. Quote, Mrs. Dickens and I have lived unhappily together for many years. Hardly anyone who has known us intimately can fail to have known that we are, in all respects of character and temperament, wonderfully unsuited to each other. Here he goes on to defend Georgina, quote, nothing has, on many occasions, stood between us and a separation but Miss Dickens's sister, Georgina Hogarth. From the age of 15, she has devoted herself to our house and our children. She has been their playmate, nurse, instructress, friend, protectress, advisor, and companion. And the manly consideration towards Mrs. Dickens which I owe to my wife, I will merely remark of her that the peculiarity of her character has thrown all the children on someone else. I do not know, I cannot by any stretch of fancy imagine what would have become of them but for this aunt, who has grown up with them, to whom they are devoted, and who has sacrificed the best part of her youth and life to them. And here's where he reveals his plot to rid himself of Catherine. Quote, for some years past, Mrs. Dickens has been in the habit of representing to me that it would be better for her to go away and live apart, that her always increasing estrangement made a mental disorder under which she sometimes labors. More, that she felt herself unfit for the life she had to lead as my wife, and that she would be far better away. End quote. A mental disorder under which she sometimes labors. Let me tell you, Catherine Dickens did not suffer from any mental disorder. But this was Charles Dickens's plan, to get rid of his wife by saying that she had a mental disorder and sending her away to live the rest of her life as an inmate at an insane asylum. I can't express just how cruel and twisted this scheme of his was. It was 1858. A man could say that his wife was insane and have her committed to a mental institution quite easily in those times. God forbid that a wife not provide sex as often as her husband wanted or prepare a meal that he didn't like. She might find herself coming down with a mild case of schizophrenia, for which her husband would have had to send her away for treatment. Often those mental disorders would clear up when the household chores got out of hand and hubby needed a little assistance with cleaning, cooking, and laundry and whatnot. But you see, the household of Charles Dickens was never going to be out of order. He had Georgina and a staff of servants. If he could get Catherine put away in an insane asylum, it would be a life sentence. He would never need her again. If he got his way, Catherine's future was going to be worse than that 12th year of his life working in the blacking factory. Remember, the year that shaped his hatred of mistreatment of the poor? Well, insane asylums weren't regulated in the 1850s. He knew that he was sending Catherine to spend the rest of her days in a facility that was known for poor, filthy conditions, physical abuse of patients, and overcrowding. The man who was getting rich off of standing up for people in his literature didn't mind sending the mother of his children to live the rest of her life in misery because she had committed the crime of getting fat after having 10 of his children. So he used his massive influence to reach out to Dr. Thomas Harrington Tuke of Manor House Lunatic Asylum. Dr. Tuke wasn't just any ordinary doctor. He was famous in his own right, and he was a sought-after alienist whose opinion mattered a great deal in a number of high-profile lawsuits. It was his job to determine if someone was mentally sane at the time of committing a crime. He was a highly esteemed psychiatrist. So, if Charles Dickens could get Dr. Tuke to give the medical opinion that his wife was insane, it was good riddance to Catherine. Well, unfortunately for Charles, Dr. Tuke actually possessed ethics. From all appearances, Dr. Tuke actually was the decent and moral man Charles Dickens pretended to be. He refused to lie and say that Catherine had a mental disorder, wrecking whatever plans Charles had to destroy Catherine's image and move on with another woman without receiving even more public backlash. With that rejection from Dr. Tuke, his plot to send Catherine away was over and done. No psychiatrist in his right mind would give an opinion contrary to Dr. Tuke's. Now, Charles was exposed. His carefully cultivated, virtuous Victorian image was nothing more than a facade. As far as anyone could tell, he was just a really good writer who was as dirty on the inside as any of the villains from his novels. He was not able to put Catherine away, and he was so angry about it. Like a petulant child, he resorted to throwing tantrums and name-calling. By the 1860s, he's publicly referring to Dr. Tuke as a, quote, wretched being and a, quote, medical donkey. His actions following his split with Catherine were weird, to say the least. He initiated the separation, yet he was also the one acting like a woman scorned. In June of 1858, he published a statement in his journal called Household Words. Apparently, he was addressing the situation regarding Catherine, but his language is so coded and defensive that the words mean nothing. He refers to his issues as some domestic trouble and proceeds to write a bunch of gibberish about how he was concerned for the sake of the public that they might be looking at him in an unfavorable light. Reading that long statement almost made me forget that he was one of the best writers in history. He was trying to defend himself, but wasn't even man enough to say what the accusations against him were. But his childish behavior didn't stop there. Charles Dickens used this period also to sever ties with his friends who supported Catherine. You know, the same way that middle school girls do. If you're going to be friends with me, you can't be friends with girls I don't like.
This is how this 46-year-old man was carrying himself. But it wasn't just friends he was cutting off. Dickens lost business contacts too, because some of them sided with Catherine. You know, the whole not wanting her to be put away into an insane asylum.
When she clearly did not belong in one.
Notably, he ended his relationship with William Bradbury and Frederick Evans. Who were these two guys? They were better known by their business name, Bradbury and Evans Publishing. They were his publishers. Well, Charles approached them with a very immature idea, and they turned it down flat. He asked them to publish a statement in their periodical called Punch. Now, Punch is a magazine that had significant cultural importance. It was the biggest satirical magazine in the country. It introduced and popularized the word cartoon. So you can imagine that when Charles went to them and asked them to publish a statement about his old fat wife, that his motive was to further humiliate Catherine. Punch magazine made light of serious issues sometimes, but this request was just taking things too far. This request of his wouldn't produce comedy, but instead the public ridicule of a woman who didn't deserve it. In Charles's mind, Punch served him a gut punch by not publishing his low-brow, low-blow dig at Catherine. So, in his usual crybaby fashion, he didn't want to play with them anymore. It must have been so difficult for his serious business associates to have to handle this grown, successful man the same way they had to handle their children.
Speaking of children,
It's time for me to tell you about Ellen. She is the teenage actress he met in 1857, the year before he needed to get Catherine out of his house. It certainly seems like his aim was to move Catherine out and to move Ellen in. Here's their story. In 1857, Charles and his friend Wilkie Collins were working on a stage play that they co-wrote. It was called The Frozen Deep. Charles was overseeing casting for the play, and that's how he met Ellen Ternan. She was an actress who came to audition for a role, and Charles was captivated by her from the moment he saw her. This is what he was hoping he would see when he met his first love behind Catherine's back. A woman who was young, beautiful, and slim, of course. Ellen was everything that Catherine wasn't. Catherine was an overweight slob who was making him look bad in public. But with a piece of eye candy on his arm like Ellen, he would get looks and stares for the right reasons when he showed up to industry parties. This match made sense because she was so good looking, and so was he. But seriously, in his mind, it only made sense that a hot young babe should be seen next to him. I can't stress enough how important his image was to him and how superficial he was. He felt entitled to a young woman like Ellen. The play she was in was a success. Everything in his life was a success. At this point in his life, Dickens had the Midas touch. Whatever he touched turned to gold. Perfection. And that's what Ellen was. Perfection in the human form. He was perfection, and he deserved to have the chance to wipe the slate clean and to get rid of Catherine and start over with this perfect woman who fit perfectly into his perfect life. Now, he doesn't just want Ellen. He needs her. And it is during this time in his life that he becomes increasingly mean to Catherine. She has to go because his affection for Ellen has spiraled into a full-blown obsession because she is just what he's been looking for all of these years. The perfect replacement for Catherine. This obsession with Ellen consumed Charles till his dying day, and you'll see exactly what I mean by that shortly. He was so busy trying to please Ellen and buy her affection that it didn't matter that his personal life was in shambles all around him. He couldn't see it. He could only see Ellen. So everything that I just told you about the year of 1858, when Charles is doing carpentry work to separate his bedroom space from Catherine and throwing temper tantrums because no one agrees with his attempt at putting Catherine in an institution. All of this is happening while he's trying to date, pursue, court Ellen. He turned up the heat on his hateful tactics towards his wife because he had his next woman lined up. By 1859, this relationship has turned into a bit of a public scandal. The man was a brilliant writer, but not good at covering his tracks. It was written about in an 1859 edition of the Castlemaine Mail. Quote, "By recent accounts, we have received further scraps of information respecting the family discords of this great writer and austere moralist. On paper, it appears that incompatibility of temper, which caused a separation after 22 years of married life between Mr. Dickens and his wife, had its first origin in a Miss Ellen Ternan, a very young and beautiful actress, for whom he entertained what he was pleased to consider a platonic affection, but which it does not appear other persons were disposed to view in that light. His eldest son, now a man himself, has sided with his mother in this matter, and prefers residing beneath her roof to his father's. This circumstance, with others, has told strongly against Dickinson's version of the story at home. We also hear from our London correspondent that Dickens is about to abandon his management of Household Words, having quarreled with his publishers Bradbury and Evans, because these gentlemen refused to insert his statement, which had appeared in that journal, in the pages of Punch. Mr. Leach, the artist, Punch's mainstay, threatened that if that statement appeared, he would never draw another line in its pages. End quote. But this did not stop him. After this, he went on to buy Ellen a townhouse. Yes, by 1859, Charles's relationship with Ellen Ternan had deepened to the point of scandal. Now he was calling her Nellie and working tirelessly to conceal the affair. This same year, Ellen moved into a townhouse, which he paid for, and she retired from acting. I mean, she had given the theater all that she could have given it. She was 20. Isn't that around the age you retired? Well, maybe, just maybe, she was able to retire because he was helping her out financially. And by helping, I mean paying for her existence. He was so determined to keep her that he would do anything. And what he had to do was keep their relationship under wraps. So the townhouse that he bought for Ellen was purchased under the names of her sisters, Maria and Fanny Ternan. Quick side note about sisters, Maria and Fanny were far more talented than Ellen. They both went on to have successful careers as actresses and writers, both of them. They were determined and just as beautiful as Ellen, but many of Dickens's critics believe that it was Ellen's lack of determination and talent that attracted Charles to her. He wanted someone who would follow his will and never object or challenge him. That's what he got in his Nellie. And he tried everything within him to keep their secret relationship going. It was kind of easy for him. He had more than enough money to maintain multiple residences, and he did, so he could have her stowed away at one place and then another. The travel schedule that he had to maintain also made him hard to track, so he definitely could bring Ellen on trips with him. There was probably no man on earth happier with the invention of railroads than Charles Dickens. Train tracks gave him an easy escape from the watchful eyes of London, where everyone knew who he was and, for the most part, still pitied Catherine. Even though he was divorced by 1858, he was not able to go out flaunting Ellen in public. He wanted his fans to believe that all of the stuff about Ellen was a lie, so he had to keep her a secret for the rest of his life. I would imagine that eventually, people got around to not caring about his affair one way or another, but because he cared so much about his image, he continued to sneak around with Ellen. He took her to Paris several times in the 1860s. Sometimes her mother would accompany them on their train rides. Ever trying to keep up his charade, he would tell people that Nellie was his stepdaughter when they were on these trips. And that plan worked fine until June 9th, 1865. On that day, Dickens was returning from a trip to Paris. In the coach with him were Ellen Ternan and her mother, Frances. The train track was being repaired near Staplehurst. Workmen didn't signal to the oncoming train that there was a gap in the tracks, and that was a major problem. The gap was 42 feet long, and it was over a bridge. The train's engineer spotted the trouble at the last minute, but it was too late. Momentum carried the engine and the first part of the train across the breach. But you can imagine the rest. The coaches in the center and the rear of the train fell into the river below the bridge. All but one of the first-class coaches went into the ravine. That coach was the one that carried Charles Dickens, Ellen Ternan, and her mother. The story made front-page news. The Staplehurst railway crash. 10 people died and nearly 50 people were injured. Even if Charles Dickens hadn't been aboard, the story would have gotten major press coverage. But since he was on the train, it got even more coverage, and the extra coverage was about him. First, let me give credit where it's due, because one man said that Charles saved his life. His name was Dickinson. Other witnesses reported that he acted bravely and he did his best to aid his fellow passengers. Those same witnesses reported that after he got out of the rail car, he helped Ellen and her mother get out too. I've never seen fate work so hard against a man who was trying to live a double life. Well, that was June 9th, 1865. On June 9th, 1870, the 5th year anniversary of this train wreck, Charles Dickens died. The Middleburg Post wrote the earliest story about it that I could find. Their June 10th edition described Dickens's death. According to their story, on Wednesday, June 8th, Charles was at a dinner. All was well. And then he started having fits. His family physician, Dr. Steele, was summoned and arrived immediately. He cared for Charles until the wee hours of Thursday morning. His condition only worsened, so Dr. Steele made the decision to call for more help. Telegrams were sent to doctors all over London, and one by one, they started arriving at Gat's Hill, one of Dickens's many residences. Very soon it became clear that this was not about which doctor had the most experience or knew the newest techniques in medical science. They had a consultation and all came to the conclusion that saving Charles was a lost cause, and he'd be dead before the next day. They were correct. His condition gradually sank until he drew his last breath at 6:15 a.m. at the age of 58. It seemed to happen out of nowhere. He had been mildly ill in the weeks that led up to his death, but nothing so serious that anyone thought that he would die. But that's how fleeting life is, isn't it? I know that it's not a surprise to you that the nation went into mourning as the news spread. Queen Victoria sent a message of condolence to the family, and all public institutions suspended business for the day as a mark of respect. Well, I found his will, and I don't think that it will surprise you to learn that the first person he listed in his will was Ellen Ternan, his sweet Nellie. Now, I didn't expect that Catherine would be first on this list, but Ellen before his own children? This guy had it bad for her. His will starts, quote, I, Charles Dickens of Gadshill Place, Hyen, in the county of Kent, hereby revoke all my former wills and codicils, and declare this to be my last will and testament. I give the sum of £1,000, free of legacy duty, to Miss Ellen Lawless Ternan. End quote. This £1,000 payment is nothing to sneeze at. It's got the buying power of roughly $160,000 today. after naming 2 more people by name, then stating what he'll provide for all of his domestic servants, both male and female. He then lists one of his children, his daughter Mary, and that's understandable. She was the only unmarried daughter. He left her £300 per year until she wed. After her, he names his favorite sister-in-law, Georgina. Let me share with you his words to her. Quote, "I give to my dear sister-in-law, Georgina Hogarth, the sum of £8,000, free of legacy duty. I also give to the said Georgina Hogarth all of my personal jewelry, not hereinafter mentioned, and all the little familiar objects from my writing table and my room, and she will know what to do with those things. I also give to the said Georgina Hogarth all my private papers whatsoever and wheresoever, and I leave her my grateful blessing as the best and truest friend man ever had." End quote. He left Charles Dickens Jr. and his son Henry an £8,000 trust to manage. One of their responsibilities was to invest some of the money in order to keep providing for the family. And here's another moment where I have to give him credit. As horribly as he treated Catherine, part of that trust he left to his sons was to care for her until she died. And that's great. But honestly, it's the least that he could do after putting her through hell and humiliating her. He thought that his money and stature would buy him the favor of the public. It didn't work. But his connections and power did allow him to shut Catherine up and never have her side of the story to be heard. At least that's what he counted on. But you know the saying, what is done in the dark will come to the light. And for Catherine, that light came in 2019 when her own words had been discovered. Or I should say rediscovered. Here's the deal. In 2014, Harvard's Houghton Library purchased a number of Dickens-related documents at an auction. The letters weren't analyzed until 2019 by John Bowen. But by this time, the general public had forgotten about Dickens's scandals, or they never knew. To the average person, he was just a prolific author, someone whose books we had to read in high school. Georgina and Charles's younger children might have been happy to know how he was perceived because God knows that they tried their best to restore his reputation to squeaky clean status as soon as they could get to it. They spent the years following his death cleaning up what he cherished the most, his image. He had left all of his personal papers to her, Georgina, in his will. I suspect that before he was cold in the ground, she started burning any correspondence that put him in a bad light. She and the kids did a good job, but they couldn't burn the letters that they didn't have. While they were busy trying to make the dead Dickens a moral authority, Catherine was still alive, and she was telling her side of the story to an audience of one, Edward Dutton Cook. He was a theater critic and one of her few friends, and he was totally against the cruel treatment that Charles had put her through. Dickens justified his evil treatment towards his wife by telling everyone that she was a cold and distant mother, his words, towards their children. That was one of the worst ways to characterize a woman in those days. He knew what he was doing, and she sat in silence and took the pain. But I think that it's only fitting that today, Catherine gets the last word. On Christmas Eve, she wrote to her youngest son, "My own dearest Plorn, it is a very long time since I have written to you, but I know that dear Mamie has told you the reason of my silence. I have had a painful and tedious illness, and I am still obliged to lie almost constantly on my sofa. But, my darling, you must not be uneasy about me. Thank God I am slowly improving, and my doctor gives me hope that with patience and time, I shall get all right again. I cannot write a long letter, but I must just express my most affectionate good wishes of the season, although the new year will be in some time before ye receive this. I trust, dearest Plorn, you are well and happy. I am thankful to think you have had good rains. I cannot tell you the devoted love and kindness I receive from all my dear children in my illness. God bless you, my own Plorn. Your always loving mother. Even as she is utterly ill and her children chose to distance themselves from her, here she is reaching out to her son to express her love to him and to give him hope that they'll meet again soon. Well, that hope was false. Catherine died the following November, the 22nd of 1879. She was 64 years old. Obituaries were printed in newspapers everywhere. And like most women of her time, and even later, she was chiefly remembered for being her husband's wife and the mother of his children. By the time that Catherine died, 3 of the Dickens children had already passed. The baby Dora, who died at 8 months, their son, Sidney, who had a respectable naval career but lived his adult life in debt, which Charles Dickens absolutely despised about Sidney and some of his other children. Sidney died at the age of 25 while returning home on sick leave. Their son Walter rose to the rank of lieutenant of the East India Company. His promising future fell apart when he, also, got deeply into debt. Then he got ill, had an aneurysm, and died at the age of 22. Charles Dickens Jr. started his adult life as a banker, then, to his father's dismay, went bankrupt, and only got on his feet after his father hired him to write reference books, Charles Dickens reference books. Mary went on to live with Georgina after her father died. Kate was their only daughter who really pushed back hard against Charles when he went on his campaign to humiliate Catherine. She married twice, first to a younger brother of Wilkie Collins, who had worked with Charles Dickens in the past. Then she married the Italian painter Carlo Perugini. Francis ended up joining Canada's Southwest Mounted Police and dying 1 year after his retirement. Alfred also started his adulthood in debt. After his Australian wife died in a horse carriage accident, he became a single father to their 2 girls and earned a living lecturing about his father. Henry went on to have a successful law career and was knighted in 1922 by King George V. Edward, the baby of the family, joined his brother Alfred in Australia and became a member of Parliament in New South Wales. For all of the despicable behavior of Charles Dickens when it came to his wife, that is only a small part of his legacy. He was a horrible husband and a magnificent writer. Virtues seemed to be important to him, but maybe he just didn't like the thought of applying those virtues to himself. That would make him a hypocrite, but still a damn good writer. This is the man who gave us Ebenezer Scrooge. And he gave Mr. Scrooge something that he didn't give himself when it came to his cruel treatment of his wife: a redemption arc. Scrooge saw the errors of his ways and fixed himself, which made people love him. Charles Dickens doubled down on his pathetic behavior and tried to rewrite history and force people to love him as they had when he was their champ. His readers learned lessons from his novels, but it seems like he never did.
My sources for this story are
This video has been brought to you by me. Well, me and my new YouTube channel, Verified YouTube Guide. Are you just starting your YouTube journey and feeling overwhelmed? Don't worry, I've got you covered. My channel, Verified YouTube Guide, is your go-to resource for practical, step-by-step tips to grow and monetize your channel. It's literally follow-along video tutorials. I'm showing you the steps I took to get 180,000 subscribers on YouTube. So if you don't know how to do something, you can just copy my work one step at a time. From setting up your channel to showing you how you can earn money at any stage on YouTube. And I'm not just talking about YouTube ad revenue. If you have something important to say or a service to sell, start talking about it on YouTube now. Don't wait. Subscribe to Verified YouTube Guide today, and let's build your channel together. You don't have to figure this out alone. The link is in the description box. I'll see you there.